World. It was released 10 years ago as a dating simulator targeted at a female audience, but it ended up more popular among male players. It allowed players to play a variety of characters, starting from easy but very efficient characters, to the more complicated but inefficient characters. Amongst them was one trash character, especially known for his difficulty level and terrible features. There was only one pervert who played this character for 10 years, and that pervert was the player, Beak Yusial. An evening with the sky, colored orange from the setting sun, Yusial paused in front of his screen. He noticed new posts in the forum and wondered if there was a new update. He noticed a lot of complaints from other players and wondered if there was a final boss in a dating sim. He thought those kinds of games usually ended when players got together. However, he noticed a famous ranker complained that the boss was unbeatable, so he set down his coffee. It doesn't make sense for there to exist a monster with magic nullifying skills in a magical world, and wonders if it is a bug cause some characters got deleted. Then, he sees the Dark Demon Dragon, the 13th moon of the Black Knight. In the Ether world, there is a cult-like organization called Dark Demonic Humans. Their goal is to help another world, called Persona Gate, take over the world. When they finally managed to achieve this goal, the Dark Demon Dragon appeared. 90% of the continent got taken over, but our main guy has only concerned himself with PvP and not the main story so far. The whole lore got messed up, but he can't avoid fighting it, so he decides to give it a try. He enters the game and accepts the request to fight the Dark Demon Dragon. He decides to show off the skills he's honed over the last 10 years, so his character appears before the beast. His character, Beak Yusial, is the sole character in the game who cannot use magic, so even the most experienced players choose to not play him. Basically, he's worse than an extra, but of course, the character can use some magic. The dragon prepares its fiery breath to roast his player and fires at his player. His player faces the dragon with determination and grins. His power is the blink spell, moving super fast as he charges at the dragon. He slid to a stop and gritted his teeth. Beak Yusial's blink spell allows him to randomly travel between 3 to 10 meters very quickly. The direction he will blink in is random, so if he does not control the distance well, he will die immediately due to the speed and impact. The cool time and mana usage is also ridiculous. There is also a penalty where he cannot move 2 seconds after using the skill. Anyone can learn it, but most people don't use it. However, Beak Yusial has mastered the use of blink. He can control which direction he will go in. He can also control the distance, and has managed to nullify the penalty. It does not use up mana since he does not have a mana stat. Unlike other spells, blink was nothing more than just a movement ability. He became obsessed with this character since everything depended on his skill level. So, over the last 10 years, he has been playing as the only character in the game that does not use magic in battles. The dragon charged again, and Beak Yusial attacked. He dodged the dragon's next attack, and looked upon his opponent. The beast fell as the notification came up that he had defeated the final boss. He was shocked that he actually killed, though he was covered from head to toe in ancient relic grade items. Still, he played a garbage character, but it was nice that he beat the boss. He will flex to the community that he killed the Dark Demon Dragon. However, he got a loud notification that because the wrong ending has been reached, 90% of Ether World has been destroyed. He is shocked, and the notification informed him that he was the closest to reaching the true ending. Then, the notification begs him to please reach the true ending. Our main guy was very confused, but suddenly he was zapped away and everything went quiet, leaving only his chair and computers behind. He opened his eyes with a gasp and found himself on the floor. Sitting up, he wondered what was going on. He also wondered where he was. Then he glanced to his side and saw the mirror before him. Stepping closer to the mirror, he saw his reflection, and his eyes widened in surprise. He had the appearance of Beak Yusial. Suddenly, something glitches, and a notification screen pops up before him. It tells him this is episode 1, titled Escape the Chase. He is surprised, because he recognizes Beak Yusial's prologue quest. Still in shock, he slips his hand into his pocket, and is shocked to see the entrance certificate to Stella Academy. It is hard to believe, but he is definitely in the Ether world, and he is stuck at Beak Yusial. He places his hand on his face with a groan, but decides to be logical about it. The voice told him to reach the true ending, but from what he knows, the game does not have a true ending. Then his eyes widen as he realizes that no one has managed to reach the true ending in the last 10 years. This is not the time to think about that though, cause if memory serves him right after his character wakes, the people chasing after him burst into the hut. Sure enough, there are angry people searching for him, and he hides in apprehension. They are already here and a blonde member of the group spots something. He yells to the group that he has found a hut, and tells them to search it. They rush ahead, and our main guy wonders what to do. There is a limit to how long he can avoid them, but he cannot fight them either. He wonders what to do when a screen pops up again. The screen tells him that he can use the spell Blink, and he is shocked that he can use Blink. Blink is an ability that allows the user to flash forward. With a body that suffers from magic leakage syndrome, Beak Yusial cannot accumulate mana in his body, and he only has Blink as his one hope. It is the spell that he practiced his whole life. Back to the present. He is still hiding in the hut, his face fixed on the screen as he sees the offer to use Blink. It is 0 class, with a maximum distance of 9 meters and just 1 charge. Cooldown is 3 seconds. He wonders if he should use Blink when he only controlled his character with a mouse and a keyboard. Running feet. As the hooded men charge towards the hut, he does not have time. His eyes widen and he gasps to see that they are already here. There's no time left, so he grits his teeth and decides that he must try. The hooded men stop with alarm. They notice him running from the hut and declare that they have found him. Immediately, they are ordered to chase him. They race after him through the snowy forest outside with no intention of letting him escape. The first part of the tutorial is for him to avoid the pursuers using the power of blink. He runs into the forest, noting that his pursuers wear magic boots that are faster than he is. The only way he can escape is if he uses blink. He calms himself, knowing he has used blink 1,000 times before. The timing is burned into his muscle memory. His pursuers scream in rage that he won't stop running away, and he sees that they have caught up with him. Blink's main disadvantage is that if the user fails to control the distance, they could collide with an object and die instantly. However, as the lead chaser swings his mighty sword at him, our main guy activates blink. When he uses it, the ability works differently, and he takes on a burst of speed, vanishing from his attacker. He is shocked but pleased that his execution of the ability was a success. His pursuers are shocked to see him use blink as they did not believe he was a mage. The lead blonde tells them not to falter, because blink has a rest period that paralyzes the user for 2 seconds. However, the lead is shocked to see that the main guy can still move, and is still running. He runs fast through the forest, and encourages himself to be more careful. He must use the uneven terrain to his advantage, since players who aren't able to learn how to control Flash at this stage won't be able to make it to the next episode. In reality, 99% of players who played this character were unable to pass the tutorial, and even the 1% that passed were unable to surpass the wall of blink distance control and continuous blinking. Our main guy counts down 3, 2, 1 in 3 seconds. He blinks once more and moves rapidly through the trees and snow, his brown coat flying in the wind. His pursuers think he is insane for using blink in such a terrain. He tells all those who can use magic to come to the front and attack the main guy from a distance. The menacing-looking mages come forward and our guy can tell they are going to use magic against him. The second part of the tutorial was to use blink to dodge the magic arrows flying at him. In the game, players could see everything behind because it's on a monitor, so he could dodge it then. His screen pops up again and informs him that his magic leakage syndrome is being used. Its derivative skills include sixth sense and cognitive acceleration. He is shocked as the power from these skills floods his system in multiple lights of green and pink as he stares in bewilderment. Then, he bursts forward, activating blink and dodging all the magical attacks till he slides to a stop. A crate smokes where he used to stand and he sighs in relief because that was a close call. Then he takes off running once again. The last part of the hurdle involves Tutorial Part 3, crossing a canyon while using blink. The canyon is deep and deadly. The only way to cross is to control the distance of his blink perfectly. Then, he can meet up with some passing mages and escape. And that will end the tutorial. To pass this part, he has to cancel his blink spell, which occurs in 0.1 second at the perfect time. If he fails, he will die. There are about 20 floating boulders. Crossing them is a lot easier said than done. He wonders what jerk made the tutorial this difficult. However, being honest, it is just about doable. His pursuers once again catch up with him and shout out his location to their comrades. The problem with making this jump is that his pursuers are closer than expected. The distance between him and them is about 100 meters. Since his blink has a 3-second cooldown, that is not enough time to make it across. The likeliest method he can use now, for his survival, is to kill them all. The deadly snowy canyon is vast with many floating rocks, and our main guy hides underneath a snowy tree. Even he thinks it is crazy. How dare he think he can achieve this when he has never even been in a proper fight? If this were a game, the system would make it impossible to attack those who are chasing him. This is reality. No rule says that I have to blindly follow the game's system. The thought of killing someone doesn't bother him at all. This is not because those guys are his parents' enemies, according to the story. He glances behind him and sees that they are there. He believes that he can win. He stands with his knife in hand as his enemies appear before him. They shout out in anger and race to catch him. They charge at him, and his attacker laughs that he dares to fight them all alone, and that he is done for. His target is 8.7 meters away, so he activates blink. His attackers are confused when he suddenly charges forward. He appears before one attacker, suddenly appearing closer than the man expected him to get, and the attacker coughs blood that splatters on his face. Our main guy has stabbed him with the knife and he feels the blood running down his fingertips, yet he feels no sense of guilt at all. After all, he is only killing them to survive. So, he yanked out his knife from the dead man and smacked his body away. The man's corpse fell into the arms of his colleagues. The attackers become alarmed and see that he is getting away. They scream that he must not escape at any cost. He has dealt with one of them, but the next attack won't be easy. However, he notices it has gone quiet and wonders if they gave up on chasing him. However, he sees that they did not give up and have instead switched to magic attacks again. He tries to dodge it but nearly loses his footing. The attackers fire magic at him, and the runes glow as the magic is shot right at him. He groans as large giant orange flaming fireballs come flying right at him, and grits his teeth as he tries to avoid it. Suddenly, he sees an opening on a tree branch at the side of the mountain and activates his blink. The fireballs hit the area where he'd previously been standing, and smoke covered up the area. The lead attacker says that it serves him right for being so cocky and acting up. However, the smoke clears and they can't see his body in the crater that was made. The lead attacker is shocked that he's not there, and our guy appears above him. The lead guy looks up just in time to make eye contact with him, and our main guy grits his teeth with determination. One of the peculiarities of Blink is that it maintains the same momentum before and after use. Using the ability, he stabs the lead attacker and the man screams in pain, leaving the other attackers confused and scared. They ask what happened, but blood has already been spilt, and our main guy has sliced through the lead attacker. The other attacker stares in shock as the man's body falls and our guy stands before his fallen corpse, covered in blood. He pauses to catch his breath. Only 2 are left within his range, and he needs to end it before the 2 who fell behind catch up. The other attacker thinks he is a weird guy with an uncanny reaction speed for a mage. He asks our guy who he is. His reaction time is admittedly faster than most professional gamers, but that is only when talking about games. He cannot keep dodging their attacks forever, especially at such a close range, so he shall end it as quickly as possible. However, the second attacker says that he has already figured out his fighting style. All this guy uses is blink and a dagger. As long as he protects his face and neck, then the dagger won't scratch him. The attacker raises his large sword as our guy runs at him. He tells him to bring him on and activates Ice Wave. Our guy activates Blink and the attacker slashes a wave of ice at him. He laughs that he has got our dude, and he will make his face wrinkle in pain. However, he is shocked to hear a gurgle beside him, and sees that our guy has slashed the neck of his companion. He is horrified to see our dude slice through the throat of his teammate. The attacker curses. Earlier, our guy was running like a rat who has never fought before, but now he is acting differently. He admits that he acted like that earlier, but he thanks the attacker for helping him get better at it. He curses that he is a little brat, just because they went easy on him. He will kill our guy this time. Our main guy charges once again with determination on his face. Our guy raced at him with his weapon raised and flung it at his attacker. Using Blink head-on puts him at risk of getting counterattacked. The attacker wonders if our guy is trying to lure him into defending his front by throwing the spear, and then aiming for his side. However, he won't let our guy have his way, and he slices through the weapon with his sword. Now all he has to do is attack our guy while he is beside him. That's what he thinks, but he is shocked to see that our guy is not at his side. He stares in shock, then realizes with horror that our guy came from the front and stabs him. He was planning on attacking from the front from the beginning. Episode 1, Escaping His Pursuers, is over. He is informed on a blue information screen that he has obtained EXP. He has been promised an additional reward for uniquely developing the story by the Constellation Project. He sits on the snowy floor with a sigh of relief and struggles to catch his breath. His blood hand shakily reaches for the bloody knife, and he glances at the corpses that lay beside him, covered in red. He reminds himself that this is not a dream, and he just experienced his first blink and his first battle, as well as his first murder. He sits and thinks grimly about how he killed a person to survive. He dusts the snow from himself and gets to his feet with a sigh. He shall leave this place for now. He pauses when he suddenly recalls something and turns around. He pauses as he thinks deeply, although it leaves a bitter aftertaste. He has to think realistically since he is broke. So he rummages through the corpse pockets and finds around 2 million credit, which is approximately 2 million won. It is better than nothing. Now, the problem is how to cross the snowy cliff before him. Suddenly, he hears a voice calling out to ask if anyone is there. He sees a group of hooded figures in the distance, and recognizes them as the group of mages that appear in the tutorial. He waves to them, and they shout that there is no bridge, unsure on how he will cross. However, he tells them that he is on his way, and they decide to wait for him to cross. However, they say he would need to be a third-class knight to successfully cross the cliff, and they doubt it is something a young boy can do. However, to their surprise, they see him zapping from floating rock to floating rock, using the power of Blink. He moves quickly and swiftly like the Flash, and they stare in wonder at his skill. They wonder if he is using a jumping type of magic, and realize he is using Blink. Among the mages, a blue-haired girl with deep blue eyes watches his approach. They are surprised he is using a Blink when it won't be able to control the direction and distance. They are surprised that such control over Blink is possible, and they stare in surprise when 2 more people show up at the edge of the cliff. However, they watch the other 2 charge up some spells that are aimed at the boy they are trying to aid. It's the remaining attackers, and the other mages yell at the boy to watch out. Our main guy barely manages to dodge the attack using Blink. He makes a narrow escape and turns to face those other 2 mages who attack from the distance. He figures they are with the mercenary group after him, and realizes this is dangerous. His power has 3 seconds to cool down. Dodging all magic with it is not possible. He has to find the next floating stone that will work as his foothold. However, to his surprise, a mage fires up a spell and shoots at him again before he can think up a plan. He barely dodges the attack, and the stone he stands on gets a crack. He realizes he is going to fall as he slips from the rock. Unfortunately, all the floating stones are too far from him, and he hopes that he lands on just one. He uses Blink and zips through the air, hand outstretched to grab a floating stone. He manages to grab it. Hanging on barely, he is relieved to have survived. However, his enemies fire yet another fiery spell at him, and he realizes his survival is not guaranteed. There is no way for him to dodge with him hanging off the rock, and he realizes that he is going to die. Suddenly, ice magic comes forth. The great blue spell collides with the orange of fire in a blast of wind that halts the fire spell in its tracks, and the air clears to reveal that our main guy was protected from being burnt to a crisp. He looks up in surprise and wonders what that magic was just then. An ice spread covered with lightning. Someone just used 2 attributes and 1 magic in the tutorial. Furthermore, the caster precisely calculated the trajectory without wasting mana. He wonders who could perform such a feat. Glancing at the mages gathered at the other side, he spots the blue girl with cold eyes and a spark of magic on her staff. The mercenary mages are shocked at such a display of power that they turn tail and flee with fear. Our main dude watches them flee with relief and sighs in relief that he will survive after all. He manages to drag himself up and makes it to the mages who wait for him at the other side. However, his attention is on the hooded figure that saved his life. He thanks her for helping him, and she says that she did not do it to receive any gratitude. He thinks she has the prettiest voice he has ever heard in his life, but she seems difficult to approach. Anyway, although they are known as bandits who pillage nearby villages, in reality, most of such activities are carried out by the Dark Demon cult. However, even that ends here. The moment he escapes this cliff, he will enter the territory of the mages, and the dark demonic humans will no longer be able to pursue him, not to mention that they don't even know who he is. He is taken by surprise at the sudden appearance of another status window. It tells him to enroll in the Stella Academy, and he wonders if that is the start of the second episode. It does not sound like it will be hard, so he is not too worried. Suddenly, on seeing the academy's name, his face goes pale. He wonders how he can possibly go through school again at this day and age. A crescent moon stains the night sky as Baek is being transported via a carriage. The other mages escort him as they ride in silence. He, on the other hand, falls fast asleep from the tiredness of the day's battle. From slumber, he falls into a dream state, groaning as he sees a much younger version of Yusiel calling for his mom. Whilst gripping her garments, he tells her that he will be a mage when he grows up. His mom just smiles and tells our hero that she believes in him. Yusiel stares at the second-hand magic text that his parents worked very hard to get and then slits it open, promising to study very hard to make them happy. He crosses his legs as he makes use of the library until he later sleeps off on a desk nearby. His mother then shows up as she covers him up with a blanket. We're taken forward in time to a doctor's appointment where Yusiel's mom asks the doctor if he's sure her son has mana leakage syndrome. Her tone is so distraught that our boy cannot even bring himself to react. He just stands there, expressionless, only freaking out in his mind. He refuses to believe it, telling himself that there's no way this could be his situation. This makes our hero wonder if they're his memories or Baek. The little boy bursts into tears soon enough, every attempt to wipe his tears failing woefully. Our man wakes up in a frenzy, groaning as he grabs his head. Still dazed, he takes a look around and discovers that it's morning. The sun peeks out from the far mountains to confirm his conclusion. One of the mages, a redhead, exclaims that Yusiel is finally up, adding that he was about to wake him. Our boy just stares at him as the mage announces that they're about to arrive in Lezoicha, the satellite city of Arcanium. The wheels of the carriage are brought to a stop amidst the 2-centimeter deep snow, and the mages reach a consensus to take a temporary break. They all step out of the carriage and Yusiel stretches for a bit. His eyes widen and his expression perks up upon the sight of something. Of someone, more like. It was the blue-haired mage that saved him. She glares at him with lifeless blue eyes, leaving our hero more puzzled than ever. His attempt to greet her fails, mostly because she turns away before he can get to it. He grins to himself, admitting that that's a cold thing to do, and gains solace in the fact that things are going well, compared to how worried he was before. Anyway, Yusiel is also grateful that the era he found himself in is closer to the modern age rather than the Middle Ages. You see, although magic exists in the Ether world, there are also trains, flying ships, and even warp holes set up in the safer cities. Also that long-distance travel can be more convenient. Yusiel thinks to himself that they're about to head to Lezoicha to use a flying ship. As it seems, the city is en route to Arcanium, and that's where the second episode will actually begin. It's a beautiful city with tall buildings and captivating aesthetics. It's also called the City of Magic. In Arcanium, there are renowned magic towers as well as mage knight orders. It also houses 5 magic academies. Of all the 5, the academy with the most promising students and powerful mages is none other than the Stella Academy. For this one reason, Stella Academy is chock full of nobles and geniuses from every crevice in the world. With arms folded, our hero leans on the carriage as he wonders how Baek managed his admission into such a place. His brows perk up as he suddenly remembers that he hasn't checked his skills yet. He does so immediately, pulling up a blue console outlining his capabilities. He experiences a little increase in his strength, agility, and sensitivity. He also checks out the new 6th sense ability, which enables him to detect mana within a 12-meter radius. To top things off, he notices his detection acceleration skill and attributes his survival to these aforementioned skills. This doesn't stop him from remembering his predicament, being stuck with mana leakage syndrome, a cursed physique that stops him from accumulating mana in his body. He remembers how downtrodden his mom looked at the hospital and how Baek was left with such an inherent curse. However, this allowed him to detect mana around him with his 6th sense. It also allowed him to notice any incoming attacks even if he's not looking in that direction. Detection acceleration allowed him to notice things as though time had been slowed, and he could detect any threat much faster than a normal human could. Our hero realizes how important this skill is for Baek but is painfully aware that he can't use 6th sense for long, seeing as it uses up a lot of mind power, and leaves the user with pretty huge consequences afterwards. He goes on to check his stats. As expected, his mana is non-existent and his blink ability is still at 0. Basically, our hero has a long way to go, but realizes that it is not a bad place to start. The real Beak Yusial had really low sensitivity, and our boy deduces that maybe it took a part of the stats of the character he had fostered Yusial into. Anyway, in the Ether world, there isn't just one level, but one for each stat. The skills are in the form of levels and the stats are measured in stars, with the maximum stat level being 9 stars. This is practically impossible to reach though. Hand on chin, our MC recalls playing the game for 10 years but only reaching 8 stars in both sensitivity and stamina. He decides to invest into his sensitivity to boost his sixth sense and reaction speed, telling himself that he can boost stamina and flexibility through other means. Afterwards, he goes glum again, remembering that he's still stuck with the mana leakage syndrome. He tells himself that if he doesn't train, he won't be able to survive for long. This helps him decide to, as soon as possible, upgrade to the Secrets of Nature physique. His hands dig themselves into his coat pockets as he affirms that the way to reinforce mana leakage syndrome lies in Stella Academy. This leaves him no choice but to head there if he wants to save the world and treat his syndrome. Our hero lets out a tired sigh as he admits that he already doesn't want to go. He wishes that he could get something that would help him out here and suddenly realizes that he has missed some notifications. At that moment, one of the mages prompts everyone to resume their journey, so our boy calls out that he's coming. He simply decides to check his notifications later and has no idea that the blue-eyed mage was checking him out. Well, she looked in his direction. The flying ship is nothing if not majestic, with the wind in its sails and a beautiful blue and brown exterior. On the inside, it's littered with nobles fraternizing amongst themselves, and announcements are made that they'll be leaving for Arcanium. They're also told to take a seat for their safety. One of said nobles glances in our boy's direction, pointing out that he's just looking around like some lost little kid. True to his word, Yusial twirls his head every which way, taking in the sights. The noble's companion then concludes that our hero has never been on a flying ship before, adding that he must be some country bumpkin. Yusial overhears them regretting why Stella lets peasants into the academy, so he turns to see who's talking. The noble then doubles down, accompanied by 2 of his friends. He quips that the academy is supposed to be the most renowned in the world and adds that they're sullying the waters with lowly folks. Our hero just stares at the noble blankly and then sighs in disappointment. He concludes that kids are the same wherever you go, and simply walks away from the noble as he screams in annoyance. He continues to boil and eventually calls out to our boy, telling him to stop. Meanwhile, the crowd begins to mumble amongst themselves. The noble turns around, wondering why everyone's being so loud, only for his eyes to widen in shock. Some lady with white luscious hair and a red bow on her blouse comes into view, and someone amongst the crowd calls her Princess Bion. This pulls our hero's attention, so much so that he has to double check if he heard the name right. Indeed, it is Princess Hongbion Adalbert, the Princess of Adalbert Kingdom, in all of her glory. The crowd continues to mumble amongst themselves with every step that she takes. The troublesome noble immediately mellows down, placing his hand on his chest and referring to her as Your Highness. Princess Bion only stares at him through the corner of her eye, and it sends chills down this youngin's spine. His speech stutters, and before he can get any words out, the princess brushes past him and then brushes past Yusial too. He watches her go and admits that she's the villainess of the Ether world. You see, Hongbion is one of the main characters of this game. She and the main female protagonist always have arguments, but she dies in the end. No matter what route one chooses to take in the game, Bion never has a good ending. She's brutally murdered in some, and in others, she's bullied by the entire academy before getting expelled. In one of the routes, she goes through something so shameful that she never appears before the public again. Our boy deduces that the game developers must have something against the princess, seeing as they wanted her to suffer no matter what. At that moment, Yusial remembers hearing that she's popular amongst the male players and admits that she's pretty. Anyway, he's scared to talk to her because he feels like she'll kill him. His stomach interrupts his thoughts, so he rubs his palm against it and tells himself that he should probably get something to eat. Yusial heads upstairs to a cafeteria of aesthetically pleasing pastries and freaks out immediately. He sadly turns to leave, asking himself why everything there is so expensive. He decides to get some food when they arrive at Arcanium. Just then, the public address system buzzes to life and everyone listens attentively as an announcement comes. Apparently, they'll be arriving at Arcanium in 10 minutes and the captain wants everyone to head to the first floor. The princess, our blue-haired mage, some dark-haired maiden, and a regal prince all hear the information even as the captain repeats it. A grin creeps onto our boy's lips as he wonders if everything is finally starting. He finally accepts that this is now his reality and he plans to face it head-on. Yusial stands as he sadly intertwines his arms. He lets out a sigh, admitting to himself that he's glad he resolved his issues. He starts to wonder if he can really survive in Stella Academy or worse off, in this world. The dark demon dragon and the dark demonic humans come to mind and he stares out the window, wishing he had something to help him at a time like this. Our boy then remembers that he has a notification that he hasn't checked yet. He taps it and discovers that the Constellatio project offered him a special reward. Amongst them were the downgraded versions of all the weapons he used in the game, the downgraded version of all the skills he acquired in the game, and lastly, some EXP. His hand finds its way to his chin once again as he admits that the game has some commercial ethics. He wonders what he should pick. The returning light comes to mind, but he wonders if he should take the price of the flash Fresh instead. Unfortunately, the console tells him that the item's grade is too high and that it'll be downgraded severely. He tries asking for Hyperspace Blink but gets told that he cannot acquire it because it's an advanced version of the Blink skill. It adds that he can use the reward to slightly increase his Blink skill though. This frustrates our boy into asking if they really have to downgrade everything. The console reveals that they're also unable to materialize fully due to the lack of his narrative power. Yusial wonders what that means, so the console tells him that it's the force that drives the progression of the story. It then adds that narrative power will accumulate if he continues to explore unknown branches of the story like he did the day before. It becomes clear to Yusial that he can't be provided with late game items because he's too much of a newbie. The console stays silent and so does our hero. After giving it some thought, he asks about bulbul glasses and stands in wait as the console mulls it over. It finally announces that it can be provided, so our boy chooses to go with that. In no time, the glasses emanate amidst a blue light and Yusial grabs them. He had never thought a day would come where he would wear the glasses, but he looks them over wearily. You see, bulbul glasses are an item that contains all the information our hero has gathered while playing the game. In Etherworld, it was possible to recall and read notes about all the hunted monsters or acquired knowledge, so players found various ways to store information. Yusial was one of those players. He tries on the spectacles with a grin on his face and waits for the information to load. He gets a description of the glasses and the option to either open a folder or seal information. He chooses to open the folder and waits once again as the console opens up 5 folders, namely Alchemy Materials, Hunting Grounds, Dungeons, Monsters, and Characters. He takes a quick look at the folders and admits that it's good enough. As he makes his way down to the ground floor, he wonders how much grinding he would have to do using the game system, since this place is now his reality. He then concludes that he should be able to regain half of the abilities he used to have with the help of these glasses. His thoughts get interrupted when someone asks if the blue-haired mage is an Azel. The stranger goes on to refer to her as the eldest daughter of Dutch Malf the traitor. She just remains quiet, clasping her book against her chest. Yet another stranger asks where she got the audacity to show her face, and his companion shushes him for fear of Azel hearing him. Our hero picks up on her name and uses the bulbul glasses ability to register or check a character's information within the story. The glasses reveal an Azel Malf, a fake heroine and ice lightning mage who dies later on. Yusial stares at her with surprise after realizing that she's a fake heroine. To understand Azel being a fake heroine, our hero clarifies something for us. Although he's currently in the Etherworld, the game was created based on Don't Love the Princess, an original romance fantasy novel. The novel is about a heroine named Azel who had lost her entire family. She grows by challenging the schemes of Bion, the villainess, and eventually ends up with the male protagonist. In the end, her revenge scheme completely disappears and the male characters protect her. Unfortunately, it had a sad ending after receiving harsh feedback from its readers. But here's the problem. Although the game's world was based off of this novel, its story is completely different. In the game, an original character named Flame was added and she took over the role of the heroine. However, Flame also has a backstory. You see, she was a woman living an ordinary life in the modern world who occasionally enjoyed reading Don't Love the Princess. She ended up getting transported into this world. So, contrary to the novel, Azel became the fake heroine in the game while Flame became the real one. Despite the efforts and numerous attempts by the players, it is said that Azel was not able to survive in any routes. This was the reason why she got pushed from the main heroine position. Our hero removes his glasses and shakes it off, admitting to himself that it has nothing to do with him. He still wonders if it's just his imagination or whether he has seen her somewhere before. The fake heroine continues to walk away and our boy concludes that it has to be his imagination. He then readies himself to hop off the boat. We're transported to Stella Academy, a place for geniuses, a place for nobility, a place for excellence. The students, well-dressed and attentive, listen to their headmaster as he states the obvious. He mentions that dark demonic humans are the mages who have embraced otherworldly powers and transformed into monsters. He goes on about how dark demonic humans continue their invasion even as they speak. They open persona gates and even liberate dungeons to encroach upon the magical world from the back world. He then makes it clear that their destiny as mages is to protect the world from the forces of darkness. One of the students secretly calls his speech boring and his mate concurs. Meanwhile, Yusial stands in the back, looking dapper in his new uniform. The headmaster announces that they'll be conducting an oath ceremony for the 4 students who were admitted based on their high scores as well as the freshman representative. He calls all 5 of them to the podium and our boy walks up alongside Princess Bion, Azel, and 2 others. He can't help but think that everyone's faces are shining, fitting their positions as main characters. However, the brightest one of them all is Ma Yuxiang, the freshman representative. He happens to have entered with the highest score, leaving people wondering how he's so handsome and intelligent at the same time. Our hero just takes a glance at him, acknowledging that he's the famous Ma Yuxiang. You see, Ma Yuxiang is best described with the phrase throughout heaven and earth, I, alone, am the honored one. He possesses a mana status of 9 stars and potential close to the realm of deities. He's also a natural genius with the ability to control all the elements of this world. As our hero checks him out, he realizes that although he cannot reach the good endings, he'll aim to avoid the bad ones by bringing the class rep to the good side. However, that's completely up to Flame, the last but not the least of the 4 exceptionals. Yusial concludes that it all depends on how she acts from here on out. He concludes that it's a good idea to befriend her, seeing as she's also from the same reality as him. He becomes worried about the possibility of things getting complicated if she considers him an enemy, and he faces rejection. Our hero concludes that he shouldn't risk anything since he has the upper hand in terms of information. It turns out that Flame is a romance fantasy novel possessor while he's a romance fantasy game possessor. While the oath goes on, our hero accepts the fact that his importance in the story can't even be compared to a shop NPC. His expression becomes glum once again, remembering that the heroine, Flame in this case, has the special ability to cleanse the dark demonic humans. She also has an ability that enables her to weaken those around her, so Yuseol admits that being near her will definitely affect him. His role is to support the main characters from a distance and to try his best not to get involved with them as much as possible. At this point in time, the headmaster declares that the entrance ceremony has been concluded and all the students clap in unison. Our hero then gets a notification that episode 2 has been completed. On to the next chapter, we witness the elegance of Stella Academy accentuated by the calming morning sun. Inside lies our hero and his mates, seated behind descending wooden desks. He admits to himself that it has been a while since he graduated college, so it feels quite weird for him to be a high schooler once again. He pulls out his pocket watch soon enough, seeing as he feels good having it. Apparently, a stellar pocket watch is proof that you're a student at the most prestigious magic academy. Anyone in possession of this pocket watch will be treated much better than even those with magic warrior licenses. Our boy begins to daydream about going out and using his pocket watch. Sightseeing will just be a side attraction. At that moment, the class door creaks opens and a man with quite the serious expression enters. He commands everyone to take their seats. Our hero stares quietly as this instructor mentions that they'll be beginning the exams. He asks that the students put away all their items other than writing supplies and announces that those using glasses will be examined prior to the exam. Yuseol remains calm, although he's surprised that the entrance ceremony is accompanied by an exam. It becomes clear that Stella Academy's curriculum is more rigorous than any university in Korea, seeing as you take an exam on your first day. The instructor announces that the exam is for class placement and yells for everyone to begin. Our boy stares at his question paper and panics when he notices that he doesn't know what it says. Apparently, the class placement exam is not only unrelated to the entrance exam, but also notorious for its outstanding difficulty. Students are usually assigned to classes of through F and then S, pertaining to the results of this exam. Princess Bion just minds her work while our boy admits that most of these playable characters are going to end up in S class. On the other hand, characters like Baek Yuseol, who entered the academy in last place amongst 1,141 applicants, can automatically be considered to be assigned to the F class. Dazed, our hero wonders if he can just turn in a blank page since he has already gotten in. He wonders what the odds could be that they'll expel him but gets distracted by a student not too far to his left, Ma Yuseong. That's right, the genius seems to be bored with the whole thing and even lets out a small yawn while he's at it. Yuseol takes another glance in his direction and soon realizes that Yuseong is done with the exam. Our hero sighs sadly and now understands why living is boring for the genius. This reminds him that the nature of the character of Ma Yuseong was boredom. You see, he was born into the most powerful family in the world and seeking as he has the most intelligence and talent, everything was too easy for him. That was why his actions would either be decided as good or evil, depending on what the female lead did. It's obvious that the dark demonic humans will be very interested in Ma Yuseong. Instead of concentrating on his exam, our hero considers the genius's family to be his biggest issue. He then realizes that staring at Yuseong makes him compare himself even more. Baek Yuseol gets an epiphany as he wonders if he can use his bulbul glasses on this exam. He remembers using it a lot when he wanted to stack up additional while studying in the library. He just tells himself that he has nothing to lose and pulls out the glasses from his breast pocket. Before he can even try them on, the professor draws close to him, asking what the glasses are for. Our boy freezes halfway and the professor reiterates how he announced that if glasses are to be used, they would be checked prior. He takes the glasses from our hero to do just that, staring at them intently and furrowing his brows. Still in a panic, our boy speculates about what the problem could be this time. It's obvious that if the professor discovers that the glasses have magic, he might get expelled. To worsen things, the bulbul glasses notify him while they're still in the professor's hands, stating that a missing part of the glasses has been sensed. The system would like to know if our boy wants to call it, but he screams in lowercase that the system should stay the same. After looking the glasses over for some time, the professor returns them, adding that he can't sense any mana from them. He then tells Yuseol to ask beforehand next time and our hero smiles sheepishly as he accepts them. Within himself, he heaves a sigh of relief. He was lucky enough that the original functions of the glasses weren't working at the time. He goes on to put them on and they immediately provide answers to the questions in blueprint. Our hero is excited that he can really see the answers and refers to this as the jackpot. He buckles down to write, but his new fear becomes coming in first place. He begins to entertain the thought of making it to the class, only for the professor to bellow that the exam is over. He then commands the students to hand over their papers. Without waiting for them, he uses his magic to pull all their sheets to the front, so our boy's paper easily escapes his grasp while he cries out helplessly. He realizes that he only finished 3 questions, but the professor doesn't even crack a smile, so approaching him is out of the question. Said professor looks over the different papers quietly until he sees something he thinks is an anomaly. His eyes widen in shock, and while our boy concludes that he's still going to end up in F class, he notices the teacher grumbling in the front. Soon enough, he yells at our hero to give him the glasses at that very moment. He increases the urgency, but a confused Yuseol begs his pardon. The professor takes the glasses and looks over them for the umpteenth time, refusing to believe that they aren't tainted. He then sends another student to go and fetch Dr. Gran, and the student immediately obeys. Our boy, on the other hand, questions what could be wrong with the professor all of a sudden. He remembers writing his solving process clearly so he wouldn't get mistaken for a cheater. Our boy is left wondering if he was caught. Dr. Gran joins them in the hall, and the professor asks him what he thinks. The doctor inspects the glasses as a magic engineering professor that he is, and still doesn't find anything. He just admits that it's quite suspicious that our hero could solve a particular problem. The professor is only interested in knowing if Yuseol cheated, but Dr. Gran confirms that he didn't. He then adds that he can't feel any magic tool energy coming from the glasses or any of our hero's items for that matter. Yuseol just stands there as the doctor commends him for solving the question with his own ability. He laughs and pats our boy's shoulder, confessing how interesting it is that he got to see such genius in his lifetime. He proceeds to tell Professor Lee Hanwall to apologize to our hero and guide him well. Mr. Hanwall quips that he understands and wastes no time rendering an apology to our MC for the misunderstanding. He admits only to himself that he did cheat and that it would have been so much trouble if the original functions of the glasses still worked. He just smiles at the professor, telling him that things like this happen and that he should be careful moving forward. He's just happy at how lucky he got for not getting caught. To say any part of Stella Academy is anything short of standard would be blasphemy. That afternoon, in the professor's lounge, Mr. Hanwall and his assistant go through the recently concluded exam papers. He's especially interested in Beak Yuseol's script, so he stares hard at it like a dyslexic man waiting for the letters to rearrange themselves. Just then, someone calls out to him from behind and then approaches him, asking if he's working on the exam papers for this year's freshmen. He stoically confirms this, but the lady is so full of life that she smiles from ear to ear, announcing that she heard about many interesting freshmen being admitted this year. She's Professor Edeltamen of the Stella Academy Council of Elders. Once again, Professor Hanwall confirms her speculation in as few words as possible. He mentions Princess Bion from the most renowned family in fire class magic, Prince Jeremy Scalvin, who had surpassed all his older brothers and was crowned at age 12 solely because of his magical prowess. And lastly, Heewon Ryong, successor of the Magic Tower Master and member of the Full Moon Tower. Still smiling, Professor Edeltamen mentions how hard it must have been to set questions for so many elite children from prominent families, and adds that she saw a lot of interesting questions. Hanwall smirks as he claims to be glad that she likes them. His brows then return to being furrowed almost immediately. True to Professor Edeltamen's words, the questions for this year's placement test featured something new. The first 3 questions were ones that would be difficult for any student who studied in an ordinary manner to solve. The intentions behind them were as follows. The first was a flexibility test to see whether or not a student can move to the next question when they realize that they can solve it. The second was to test for how the student would solve a question that did not appear in any of the textbooks they've studied so far. Professor Hanwall keeps staring at our boy's answer booklet as he bears in mind that the era when rote memorization and theory prevailed is over. Now, it's the era of combat using quick judgment and creative thinking. In truth, those questions weren't meant to be solved. Worse off, over 1,000 out of the 1,141 students left them blank, and out of the 100 that attempted them, most of them couldn't answer a single question correctly. Only 3 out of the new students actually got all 3 questions right. Ma Yuseong, the prodigy of unknown origin. Flame, a commoner recognized by the principal because her talents are close to that of Yuseong. And lastly, Beak Yuseol. The professor can understand how Flame and Yuseong got excellent grades, but he's certain that our hero got the worst admission score. He really didn't expect him to answer those 3 questions right, especially because he couldn't solve any of the other problems. Professor Edeltamen intrudes on Hanwall's thought, voicing her concern about why he's so interested in the scores of the new students. He then admits that there's a student whose scores don't make any sense. Edeltamen smiles once again as she points out that although countless formulas and equations couldn't solve the problems, one could as well solve it without knowing anything. Professor Hanwall then asks her if she thinks our hero could be a genius, only for her to reiterate that it could totally be a coincidence too. She turns to leave and Mr. Han watches her leave. He lets out a sigh of confusion and stares at our boy's girl. In it, he finds a note attached and pulls it closer for inspection. It turns out that Yuseol had been granted special admission because his control of Blink was held in high regard. Hanwall's features stay frowned as he acknowledges that the child granted admission by the principal is different. His lips finally curl into a small smile. He plans to find out soon enough whether our hero is special or it's just a coincidence. Some other students are busy murmuring amongst themselves, and our boy returns to class to hear them talking about the results being posted on the bulletin board. Some students are stressed out about the class they'll get, and another reiterates that his mother threatened him not to return home without getting into the class. Meanwhile, all Yuseol is bothered by is the fact that he has to check his result in person. In the game, he could just check his result with one click. Anyway, on the bulletin board, the different classes are mounted in shiny purple columns as students gather round it to check. Our boy's arrival draws some attention and one of the other students asks if he's the one approaching. Another mentions that our hero got a 0 on the magic section of the entrance exam. Yuseol just states at the ground as they keep talking about how someone like him managed to get into Stella Academy. They even question the school's standards because of him. Our boy decides to swipe off their mindless comments and approaches the board to quickly check his new class and leave. He tells himself that it doesn't really matter and searches for his name in the F class. He's surprised to discover that it isn't there, and surprise soon turns into panic as he concludes that they might have failed him for answering only 3 questions. He begins to wonder if he's going to die now, only for a student to mention his name after seeing it on the board. Well, the student is more pissed than happy, declaring that it must have been a mistake. His colleague quickly agrees with him and they go on to talk about a certain Uslike from Marquis Checkbalin getting into class with rank 29. Yuseol stares in their direction from the side of his eye as they contemplate why someone like him would do well when Kyle came in 17th place and got out in a class. Our boy has to accept that something weird is going on over there, so he walks over to check it out for himself. His eyes grow wide with surprise and he freezes in place. For some reason, our hero's name got placed in the S class. Still in shock, he begins to ask himself why his name is up there. He refuses to believe it and wonders what is going on. Why would he get placed in S class, the most special grade that all students dream of? You see, Class S is a place where the most special students of the academy gather. It's different from the other grades with multiple classes per grade because Class S has only 41 students, and only one class. It still doesn't sit well with our hero that he's been placed in Class S. He closes his eyes and itches his head, all in about to understand. It even dawns on him that he'll run into the main characters of the game more often in Class S. This is bad news because making more contact with the protagonist will only shorten his already short life. Worse off, he can't even change his class. Our boy then makes up his mind to keep a low profile no matter what. He quietly peels away from the crowd, telling himself that he'll manage somehow. On the outside, Stella Academy looked calm as ever. Little did anyone know that in one of its offices, Princess Bion was getting slapped silly by her mother. She yells at Bion furiously for getting 3 questions wrong and compares her to Azel who got 2 out the 3 right. She's Hong Yil, the elemental class fire professor. Bion falls to the ground as her mom continues to abuse her, telling her that she's lower than an insect because she couldn't even get the questions that insects got correctly. She yells at her to think of herself as a bug and try again. Mrs. Hong asks if her daughter understands and a bruised Bion replies positively from the ground. Her mom continues to stare down at her and then heaves a tired sigh. Her hand never left her hip as she breaks into advice, telling the princess to listen to her. She goes on about Bion not doing anything to become like her, a woman who is chased out of the kingdom and is holding on to a stupid professor position. She reiterates that her daughter cannot afford to become the shame of the kingdom. She then squats down to Bion's eye level, grabbing the girl by her cheeks as she begs her to become a better existence than her sister. Mrs. Hong cracks a smile and inquires whether her daughter understands what she means, and Bion agrees just to get the woman off her back. Still on the floor, she admits to herself that she doesn't understand and looks away from her mom. Apparently, the poor girl only lives her life the way she was taught and solves questions by the same principle, what she was taught. She had come across problems composed of magic, spells and formulas that she hadn't learned. This just brings her to tears and leaves her questioning why she's being tormented. Back in the S class, all the students really sit and await their tutor. All the students except Yuseol. Our boy is in a panic, overwhelmed and massaging his head to no avail. He admits that he's screwed, mostly because he got chalked into a place full of antisocial weirdos. Not that he was going to fraternize with high schoolers though. With every passing second he's in the class, he overhears murmurs of other students asking each other how he made it into the class. One of the students whispers to his friend, narrating how his parents had protested about Yuseol being in the S class, but only got told that our hero has the qualifications to be there. His friend confesses that it just sounds weird. Our boy smiles weakly as he notices that he's the class outcast. He then realizes that these other students have been working since they were young and agrees that he, too, would be frustrated if some known dunce ended up in the same class with them. He stretches his joints, recalling that classes change according to one's performance after every test, and the S class is exempted. Of course, there are very few cases where a student can get demoted. Our hero glances to his left, recalling that there's going to be a male student who will rise from the class to the S class later on. He then pushes the thought aside, seeing as he'll still end up finding out when the time comes. He takes a good look at everyone, still baffled that all the game characters he once saw behind a screen are now in front of him. In a few years, some of them will become famous worldwide, with 5 of them having the possibility of betraying the magic world. His eyes travel to Ma Yuseong because he's one of them, and then to Flame, who he hopes to God can stop Yuseong from going astray. At that moment, Professor Hanwell majestically waltzes into the classroom and tells everyone to settle down. Our hero's senses immediately switch to high alert as he sees this man, but the professor just mounts the podium and expresses how nice it is to meet all the S-class students. He mentions the possibility of them already meeting him, but still opts to introduce himself formally. The next ending glare deepens as he introduces himself as Lee Hanwell, professor of the S-class. The students, as usual, begin to talk amongst themselves. One of them mentions how famous the professor is, and his colleague points out that the man has almost eliminated 1,000 dark demonic humans, adding that he's called the 7th class magic warrior. Once again, Mr. Hanwell tells the class to settle down and breaks into a small speech soon enough. He claims that there are a lot of talented students in the class and adds that there's a very unique student there as well. Of course, our hero immediately feels watched. The professor goes on about Stella Academy being a place where they foster combat mages and how as magic warriors, his students will undergo a rigorous high school training for 3 years. He announces that he doesn't expect all the students to make it to the end, but he would like for them to show him what they're made of within the 3 years they have together. He opens the floor for questions, but Hai's expression doesn't seem like he wants to take any, so none of the students ask. The professor gives them a few more seconds before indicating that they'll be starting the class. Just then, Princess Bayon drags her feet as she steps into the class. She steals a glance at her professor and just keeps approaching him. On the flip side, Yuseol is perplexed that Bayon, who's normally a stickler for the rules and waltzing and late to class. She and Mr. Han discuss quietly while our boy is busy wondering if something happened. He peels out his bulbo glasses to get confirmation, only for the spectacles to reveal that she occasionally burns herself, has an evil mother, and worse off, is guaranteed to die. Our hero doesn't feel like he has the correct information. He resumes his signature pose of placing his hand on his chin, just so he can think about the whole guaranteed to die thing. While the professor continues conversing with the princess, our boy breaks things down. You see, if Azel dies because of Flame, Bayon dies because of both Azel and Flame. You could say that it's the inevitable fate of a villainess. Yuseol bites the edge of his glasses, thinking to himself that he would like to help her out, to save her life. Unfortunately, he's in no position to do that. He overhears the professor tell Bayon to go to her seat and he just sighs, telling himself that he feels bad but can only keep his distance. Trust the universe to put its spin on things. It all begins with a mild surprise. Our boy's expression perks up just a little. It then becomes clear that Bayon wants to sit next to him, seeing as she's standing next to him now. She stares down at him with her red eyes and bruised cheek, and of course, Yuseol breaks a sweat. He then scooches over for the same girl he claimed he'll have to keep his distance from. She quietly sits beside him and our hero, just as quietly, begins to freak out, wondering why things are getting so twisted from the start. With his arms folded, the professor declares that before they start the class, they'll be having a staff succession for the staves that they'll be using while in school. He goes on about how the S-class and the A-class will have their staff succession together while our boy seems intrigued about the upcoming ceremony. He smirks as he admits that it's quite annoying, but he's also looking forward to it. Undoubtedly, there are 2 big events in the prestigious Stella Academy. One of them is the familiar contract ceremony, and the other is the staff succession ceremony. As expected from a special academy, its staff succession is equally special. The professor leads his students to a room made entirely of blue crystal and asks if everyone is present. Without waiting for confirmation, he points out that there are staves ranging from the lowest class to the middle-high class already prepared. Our boy listens attentively as he's told that all they have to do is walk up to a staff they like and grab them. Mr. Hanwell rounds up by warning the students about how complicated it is to switch an already picked staff. He then announces that he hopes they'll choose wisely. Yuseol stays quiet but can't help but think that the professor is wrong. Contrary to what he said, the students won't be picking the staves, but the staves picking them. In the ether world, the staves only respond to mages they seem worthy to possess them, and this causes a resonance effect. It basically means that one can't use a high-level staff just because you want to. Our boy wanders around the room in search of a staff that will pick him. He comes across 2 different ones soon enough and the hunt for a staff begins. Usually, he would pick a staff meant for an F-class mage, but now that he's in the big leagues, he has to take a different approach. Yuseol feels like the staff that would fit his position the most is a wand. It turns out that staves are of 2 classes, the short-form wand and the long-form staff. Wands are mostly wielded by the knight class for close combat and for spamming quick magic. However, staves are used by the bishop class to focus on a single hit with a longer casting time. Unable to mind their business, some losers gossip about the staff our boy is going to pick. He steals a glance of his faux admirers from the side of his eye and overhears them snickering about him not having a problem causing a resonance effect since he's supposedly in the S-class. He turns away as the side talks continue, telling himself that they can think whatever they want. At that moment, someone calls out to him, so he softly spins around and sees one of his mates folding his arms with a frown plastered on his face. He asks for the boy's identity and he claims to be Uslek. The name is utterly unfamiliar, seeing as it's Yuseol's first time hearing such a name. He then presses Uslek, asking why he's in his face. It turns out that he just wanted to know the staff that our boy would pick, so he tells Uslek that he'll pick anything. The noble smirks as he talks down on our hero, telling him to only pick something befitting of a commoner, and to try not to cause any trouble for the professors. Yuseol just stares at him blankly and after a few seconds, tells him not to cause any trouble either. He then walks away from him, leaving the noble furious. He yells at our hero, calling him a bastard, but he remains unfazed by this. Uslek then asks if he's picking a fight and our boy stays quiet. He finds the noble quite annoying, so he pulls out his bulbo glasses to check him out. While Uslek continues to lash out, the glasses reveal his specs. Unsurprisingly, all they have on him is that he's a third-rate bully. Our hero is disappointed at how insignificant this noble is, and just tucks his glasses back into his coat. Disappointment turns into a mocking pity as he wonders how much of an extra Uslek is. The noble then announces that he's going to pick a nearby staff and tells our boy to watch carefully. Yusial is of course very intrigued by the staff, seeing as it's the Edmari Edamiri. Our hero realizes that the staff is the highest one in the exhibit, a middle high-class one. You see, such a staff is usually used by pro-magic warriors. However, no matter how talented you are, no student should have access to anything higher than a middle low-class staff. Yusial thinks the same, mostly because professional magic warriors are barely able to grab a hold of middle low-class staves. Our guy gets a notification about another middle high-class staff other than the Edmari Edamiri, some staff that's floating in the midst of its own light. It's then specified that it isn't there for anyone to pick, but only to be shown off. Professor Hanwall interrupts by announcing that every student should stand in front of the staff that they like. In turn, they all obey. Yuseong teases his staff. Scalvin has on a mischievous grin as he grabs hold of his, and Princess Bion, as calmly as ever, picks hers. Yuseol then notices a flash of light behind him. He overhears some students talking about the staff that he picked, adding that it's the Haddon Amikoten, a middle-class staff. It turns out that even Prince Scalvin picked a middle-class staff too, while Princess Bion picked the Suavita Lahaven, also a middle-class staff. The bully stays completely dazed while our boy maintains his composure. He is left thinking about just how many students can wield middle-class staves as though they are certified magicians. The bully then admits that it's crazy and curses under his breath. He storms away from our hero, claiming that he can also pick a middle-class staff. Our boy just quietly watches him leave, and other students notice as he takes strides towards the Edmari Edamiri. They suspect that he is trying to resonate with the staff, and that's what he does. Uslek wields a confident smirk as he reaches out for the staff. He thinks to himself that he would like everyone to watch carefully as he shows them what a true S-class should look like. He grabs hold of the staff, only for it to emanate a loud flash of light, so bright that all the students have to block their eyes with their hands. Yuseong isn't shocked as he realizes that Uslek failed to resonate with the wand. Amidst the fog, the bully is knocked down to the floor. He grunts and grits his teeth in disappointment. One of the students immediately yells out that he seems to have been badly hurt, and another asks for anyone to call the professor. The genius overhears someone laugh as he admits that a middle high-class staff is practically impossible to wield. Calmly, he makes his way to the wand, thinking to himself that it'll be better for the other students to just give up. He brushes past Uslek, still on the ground, as his friend tries to help him get a hold of his faculties. He then cracks a sly smile, believing that the owner of the staff has already been decided. Yuseong stands before the Edmari Edamiri, drawing the attention of all of his mates. They wonder if he is going to pick it up. Some don't believe that even he could handle such a staff. Well, he proves them wrong when he grabs hold of it and the loud flash of light repeats itself. Our boy blocks his sight so as not to get blinded. He then spies with one eye and notices a smiling Yuseong in the middle of the light. The brightness dies down and the genius is still standing, this time seamlessly wielding the Edmari Edamiri. The other students refuse to believe it. A student wielding a middle high-class staff is the last thing they anticipated. Our hero just heaves a tired sigh, seeing as he is the only one who expected something like to happen. He is just worried that a lot more people will know how talented the genius is. He peruses his new wand and suddenly shoots a glare in our hero's direction. He has no idea how to act, but Yuseong smiles at him soon enough, making things even weirder. Our boy is left wondering if the genius has lost his mind. In other news, Flame also attained a middle high-class staff in the game, a staff named Teravan. Yuseong feels like this is where the route will split. Flame being able to wield Teravan will definitely put her on Yuseong's radar because he only respects geniuses. He strongly believes that this will open up the Mai Yuseong route. If only she had gone for another staff, another route entirely would have opened up. For our hero, the task at hand becomes using the female lead to pull the genius to his side. Just then, he sees her walking towards the staff and as expected, she heads in Teravan's direction. He watches her intently, asking himself what she'll do. Every step she takes, our hero gets more agitated. He hopes that she will grab Teravan, then Yuseong will notice her and get a better chance at a happy ending. At that moment, the girl simply walks past the staff, shocking our hero to his marrow. She stands just after it, hand on her chin as she wonders which other staff to pick. Our boy realizes that she is not interested, and questions whether or not she knew about Teravan. Her ignorance troubles him and he admits that the situation is bad. She's supposed to be able to resonate with any staff, seeing as she is the female lead. He grits his teeth as the anxiety builds up. He is worried that she might pick up some strange staff and end up losing out on the other good routes too. At this point, our hero knows what must be done. He begins to warm up his ability, planning to push Teravan to her like a pharmaceutical sales rep pushes medicine when he hasn't met his quota. He activates his blink and in a split second, he arrives right behind Flame. She catches him with the side of her eye, and she turns around in a panic, wondering how our hero got behind her so fast. A nervous laugh escapes his lips as he says hi. He then confesses that he just wanted to know which staff she was going to choose. The female lead immediately folds her hands and asks why. In turn, our hero claims that he wanted to help her because she looked lost. She claps back, telling him that it's not his business. She then bids him goodbye and spins around to leave. Yusial stretches his hand in an attempt to stop her. He tells her to wait and then wonders what could be strange about the current situation. Normally, the flame he knew was supposed to be friendly with everyone because she is a social person. He questions why she would be so cold, and then realizes that he doesn't have the time or the luxury because his life kind of depends on it. He yells for her to wait, and she glares at him as he reiterates that he just wants to help her pick a staff. She also repeats that he should mind his business. Of course, our boy is too determined to give it a rest, so he goes on about a staff that is perfect for her. This only infuriates the female lead, so she screams as she asks what he knows about staffs. Another nervous laugh escapes our boy's lips. He is starting to understand that he may have either done wrong or that the female lead is unfriendly with extras. He just claims that he has heard a lot about her and openly reaches for Terravan in an attempt to show her a good staff choice. She recognizes the staff instantly and asks if it's Terravan, just so she can confirm. Our hero simply laughs as he agrees with her. Suddenly, he begins to hear a strange noise. It gets so bad that he begins to stare intently as a bright light approaches him. He squints when it gets too close, groaning and admitting that he was scared by the light. It then takes him a few seconds to realize that Terravan is already in his hand. Looking down as if to question the situation, Yusial is shocked. He immediately freaks out, wondering why the staff is with him. He recalls that the female lead was supposed to wield it, so he curses under his breath before trying to call out her name. He can feel the deadly energy now emanating from her, so he nervously tries to talk to her. Her deadly energy becomes more furious as she asks him why he did it. Dumbfounded, our boy claims that it's nothing, and admits to only himself that he has messed up royally. The sky is stained yellow by the sunrise as Flame makes her way to school the next morning. All she hears from others is news about 2 students being able to resonate with middle-high class staffs. She looks in the direction of the voices and overhears them talking about how there were only 5 people in history who have been able to grab those, and now it has increased by 2. They go on about how strange it is that one of the students was only able to use Blink in the magic manifestation exam. His friend quips that it's not supposed to be possible, seeing as Blink is basic magic. Even his parents have told him that Blink was a rare garbage magic. The female lead keeps her ears peeled as her mates wonder aloud if something went wrong. Anyway, she just continues in silence. Later on, at the self-study hall, she heaves a sigh of relief only because the whole place has gotten quieter. She just stares at the ground, slightly annoyed that the 2 middle-high class staffs were all people talked about wherever she went that day. The news spread instantaneously, but the female lead doesn't seem to understand the outcome. She was utterly shocked when our hero grabbed Terravan the day before, and it made her question his identity. Apparently, she had read the original novel 3 times before coming into the game, but never has a character like Beak Yusial appeared, not even once. She remembers vividly that no one is supposed to have the ability to just grab Terravan, but our boy waltzed in and did it. This really pisses her off, so she thinks Yusial just wanted to show off to her. She imagines him with the staff on his shoulder and a mocking grin on his face, and then swipes the thought aside, telling herself that it's pointless to think about that now. She angrily tucks a tuft of hair behind her ear in a bid to walk off into silence. Unfortunately, her mates call out to her, asking if she wants to go study by herself. Flame forces her expressionless face into a strained smile and then asks if the girls think that she is some kind of nerd. One of them immediately denies this, reminding her of the numerous times she claimed that there was nothing to do and just ended up studying. The female lead reiterates that it's not like that. Another girl then speaks up, asking the female lead why she always calls them kids when they're the same age. Our girl laughs it off, claiming that it's a force of habit. She then adds that she has always been treated as an older person where she used to live. On the outside, she continues beating her teeth in a fake smile, while on the inside, she admits that she realized she is inside a novel from the present and can't exactly act like a kid. She gets asked again if she is going to study alone, and our girl does her best to remember the name of who she is talking to. The best she can come up with is that she is Jackie. She looks her over and realizes that her style is a bit similar to hers. She then remembers a time when Jackie was more tacky. Our girl simply tells her that she won't be going to study alone. She clarifies that there's going to be a special supplementary meeting coming up, so she is going to attend that. After this, she bids them goodbye and Jackie asks to visit a cafe with her sometime. The female lead doesn't give an answer, she just waves goodbye once again and walks away. As her feet hit the marble floor with some malice, she scoffs at the idea of teenage girls. She admits that it's quite hard to be a student at her age and is too preoccupied with her thoughts to watch the incoming corner. She bumps into Hyunryong and lifts her hand to her head as she groans in pain. Wonryong calls out her name and she stops fiddling with her head instantly. She then looks up at this tall glass of adult juice as she calls out his name too. They stare into each other's eyes for a little bit before the boy asks if she is okay. Instantly, she claims that she is, but he doesn't believe her. He points out that her expression isn't a good one, and asks what is up a second time. She wonders if he is worried about her and then tells him that nothing in particular is happening. The boy switches the topic as he inquires whether or not Flame is going to self-study. She accepts that she is and points out that he is on his way to an S-Class exclusive training hall. He talks down on her, claiming that no one can be lazy when it comes to training every day. In turn, she tells him that he is unnecessarily sincere. Wonryong claps back by telling her that her last statement is not something she is supposed to say. She highly doubts this, but it ends up with more soul-snatching eye contact. Suddenly, the boy cracks a smile and reaches for her face soon enough. She watches as he tucks some of her hair aside and then tells her that they'll see each other later. Now flustered, our girl continues to watch the hunk as he makes his way to training. She then turns her gaze away, stubbornly claiming that he is a bland person. She notices another surprise spying at her from just around the corner. It's Jackie from earlier, and the girl stays staring at her, so she waves absent-mindedly. Before she can call Jackie's name, the girl flees the scene like she is late to her only job interview. This leaves the girl a little bit confused, but she brushes it off, telling herself that it doesn't matter. She then admits that this isn't the time for fraternization and continues taking long strides until she reaches the self-study hall where she is supposed to attend a special supplementary meeting. According to the novel, Princess Bion and Azel are supposed to be in attendance. Our girl thinks it'll be fun to watch the fake female lead in the villainess of a romance fantasy. As they face off, she pushes the door open and walks inside, book in hand. The first thing she notices is our hero and Yuseong talking it out. Next up, she notices Azel with her ever-calming exterior as she minds her business. Our girl admits that all the important characters are present, so she decides to take inventory. First off, there's Kyle, their host and also a class student. The dude looks like he is taken aback, overwhelmed, if you may. Apparently, it's a supplementary meeting for students who need to work on their grades, and seeing that famous S-class students are partaking in it has to do something to poor Kyle. Our girl takes a seat soon enough and gets carried away with Ma Yuseong being present. She is surprised that the male lead of this world is interested in our hero and thinks that it can't be a coincidence. She continues to steal glances as the two boys keep talking and remembers how our boy didn't solve anything other than the 3 hardest questions in the class placement test. Flame thinks that Yuseol knew from the start that if he could solve those questions, he would make it to the S-class. Meanwhile, our boy is nervous as hell. Flame doesn't drop her suspicions about our hero. Instead, she imagines a world where he actually knew about the S-class thing beforehand. In this world, she considers Yuseol to be very dangerous. And over here, our boy is in hell with no one to give him water. He sighs for the umpteenth time, hoping to God that someone would come by and take his current seatmate, Yuseong, off his hands. Unfortunately, the universe never liked him. His seatmate flashes an unnecessary smile as he questions him about why he came to the meeting, adding that he doesn't need to listen to this kind of stuff. The genius proposes that our boy may have come to the meeting for a special reason, so he quickly intervenes to save himself. He tells Yuseong that there's no special reason, and then admits to himself that he is only here because his grades are poor. Our hero wipes off the smile on his face faster than he needed to, but the genius keeps his smile up. This makes him wonder why he is so interested in him anyway. Kyle's voice filters into the crowd as he declares that they've had enough time for chit-chat. From the podium, he announces that they'll be looking over the pavement exam problems. He goes on about how the exam had problems with very high difficulty that the students nicknamed the 3 questions from hell. Princess Bion keeps her eyes peeled on him. Of course, she wouldn't like to replay what happened with her mom the last time she failed. Anyway, the class tutor smiles shyly as he admits that he was only able to solve one of the problems. In his heart, he curses our hero for being in his class. He had hoped to expand his influence in society by teaching a bunch of stupid noble bastards. He catches a glimpse of Yuseol and sees this as his chance to downplay him. He had heard that our boy got the lowest grade in the placement exam, and a smile emanates on Kyle's lips as he sees this as an opportunity to prove that he is better than our hero. The tutor grabs some chalk and his notepad and announces that he'll first show everyone how he solved it. He gets to writing on the board and admits that the problem is kind of like a trap, one purposely trying to lead its solver to make errors. As he explains, some students jot down points. Not Yuseong though. He just keeps staring at our hero with this unsettling smile gracing his features. Anyway, he asks him if he thinks Kyle is right, and this question catches our hero unawares. He has no idea about how to respond, seeing as he doesn't even understand what he is trying to achieve on the blackboard. To worsen things, our boy doesn't even know what they mean by the 3 questions from hell. Immediately, Yuseol kills his nerves and throws caution to the wind by planning to be honest. His hand rests on his chin nonchalantly as he tells the genius that he doesn't know. Kyle, who's still going at it, overhears some students talking about our boy. They mention that he claims that what the tutor is doing is wrong. The news infuriates said tutor on the spot, making him grit his teeth. Our hero realizes that he is being stared at and swirls his head from side to side as he wonders why. The chalk breaks in the tumor's hand and he turns around to ask Yuseol what he means by he is doing it wrong. Our boy shudders, seeing as he never expected the confrontation, only for Kyle to smile mischievously and request that our hero comes to the board to solve it himself. On the outside, our MC keeps his cool, but on the inside, he cannot freak out enough. He keeps wondering the type of trouble he has gotten himself into, only for him to glance at the genius sitting beside him and see him smiling. Yuseong encourages him that he can do it, and our boy realizes that he was setting him up from the start. He accepts his fate and begins his journey down the stairs, eyes pasted on the floor like he is looking for the dollar he lost. At that point, Flame also stares him down from her seat and Bion steals a glance as he walks by hers. Upon reaching the board, he stands beside the tutor and pulls out his bulbul glasses. He puts them on and realizes that the 3 questions from hell are kind of like a pun quiz. Take an earth spell for example. Say a sorcerer cast a spell willing the earth to shed tears and there was double the amount of dirt than before. Why would that be? Our hero believes the answer is simple. He believes that if the dirt cries, it's in a state of decomposture. When this thought comes, our boy feels like a pun king, so he flashes a smile. He soon feels stupid when he realizes how ridiculous the question actually is. It even makes him wonder who came up with them. Anyway, he swipes away the feeling as he stares at Kyle, who now has a frown on his face and his hands folded as he awaits our boy's failure. Meanwhile, UCL just thinks about how the dude solved the problem with math, talking about the soil splitting when it cries. That aside, our hero acknowledges that the tutor's method was wrong, but he came to the answer via a stroke of luck. He knows full well that if a similar question were presented to him, he would get it wrong. After looking the question over, our hero declares that he can't really show Kyle how to solve it, but he can show him where he is wrong. The tutor is perplexed, but our boy goes on. He explains that the problem mentioned earth and asks what would happen if it were wind or water, whether his method would still work then. The tutor loses his composure and stutters that he'll just use another method then. Our hero counterattacks by telling him that he'll have to do everything differently in that scenario, and this makes the tutor grit his teeth. UCL makes it clear that he only got it 8 due to dumb luck and adds that it was not what the test maker intended him to do. Kyle tries to defend himself, but the words don't come out. He ends up admitting that our hero is right, making him hope that he didn't kill his colleague's confidence that much. He then returns to solving the problem, explaining how things should be. As he explains, the tutor takes notes. Even the students jot down his words anxiously. Only Flame is shocked at the outcome. Her eyes grow wide as she wonders how this is possible. She doesn't understand why the other kids are writing down our boy's explanation, nor does she get why Azel and Bion haven't stopped to correct him. She then realizes that both girls are too distracted by the problem to care about something so petty. The girl returns her gaze to the board, wondering if things are okay. The next chapter starts with the evening time in Stella Academy. The lights in different rooms have been turned on, and they leak out through the windows. In one of them, Yuseong flashes our MC a big smile as he hopes to see him tomorrow. He then waves him goodbye, so Yuseong lifts his hand, returning the gesture. Immediately after the genius leaves, our boy buries his face in his palm, already regretting what life will be like if he gets involved with someone like him. He doesn't even want to see the genius tomorrow or ever again. Our hero peels off his hand from his face and heaves a tired sigh. He stares at his palm, wondering if it's because of the Terravan. Anyway, he complains about not even being able to use it at the moment, but still catching Yuseong's attention. He keeps getting troubled, wondering why the genius is interested in him. In the game, there weren't any instances where other characters, other than Flame, used the staff. Our boy makes his way to the exit and catches a glimpse of Princess Bion by the door. She just stands there quietly, and it makes our boy deduce that she must be waiting for someone. He instantly shrugs it off, seeing as it has nothing to do with him. Our hero simply watches the ground as he walks past her, only to hear her mention his name. This stops him in his tracks, and he turns to his side, as if to confirm whether or not she really called him. It turns out she did, because she immediately tells him that she has something to ask. Our boy doesn't believe that the great Bion wants his help. On the outside, he stays collected as he asks what she wants from him. She goes on to inquire why he didn't explain the solution earlier. Our hero freezes in place, thinking to himself that there was no way for him to explain a nonsensical quiz. He fidgets for a few seconds, rubbing his neck nervously, as he realizes that the princess must have misunderstood him. He simply reiterates that he had nothing to say, and Bion just as quickly claims to understand. She thinks that he didn't want to expose his process at a place like that. Our boy knows that she is absolutely wrong, but he stays quiet. With her arms folded, the princess offers to compensate him. UCL tries to confirm what she said, so she repeats it, adding that she'll compensate him fairly. In turn, he is going to explain whatever it is he has in his mind to her. Her expressionless face remains the same, but our hero freaks out. The lights in the self-study come alive as Bion and our boy sit beneath one of them. The princess already handed him the test questions, but they lie helpless on the table. Our sympathetic hero reaches for them and examines them, wondering aloud why the princess would pay just to understand 3 problems from the placement test. She remains cold about it, stating that she has her reasons, and commanding our boy to just tell her what he knows. He wastes no time concurring with her majesty. After looking over her test, he points out that she only failed those 3 questions and got all others correctly. He then asks whether she doesn't feel embarrassed coming to him, who failed every other question, for help. She vehemently disagrees, but you can't tell because she lacks emotion. Anyway, she explains that the only thing embarrassing is that she still doesn't know the solution to the problems. The princess admits that she is willing to do anything if it'll help her find answers. Our hero just stares in awe, committing it to memory that she seems to be a model student. He then inquires why she approached him specifically, sharing his gaze between her and the answer booklet, pointing out that she is supposed to have many helpers at her disposal because she is a princess. She leans against her table before revealing that out of all the 1141 freshmen, only 3 students, including UCL, actually got the 3 questions from hell right. Our hero's jaw literally drops as he asks what the princess is talking about. In turn, she tucks her hair away and admits that the questions were trick ones, meant to be unsolvable. She adds that only Yuseong, Flame, and himself managed to solve them. Apparently, this put her in a tough spot. Our MC's hands begin to tremble as he grips the sheet. He soon explodes into a nerve-wracking mess as he stands to his feet and screams to confirm the whole trick question debacle. While he is freaking out, the princess quietly asks if he didn't figure that out while he was solving them. Defeated, he sits back down, ripping the paper as he tells himself that the academy is insane. He now understands why he got into S-Class. He stares blankly into space as it dawns on him that it's also why Flame held him back. It turns out that he didn't know all the details involved in building the Ether world. He didn't even know about the trick questions existing. With this, he realizes that Flame is different. You see, she has read the entire novel, so even if she doesn't know the game's story, she must be painfully aware of the way things should go in the story. Things like the 3 trick questions, not an extra who wasn't in the original story butting his head in. Since it already happened, our hero admits that Flame had no choice but to acknowledge the existence of Beak Yusial. He buries his face in his hand yet again, his dilemma unable to hide itself. He now gets why the female lead was cold to him earlier on. Just then, Princess Bion intrudes his thoughts, asking why he looks downcast. He tells her not to worry about it but goes on to worry himself. He then reminds the princess of their deal, which binds her to listening to any request of his after he teaches her the answers. She immediately concurs, so our hero asks her to alter his sword and turn it into a magic sword, adding that the blacksmiths of her kingdom can easily get it done. The princess objects to this, pointing out that only low-level mercenaries use those kinds of weapons. She asks why he would use such a weapon when he is a mage. Our hero cuts her off as he reinforces that it fits his style. In truth, he just doesn't feel like explaining how powerless he really is. With a steady exterior, he asks whether the princess is going to get it done or not. Bayon takes a moment to mull it over and then announces that it should be easy enough. A small smile visits our hero's features as he admits how nice that is. Afterwards, he points towards her answer booklet and tells her that he'll begin with how to solve the first question. He then plainly states that the way to solve it is through a change of perspective. The princess does not know what he means, so she asks again, only for our boy to repeat his answer. You see, Hong Bayon's weakness is that she uses textbook magic strictly, and the girl is also stuck in a rut. Unfortunately, according to the game sequence, she only discovers this in her second year after losing to Flame in a significant way. For these reasons, our boy believes that he can't give her significant insight at this moment, but he feels he can push her in the right direction. He asks her if she knows what a nonsense quiz is by any chance, leaning in. Dion's eyes finally open wide enough to show her slight surprise. She then admits that she thinks she has. Our boy offers to give an example, asking her what's between a knee and a knee. The princess is left to think it through, and the best she can come up with is the back of the knee. He then tells her that she is wrong. Apparently, the answer isn't. She still doesn't get it, so she requests an explanation. Our boy tries breaking it down with a smile, reiterating that it is literally between both words. The princess is still blank. Soon enough, her expressionless face takes on a frown as she glares daggers at our hero. He begs her not to glare at him like that, and then laughs nervously as he tells her to calm down and take a look at the question again. He explains that it is formulas and techniques that she is not aware of, so she has to solve it using only her creativity. Our hero then asks if creativity can be memorized. This question stirs the princess's curiosity. She looks away as realization washes over her, and then answers in the negative. Our MC lets a soft smile fly as he points out that having many spells and techniques is important. But for a mage, the most important thing is to look beyond the boundary of your thoughts. The princess's mind begins to open up as she hears our hero talk about how magic can grow with even the smallest chance. He then points out that she only thinks about things as she sees them. Apparently, she didn't know that spells aren't just about memorizing and casting them, because she stares at her desk shamefully when she hears this. Anyway, Yusial admits that the princess might be better than him at analytical thinking and judgment, and adds that she lacks creativity, which is the most important tool for a mage. She looks away completely, intertwining her hands beneath the table because of how hurtful the truth feels. Her entire aura takes on a serious tone, so much so that it unnerves our hero. He even admits to himself that the look on her face is way too serious. To push past this, he flashes a nervous smile and asks if she understands what he is trying to say, even though it sounds kind of complicated. In turn, Bion confirms that she did. He keeps the smile going, when he is really surprised that she understood him, mostly because he has no idea what he is talking about. Our hero just claims to be glad about her understanding and declares that they get into reviewing more trick questions. He begins by asking what a man said to his horse while putting him to bed. The princess is immediately flustered, so our boy repeats the question for her. Her thumb alone pays her chin a visit as she racks her brain for something creative. Unfortunately, she comes up empty and tells our hero that she doesn't know. Apparently, the answer is it's past your bedtime, a classic play on the words past and your. The next question is about why beds don't work hard. The princess also has no idea what the answer could be, so our boy tells her that it's because they're always lying down on the job. He poses another question about what happened when rock, paper, and scissors entered a race. As usual, Bion averts her gaze and shamefully admits that she doesn't know. It turns out that it's because rock began to roll, while paper and scissors were stationary. Yep, it's just another play on the word stationary. Not gonna lie, I'm kinda digging these stupid puns. Our hero is excited about his last pun, but his joy gets sucked out when he notices how frustrated the princess looks. She bites her lip in anger as a frown deepens on her face. She has shown more emotion in the last 10 minutes than she has since the story began. To err on the side of caution, our MC drops his once lifted finger. He admits that the princess is about to explode, and this makes him feel threatened. He pushes past this as he asks her what the cloud said to the ocean. Once again, she doesn't seem to get it, so our hero rephrases the question and asks what the cloud said to the ocean when it's raining. Her hand returns to her chin in thought, and as she mulls it over, our hero begs the universe to send him a win as he anxiously watches her struggle. And at last, his prayers were answered when she finally replies correctly that the cloud said it was getting emotional. A nice play on the word emotional. Our boy's eyes widen in a pleasant surprise before he tells her that she got it right. It was a joyous moment indeed. Even for the lady, the surprise washes over her, and it's accompanied by the most beautiful smile that she has been hiding away this entire time. My guy can't help but stare as he realizes that this is the first time she smiles, both in the game and in reality. He cups his chin and flashes her an equally encompassing smile. He then tells her that the creativity of a princess is on another level. She instantly clears her throat, telling our boy that it's enough chit-chatting. She then requests the next question, so Yuseol keeps up his smile as he feeds it to her. The moon is already high in the sky by the time our boy is set free from the prison of education. He walks amongst his fellow night crawlers, tired and wielding eye bags that would make pandas jealous. Sighing for the umpteenth time, he remembers how he spent 3 hours on some stupid questions with the princess. His smile is one of shame as he refuses to believe all the rubbish he said. He is then swarmed with memories of the blunders from his past. Anyway, our hero is now certain that Hong Beon is undoubtedly an excellent magician with a sharp mind to match, but her problem is her rigid way of thinking. He begins to feel guilty for exploiting this rigid mind of hers, even though she is the villain. His staff comes to mind, so he is left thinking about how to quickly modify it into a sword so that he can do more with it. Our hero pushes everything else aside, seeing as there is nothing he can change about what he has already done. Up next is shopping for the books he'll need for class that day, so he walks around trying to find where to get them. After walking for a while, he finally arrives at a small house and announces that he has found it. The house is quite aged, and the inside is covered in cobwebs, shelves and all. After taking a look around, our hero admits that it's pretty rundown. He steals a glance at a cloaked man sitting nearby, and this is all the proof he needs to know he is in the right place. You see, in the game, this bookstore is said to be owned by the man who has a perverted habit of pretending to be asleep just so he can watch his customers on. In this nameless, decrepit bookstore lies the study notes of Mela, the student who graduated at the top of Stella Academy 10 years ago. Lore has it that it is hidden in this bookstore. If it were the game, the player would only need to click a button to take a major, but since this is real life, students will have to source out textbooks for the courses. In addition, your grades will increase at different rates depending on the textbook used. Our hero continues to peruse the bookstore as he recalls a time when he only bought textbooks from the famous ones. Luckily, he later found out that there were good textbooks hidden in stores without signage. He continues to search for the notes of Mela, imagining how guaranteed he would be to pass if he used them in his study of magical engineering. At this point, he remembers the bulbul glasses and how they will get him decent grades if he uses them, but he wants more. Our hero would like to be able to figure out secret recipes. Just then, he gets distracted. A simple aversion of his gaze reveals the notes he has been searching for. He reaches for the book at that moment, only for another set of hands to reach out for it too. In slight surprise, he turns to see who it is. Apparently, it's Azel, so he calls out her name. She just stands there staring before finally asking if he knows who she is. He doesn't hide that he does. In fact, he points out that she is quite famous. She then admits that she remembers him from the supplementary group and calls out his full name. Our boy falls silent with a panging feeling in his chest as he realizes that she doesn't even remember meeting him before the academy. She innocently continues talking about enjoying his debate in class and adds that it was a shame that he couldn't finish explaining. This reminds our boy that Azel also couldn't finish all 3 questions from hell. She interrupts his thoughts with a farewell and turns around to leave. Yuseol reaches for Mela's notes as he watches Azel leave. He then thanks God that she didn't take it. Holding what he came searching for, he is left wondering why the fake heroine would be in an unnamed bookstore. He watches as she picks up a book, stares at the price tag of 78,000, and then quietly returns it after heaving a sigh. His mind begins to run scenarios through his head, but the most likely would be that she is broke. The bookstore is known to sell used books, so the students that come to it are the poor ones, just like our hero. It becomes apparent that Azel, having come from a fallen family, has no choice but to join the category of poor students. The thought of her father probably being killed by the dark demonic humans just spells sadness for our hero. It's even worse that a princess like Azel is coming to buy used books and is still worried about the price. Sadly, it doesn't get better. She also faced an unfortunate end in the original novel, dying before Flame, who became the heroine of this world. You could say that Azel is the most unfortunate character in the game, and you would not be wrong. She spies as our boy drops a couple of books on the counter. He then flashes a smile at the creepy man in a cloak as he asks him to sell him the books. The store owner is quite startled by the number of books and he stutters in agreement, keeping in mind that our boy is much stronger than he looks. He smiles menacingly at Azel, and she holds her tongue as she looks at the books he chose. Our boy finally pokes the bear by asking her what's going on. The fake heroine almost insults our hero, but she stops halfway, claiming that it looks like he picked out some interesting topics. He could sense that she was about to call him names, and doesn't know whether to be amused or offended. He continues poking the bear, so she asks why he is reading topics like the advanced sealing theory. She adds that the theory of sealing is an ancient magic involving the use of an item. So, in the current world where alchemy and magical engineering are already advanced, sealing has become a skill that is rarely used. RMC easily agrees that the subject is one that doesn't have much use. Hazel then pastes an ostentatious expression on her face as she discovers that he already knew. It quickly changes to one of surprise when our boy reveals that he is taking the course because people think it's useless. She turns to face him, asking what he means. Our hero's smile returns as he explains that everyone thinks like her, and that's why it'll be easier to get higher grades in the ceiling class. He then tells her that he'll be leaving first, and she just stares helplessly as he does so. Yusial agrees with what Azel said, seeing as most students don't want to take on the ceiling theory class, and that's why he can spend less time on it and still make a good grade compared to other classes. With this, our hero looks forward to not having any issues this semester. Regret laces the eyes of the fake heroine, so much so that she can only stare in silence as our boy struts away. The next day is a shy sunny day. Azel shows up for her first class, and it's about the study of nihility. She grips her notepad with both hands as she walks down to the class, keeping in mind that the subject is easy to get good grades on, so it shouldn't be too bad. Well, it is. Upon stepping into the hall, she sees a multitude of students and hides her alarm pretty well. She overhears two girls talking as one asks the other if she is also taking nihility. Her colleague admits to taking the class and adds that she thinks she messed up. She had signed up because people were saying the class was an easy one that she could get good grades on. Apparently, the rumors have already spread, and she is worried that all the smart kids are also taking this class. Hazel stays silent as usual, telling herself that it can't be helped. She then promises to do her best in the other classes. The class comes to an end soon enough, and the second student out the door complains about being hungry. His friend right behind him wonders what she'll eat for lunch. They just decide to pick out what they want when they reach the cafeteria. In all of this, Hazel is right behind them. She sighs dejectedly as she thinks about how troubling her situation is, scared that it'll be difficult for her to get a scholarship if so many people are signed up for all her classes. The growl from her stomach intrudes on her thoughts, and she looks over her meal tickets, wondering whether to get something to eat first. She begins to calculate her means, seeing as she has only 60 meal tickets left for this semester. She then decides to just get some bread. At that moment, she catches a glimpse of the boy from yesterday, Beak Yusial. With his bulbul glasses on, our boy also catches a glimpse of the fake heroine. Hazel is moved to almost ask him what he is doing on this side of campus. Her eyes then follow him until he enters a nearby classroom for a lecture. The lecturer had already scribbled a few things down, and the classroom looked scanty. The fake heroine notices this alongside the fact that they're all students with low grades. She continues lusting for the class, afraid that it might get cancelled. She then welcomes the possibility of signing up for the class and being able to make good grades without putting a lot of her time into it. She thinks about using the time saved to study for other subjects and being able to earn more scholarship money. She clasps her book against herself, and a fresh wave of motivation washes over her. Hazel then takes another look at our hero, wondering if he already knew that the class would be easy to score in. It dawns on her that our boy might have planned out all his classes in a way that makes his life easier. It breaks her perception of him instantly, and she forces herself to look away. She refuses to believe that he is that smart and just concludes that it must have been a coincidence. Next up, it's an unusually sunny day in Stella Academy, but students are in class nonetheless. Our hero pays rapt attention as their professor talks about the origin of magic. He goes on about the founding mage, also known as the White Mage, and how he spread magic around the whole world for humans and other species to learn to handle. Their professor is one Mr. Layden, and he's a specialist of divine moon studies. You see, the White Mage had taught the elves nature class magic, the dwarves matter magic, and finally, he taught humans elemental magic. Afterwards, the White Mage traveled to the heavens, and this is where UCL stops listening to his professor. He's more dejected as ever and is left wondering how he's going to keep up with stuff like this for the next 3 years. He almost buries his face in his desk as thoughts of being too old for high school visit his mind. He feels like it's torture and remembers that he could have skipped all of this with a click if he was playing the game. Something on his left catches his attention, so he takes a look, all while realizing how important this course is. He now believes that it can give him clues as to what the true ending of the game is. He rests his head on his hand as he reminds himself that it's all an assumption. Our hero is distracted once again, but glances to his right this time. He has to ask himself if Hazel was always in his class, because the girl suddenly appears in it, concentrating on the lecturer as though she didn't just pop in. Yusial has no recollection of main characters taking this course, but soon brushes it aside, telling himself that it doesn't matter. After this, he reverts his attention to Professor Layden, who's now talking about how human curiosity didn't end with elemental magic. Apparently, human mages traveled the world and began stealing magic from other species. Unfortunately, that still wasn't enough for them. They only had to stop because it wasn't physically possible for them to learn any more magic. The founding mage had left the 12 divine moons and disappeared. After mentioning this, the professor stares intently at his students as if to let the information sink. He then asks if anyone in the class knows anything about the 12 divine moons. Hazel opts to answer, and goes on about the 12 moons being guardians who protect the balance of power in the continent. It turns out that they were scattered all over the continent, carrying out their duties until 1,000 years ago. The professor takes over and waves his wand around in agreement. He mentions how the 12 moons have their own special powers used to protect the continent, and even gives examples. For starters, the divine moon that symbolized summer, also known as the 6th moon of the red summer, wielded a red flame. It is said that those flames never died out. Professor Layton then proposes that whoever goes to the deep sea of Alamanca can still see the red flames. He adds that any curious student can go take a look. The class falls silent after his lame attempt at a joke. Even Yusial feels bad for the professor. This doesn't stop him from recounting the actions of Alamanca, king of the seas, and how humans would die if they step into his domain. The professor points at one of 2 drawings of the sea he had up on the wall. He announces that it's called Levian's Coast and that a great whirlpool that appeared in the middle of the ocean has been frozen solid by the 12th moon of the blue winter. Apparently, each moon possesses a particular power, and it's said that a miracle will happen if you gather all 12 of them. One of the students raises his hand as he interrupts the professor with a question about what type of miracle will happen. Mr. Layton's posture slumps as both his hands rest on the table. He then admits that he has no idea because all the moons fell asleep 1,000 years ago. Our hero immediately agrees with the professor's assessment, seeing as he recalls meeting some of the Divine Moon while playing the game. Strangely, he had met only 5 out of 12, and it was through limited time events. This was only possible because our boy stayed peeled to his computer as he gathered information from various layers in the community. At the end of the day, there weren't any other players who met as many Divine Moons as our MC did. Back to the present, and our hero's expression takes a serious turn. He tells himself that if his assumptions are correct, then these 12 Divine Moons have something to do with the true ending. He had come to this conclusion because if no one has been able to reach the true ending of the game in the last 10 years, then the answer must lie in the content that no one has been able to reach. Our hero intertwines his arms as he rests them on his desk. He's still deep in thought about meeting only 5 Divine Moons and how he had to risk his life multiple times to do it. He then tells himself that he has no choice but to risk it if he wants to witness the true ending. He simply resolves to do it all over again. Soon enough, some flame and an unfortunate mannequin suffers the wrath of Professor Hong Yil, Bion's mother, as she teaches a class on the element of fire. She has all the students outside as she strikes a majestic pose and yells them that strength isn't all there is. The professor reiterates that no matter how strong one's attack is, it's useless if you can't hit the enemy. Mrs. Hong simply stands amidst the display of flames as her student etch away at the mannequins one attempt after the other. Her eyes follow a certain attack intently as it flies right above her head and destroys one of the mannequins in a not-so-quiet explosion. She stands in awe of this student. At first, unfortunately, the dust begins to settle and she discovers that said student didn't even hit the target. The professor then takes a look around for who's responsible and notices the silhouette of her daughter holding her staff and biting her lip in regret. She doesn't hesitate to mention how terrible she thinks it is, and Bion just turns away in shame. Bion separates herself as she thinks about her EFF up. She's painfully aware of the fact that she showed her mom yet another sorry sight and stares at the ground in shame. Her hands meet each other on her thighs as she fidgets over how disappointed her mother must be. Just then, someone calls out to her and she looks up with her big eyes. It's some red-headed girl with a soft smile. Her smile then brightens as she wonders if Bion is okay. She wastes no time sitting beside the princess, her smile still plastered on her face. She then tells her that she's so amazing, and this surprises Bion, so much so that she asks this girl what she means by that. In turn, the redhead admits that she and the princess used the same magic, but hers was much weaker. The princess doesn't care about that. She just points out that she couldn't aim. Right, even with all that power. The redhead flashes another 1000-watt smile as she reminds Bion that her magic itself is incredible and super cool. She proceeds to narrate how she has been hearing about the princess since she was young. Our girl quickly remembers that the redhead is a fire-type mage, just like her. She can't quite remember her though, so she wonders if the girl's name is Arshwang. If it is, the princess may have heard of her. She had heard about a next-level genius of the fire attribute and how she emerged suddenly. With all of this, our girl still wasn't expecting Arshwang's magic power to rival her own. While the girl watches intently, the princess tells her that it must feel good to have such accuracy. In turn, a weak smile graces her lips and she tries encouraging Bion, telling her that with a little practice, the princess's power won't even be comparable to her. Our girl feels like she's being patronized, so she stands to her feet and tells Arshwang that she has had enough of her rubbish. She then adds that she feels better after talking to her, catching a glimpse of the redhead through the side of her eye. She then bids her goodbye and walks away, leaving the girl sitting by herself. Just like a pencil drawing, Arshwang's smile fades over time and she just stares at Bion with an expressionless outlook. The sky bears touches of pink as the sun threatens to set. At this point in time, a certain royal makes her way home. She opens the door and the first thing she sees is her potted plant. Princess Bion is the royal in question and she sighs tiredly after locking the door behind her. Just then, someone calls out for her and she steals a glimpse of who it is. She realizes that it's her aide and said aide welcomes her home. Her name is Yi Taran and she's the princess's exclusive guard. Yi sets out some hot cocoa alongside some ginseng candy and offers it to her mistress. Our girl then thanks her. The guard brings up the staff remodeling commission that her mistress had asked of her and adds that a top-grade magic sword will be made out of it since the staff is so good. The princess overhears her as she digs into the candy. Just as she's about to place one of them in her mouth, Yi reveals that there was something slightly questionable about it. This piques the princess's interest and she watches her guard touch her chin to explain the situation. She reiterates how staves are supposed to suck in the mana of their users. Bion quickly downs her candy, so she can ask if the guard isn't referring to a dark magic tool. He clears her throat and then claims that this is a bit different, seeing as it is consistently in resonance with nature's energy. The princess eyebrows furrow as she struggles to understand how someone would take a user's mana and resonate it with that of nature. She abruptly turns to her guard after this, wondering aloud about why such a garbage staff is ranked as a middle-high class. He then reiterates that it's precisely a middle-high class because of its attributes. Our girl asks what she means, so the guard explains that the original ability would drastically strengthen the user's mana, making it a high class, or even higher. Unfortunately, it was only downgraded to a middle-high class because it absorbs mana just by holding it. The princess practically gets out of her seat when she hears this. She screams in an attempt to confirm that the guard said high class, following up with a question about how a student can wield such a thing. He admits that she's also confused about that part. The princess needs her head in frustration. She recalls that the Terabin wasn't there for them to resonate with in the first place. Apparently, she doesn't believe that most mages would use that kind of staff even if they were given. She then comes up with two conditions where that could happen. One would be where a mage had too much magic, and the other, he would have none at all. The princess expresses her confusion to Yi and declares that she's sure our hero will figure things out. After shrugging it off, she takes a sip of her tea and admits that our boy is quite unique. A few days have passed since the semester began. It's now a beautiful morning with clear skies and an almost bald professor teaching our hero's class. Yusial has on his bulbul glasses as he pays rapt attention to the lecturer. He overhears him mention how attack magic needs to be manipulated in more detail than any other type of magic. This is why mana orbitory class is important. The professor's name is Carlam, by the way. Azel is also laser focused as the professor declares that for the PvP battles, all students will be learning orbitology with a focus on shooting, which means exuding magic from one's body, and target, which entails creating magic with a fixed target. The professor draws something on the board and announces that they're going to discuss the orbital formula. He poses a question concerning the orbit and predicted observed distance covered needed to hit a mage using water-type magic. Mr. Carlam then opens the floor for the students to attempt it. Instead, they immediately start to complain. One of them wonders why the professor had to pick water out of all the available attributes. His colleague even adds that someone who isn't a water attribute major can't handle such a question. All this while, our hero stays quietly seated, overhearing his mates thinking about whether or not the professor is trying to bother them. A yawn comes along soon enough, indicating how bored our hero is with the class. Just as he wonders why these classes are harder than Korean, the professor locks eyes with him and his bored expression. Well, the expression becomes one of caution, but it doesn't help his case. Mr. Carlam calls our hero out to solve the problem. He panics on the inside, regretting that he got caught. But on the outside, he agrees to solve the question. He gets on his feet, heads to the blackboard, and a few moments later, he tells his professor that he's done with the question. Mr. Carlam stares at the board in surprise and even breaks into a cold sweat with his mouth open. He stutters as he compliments our hero for solving it quite easily. The professor stands in awe of our boy's ability to organize the Ritty-Hibok equation so simply. He draws closer to Yusial as he asks him if his first major has something to do with the water attribute. Our boy flashes a shy smile, throwing his hands up in denial. On this note, the professor announces that they'll continue with similar questions in their next class. Meanwhile, Azel continues looking at our hero whilst keeping her thoughts to herself. Afterwards, everyone including our MC makes their way out via the exit. He then hears someone draw his attention, so he glances towards the person. Apparently, it's the fake heroine. She just stares at him intently before declaring that she has a question for him. Our hero is taken aback by Azel's approach, so he wonders aloud about what she wants to ask. You see, the fake heroine thinks she has determined something about him during the time she has watched him. She found out that he's definitely smart if you put his grades aside, and this is even in comparison to the top rankers. At this point, the memory of him rounding up Mr. Carlam's question plays in her mind. How she was shocked that he did it when she was certain that the question was one that only professors can solve. She had troubled herself thinking about Beak Yusial's identity, even if she was told that Stella Academy is a place where geniuses gather. At first, Stella had brushed a possibility concerning our hero aside. But now, she's certain that he has a course registration strategy. On this note, the fake heroine gathers the courage to ask our boy what his next class is going to be. Determination heavy in her voice as she promises herself that she must get the information. Once again, Yusial is left in shock, not knowing how to respond. He simply asks her why she wants to know and whether she's interested in him or something. This immediately pisses her off and she wastes no time telling him how gross he sounded. In turn, our hero admits that he was more grossed out by saying it. He centers himself, running his neck and reminding himself that he's actually an adult. He then repeats his question about why she wants to know. Azel opens up about all the research she did about the classes our boy is taking, and she reveals that they all seem like classes where students can easily get high grades. A mix of surprise and amusement shows on our hero's face as she goes on. The fake heroine promises to be straight with him, so she asks where he learned his strategy from, passing that it's really important to her. Yusial puts up a false front after finally learning what she wanted to ask. He then laughs at the whole strategy talk and claims that it was all a coincidence. He doesn't give her a chance to think it over and announces that he'll be on his way if she doesn't have any other questions. He turns to leave while Azel is left gathering her thoughts. He has already gone a few ways down the hall when she tells him to wait. She's not audible enough, so our hero doesn't hear her. The fake heroine just stands there contemplating what to do next. She stares helplessly until she can force herself to move. She then yells for our boy to wait up, and this time, he hears her and averts his gaze to her. She covers the gap, clasping her book tighter than ever as she tells him to hold on for a second. UCL complains about her, asking why she would follow him. He then tells her to go and learn the whole strategy thing from someone else, adding that there are a lot of smart people at Stella. For option's sake, he advises her to just follow what he has been doing, since she claims to have looked him up. The girl tries to object, stating that anyone who takes Divine Moon Studies gets an A+, so it won't matter if she also takes it. The problem now is that Azel registering for other classes that our boy is also in could impact his grades negatively. Our MC realizes that this girl will lose out the most if she doesn't get her scholarship, and even in such a situation, she's still worried about the grades of others. While he's thinking about this, the fake heroine is as disturbed as ever, sweating and staring at her feet. In turn, Yuseol admits that she may be a bit annoying, but a female lead is a female lead. He waits until she lifts her eyes to see him, only for her to act all cute and request for his help. She then pleads with him to suggest a class where she can easily get a good grade. Seeing through her facade, he inquires whether she thinks her looks will convince him. In turn, Azel reiterates how her stress gets taken away when she looks at her face. This perplexes our boy though, so he asks if she's serious. The heroine bursts out laughing and admitting that she was joking. Apparently, she expected our hero to be wound tight, so she prepared some compensation. Upon hearing this, our boy gets thrown off balance. He wonders why most of these kids offer compensation, and is also disturbed by why they're all so snobbish. Azel interrupts his thoughts as she asks whether he knows about the ghost story of the 7th tower. Yuseol's eyes widen in surprise before he admits that he knows. Even the heroine didn't expect a positive answer, so she points out that there aren't many people who know the story. Anyway, she mentions that it's an abandoned building that disappeared and that it has a bunch of barriers preventing people from even getting close to where the building used to be. She's about to continue when our hero stops her. She looks at him to beg his pardon, but ends up asking if everything is alright after seeing our boy grab his head. G admits only to himself that he might go insane. You see, he perceives this to be big news, seeing as this information can help Flame greatly increase her affection with the male protagonist. The fact that Flame knows this also means that Azel must have known it in the original novel. Worse off, the fake heroine is supposed to give this information to the male protagonist, not some extra like Beak Yuseol. To cut her off, he mentions that the story is a scary one, so he doesn't want to hear it and thinks it's not interesting. He swipes her story away with a gesture of his hand and then makes his way out of there. The fake heroine stops him again, mentioning that it's not as scary as he claims. She then asks if he's scared of ghosts at his age. In turn, our hero agrees to give her a strategy top for free. This confuses the poor girl though. She begins to analyze what made our boy refuse to tell her in the beginning, only to change his mind in the end. Our hero then makes it clear that it's his mind to change. His eyes well up with consideration as he admits to himself that it's enough for Azel to want to sincerely give him something. Her book never leaves her arms, nor does her look of determination waver. Our MC explains that the information he's about to divulge isn't related to grades but will help her immensely. He then tells her to take the class on a meditation journey into the abyss as her liberal arts class. Azel is more confused than grateful. She wonders why he would be taking meditation classes alongside the Divine Moon course. This makes her ask if he's into cultivation, and our hero blatantly denies this. He averts his gaze as he thinks up a good way to explain the situation. The best he can do is talk about his master being in a bishop position just like the fake heroine is in, and adds that she was able to greatly raise her magic power through the use of meditation. She's now interested, so she confirms if only meditation can increase her strength. Our boy seamlessly agrees because it may not be known yet. But in reality, bishops who wield large-scale destruction magic find meditation to be extremely important. You see, precise casting comes from formulas and equations, but it ultimately comes from your mind, which moves mana. Our hero announces that he doesn't usually give out such information but claims that Azel is an exception because she's cute. Her expression is as deadpan as it can ever be as she reminds our boy about calling her ugly just moments ago. She then lets a small smile fly and thanks him for the help even if it won't improve her grades. She bid him goodbye and they parted ways. Our hero watches her leave, only to be in his feelings about the information he gave could change the future. The other option would be to leave her be, but this would make the girl die a tragic death in this life as well. Our boy hopes that meditation will be helpful to her. At that moment, he remembers that he's also a mage and wonders why he never thought of training until now. The Beak Yuseol in the game trains his body strictly, awakens his magic revelation delay physique, and grows immensely. He remembers how one could gain experience by clicking a button in the game, but now he can do it directly. Unfortunately, it's been quiet for ages, and our hero hasn't gathered any experience, so he simply smiles and admits that he should be grateful to Azel. Having pulled off his school coat, our hero declares that his dorm really is very large. In Stella, all the students reside in the dorms. The dormitory system was a fun addition to the game so that players can decorate their rooms as a little extra content. But for Beak Yuseol, it was his only home because his village burned down. Anyway, the dorms are assigned according to the class you are in, and although the size of the rooms are the same, the number of students sharing them differs depending on the class. Of course, the S classes get the highest floor to themselves. Our hero sits on his bed, folding his arms as he remembers feeling a bit lonely in his room. Now, he's just glad that he can use the silence for good. He takes a deep breath and then exhales loudly, telling himself that he'll begin his meditation at this moment. His hands drop to his thighs, he closes his eyes, and he tries his best to concentrate. Our hero reminds himself that stats aren't the most important thing, and that he has to get used to his body, seeing as this is now his reality. He's covered by a bluish hue as he deepens his concentration. Undoubtedly, Baek was a genius in the game. This was because he managed to manifest sword aura by utilizing the fact that mana is always circulating in and out of him. He never drew anyone's attention, so nobody knows that Yuseol is a genius swordsman who was the only one in the Ether world to attain the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Our hero keeps maintaining his focus as he tells himself that he needs to walk down the path of excellence once again. His breathing is what dictates the flow of mana through his body, so our boy thinks that slowly increasing the amount of mana he takes in with each inhalation will enable him to eventually take in enough mana at once. Since skills don't level up by just collecting EXP, one would need to continue using the skill in order to level it up. Our hero is now encapsulated by a golden glow as he admits that all he has to do is train. The clock on the wall announces that it's just a little past 4 AM, the skies are barely bright. But our boy notices none of this because of how deeply focused he is on his meditation. The golden glow around him now exudes like stray smoke and our hero's eyes shoot open with realization. He stares at his hands in awe as he realizes that this must have been the way Baek felt in the game, like a strange essence is moving in and out of him. This is what someone who had accepted the mana leakage syndrome as part of him at a young age would feel. The feeling wasn't far from base because at that moment, his console pops up, notifying our hero that his mana leakage syndrome skill has been leveled up. That, and his blink skill too. Our boy just watches with excitement until the upgrade is complete. He then yells out in celebration, loud enough for the whole dorm to hear. Anyway, he balls his fist in determination, accepting that he's now a step closer to fulfilling his mission. With this, he promises to find the true end of the game no matter what. Later that day, the wind blows stray leaves in every direction, and students gather beneath the bright sky, including a scheming flame. Well, that's what it would seem like to outsiders. You see, the grass field and the wind are both artificially created with magic, but they both feel real. This is because the students are gathered in the Stella Dome. The Stella Dome is similar to a pocket dimension and is set up on the Academy campus. This dome allows you to freely manipulate the size of its space and even its features. For this reason, almost all Academy events are held there, including sports, dungeons, gates, and monster training. Meanwhile, a total of 141 students gather under instruction, 50 each from Class A1 and A2, and 41 from the S class. The female lead thinks that if this was anything like the novel, it would have been 39 students from S class. She expected it to be 40, including herself, and never expected another student to be added last minute. This gets her thinking about where Baek came from. Apparently, there were only 1,140 students in the first year. With the addition of the lead, it became 1,141. This only reveals that Yuseol was in the original novel too. Instead of admitting confusion, Flame promises to slowly figure things out, reassuring herself that she can do it. She then reminds herself that she's the only person in the Ether world who knows the novel, so she balls her fist in solidarity. Afterwards, she gets a sense that the class will be starting soon, so she covers the gap between herself and the group. Upon arrival, she overhears someone asking a certain Master Jeremy if he's done with class registrations. This instantly piques her interest and she watches as Jeremy answers positively. A nearby student then adds that they signed up for soft magic research just because they heard that the young master will be taking it too. Jeremy smiles with all of his teeth as he tells the student that they'll have fun together. Meanwhile, Flame keeps checking him out like he's food on the stove. She remembers Prince Jeremy from the novel. Unfortunately, he was in love with Azel, obsessed even, but she never loved him back. This became the villain arc that nobody wanted. The female lead realizes that the young master looks kind. She also remembers that each of his actions are carefully calculated. For this reason, she plans to watch out and not get close to him. At this point, Jeremy catches a glimpse of her, so he turns to face her, smiling ear to ear and waving like she's his long-lost love. In turn, Flame smiles and waves too, pretending not to be cautious of him. She does admit that he's good-looking though, and adds that she understands why he has so many people sucking up to him. The young master goes back to talking with his friends and the female lead concludes that his clique is the most conspicuous in Stella Academy. She walks away from him soon enough, reminding herself to get her act together. Since this world is her reality now, she realizes the need to prepare for her future. Jeremy watches her go and a smile creeps onto his lips as he thinks about her. At that moment, a tutor calls the attention of all the students. This is none other than Professor Hanwall. He then announces that they'll begin with simple training before moving to the lesson of the day, adding that he needs to know the skill level of the students so he can teach them properly. With his usual stoic demeanor, he goes on about being the one to direct their training and yells that if no one likes it, they should keep it to themselves. He makes it known that as a professor, he reserves the right to add to or subtract from the points of any student, and reminds them that they'll be expelled if they fall below a certain number. The professor finally announces that he'll explain the nature of the training. Apparently, it's going to be a mock dungeon, so Mr. Hanwell alerts everyone that he'll be using phenomena that occur in real dungeons, as well as traps and monsters, to test each and every student. Anyone who takes down a risk level 1 monster will get 4 points, and 8 points will go to whoever eliminates a level 2. The professor tosses a short golden stick around called the point stick, and whoever can catch it will get a whopping 20 points. It turns out that the top 5 students will get a small reward, alongside shop privileges, but those who score 0 will have their points taken from them. The professor adds that whoever is scared of failing or taking up the challenge alone will have the courtesy of forming teams. Unfortunately, points will be divided amongst team members. Here's the dicey part. Whoever is able to defeat their fellow student gets to take all their points. With this, the professor bids all of them good luck and disappears into thin air. Soon enough, the Stellar Dome begins to manifest. The ground begins to tremble and the students begin to panic. In no time, giant trees begin to shoot out from the ground, causing even more panic amongst the kids. Flame easily recognizes the dungeon they've been put in and refers to it as the Jack and the Beanstalk map. As the name implies, a ginormous beanstalk emanates from the center of the dome and grows until it touches the sky. Its vines spread out to cover the whole area, and they're much bigger than the average person. All the students are left in the heart of it, including the female lead. She immediately summons her staff and resolves to get going. She has all but taken one step when she hears someone call her name. Flame turns around to answer, only to see Jackie asking if she's going to be alone throughout the practical training. Our girl remembers her from their first meeting, but takes some time to think over Jackie's question. You see, she does the math and concludes that working alone is much better than teaming up, because one can get more points that way. She then apologizes to Jackie, explaining that she's going to try being on her own this time. Weirdly, the girl just smiles and tells Flame that she understands. She adds that it can't be helped because of the point distribution system. The female lead stutters as she concurs with Jackie. She then wonders to herself if the girl was trying to be sarcastic. Swiping the thought aside, she smiles and tells her colleague that they'll go together next time. In turn, the girl agrees and goes on her merry way. Our female lead is left riddled with questions. She's not sure, but it seems to her like that Jackie girl keeps trying to mimic her. She brushes this under the rug soon enough, telling herself that it could just be a phase that the girl is going through. An hour has passed since the practical began, and our girl is busy shooting down monsters. She admits that it's quite exhausting and tugs her collar to combat the heat. She's left wondering when the practical training is going to end, only for something weird to draw her attention. She immediately becomes alert as a bunch of hefty vines makes their way towards her with the speed Hermes would envy. In turn, she lifts her staff and activates a defense spell which helps her push back the vines. After this, the vines retreat and the girl is left standing with a sizzling staff. She's taken aback that the field also attacks, so she gives kudos to Stella Academy for making it impossible to underestimate even the dungeon practical training. So far, Flame has collected 18 points, but she's unimpressed because someone could easily surpass her by finding 1 point stick. She decides to continue moving forward, so she puts one leg in front of the other carefully. In no time, she stops in her tracks, her senses picking up a certain presence in the distance. She first mistakes it for that of a monster before realizing that it belongs to a person. She becomes worried at this point and grips her staff with everything in her, seeing as she has never encountered someone who could hide their presence to this extent. She continues to stay quiet until she comforts herself that everything will be okay. Apparently, she's also hiding her presence using the one with nature skill. With specialties like bind, destruction, defense, and healing, it would be an okay choice for Flame to ambush an opponent. She hides behind a vine, using it as shade as she spies on this opponent. She soon realizes that he's holding a stick and it dawns on her that he's actually Bikusial. In turn, our hero feels a presence nearby, so he turns around in search of it. Meanwhile, Flame wonders if he's also going around alone. She crouches as she recalls hearing that many students tried to team up with our hero but he rejected all of them. Just as she admits that she's uncertain about what our boy is thinking, her eyes pick out the point stick in his hand, surprising her that he already obtained one. She takes a few moments to think it through and then concludes that this is the perfect chance. She spies on Usial once again and resolves that she's going to test him. Our girl then summons a light cluster using her staff and as instructed, the lights begin to gather around it. She quickly calculates that our hero is just 15 meters from her current location. Seeing as his back is turned at the moment, she concludes that there's no way he can perform a defensive tactic from such a distance. Just then, the female lead expands her spell, steadies herself, and finally releases a light bullet. Said bullet bolts through the once quiet air in a burst of gold. It comes close to our hero, so close that he only sees it via the corner of his eye. He activates his blink skill last minute and does some bolting of his own. Flame's jaw literally drops from the shock. She stares at where she had aimed her spell, but all she can see is a black patch. Her staff trembles in her hand as she tries to understand how he did it, how he managed to avoid a second-class spell in such a small distance. While she's still in shock, our boy had successfully blinked into the bushes a few ways from her location. It's his turn to hide and spy on his opponent, but he mutters under his breath, asking if she's trying to kill him or something. The light bullet she had used out of nowhere really took our hero by surprise. Now, he's just grateful that the level of his mana leakage syndrome increased, else he would have been in big trouble. At this point, our hero's blink skill lies at class 1, with a maximum distance of 12 meters, 2 more chances to be used, and a cooldown time of 3 seconds. After looking through his stats, he realizes that he can take on Flame to some point, using his remaining 2 blinks alongside his environment, but he concludes that avoiding her would be the best choice. With this, he activates his blink twice and goes 24 meters ahead of her. After sticking his landing, he concludes that he'll be fine since she's so far away from him. Our hero takes a good look around though. He then admits that his present goal is to come in 5th place, so there's no reason for him to risk anything. There's a reason he wants to make 5th place, and that's for the etheric roots. These are roots capable of increasing the health and strength of the user by a certain amount. He concludes that the first 4 spots are going to be taken by the main characters anyway, and in this state, all they need is 3 more point sticks. Our boy simply bows his head as he makes his way forward. Upon lifting it, he sees a familiar face. He stops a few ways from it, only for the rascal to call out our boy as Beak UCL from S-Class. He wears such an annoying grin, but as usual, our MC keeps his cool. UCL recognizes the rascal to be Raiden, a guy who has been famous around school recently. His annoying grin stays as our boy realizes that Raiden is a member of Uslek's clique, and Uslek is a pushover from Jeremy's clique. So, this rascal is practically a clique member of a clique member. In other words, he's a nobody. Our boy looks down at the rascal's hand and discovers that this nobody just so happens to have 3-point sticks. This makes him admit that he has collected a lot of sticks for a pushover of a pushover. Someone on Raiden's team mentions how he heard about UCL being a failed student who cheated to get into the S-Class. The rascal intertwines his arms as the annoying grin returns. He then declares that Stella Academy has surely fallen because they gave our boy admission into the S-Class just for solving 3 weird questions. Our hero is practically bored of hearing the same lines repeated all the time, so he concludes that these bullies lack creativity. At this point, he hears his name again and meets Raiden at eye level. In turn, the rascal holds his staff over his shoulder and requests that our hero give up his point stick. UCL simply says that he doesn't want to, a deadpan expression gracing his features. The bully confirms if he's resisting, and smiles even wider as he asks if our hero thinks he can face them alone. At this point, the other 3 members of his team cluster to seem more threatening. The hoodlum goes on about whether or not our boy will use his amazing middle-high class staff, and taunts him by reminding him that he can't even use magic, much less the staff. Our hero just grips his stick as he mulls over his next line of action. With a first-class blink, it'll be difficult to face Raiden, who's from a famous family by the way. Our boy then welcomes the possibility of winning if he had 3 blinks. He accepts the variables at his disposal. First is the point stick in his possession, and the second is the fact that they're in a dungeon. The bully stretches his staff as he continues to threaten our MC, so he just stretches the point stick in return, offering to give it to the rascal without opposition. Of course, our boy gets laughed at, but he also has a trick up his sleeve, so a smile creeps onto his lips soon enough. He instantly uses his blink and appears right under Raiden's nose, catching the rascal by surprise. He stares down, but it's too late. With a smile on his face, our hero attacks the rascal with his point stick, and while he tries to block its effects, he steals one of his point sticks. The after effects leave the hoodlum incapacitated for a few seconds, and he curses our boy, calling him a damned commoner bastard. He struggles until he finally regains his footing and wastes no time cussing out our hero once again. He even screams as he promises to catch him, only for him to notice that UCL isn't anywhere close by. The sound of our hero's voice gets Raiden to turn around with immediacy. He then overhears him complain about how dangerous the stunt he just pulled was. After this, our hero flashes his opponent a wide smile, thanking him for his point stick. All the bully can do is curse and scream as he commands our MC to give it back. In turn, he simply says that he doesn't want to. With a smug look on his face, our boy keeps flashing the sticks for his opponent to see. He then thinks about how efficient the sticks are. He had learned this coincidentally while other players were playing the game. He had discovered that these point sticks are actually bug items and that they qualify as magic tools because of the amount of strength they possess. You see, these sticks were made with unnaturally high durability so that they won't get destroyed by the magic of students. Although it's more helpful for other mages to use magic, for our hero who fights physically, a weapon with a strong attack power can be very effective. For the millionth time, Raiden curses our hero, adding how perplexed he is because he has the audacity to swipe his point sticks. He then yells at the rest of his clique for standing around and sends them to attack UCL. At this moment, the entire dome starts to tremble like it did in the beginning of the practical training, leaving the bully no choice but to curse his bad luck. Amidst the trembling, he still yells at his team to load up their magic and adds that they shouldn't let our hero get away. Fortunately, our boy is sneaky enough to slither away and only gets noticed after putting a reasonable distance between himself and his pursuers. One of them alerts the others, so they all line up and fire water elemental attacks at him. He glances behind and notices 2 attacks rushing towards him. This makes him admit that his opponents are better than expected. Not good enough to catch him though. At that moment, he activates Blink and evades both attacks simultaneously. Raiden yells as he asks where our hero went, but his teammate can only complain about how fast he's moving. Our hero keeps blinking from place to place, seeing as he has more experience in player versus player, and also has the advantage of using terrain features as he pleases. The bully's eyes dart from side to side as he declares that all they have to do is hit the hero once. His friend then points out that the dungeon is trembling, but Raiden shouts at him to calm down because he believes our boy is nearby. He instructs his friends to wait until the terrain stops trembling, and to attack our MC together if they see him. He then warns them to be careful about the magic rebound in case their magic fails. Once again, the hero appears beneath Raiden's nose, only to smack him silly using the point stick. The rest of his team lament behind him while he groans in pain. Unfortunately, our boy's disturbance messes up his opposition's magic and a magic rebound ensues. The rascal is the first to curse as his staff emanates cackles of blue lightning. Soon enough, the lightning increases and falls down on him and his team from multiple locations. All they can do is lift their hands to shield themselves. Meanwhile, our hero successfully darts out of harm's way and declares that it's over. After Raiden and his clique groan and complain, our hero announces that he'll be taking another point stick. He then flashes them for his opponents to see. To make things worse, he jokes about giving one of them to his girlfriend, should he ever have one. Our boy just keeps smiling as the bully yells at him to give the point sticks back. He's considerate enough to leave the last one with the rascal and then bids him goodbye. Before Raiden can complain, our hero blinks himself out of there, leaving his opponent to scream curses into thin air. All this while, a mystery girl has been watching everything unfold. On the other hand, our hero chuckles and celebrates the fact that he struck the jackpot. He reminds himself that if he had fought normally he would have been robbed. But since this is a dungeon, things are different. As he struts, he begins to feel weird, almost as if something is coming at him from somewhere. And of course, a quick glance behind him reveals a large fireball approaching him at full speed. Upon noticing the magnitude of danger that he is in, our hero grits his teeth. He begins to cuss loudly as the heat increases, but in no time at all, the fireball makes impact, licking dry everything in its path. It is almost like a comic god would use to punish puny humans. However, UCL does not get punished. Instead, he activates his blink skill at the dying minute and darts out of harm's way once again. He admits that he came really close to death, and can still feel the heat from 12 meters away. Gripping his 3-point sticks, he stares at the aftermath of the fireball and announces to no one that it was almost trouble. The once vibrant vines are nothing but char at the moment and our hero has a sense of who to thank. As though summoned, Princess Bion's silhouette forges its way out of the smoke until she comes face to face with Yusial. She then yells at him, referring to him as a commoner. In turn, our hero grants her audience. She then continues yelling at him for leaving 1-point stick with the riffraffs from earlier, revealing that she is indeed our mystery girl. Her brows furrow even deeper as she puts him on the spot and her staff stays ready to attack if he does anything stupid. He does not. Our hero just looks her over and wonders why she is in front of him. They stay staring at each other for a few seconds before our boy declares that there must be a misunderstanding. He adds that he did want to take the last point stick, but couldn't do it. Our boy then follows up by questioning Bion about how it is her business whose point stick he leaves or takes. This immediately shuts her up and the silence becomes deafening. It is as if our hero uses this moment to realize what's going on, because soon enough, he gets an epiphany. He goes on to point a finger at the princess, accusing her of lying in wait for him to collect all the point sticks, just so she can collect them all from him. He even reminds her of how he taught her before and asks how she could do such a thing to him. All this while, the princess stays quiet and stares at him like he is a 4-year-old struggling to make a full sentence. In a response devoid of remorse, she only claims to be royal blood, adding that if our boy is aware of her scheme, he should come at her. This startles Yusial a bit, but he keeps his composure. Meanwhile, the princess proceeds to challenge him outright, claiming that taking objects from a commoner is undignified of a royal. She then promises to defeat him and collect the point sticks fairly. Our hero is perplexed by her little speech, so he tells her that there is nothing dignified about robbing a weakling. The last word really gets to Bion, so she reiterates how she saw our boy joking around with the riffraffs from earlier. All our hero can do is stare at her as she makes her case. She proceeds to accuse him of not even facing his opponents with any real magic. You see, during the training, the princess walked around almost aimlessly, thinking to herself that she has to hurriedly find a point stick if she does not want to get into any trouble with her mother. At that moment, her attention got drawn by some voices in the distance. She looked in the direction of the voices and saw some riffraffs. They were yelling that Yusial was getting away, and cussing him out as they asked where he was going. Meanwhile, she stayed hidden behind a vine close by. From there, she realized who was being chased by seeing nothing but a silhouette speeding through space-time. Of course, it was our hero being chased by Raiden's crew. Just then, she stared at her staff, wondering if she should attack. She soon realized that taking on 6 people would prove difficult even for an S-class student. In turn, she settled for lying in wait until all of their stamina dwindled and then collecting all the point sticks in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, she witnessed a surprising feat from Yusial, him beating the crap out of Raiden using only a point stick. She was somewhere between annoyed and impressed as she watched the commoner use nothing but his blink skill and a point stick to overpower 4 opponents at a go. Still hidden, she admitted that the opponents are much weaker than her, but they still grew up as elites in different families of mages. This made her conclude that if our boy is good enough to joke around with those riffraffs, then she must burn him down with her full power. This brings us back to the present, and use her full power, she did. Princess Bion begins to launch a myriad of fireballs towards our dainty hero, consuming everything in her path in the reddish yellow of her flames. Our boy seems overwhelmed at the moment, but he holds fast his point sticks and blinks himself to safety in a heartbeat. Well, that's what he thought. Unfortunately, 12 meters ahead, Bion also sends another myriad of fire attacks. He catches a glimpse of it through a side glance and caution falls upon him. The fireball seems to grow bigger with every passing second, so our boy has to activate a double blink to dodge. He almost falls on his ass but crouches down to stick the landing. This frustrates the warrior princess and she stares at our MC like he is nothing but inferior prey, a single meal for a lioness, if you may. Anyway, Yuseol glances in her direction, standing to his feet and panting. He admits that he expected nothing less from Bion, and that the last attack was really dangerous. Luckily, our hero trained his intuition in advance. While the princess awaits her next chance to attack him, our boy realizes that using 2 blinks just to dodge will take its toll on him. This makes him brainstorm for some other way to survive. The princess then asks if he is not going to take out his staff, leaving our hero perplexed enough to ask what she is talking about. He proceeds to remind her that she took his staff to help him remodel it. She is not fazed by his point. Instead, she claims that he must have the basic staff that was given to him when he got into the academy. Yuseol's eyes shoot open as he admits that he forgot about that. You see, he was given the staff upon entry into Stella Academy, but he put it away immediately. This was because he never planned to use it in the first place. The princess does not believe him, and after some seconds, she proclaims that he is up to his jokes again. Her eyes burn with anger as she glares daggers in our hero's direction. He literally stands to take the heat while Bion thinks to herself about how desperate she is, hating every moment that she thinks our boy is joking. She finally announces that she does not know how our hero behaves towards other losers, and adds that it will do him well to properly go all out against her. At this point, the flames surrounding the princess seem to burn brighter than ever, making our hero break into a cold sweat. He does not know how to explain that he was always being serious, and that he can't use magic at all. However, the princess does not care about what he has to say. Rather, she threatens that if he does not take her seriously, she'll really kill him. Her words are escorted by an even greater flame which towers over our hero. As both opponents face each other, Bion raises her staff, keeping in mind that she'll definitely crush our hero today. Once again, she sends multiple fireballs his way and our boy is mortified as they approach. One of them grazes his uniform, leaving only a hair's breadth for him to escape. He uses blink at the last minute and slides as he makes his way to safety. Unfortunately, the princess is relentless. All of our boy's senses warn him of the impending danger, and a look in the opposite direction reveals a mountain of flames. Our hero seems like a miniature soldier before this fire, so he curses under his breath, admitting that even if he manages to dodge it with blink, the attack scope is much too broad. He stops staring up at the inferno as he wonders what he should do. At this point, something draws his attention, a sound in the distance, so he turns around to scope it out. He realizes that some vines have been moving and have formed some sort of shade. As the flames draw closer, our boy's panic increases. He then welcomes the idea of hiding in the shade, and activates his blink skill to match his thoughts. Just as the flames pour down on his location, our hero darts into the covering of vines nearby. Another round of flame magic comes pouring down, leaving our hero no choice but to go even deeper. He stares at the aftermath of the princess's spell with caution like no other, peeking to see what her next move will be. While still on high alert, he admits that he got lucky with the last attack. This time, our hero is scared that it may be too difficult. Princess Bion mounts her staff on the ground beside her, standing amidst the flames as though it's room temperature. Meanwhile, our boy thinks to himself that the flames surrounding the princess will explode the moment he comes close to her. He knows this because of all the losses he has gathered during player versus player matches against fire class mages. He then admits that Bion is much stronger than anyone thinks. While the princess lies in wait, our boy confesses that he would have been done for within a minute if this were flat land. Just then, she catches a glimpse of our hero and instantly readies her staff to attack him, as she sends more fireballs in his direction. Our boy realizes that it wouldn't even be a fair fight in the first place. About 10 fireballs come face to face with him, but this time, he does not flinch. He clenches his point sticks as he births a plan to turn things around, asking the princess if she thinks he'll just stand there and do nothing. As usual, he blinks away from the flames at the last minute, leaving a massive explosion in his wake. He then tears through a narrow opening with flames on every side and more fireballs coming at him like homing missiles. At this point, his sixth sense activates and he begins to exude a bright blue essence. Even the approaching flames look blue in his eyes as they seem to slow down. This makes it easier for him to see them. He stops mid-step and uses his point sticks to cancel out the flames. For the first time, the princess is so surprised that her jaw drops. She exclaims that there is no way what she is seeing is possible. She refuses to believe that our hero is using a weapon to deflect her magic, and just watches in awe as he deflects one attack after the other. Meanwhile, Yuseol is in the zone, but only he knows that his senses are fading as more time passes. With every swing of his arm, with every application of his sixth sense, he can tell that this feeling of facing a mage and moving his body is much too realistic compared to just clicking a keyboard and moving a mouse around. As the embers leak out from every side, our hero confesses how vivid it all is, gritting his teeth as he adds that he can feel the flow of mana surging through his body, so much so that he can grasp it with his hands. It is a sixth sense that feels as familiar as hearing or sight. The princess is left wondering how our hero is doing it, seeing as a location full of trees is supposed to be more advantageous to someone with the fire attribute. She bites her lip angrily, deciding to send even stronger magic to our MC. She grips her staff tighter than ever, lifting it as she summons a mighty inferno. Meanwhile, our boy is still fighting off the former fireballs she had launched at him. Amidst the ruckus, he realizes that he can't defend forever, and that he needs to use these point sticks to destroy the princess's shield somehow. The fireballs burn out during the time it takes Bion to summon her mighty inferno, and our boy notices this instantly, seeing as it is the only window he may ever get. He begins to run towards the princess. Just as she is about to release her spell, our boy activates his blink skill and appears mere inches away from her. The princess stares down at him in surprise and grits her teeth angrily soon enough. She then activates a lighter crash spell, forging a red magic circle beneath herself and Yusial, and pointing her staff towards him in hostility. Our boy's expression remains unfazed, seeing as he recognizes this spell. Apparently, it is magic used by fire-class bishops that engage in close combat, and this magic causes a knockback explosion for those within a 2-meter radius of it. A smirk revisits our hero's lips at this point because this is not his first rodeo with lighter crash spells. He simply jumps out of the 2-meter radius, leaving the princess perplexed to say the least. She opens her mouth to complain, but our hero wastes no time blinking his way back into her radius. He then uses the surprise launch to attack her shield with everything in him. As the barrier begins to break down, the princess just can't accept her fate. Unfortunately, it is not up to her. Our boy then delivers the finishing blow to her shield and it shatters accordingly, leaving the princess no choice but to deactivate any of her ongoing spells. Bion drops to her knees from the after effects, groaning upon impact. Our boy then walks up to her, still wielding all 3-point sticks. He drops to his knees just to be on eye level with her. He then smiles and announces that he won. This makes the princess blush with embarrassment, but she is mad at the same time. Anyway, our hero gets back on his feet, only for the princess to ask about his true identity. He plays it cool as he claims that he is nothing other than a normal student. At this point, he diverts his attention to someone behind him, yelling that she can stop hiding and come out now. True to his words, a silhouette behind a nearby tree finally reveals herself to be Flame, the female lead. Having been caught, the female lead takes gentle steps towards the other two. Upon reaching earshot, she announces that she was not hiding, and proceeds to ask our hero how he knew she was there. He just lets out a nervous laugh, lying that he just had a feeling. In truth, it was a result of the Mana Revelation Delay Physique's sixth sense. The girl's features soften upon hearing his reason, but she asks how he broke Bion's shield with only a training tool like the point stick. Our boy becomes cautious of her at that moment, seeing as she follows up by asking if the feat he performed was also a feeling. This makes him realize that this kind of bug, one allowing strengthened devices to be used as weapons, wasn't in the original novel. He then concludes that he can't just tell Flame the truth. Instead, he smiles awkwardly, pointing at the sticks as he claims that they're really sturdy. She does not buy a word of his story, so she clapbacks that training devices have their limits. She then asks if our hero thought he could use the point sticks to break a magic shield. She follows up with yet another question, inquiring why our boy thinks normal knights disappeared from this world. Her questions strike a chord in Yusial, making him admit to himself that the female lead is right. Worse off, he does not know how to respond to any of her questions. Flame goes on about always thinking he was weird, but now, all she is interested in is knowing who our hero really is. Princess Bion also stares quietly from behind, awaiting our boy's answer. Drops of sweat make their way down his face as he realizes that he is in a tough spot. The bad part is that it hasn't even been a month since he arrived in the game. The situation makes him mull over the option of revealing his identity, but he quickly swipes this aside because of how dangerous it is that Flame has no reason to keep him alive. He finally speaks up, reiterating that he must seem suspicious to the female lead but isn't actually a bad person to her. She does not understand what he meant by that, so she asks him about it. In turn, our hero's nervous smile returns and he explains that if anything, he wants to help her. This does not clear up her suspicions, but just as she is about to ask our boy who he is for the second time, he takes it as his cue to make an exit. He lies that he would like to tell her more but does not have the time. In that vein, he waves the girls goodbye and they watch him leave. Bion's eyes are still full of malice, so as our boy celebrates internally about his escape, she throws all 3 of her point sticks at him, causing him a great deal of pain. She is surprised that they actually hit him and our hero turns around, trying to soothe his pain by rubbing the spots she hit. He then laments that she should have used her words if she had any complaints. In turn, she admits that she thought he would catch them, and asks how he can't catch point sticks but can dodge other types of traps and magic. Our hero is still nursing his head as he thinks about the Mana Revelation Delay Physique having a limit. He says nothing about it to the girls, and only laments about how much his head hurts. You see, how long our hero can sustain the sixth sense solely depends on his mind power, and since his mind power has bottomed out, his migraines are now very severe. Yuseol proceeds to question Byeon about why she threw the sticks at him. She only claims that she lost their tiff and adds that they're now his. Our hero wonders if it is the princess's pride talking and fears that his ranking will rise too much if he accepts the point sticks. Worse off, the other prizes are worthless to him. After thinking it through, our hero squats and picks up just 1 point stick. He then flashes Byeon a smile as he tells her that he is fine with the one, and adds that she can keep the others. With this, he turns to leave and waves them goodbye for the second time. He is so moved by how cool he is, seeing as he is now a man who shows kindness to the opponent he beat. Our boy even blushes a bit as he heads out with this new sense of self. Meanwhile, both ladies are unimpressed. Flame asks the princess if Yuseol is an idiot and she thinks he could be. The princess just blames his lack of common sense on the fact that he is a commoner. She then stares into the abyss, still worried about our boy's identity. Meanwhile, a magic device placed in a boardroom reveals the location of every student taking part in the practical training, representing them with nothing but red dots on a screen. From time to time, each student takes center stage as they battle whichever opponent comes their way. In the boardroom, Professor Hanwha looks back, half disgusted, as his superior declares that the S-class students are incredible this year. This superior is none other than Elder Telex of the Magic Council of Elders. He even admits that the training was worth coming to watch. Beside him stands Jarina Aeon of the Blue Mage Tower Board of Directors, and she also concurs that it was fun, adding that she was more impressive when she was younger though. Mr. Hanwha can only stay quiet in the midst of so many superiors, seeing as so many big shots have come just to watch the new students in a practical exercise. His eyebrows stay furrowed as he realizes that they have to come if they want to recruit new talent, and concludes that most of the other professors are also watching the exercise. His attention is drawn to the screen when two high-ranking students come face to face. The professor curses under his breath seeing as these students are Ma Yuseong and Hee Wonryong respectively. Both boys then prepare their staves as soon as they lock eyes, but Wonryong is the first to attack. He sends a streak of blue lightning after his opponent, only for Yuseong to dodge it with some magic of his own. The genius practically phases out of harm's way, but it is nothing like our hero's blink skill. It is more like a trio of spells that allow him jump from one air pocket to another. Jarina calls it a third-rank power jump activated in succession, and Elder Telex is impressed that the genius can do that at the age of 17. As usual, the professor stays quiet, thinking to himself about how a normal mage would generally have to be in their mid to late 20s to be able to master third-rank magic, but here Yuseong is, using it freely at 17. As they continue to watch the altercation, another member of the Magic Council of Elders expresses his disbelief, and points out to everyone that both boys have 3 elements each. Yuseong controls earth, lightning, and fire magic, while Wonryong possesses wind, water, and fire magic as well. The professor watches them go, and realizes that most mages have only 1 element. Most of them only gain 2 after vigorous training, so by all ramifications, 3 elements and above is considered to be talent. Meanwhile, the genius, using fire as his major element, continues to face off Wonryong who uses water as his, and these two have possessed their talents from birth. For the first time, Mr. Hanwha's expression switches from stoicism to panic as he hears a loud cawing sound. At this point, he and all the other visitors witness a large winged beast with flaming blue eyes and talons the size of 2 children as it lands in the middle of Yuseong's battle. The professor refers to it as a hidden boss, and said beast lets out a loud cry as it begins to descend. Both students watch with caution as the bird continues to fall, and soon enough, it thumps against the ground in defeat. Out of the blue, Azel asks if both boys were in the middle of a fight, and they soon realize that she's standing on top of the hidden boss. The fake heroine quickly apologizes for the interruption, and it becomes clear to Professor Hanwha that she took down the beast. You see, a hidden boss is a type of hidden event that only appears when a mage has abilities to a certain amount. Not only are they hard to find, but it is also difficult to defeat them. Azel makes her way down from the corpse of the hidden boss, leaving the professor in awe of the fact that she took it down by herself. One of the elders present refers to her as the eldest daughter of the traitor Grand Duke Malf, and Elder Telex adds that it is unfortunate that her talent will not bloom like it is supposed to because of her father. His attention is drawn to the screen soon enough, and he witnesses our hero going up against the Adalbert princess in a battle of flames. He and the other elders watch with rapt attention, but his hand makes its way to his chin as he wonders who the princess is up against, stating that he has never seen the person before. At that moment, our boy uses his signature spell and the elder's eyes open in shock. He is left wondering if he just witnessed a blink spell. It turns out that multiple mages and countless scholars have been trying to control the blink skill for hundreds of years, but everyone failed, either dying or becoming crippled from the after effects. Because of this, scholars ended up giving up. It is established to be an impossible spell to control, so you can understand Elder Telex's shock as he witnesses a student who can control blink effortlessly as though it is in his hands and feet. The more our hero combats Byeon's attacks with his point sticks, the more the elders ask who he is. Professor Hanwha has no choice but to introduce him, mentioning that our boy's name is Baek-Yuseol. The elder turns to listen to him, so he goes on about how our boy is a unique student whose specialty is using the blink skill. The other scouts begin to talk amongst themselves after hearing this, adding that this is a completely different league from Yuseong, Wonryong, and even Azel's overwhelming power. On the other hand, Elder Telex asks the professor why our hero does not use any other type of magic, and instead just jokes around. He then reiterates that our boy could have ended his battle long ago, if only he used magic. This leaves the elder quite confused. Suddenly, a voice from behind announces that our hero is actually fighting with all seriousness. They turn around and witness as a cloaked young man makes his way into the boardroom at this point. The other elders then refer to him as Eltman Eltwin, and the young man smiles softly towards them. He continues to defend our boy, telling everyone gathered that he has been fighting seriously from the start, and asks if it does not seem that way to all of them. A disappointed smile comes to his lips as he declares that their ignorance is interesting. He then goes on about our hero's fighting style, reminding him of the chivalry that once existed in the old generations. His words are taken literally, and even Elder Telex inquires whether he is referring to the same chivalry that disappeared alongside the old weapons. Mr. Hanwall keeps his eyes peeled on the battle between bishop students, admitting to himself that he also sees chivalry. By chivalry, the elders mean the mentality of a knight to fight with a sword even in a world where magic prevails. It is a testament to the existence of heroes who have existed since long ago to protect the world against evil. It was said that these heroes always faced evil with a single sword. The elder sinks into his subconscious as he refuses to believe that someone fights with a sword when magic already exists. He thinks it is realistically impossible, but before him, Yusial is battling his opponent using nothing but a point stick as a sword. He then stares at the young man who professed that our hero is chivalrous, wondering that if such a person of his caliber thinks that, then who is he to fight it? You see, Eltman Eltwin is actually the headmaster of Stella Academy, which is well known as the best magic academy in the world. He is also a 9th rank master mage and one of only 10 great sages in the continent. So, if such a person believes in our hero, no one else in the room can prove otherwise. Some time passes before the first dungeon tactical training finally ends. Later on, in the S-Class training exclusive training hall, some perplexed student attacks a mannequin with the wrath of the gods. It turns out that it was just Hyunryong putting in some time to train. He pants heavily after his last attack, stares at his staff in regret as he curses the fact that he is almost out of mana. He then grips the staff, refusing to give up because he believes he is still far behind. You see, out of all the students that participated in the practical training, 39 of them were eliminated, as El came in first place after defeating the mysterious winged beast, while Wonryong came in second. As for his opponent, Ma Yuxiang, that genius came in 6th place. He walks back to the dorms, feeling like he did not win at all. He keeps staring at the ground as he revisits memory lane, thinking RK himself that if Azel hadn't interrupted this match against the genius, he probably would have lost. This really gets his goat, so much so that he gnashes his teeth in anguish. Apparently, this has been the case since the first day these two met. He noticed that Yuxiang would half-ass every single thing but still managed to get above expert results somehow. Even in the last practical training, Wonryong had planned everything out, setting up magic circles all around and thoroughly calculating his opponent's movements. Still, the genius received all his attacks with ease. The boy is frozen in place as he wonders if he cannot defeat the genius no matter what he does, and asks him whether the wall of talent between him and his nemesis is this tall and thick. Wonryong can practically see Yuxiang smirking arrogantly, and it gets to him very much. Still staring at the ground, the boy shakes his feelings off, reminding himself that he does not have the time to be blaming himself and that he just needs to work harder. At this point, Bion and her staff make their way to the training ground, and she is surprised to see Wonryong letting out his wind magic as though he is fighting the greatest foe ever. She remembers him as the guy who's usually calm and wonders why he is full of spite today. She instantly rebukes herself, claiming that she shouldn't be the one saying such things. Afterwards, she summons a mighty inferno and attacks the mannequin in front of her like it hurt her loved ones. One attack does not satisfy her, so she gears up and fires another. This one is big enough to draw Wonryong's attention, so he glances at the princess, noticing that her staff is still glowing red from all the heat it exuded. Her anger refuses to be quenched as she remembers that she still came in 3rd place after our hero yielded her point sticks. She recalls that her mother was quite satisfied, but peradventure Yusial had taken the sticks, she would have been punished like she was just another student. Her flames just keep burning brighter as our hero comes to mind. She hates the fact that he is a commoner who thinks that he is worth something. As she unleashes her next attack, Wonryong is almost blinded by the brightness, and afterwards, she breathes heavily in a bid to vent her frustration. As the dust settles, her fellow trainee is left dumbfounded, and quietly wonders if something happened to the princess too. He just stares at the still angry princess, confused as to whether it is just his imagination or her magic has actually gotten more accurate than earlier. Seeing as the princess's fire magic is extremely explosive, Wonryong had concluded that it is almost impossible to control it precisely. He still refuses to believe that Bion has improved so much in such a short amount of time, and is left wondering if it is just a coincidence. As for the princess, she quietly cusses as she thinks about our hero once again. She may hate to admit it, but his classes have been quite effective for her. Apparently, after switching to the pun quizzes, her magic has increased tremendously. This basically means her creativity has improved. She cannot see Yusial as anything other than a commoner, one with terrible grades and the worst personality under the sun. But she is certain about one thing: he is the only one who knows the method to supplement her weaknesses. The princess looks away, telling herself that it does not stop her from being upset. At that moment, she hears someone call out to her, and aptly twirls to see who it is. She soon realizes that it is her guard, Yi Taran, so she asks her what the problem is. He wields a box in her hands and promptly stretches it out to her mistress. She then announces that the remodeling of the Terabin staff has been completed per her request. As a follow-up, the guard inquires whether or not to hand it over to our hero immediately and opens it up for the princess to take a look. In turn, Byeon gives her the go-ahead, so the guard readies herself to leave. For some reason, her mistress grabs her shoulder and tells her to hold on. He then asks the princess what the problem is, only to get glared at in return. It is high noon in Stella Academy. It is either that or the sun is out to smite an enemy. Anyway, Princess Byeon arrives at the second main tower that afternoon with the remodeled Terabin staff in hand. Apparently, she had collected it from me to deliver it personally, and is now at the main tower because she heard it was our hero's last known location. Normally, this tower houses the faculty's research facilities, and it gets her thinking that Yuseol may be there to see a professor. A wave of realization washes over her and she blushes in embarrassment. She backs up as she asks herself why she came over since she can just hand him the sword at the training hall. The new feeling is shame as she notices that giving him the staff at the facility makes it seem like a royal is following a commoner around. Shame turns into disgust, so she resolves to just return to her dorm. Unfortunately, she does not go unnoticed as a teacher calls out to her highness. Byeon then pays her some attention and realizes that it is Miss Hammerl, her middle-aged teacher with purple long hair. Anyway, the princess admits that it has been a while, and almost refers to Miss Hammerl as a teacher when she is actually a professor. In turn, the professor quips that the princess has already gotten so old, but it still seems like just yesterday that she was teaching her magic at the castle. She then segues into asking what her highness is doing in the facility. Byeon hesitates before commenting that she had some business to handle but is returning at the moment. The professor lets her know that it is better that way, seeing as the facility is a bit disorderly. Her statement piques the princess's interest, so she asks about it. Miss Hammerl wastes no time revealing that it is hectic because some magic officials have come due to a student named Baek Yuseol. The mention of our hero's name strikes a chord that leaves the princess wide-eyed. Her highness is now very interested in the matter, so she pays close attention as the professor reiterates how our hero fought battles without using a lick of magic, adding that Byeon should know this since she fought with him. Her highness averts her gaze to the ground shamefully, realizing that her former mentor watched her fail. She regrets showing something so unsightly to the teacher she respects the most. The professor notices this almost immediately, so she tells her student that she does not need to blame herself, adding that her opponent tried his best. This does not do anything for her highness. Instead, she asks if her mentor feels the same way even if Yuseol did not use any magic. In turn, Miss Hammerl claims that it is because of our boy's creed. This is news to Byeon, so the professor reiterates how the headmaster saw our hero fighting and proclaimed that he was doing so with a creed, adding that the headmaster mentioned our hero's efforts to revive chivalry which was lost many generations ago. Her highness almost loses her bearings as she raises her voice to repeat her mentor's last words about chivalry. She then admits that the theory makes sense, and soon enough, she slips into her subconscious, replaying how our boy had used his point sticks as a sword during their battle. She stares at the remodeled sword in her possession and wonders if chivalry is also the reason why our hero wanted it. A gulp of saliva ensues for the princess before she goes back to talking with her mentor. She reiterates not using magic in a magic academy will only attract penalties for our boy. Worse off, he'll end up receiving penalty points during magic practical training, amongst other things. Miss Hammerl intertwines her arms as she concurs with her highness, adding that our hero has decided to walk that path despite the consequences. She thinks it's incredible that Yuseol is still pushing himself after the great achievement that is Blink. Byeon, on the other hand, just quietly stares at her mentor as she adds that she thinks our hero's creed must be the real deal. Later on, the princess stops by an alleyway to sulk, thinking to herself that everyone would mock anyone who said they dreamed of chivalry, and wonders if our boy wants to be a knight in this generation, whether he is doing it as a joke or seeking it sincerely. Just as she starts to feel guilty about getting mad at our hero and telling him to stop joking around, he shows up. He wastes no time asking what the princess is doing in an alleyway, all while chewing on the ethelic root he got as his prize for 5th place. Byeon's cheeks stain red from embarrassment and she quickly clarifies that she's not there because of him. Confused, our hero also makes it clear that he never said she was. It becomes a stalemate as the princess stares daggers at our hero and he shoots her a dumbfounded look in return. She just gives up, looks away, and stretches his remodeled staff at him, yelling at him to take it. Our boy gets excited immediately and thanks the princess for it. His eyes cannot hide his intrigue as he pops the box open to reveal his staff. He discovers that it is a shapeless sword, but just swipes the thought aside seeing as the people of Adalbert have excellent craftsmanship. At this point, our hero bears no regret over helping the princess. Riding the wave of his excitement, he asks Byeon if he can keep the box, mostly because he thinks he can fetch a good price if he sells it. She just shuts her eyes and tells him to do as he pleases. In turn, our hero does a small dance to celebrate the free money coming his way. The princess isn't the least bit surprised by our boy's commoner behavior. A sort of sadness finds its way into her eyes soon enough, and she calls out Yuseol's name. Our boy replies to her excitedly, only to get asked if he really isn't going to use other magic. The question takes him by surprise, so he stares the princess straight in the eyes, making her blush some more and hate every moment of it. She bites her lip in regret and immediately tells him not to bother. She then spins around, announcing that she'll be leaving. Still confused, all our hero can do is watch her go. After a few seconds, he also turns to leave, trying to decipher what she meant by other magic, especially because Professor Hanwell said something similar earlier. Our hero revisits the memory of his professor gripping his shoulder and claiming that he has chosen a difficult path. The man had told our boy that he understood his intentions, adding that he would respect his creed or some nonsense like that. Bottom line is that the entire thing confused our hero, but he accepts that what's good is good. For now, he grips his sword, knowing full well that as long as he has it, he'll be safe enough for the next episode. Up next, he decides to give it a proper look. The sunset stains a now empty training ground, and our hero arrives there just in time to test his new sword without the prying eyes of the public. He wields it soon enough, asking himself if all he needs to do is channel his mana into the staff. Upon gripping it, a golden hue begins to surround the wand, and the more mana he pours into it, the more it transforms into a sword so sleek it would give gladiators a run for their money. The glint in our hero's eyes cannot be compared to anything. He is just really excited at how cool his sword turned out to be, seeing as it turned out much better than he expected. He lifts the blade towards the dimming sun and it still shines. His demeanor then drops once again as he thinks about Flame being the one who's supposed to wield the Terravan. You see, the female lead is quite special. Even though she is human, she can wield elf, angel, and even dwarf magic. As for the Terravan, it turns out that the staff cannot be used by just anyone because it continually absorbs the user's mana. But Flame has the ability to recover her mana using the energy of nature, and uses the Terravan as her lethal move in the game. On the other hand, our hero does not have any mana to begin with, seeing as it cannot accumulate in his body even if he continuously absorbs it. The mana just gets directed to the Mana Revelation Delay Physique. In simpler terms, the concentration of mana in our hero's breathing is used as the output of the staff. He becomes excited again, this time, because he seeks to check his stat window. The blue notification bar pops up in accordance and reveals that our boy's strength has gone up by a small %. His Mana Revelation has also become a level 2. Yusial looks everything over and confirms that the etheric roots he won from the practical training is the reason for the strength increase. A small smile graces his features as he acknowledges that he now has a weapon that he can use to directly increase his strength and other factors, rather than do it by using EXP. Up next, our MC resolves to try using the sword, so he fires it up, telling himself that he'll be busy from now on. Days pass, and the students gather for a mandatory class where the lecturer announces that they're going to learn actual magic. The students just line up a small ways from him and listen as he yells at them to spread out and hold their staves. This professor is none other than Virian, the magic defense lecturer. Mr. Virian does laps around the training ground as the kids practice their magic shields. A quick glance around makes him admit that there are quite a lot of talented students in his current group. He's even happier because he lined them up according to their ranks. At this point, something sticks out like a sore thumb and the lecturer shoots questioning looks in its direction. It's our hero, Beak Yusial, and the lecturer wonders if he's the infamous S-class that everyone is talking about. He only sees our boy as a commoner who managed to resonate with the middle-high class staff and got 5th place in the dungeon practical training. After concluding that he doesn't like Yusial, the lecturer approaches him and asks why he isn't doing anything. Our hero nervously picks his face as he explains that he doesn't need to learn basic magic because he's learning a different defensive technique. A forced smile comes to Mr. Virian's lips as he feigns interest in our hero's methods. In truth, he finds our boy to be arrogant and practically hates him for not, at least, learning the succession magic of Adalbert like Princess Bayonne. On second thought, the lecturer concludes that a commoner like our hero couldn't learn something like that. He heard that our boy can't use any magic other than blink, and for this reason, Mr. Virian puts him on the spot, asking him to show the other students an example of this incredible defensive technique that he's talking about. Our hero remains silent as the lecturer scans the room for a suitable opponent, and finally, the man chooses Morso from B class. In response, the brown-haired scrawny kid flashes our boy an arrogant smirk. You see, Professor Virian believes that connections are important for a magic defense lecturer like himself to stay at Stella Academy. And Morso Dordan, who's from the Scalvan Empire, will prove to be useful if the lecturer leaves a good impression on him. In turn, he asks our boy what he thinks about the duel whilst mulling over how good it'll be if Morso shows impressive magic against an S-class student. Yusial doesn't see any reason not to duel the boy, so the professor tells both contenders to step onto a platform. They obey almost immediately and stand face to face while the other students watch from down below. Some rascals in the crowd yell at Morso, telling him to kick our hero's butt, and another rascal announces that he should embarrass our boy publicly. A smile visits the noble's face as he assures his friends that he will. This little show of classlessness opens our boy's eyes to the fact that his opponent is part of Uslak and Raiden's crew. None of this dissuades him. In fact, he thinks it's good. It turns out that our hero is only taking the class because it's mandatory, and there was nothing to do since he can't use magic. A glance in Mr. Virian's direction reminds our boy that the lecturer has been notorious since the first year episode. Anyway, he flashes a soft smile and resolves to check the results of all his training up until this moment. As Morso wields his staff in preparation, The professor declares that the duel will be based on attack and defense turns, and adds that the contenders cannot use any magic outside of the two. The noble gets the first pick and his friends begin to talk among themselves. One confirms from the other if Morso will win, adding that he may be good at defense, but has also learned offensive Earth-class magic. In response, the other boy admits that it'll be difficult to defend against that. Jeremy just stays smiling as he eavesdrops on their conversation. At this point, Mr. Virion asks if both sides are ready, and then indicates the beginning of the duel. Morso instantly uses offensive earth magic and his classmates recognize it to be second rank. Yet another classmate announces that it's the unspoken rule to only use first rank magic during a basic magic practical, leaving him wondering whether Yusial will be okay. Meanwhile, our hero seems unfazed by his opponent's theatrics but stays vigilant nonetheless. The noble thinks of him as an arrogant S-class and then attacks him with the Dordan Stone Pierce technique. This sends a big rock encapsulated by the lime green essence of his magic towards our hero. Yusial watches as it covers the distance, grips his staff-turned sword, and cuts the rock into two. As the remnants disintegrate on either side of our boy, Professor Virion is left in shock. Jeremy stays as quiet as he's always been. But Morso twitches as he refuses to believe his eyes. The fact that his magic disappeared just doesn't sit right with him, but our hero stands there awaiting his opponent's next move. The same students who talked smack about him begin to analyze the situation. One of the girls proclaims that our boy cut his competitor's magic with his sword, and her friend wonders if such a thing should make magic disappear. The professor who had overheard them thinks to himself that it would make no sense for magic to just disappear from a slash, but it's exactly what happened. Apparently, all magic has a path of mana, and in a case where you accurately cut that path, the magic will be extinguished. It baffles the professor so much that he still asks himself if our hero did that. Afterwards, Yusial stares at his sword with hints of excitement, admitting that it works better than he thought. Although he can barely manage to cut through third-rank magic now, he feels like it was good that he practiced in the training hall for a few days without rest. With the vigor from his first defense, he now feels like he might actually win the match. Morse's features turn red in annoyance as he asks how a mere commoner would have the audacity to cut his magic. As he continues to grit his teeth, the professor is worried on the sidelines because it'll also be annoying for him if the noble loses. For this reason, he speaks up, telling our hero that his defense is good, and adding that there's a limit to just hitting aside everything one by one. He gives an instance using an abundant attack and this strikes a chord in Morso, bringing a smile of mischief to his lips. Our hero easily deduces that the professor just gave his opponent a tip, and it really annoys him. In turn, he stares down the Dordan as he prepares multiple attacks simultaneously. The mischievous smile has come to stay and the noble raises his staff in retaliation. The cackles from his attack seem to be increasing, making the bystanding students worry that he's doing too much. Some even fear that he'll hurt our hero at this rate, and wonder why the professor isn't stopping the duel. After concluding that his spell will end things, the rascal finally unleashes the Ballier Stone Pierce, sending multiple magic-infused rocks towards our hero at full speed. Yusial's eyes pop open as he just stands there, wondering what to do. The rocks cover the distance soon enough, but our boy is fast enough to count a total of 11 rocks. He then deduces that there's only one method left if he can't blink or slice them, and that is to block them all. In the presence of everyone, our hero begins to rotate his wand in a way that none of the rocks make it past its axis. Morso almost explodes from the ensuing anger of seeing his spell being dismantled like that. He never expected his strongest one to be blocked so easily. Even Professor Virion grits his teeth in annoyance, cursing in his mind as he asks what Morso is doing. The poor boy has no idea that things will be difficult for the lecturer if he ends up losing. As for our hero, he whispers that he just tried copying something that he saw in another game, and he's just as surprised as everyone else that it worked. Apparently, he had used a technique called panning. Terravan, his staff, has the disadvantage of requiring several times more mind power than others to maintain its form, so after using it, your stamina is guaranteed to fall rapidly. It becomes obvious that things would have been difficult in an actual fight, seeing as Terravan's defensive power is weaker when blocking multiple attacks than it is when blocking one. He's relieved that it's just a duel, and while he awaits the perfect time to strike, more murmurs emanate from the onlookers. Some of them proclaim that they've never seen the technique our hero used and they wonder if it's a variation of Magic Shield. Others ask if there was a technique like that in Magic Defense class, and the rest conclude that Morso is going to lose if things continue like this. The noble overhears this and it fans the flames of his anger anew. He curses under his breath as he asks himself how a mere commoner would embarrass him like this. He pulls from this rage and activates his staff, leaving the students to point out that his turn to attack has passed. Meanwhile, the professor smiles and pretends as though he doesn't know this. All he wants is for Morso to keep attacking. In turn, the noble screams at our hero as he tells him to prepare himself. He then adds that he won't let him go this time. At this point, a voice calls for the lecturer and the man diverts his attention to the direction of the voice. It turns out to be Jeremy, so the professor asks him what the problem is. The prince just smiles softly and then asks why Mr. Virion isn't giving Yusial his attack turn. This makes him nervous, so he begins to stutter his reply. Right on cue, he realizes the dirty stares he's now getting from the other students as they complain about the duel. Some of them point out that the duel is no longer a first-year basic one, while others proclaim that if it goes on, our hero might end up getting seriously hurt. The cherry on this blame cake is when one of the students proclaims that Mr. Varian isn't suitable to be a teacher. It then dawns on the man that he was too focused on the duel to notice the reactions of the other students. Still face to face with Jeremy, the boy puts his teacher on the spot, making him break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Morso tries to pull a fast one on our hero by activating his magic shield to block his attacks. Unfortunately, he's much too slow. Our boy successfully maneuvers through his opponent's defense and points his sword at the noble's neck. With this, UCL gets declared the winner and his fellow contender remains frozen from the shock. Jeremy smiles soft as usual, acknowledging that our boy still won the duel in the end, and admitting that he's more impressive than he thought. His soft smile then becomes one of mischief. Later on, the grunts of a student rise into the air as he gets the beating of his life. Vera Jane just watches as the poor student struggles to breathe and begs for forgiveness. This is none other than Morso, and he lays in a mixture of his own blood and spit after Jeremy is done roughing him up. With a remorseless look on his face, he wipes his hands and calls out to Vera Jane. She instantly responds and the prince tells her that his friend seems to be pretty hurt. He then asks her in the softest of tones to take a look at him, adding that he'll be sad if anything goes wrong. She quips that she understands and Jeremy thanks her. Vera Jane just watches the prince as he leaves and realizes that he referred to Morso as his friend and not his loyal subject. You see, in the Scalvan Empire, the heir to the throne is decided solely by magic ability, and Prince Jeremy Scalvan became the crown prince after defeating his brothers at the young age of 12. The fact that he did not refer to Morso as his loyal subject means that the Dordan family has automatically been thrown out of the political world. Vera Jane realizes that it's not just Morso, but our boy. Seeing as he has caught the eye of the prince, she fears that our hero will no longer be able to have a comfortable school life. The next day, the wonderful Stella Academy houses a bunch of students and they all make their ways to their various classes. Our hero, on the other hand, makes his way to the lab for an alchemy class. There, some of his mates gossip about him and how he chose to follow the oath of chivalry. They mock him for his choices and proclaim that he's doing it because he's desperate for attention. One of them then points out how our boy won his battle against Morso of the Dordan family, and his friend reiterates how the Dordans are influential in the Scalvan Empire. At this point, Flame can't take it anymore. She's utterly irritated because she hears about UCL everywhere she goes. The girl slams her hands against her desk, deceiving herself that she doesn't want attention. Instead, she tells herself that she just doesn't like our hero getting so much of it. Just then, the alchemy lecturer announces that the class should focus. She's none other than Professor Mazentire, and she breaks into a small speech about how alchemy requires accurate measurement and timing, as well as perfect temperature control. The experiment for the day involves practicing the Tyrant Fatigue Recovery Potion, one of the professor's original concoctions. She once again asks them to focus, but Flame seems worried. Apparently, she finds the practical annoying because everything will go wrong if she messes one thing up. Still wielding a tube of purple liquid, she admits to herself that she tries to avoid alchemy because it's particular and difficult. She stares slyly at the professor as she yells at someone called Atleisha, telling her that what she's doing is too dangerous. It turns out that Atleisha is just another unfortunate student and the professor spares no expense correcting her. In turn, the student bows her head and apologizes. Flame, who has been watching the whole thing ensue, acknowledges that Professor Mason will one day blacken and go out of control. For her to prevent this canon event, she will have to keep taking the alchemy class. On the other hand, the girl remembers that she needs more ingredients, but before she can head up to get them, she overhears someone laughing like a maniac in the corner. A quick glance in the direction of the laughter reveals Yusial wielding a tube of liquid and smiling into a concoction as he declares that he has gotten it right. Flame becomes uneasy as she watches our boy work. She had thought that he took the class to get close to Azel, but now she thinks that he might just be sick in the head. She simply exhales in a bid to brush aside what she just witnessed, and resolves to go get her ingredients. Later on, she rounds up making 2 vials of the recovery potion and wipes the sweat off her forehead as she acknowledges that she finally got it. She then gives kudos to the fact that her host body's academic achievement is high and attributes the swift creation of the potion to it. Soon enough, she glances in Azel's direction, wondering what the girl is doing. She sees her going about the experiment at her own pace and mumbling the instructions to herself. This makes Flame conclude that the girl seems decently good at it. Some seconds pass before it hits her that in the original novel, Azel coincidentally comes across Mela's magic engineering books. She even recalls that the girl created a high-rank compatible product to the Tyrant Fatigue Recovery Potion in this very class. This leaves her wondering why Azel is making the potion the normal way this time. Her hand stays on her chin as she glances in our hero's direction once again. She then questions how he knew to change the experiment ingredients as he wished. Flame can overhear our boy conversing with Professor Mason and telling her that the way he made the potion is much more effective. The professor asks if she requested for a different result, and points out that it's different from the Tyrant Fatigue Recovery Potion that she ordered him to make. These words strike a chord in the heroine and she welcomes the possibility that our hero made the quality potion that Azel was supposed to make in the original story. The heroine senses that something is strange and stays on the premise that our hero made the potion Azel was supposed to. As she eavesdrops on his conversation with the professor, she overhears her scolding our boy for not listening to her and for having a bad attitude. She massages her forehead to ease the annoyance and proclaims that this is why commoners just don't make the cut. Flame recognizes this conversation, and originally, it was supposed to be the professor telling Azel that her stubbornness is why her family fell. She recalls this because those words became traumatic to Azel, who had lost her family, and they bothered her until she finished making the potion. The heroine wonders if our boy also knows the real story, and she deduces that it could be the reason why he got on the professor's bad side, to help protect Azel from the trauma. At this point, Flame remembers that Professor Mason has quite the influence within Stella, and that if anyone gets on her bad side, they will face the after effects on their grades in other classes. This only makes her question Yusial's identity, and it leaves her wondering why he would go so far for the fake heroine. Suddenly, Professor Mason bursts out in anger, yelling as she asks our hero to watch his tone. She even screams that he should bring his parents to school immediately. Our hero falls quiet after this, seeing as he had forgotten about his situation. He had been so focused on the alchemy that he didn't recall this part of the game's development. He then whispers that he doesn't have parents. This slightly stuns her, but she keeps screaming at our boy until her words trail off. Seeing as he has already gotten on her bad side, Yusial concludes that there's nothing he can do. At this point, he throws caution to the wind and tunes out the professor. He then makes a mental note to try making a kimchi potion and cola potion the next day. After a few weeks, the alchemy professor is still on our boy's case, yelling out his name in front of the other students and reminding him that she has warned him not to use any other ingredients that she hasn't taught him to. In response, our hero calmly tells her that he's creating better results by slightly altering her compositions. This infuriates the teacher even more, and while she's taking out her frustrations on Yusial, he activates his bulbul glasses and pulls up all the information he has on her. Apparently, her Dark Demon erosion progress is at 21%, and she has been confirmed to be a Dark Demon Contractor, the level 8 boss, and a carrier of the Dark Demonization. After scanning through the info, our hero acknowledges that the progress is going as well as he planned. At this point, the professor is visibly shaking with anger. You see, Mason Tyrant, also known as the Episode 8 boss, is unable to defeat her dark emotions and ends up undergoing dark demonization. This turns her into one of the villains. Once her dark demon erosion progress reaches 90%, she'll completely become a dark demonic human. But while it's under 50%, it's impossible to find out through magic. Our hero reiterates that she's at 21% currently, making it impossible to report her or prove that she's a dark demonic human. For this reason, he needs to continually provoke her until it surpasses 50%, after which he'll call in the Dark Demon Assassination Squad. For a typical Dark Demon, there would have been a way to overturn it before she completely underwent the transformation. Unfortunately, Mason Tyrant is a Dark Contractor who willingly underwent a contract with a Dark Demonic human, and their seeds are already blossoming inside of her, making it impossible to reverse. Back to the present, our hero glares at his professor, acknowledging that the 4th episode hasn't even started yet, and that he has to prepare beforehand because she's a very strong boss. If he doesn't prepare, the professor will turn other students into dark demonic humans and also threaten Stella. In turn, Miss Mason intertwines her arms as she reiterates that our hero's attitude is still the same as ever. She then tells him not to expect a good mark in alchemy. He remains unfazed, and it's evident in his expression. He even thinks this is better, seeing as there won't be any additional damage if he continues to receive attention. He then resolves to focus on building his muscles rather than doing assignments. Sadly, he gets blindsided when he discovers that the practical exams are going to be a group project. Worse off, that he's stuck with Azel and 2 other awkward boys in his group. Both boys just stare at each other in silence, and Azel staring at the desk doesn't help matters either. The atmosphere feels like someone died, so our hero takes initiative and introduces himself to the group. The first boy introduces himself as Ka Sehun, the other one is Mal Lewin, and finally, Azel introduces herself. Lewin immediately buries his face in his palms as he whimpers about their group being screwed. He then proclaims that the professor always gives bad marks to students she dislikes, and that it doesn't even matter if they do the exam. This makes our boy feel sorry for infuriating the professor, only for the fake heroine to finally speak as she points out that they can't just give up. She goes on about how the alchemy exam is assessed by at least 3 alchemists from the alchemy castle, making it difficult for Miss Mason to ruin their grades all by herself. Both Lewin and Sehun brighten up upon this realization. They then smile at each other as they announce that they'll try their best, and admit that they always wanted to work on the project at hand. In turn, our boy smiles softly at Azel, and she averts her gaze as though she didn't just turn the tides on their project. Anyway, she explains that it won't be that hard to create the D-Vitality potion given for their assignment, only if they combine their knowledge. She then announces that they have to begin by gathering the ingredients properly. The first and most important ingredient on their list is the tail of the fire lizard, and our hero volunteers to get that. Azel points out that the monster corpse is the most important part of alchemy and makes sure our boy understands that he needs to carefully select it and bring something fresh. Yusial quips that he understands, and his confidence doesn't go unnoticed by the fake heroine. She's left wondering if she can trust him though. Meanwhile, our hero just smiles slyly, knowing full well that he'll simply dropship the fire lizard to his location. Upon nightfall, our hero turns up for a one-on-one meeting called by Professor Mason, only for her to hand him a piece of paper with instructions to give it to the C Group first-year alchemy students. As she specifies that Team 12 will be exempted, a sinister smile accompanies her statement. In response, our boy quips that he'll do as she says. You see, the alchemy practical exam is done in front of the alchemy castle's official alchemists, and per adventure our hero shows a pathetic sight in front of them. His path as an alchemist will be blocked forever. As the professor watches him leave, she intertwines her arms and quips that she'll teach him what it means to go against a professor. The next day, Flame is busy making use of the S-Class training hall when someone calls out to her. She twirls to see who it is, only to realize that it's Baek. He goes on to hand her the piece of paper, telling her that it's an alchemy assignment. The heroine accepts the note with thanks and he adds that they were instructed not to tell anyone about it. Apparently, the professor thinks Flame will understand when told to keep it a secret. She just heaves a tired sigh as the hero makes his way back, keeping in mind that Professor Mason probably meant the note for Team 12 because Yusial is on it. The girl opens the note soon enough and it reveals that the assignment for the practical exam will be changed from the D-Vitality potion to the Tyrant Point potion. The heroine then wonders if her professor thinks that she'll just do nothing. Soon enough, she gets some sort of epiphany and takes a beat to think things out, asking herself if the hero will be prepared for this incident since he has knowledge of the original novel. She deduces that for the exam, he'll prepare the Idyllic Spider's scales for the Tyrant Point potion rather than the tail of a fire lizard needed for the D-Vitality potion. Flame stares at the note for a little longer and squeezes it within her palm as she resolves to use this another chance to test our boy. A loud announcement is made, pointing out that Baek has been transported to the Daredevil Stadium. As he makes his way out of the warp hole that transported him there, the first thing he does is complain about his head. The second thing is to complain about how dizzy warp holes make him feel. Just then, his attention is drawn by someone welcoming. A quick glance reveals a blonde lady pointing towards a huge passageway and smiling as she welcomes him to Daredevil. Our hero wastes no time letting her know that he's only a cadet, but she's adamant that a cadet from Stella Academy is worth the same treatment as an official mage. Anyway, our hero begins to draw unnecessary attention as a passerby pinpoints him as a cadet from Stella Academy. Other people begin to murmur after this, some quip that they've never seen the Stella uniform before, while the others express how jealous they are of him. The blonde lady then reminds him that she mentioned him getting special treatment and adds that he should reach out if he needs help with anything. In turn, our hero simply thanks her and gets a move on. He thinks to himself that as long as he has a pass and a Stella pocket watch, he'll get treated as an official mage no matter where he goes. A soft smile then crosses his lips as he admits that his academy sure is nice. In addition, he gets to use a warp hole for free when it would cost 100,000 credits on a normal day. Thanks to this advantage, our hero has been using the warp hole every weekend to go around the city, and has confirmed that the information he has is mostly the same. Our boy arrives at the bush path beside a blue castle in the mountains, and twirls his head continuously as he searches for something vital to his school project. You see, the goal for the day is to get a hold of a fire lizard which is known to have a risk level of 2. This creature's stamina and power are stronger than that of most beasts, so any mage would have to use nothing less than second rank magic if they plan to catch it. This is also because of its quick movements and resistance to magic. At this point, our boy recalls how easy it was when he tried catching risk level 1 monsters, and quips that a risk level 2 should be pretty cut and dry. In no distant future, he feels the presence of this beast and instantly takes his battle pose as he peels out Verizon. Our hero takes a beat as the monster continues to linger in the shadows, only for it to speed up in an attempt to attack him from behind. Luckily, his sixth sense activates just in time and Yusial turns around. The fire lizard gets stabbed in the neck just as quickly as it tries to attack our hero. After this, the beast coughs up a sizable amount of blood and continues to shriek as life seeps out of it. Soon enough, the shrieking stops and the monster falls to the ground in defeat. Yusial just stands over the corpse as he acknowledges that he has gotten one fire lizard. Unfortunately, his attention is drawn once again, this time by multiple fire lizards crawling their way out of the bushes. Of course, our boy is neither scared nor overwhelmed. Instead, he smiles and lifts his staff as he resolves to collect more ingredients. He then runs headfirst into the swarm. Later on, Azel can't hide her surprise as he reveals everything he collected. He points out that they're super fresh and the fake heroine claps back about how obvious that is. As they wait their turn for the practical exams, she admits that our hero seems to have an eye for ingredients. In turn, he just smiles and quips that as long as she knows it, he's good. Up next, Azel announces that they just have to make the potion perfectly, and tells the other 3 boys on her team that they should get to it. In no time, Professor Mason appears in front of the class with 3 other examiners dressed in red hoods. She asks if everyone has gathered and goes on to reiterate that their exam will be carried out in front of alchemists from the Alchemist Castle. Apparently, students that do well in this exam will have a better future in alchemy. The professor declares the beginning of the exam, only to drop a bomb that the subject of the exam will be on the Tyrant Point potion. Yusial instantly breaks into a cold sweat from this ambush. Even Azel can't believe her ears. Miss Mason revels in this as she asks if Team 12 have their ingredients ready, only for the fake heroine to raise her hand in protest, announcing that they thought the exam was on the D-Vitality potion. In turn, the professor tells her that she sent out an announcement about the switch, and goes on to ask the rest of the class just to prove her point. Azel takes a look around and realizes that no one is taken aback by this news. On the other hand, our hero acknowledges that his professor plans to play dirty, and although it doesn't matter to him, he feels bad that his teammates will have to fail because of it. As he wonders if such a thing happened in the original novel, he locks eyes with Flame, only for her to quickly avert her gaze. Our hero is left in confusion as he wonders what just happened. Anyway, the heroine is also having second thoughts about our boy knowing the original novel and wonders why he was unable to prevent the whole examination debacle from happening. Professor Mason verbally attacks Azel, asking her if she prepared the wrong ingredients. In turn, the already skittish cadet sweats buckets in an attempt to make up a reasonable excuse. Sadly, the professor doesn't even give her a chance to speak and goes straight to scolding her for forgetting the goal of an alchemist. Her menacing smile returns as she proclaims that it can't be helped, but just as she's about to eliminate Team 12 from the running, our hero tells her to wait. He raises his hand to signify that he has a suggestion, and confirms if all they have to do is create the Tyrant Point potion. Miss Mason tries to understand what he's talking about, but our boy proudly announces that they will make the potion. He goes on about making it with a higher efficacy than that of the professor and using different ingredients to pull it off. She didn't expect this to happen, so the shock is evident on her face. In turn, our boy smiles and rubs it in, leaving Miss Mason to suppress her anger. While the guest alchemists murmur among themselves, our hero recalls that the core ingredient for the Tyrant Point potion is the Idyllic Spider's scales, and these scales happen to have vast amounts of nutrients. The Tyrant Point potion just so happens to be the thermal supplement created with the nutrients as the foundation. Miss Mason becomes amused as she realizes that our hero is going to try making a thermal supplement using the tail of a fire lizard. She believes that this is much better than she expected and plans to use this as a yardstick to end his path as an alchemist before the eyes of everyone. The professor then agrees to give them a chance and announces that they have 1 hour. Of all 4 team members, our boy is the only one that doesn't seem worried, and Miss Mason makes it worse as she reiterates that they have to make their Tyrant potion within record time. Lewin instantly asks our boy if he's crazy, and Sehun follows up by announcing that he doesn't think he has the right idea. In turn, Yuseol flashes them his brightest smile as he encourages them to try something since it has come to this. All 3 team members then give each other knowing looks as our hero tells them to trust him. Hazel finally quips that it's better to try something than to get disqualified, so Lewin gets on board. And soon enough, Sehun does too. They all resolve to show the alchemists what they've got, and a sly smile revisits our boy's features as he offers to explain what they have to do. One of Yuseol's main interests while he was playing the game was gathering all sorts of recipes, and kept gathering them no matter how trivial they seemed. Luckily, amongst these recipes was the one for Tyrant Point Potion Type B. Back to the present, our hero thinks to himself that he wasn't going to use the recipe because it's one that the professor came up with down the line. He goes on to explain that the reason the Idyllic Spider's scales have a lot of nutrients is so that the monster can hatch its eggs. Apparently, it has a similar feature as the tail of a fire lizard, and our hero goes on to point out a certain blood vessel. He explains how the Alaker tribe in the southern desert is said to use these blood vessels to improve the health of their leaders. Our boy then tells his teammates that using it also results in a longer life expectancy, and adds that they can switch it out with that part of the fire lizard's tail. At this point, Lewin indicates that he has some knowledge about the Alaker's process, and asks if he can handle that part of things. Our hero happily lets him and returns to explaining the process. It turns out that the spike mulberry mistletoe is a vital part of the end product and should be dehydrated using the desert style of mana release. He questions the remaining 2 members of their team if they know how to carry out the process, only for Sehun to admit that he learned the dehydration method from going around with his dad. He even humble brags about being able to dehydrate all the blood vessels given to him in 5 minutes. Yuseol hasn't finished calling out the next necessary step when Azel steps up and offers to take care of it, and so he simply thanks her. After this, our hero just watches his people work. Lewin and Sehun go hard at it, and the fake heroine refuses to be outdone. This brings a small smile to our boy's lips, and he admits that his teammates are much better than he expected. After they all carried out their respective parts, Yuseol instructs them to blend the ingredients as meticulously as he taught them. Later on, Professor Mason wears the most distraught look in life as she stares at the finished product made by our hero and his team, a purplish liquid sitting pretty in a glass vial. In turn, our boy flashes her a sly grin as he declares that it's the Type B version of a Tyrant Point potion. This gets the guest alchemists murmuring again as they express their disbelief over some kids pulling off such a feat. The professor is nothing if not bitter and furrows her eyebrows as she concludes that the kids before her must be clowns. She goes on about preparing her Tyrant Point potion after years of research and refuses to believe that these kids completed theirs this easily. At this moment, one of the guest alchemists steps up and offers to confirm the potency of the potion. She stretches out her hand for an over-the-vial test, only for a bunch of blossoms to surround the potion. This leaves the alchemist pleasantly surprised, and when asked what the problem is, she reveals that even though the potion is incomplete, with some ingredients added excessively, it's more effective than that of Professor Mason. The moment she says this, our hero and his team immediately beam with smiles. The guests continue their mumbling about how incredible they find the potion and how the students sure possess unique knowledge. This annoys the professor beyond what she can stomach, so she yells at the alchemists to hand over the potion, and adds that she'll check it personally. Upon grabbing it, Miss Mason falls silent, only acknowledging to herself that there's no doubt about her technique being applied to create the potion. This is the same technique that involves using a monster's nutrients to replace a human's vitality. It burns her to admit that it's actually the perfect Iron Point potion, and she just stares at the vial with so much malice, wondering how they made something better than hers in such a short period of time. The professor squeezes the vial even tighter, telling herself that she's still the one who gets to grade these students. She then resolves to disqualify them for not having the necessary ingredients. Meanwhile, our hero and his team await their fate as Miss Mason finally announces that she has finished inspecting. Just as she's about to decree a negative result, one of the guest alchemists cuts her off and announces that Team 12 deserve more than an A+. The professor stares at her angrily, but the guest just smiles from ear to ear, asking her if she doesn't agree with their assessment. Miss Mason just curses in her heart, calling the alchemists old bats and gritting her teeth as she struggles to announce that Team 12 have passed. The team is originally stunned by the news, but their surprise turns into happiness soon enough, making all 4 of them smile as they declare that they did it. They walk away from the examination hall, giving kudos to one another while their professor stares at our hero with the most malicious intent she can muster. She then whispers that he should just wait for her next plan. Sadly, this increases her dark demon erosion progress. On the other hand, Flame is busy training to sharpen her control skills. She then stretches after putting some time in, unconsciously announcing that going to school at her age makes her body ache. This draws the attention of the student next to her, but he has no idea what to do with what he just heard. Soon enough, she notices some students petting a girl named Arshwang and telling her that she's doing well. Another friend of hers even points out that she's still doing much better than the princess. Flame watches as Arshwang wipes her tears and realizes that she had heard about the princess being a genius fire mage. The girls continue to gossip about Bion's insane growth speed, adding that they practiced for several years but she already surpassed them. The heroine overhears everything and it dawns on her that the princess's control of her magic should only start to develop in the 2nd year. This leaves her wondering how she's already controlling it so well. As Arshwang and her friends make their way out of the training room, Flame wonders if Bion's growth is thanks to Beak Yusial. The strangeness of the alchemy practical exam revisits her mind at this moment, seeing as the Type B Iron Point potion was a recipe that the future Azel was supposed to find. Unfortunately, Professor Mason would steal and complete it for herself. The heroine scratches her chin as she wonders how our hero could know a recipe that didn't even appear in the original novel. She recalls that he didn't seem to know about the switching of exam subjects, and she gets another epiphany as she realizes that our boy knows things about the future, but not things from the original novel. This helps her welcome the idea that he's actually a regressor and not a possessor like herself. It all begins to make sense, seeing as Yusial being from the future would justify him knowing things that will happen but not the small incidents that occurred to Azel. Apparently, Ma Yuxiang once gained the chance to regress in the original novel, and this was granted by the 11th moon of the Silver Mage, the sole being with the power of time in this world. The heroine is still deep in thought, trying to link the being's power to our hero, when someone asks her what's wrong. This makes her snap out of it and she soon realizes that it was He Wenryong talking. She thinks it's the perfect time, so she covers the distance between them and asks him what he thinks about Yusial. In turn, the mage expresses his ignorance over why she's asking, but goes on to say that he thinks our hero is a slightly strange boy. Flame tries to confirm if he feels anything else, but Wenryong quips that he doesn't. This saddens the heroine, so she bows her head in disappointment. After some seconds of silence, her friend asks if she's bothered by our boy, and this makes her lift her head once again. She wastes no time admitting that he does bother her, much to Wenryong's surprise. Flame conveniently leaves out the part about being worried because our hero seems to know about the original novel, just like her. She suddenly announces that her behavior won't cut it, leaving her friend to ask what she's talking about. In turn, she admits that whining like this doesn't match her personality, and declares that she's going to confide her thoughts to Yusial. Wenryong's eyes shoot open as he reads a different meaning into the heroine confiding her thoughts to our boy. The mage escorts Flame until they get outside the training ground, and she thanks him for hearing her out with a smile and a wave goodbye. Wenryong returns her gesture, but the moment she gets going, his hand drops to his side and his countenance becomes a sad one. He just bows his head as he continues to think about the heroine. The next day, the sun filters in through the windows of the diner, and our hero sits alone with 2 girls laughing in view. He then exhales loudly as he wonders what to do next. You see, Professor Mason's dark demon erosion progress is at 37%. This means the incident will occur in 3 months as Yusial predicted. Anyway, Miss Mason's dark demon erosion is sure to randomly affect one student, but there are 3 possible candidates. There's Jackie, Flame's friend, Arshwang, a member of Bion's clique, and He Wenryong, heir to the Full Moon Tower. As our boy gets on his feet, he acknowledges that Wenryong getting involved will be the worst case. He makes his way out of the diner, remembering the route of the game involving the heir. Apparently, if he gets caught in a dark demon erosion, it almost always meant a bad ending. He's still busy wondering who will be the most likely target of all 3 candidates when his train of thought gets interrupted. He realizes that it's Flame with her arms intertwined and a serious look pasted on her face. She wastes no time asking for our hero's real identity, but he tries to play it off by inquiring why she's saying such things so suddenly. In turn, the heroine reminds him that the last time she brought up his identity, he also didn't answer her properly. Seeing as he's stuck with the same question once again, our hero squints his eyes and acknowledges that the girl before him must like making things difficult. He then looks her dead in the eyes as he welcomes the possibility of telling her the truth in exchange for information that might help him reach the game's true ending. After mulling it over, he realizes that he actually has nothing to lose, but just as he's about to confess, notifications begin to pop up left and right, screaming that he lacks narrative power, and warning him not to reveal that he's a possessor. It also warns him not to share any information he has with the relevant character, and the number of warning notifications becomes quite overwhelming for our hero, so much so that he admits that it's driving him nuts. After coming to terms with the new conditions, he massages his head and comes up with a way for both parties to get what they want, or at least half of it. Flame instantly replies that it's fine with her, and dives right into the questions before our hero can have a chance to catch his breath. She questions him about knowing the future, and it dawns on Yusial that she has no plans to take things slow. He just announces that she must also know the future if she's asking him about it, and proceeds to ask what she's trying to achieve by going to the academy. She raises her voice, telling our boy that their world is unstable and announcing that all she wants to do is move it in a direction where it won't collapse. Her reply gives our hero some hope, but he's a bit skeptical because there's no way to know if she's telling the truth. Flame tags in with her next question and asks why Yusial is acting like that. The question seems too vague, so our hero decides to give a vague answer too, and tells her that he's acting that way just because. He later adds that all he's doing is for the best, and this catches Flame's attention, so much so that she begins to tremble and ultimately accuses our boy of lying. Yusial never expected Flame to accuse him of lying, so he is taken aback by it and begins to sweat nervously. In turn, the heroine quips that there's no way he is that kind and goes on to scream that there's definitely some goal he wants to achieve, or something he wants. Once again, our hero clarifies that he doesn't want anything, and when asked what he means, he buries his face in his palm. He then explains that he is honestly not sure of what he wants, so it's practically pointless to even ask him such a question. She still doesn't understand how he is not sure, so he makes it clear that all he wants to do is laugh. It's Flame's turn to be surprised, and her eyes shoot open as she repeats his last statement to herself. After this, she simply apologizes for overstepping, leaving our hero to wonder if that's all she can do. Unfortunately, things take another turn as the heroine clasps her mouth shut and runs away crying. Yusial then realizes that it's actually his turn to ask a question, but he is also too distracted by why she is crying. At this point, someone calls out his name, so he turns his head to see who it is, only for a pissed-off Hyunryong to take malicious steps in his direction. This scares our boy into sweating even more, and the scholar yells at him to explain why Flame ran away crying, adding that he won't let Yusial rest if he gives him a false answer. Our hero freezes in place, admitting to himself that he feels scared because the rival of the world's strongest person is now glaring daggers at him. It's at this point that he remembers Wonryong's unrequited crush on Flame, so he realizes that if he gets misunderstood, things will end up being tough. For this reason, he tells the scholar that nothing happened with his girl. He even takes it a step further as he asks why Wonryong wants to know. This does nothing to throw off the scholar, seeing as he doesn't believe a word our hero said. In turn, he smiles nervously and clarifies that nothing like what Wonryong is thinking actually happened. He then urges the scholar not to worry, keeping in mind that his words should be enough this time. Unfortunately, the frown doesn't leave Wonryong's face at first, but after a few moments of mulling things over, he apologizes to our hero, claiming that he initially asked a pointless question. In response, Yusial flails his arms and tells the scholar that he doesn't need to go that far. Before he can even finish his sentence, Wonryong turns around and bids him goodbye, leaving him to display a fake smile and wave. In his heart, all he can think about is how different the scholar's character is from the original story, mostly because he is supposed to be calm and cold, but is being unstable instead. Our boy then admits that something feels off about all of it. Nightfall arrives in the blink of an eye, with lights leaking from various rooms in the academy. In one of them, Azel picks out a book and places it on the table in front of her. She goes on to close her eyes in a bid to regain her focus, but it just doesn't work, so she calmly opens her eyes once again. Just then, a memory from her near past comes visiting, one where she asked Yusial for a chance to question him about something. In response, our hero wanted to know what it was, so Azel asked if the alternative mixing method he came up with during their test was a spur-of-the-moment thing. He continued to stare at her and then revealed that the first part of it was. This left the fake heroine in a daze, and it followed her for the rest of the day. You see, she was used to thinking of herself as a genius, and had planned to keep on going until she was strong enough to defeat Bayon's mother. Right now, she doesn't feel like she is worth anything, and groans as she questions her identity. She goes on to ball her fist as she realizes that if she continues going at this rate, she'll never be able to avenge her father. Apparently, the Adelbits, who are a dirty and mucky lot, were the ones responsible for framing Azel's father and causing his death. The fake heroine then claps her cheeks as she tries to regain composure, and announces to no one that she can't just let things remain the same. With this, she resolves to work even harder. On the other hand, Flame lies in bed, trying and failing in her attempt to get some sleep. She is too busy regretting why she chose to stay in a room that could house 4 people rather than choosing an exclusive S-class room for one. Since sleep refuses to come, she opens her eyes and revisits the matter of Yusial. He definitely said that he didn't have a goal he wanted to achieve, and Flame believes this is proof enough that he regressed. Apparently, in the last part of the original novel, the 11th moon of the Silver Age said specific words to Ma Yuxiang, revealing that turning back time is possible. The only problem is that it'll come with the price of losing most of his memories, not to mention the fact that he'll simply cease to exist after fulfilling his mission. To make things worse, no one will remember that he saved the world, and all his loved ones will come to forget him. After the 11th moon told him all of this, he went on to inquire if he would still go back in time. Battered and bruised, the hero still smiled and announced that he will do it if that's his fate. This was when Azel, the heroine of the original novel, came out to stop him, claiming that she would rather go to ruin while remembering him than live in a world where he doesn't exist. She then hugged him and ended up convincing him to give up on the world. For this reason, he no longer regressed and the world was destroyed. Or so went the epilogue of the original novel. Flame sits up in bed to critically analyze the situation, welcoming the possibility of this world being different from that of the novel, and Baek Yuseol being the one who regressed using the power of the 11th moon. With this, she concludes that after fulfilling his mission, our hero will disappear and his existence will be totally erased from history. The heroine then stares at nothing in particular as she realizes that RMC, who's supposed to have lost all his memories and be left with only his mission, has decided that he just wants to live. She grabs her sheets even tighter as this fact unsettles her, but before she can finish collecting her thoughts, someone draws her attention. It's her redhead friend, Jackie, and she rushes in, bearing news of Wonryong coming to see the heroine. The moment the redhead announces that the visitor is waiting on the first floor, Flame buries herself under her sheets and tells the girl to lie to Wonryong that she is not around. Jackie tries to object to this, but the heroine pays her no mind and simply announces that she is going back to sleep. This leaves the red-headed with no choice but to stare helplessly and swallow her saliva alongside any other opinions she might have about the matter. Soon enough, she heads to the first floor to address Wonryong and meets him waiting with arms folded. She had quickly put on a coat before heading down, and upon coming within earshot of the scholar, she shyly called out to him. In turn, he looks her over and asks her to identify herself. The blushing redhead is disappointed but does well to hide it by asking what he means. Wonryong then responds by only inquiring about Flame's location, so she stutters as she reveals that the heroine is sleeping due to her sickness. The scholar immediately registers this as Yuseol's fault and concludes that she is feeling down because she confessed her feelings to RMC and got rejected. With this, he simply tells Jackie that he'll be going back to his quarters, and walks away without hearing her response. She just stands there alone, with the wind blowing her coat as she watches him leave. The redhead then admits that she likes him so much, but he doesn't even remember her name. Apparently, it has always been this way, seeing as Flame has always been the one with outstanding abilities and somehow always got everyone's attention. Meanwhile, all Jackie could do was watch from a distance as the heroine seamlessly got Wonryong's heart without even wanting it. At the moment, she just stares into nothingness in the middle of the lot and balls her fist as she admits how annoying the whole thing is. The next day, Professor Mason is summoned to the first main tower by Mr. Ikehaden, the academy's vice principal. He points out that she got embarrassed by a student, only for her to bow her head and admit how ashamed it makes her feel. In turn, the vice principal turns around to take a good look at her, simultaneously reminding the professor that they have high expectations for her. She had been researching the random sequence convergence technique with the Moon Shadow Order doctors, so Mr. Ikehaden would like to know if it's going well. Professor Mason's expression brightens upon hearing this, and she wastes no time giving an affirmative response, even adding that she'll not disappoint the vice principal. Afterwards, he gently grabs her shoulder and admits that he'll trust her. She then tells him to leave it to her, and makes her way out of his office. The VP just watches her leave, only to call her an idiot when she goes out of earshot. Apparently, he calls her that because she is so blinded by glory that she has no idea that she is being used because. To make things worse, it turns out that Mr. Ikehaden is a dark demonic human, so he silently mocks the professor for working for him when her mission as a mage is to fight against his kind. With his hands behind him, he quips that he can't wait for the day alchemic magic engineering will be complete. On the other hand, Altalicia, Miss Mason's assistant, is struggling to keep a stack of papers from falling over, and the other students just watch her as she complains about not being able to see in front of her. Luckily, Baek Yuseol turns up just in time to pick up half of the stack. He then flashes the assistant a smile as he asks if she is okay. They end up in the professor's storage space where they lay the stack of papers to rest, and Altalicia thanks our hero for his help, pointing out that she would have gotten into trouble with her boss if it wasn't for him. He simply brushes her compliments aside as he quips that it's nothing. Just then, he twirls his head to take a look around the storage room, and soon realizes that the place is chaotic to say the least, with crumpled papers littering every nook. His eyes shoot open the moment he notices the drawings on the chalkboard, so the assistant reveals that it's a formula that Miss Mason is researching with other doctors. She calls it the random sequence research technique, and this makes our hero visibly jolt out of surprise. He takes another look at the technique and recalls that it's the first formula of alchemic magic engineering. According to the original story, the professor works with some dark demonic humans to complete this technique in her blackening episode. As a result, the difference in technical skills leads to incredible damage, but it all changes when Altalicia appears. This makes our hero wonder if the assistant is supposed to solve the technique before the dark demonic humans. He goes on to call out to her, but she thinks it's because he wants a coffee. That's not the case at all. It turns out that he just wants to know if the assistant isn't bothered or even annoyed by Professor Mason. Altalicia doesn't give a straight answer. Instead, she asks why he is bringing up such questions. It's at this point that our hero sneaks in the possibility of Altalicia getting revenge in a very refreshing way. In turn, she just stares at him, speechless as a child caught with her hand in the cookie jar. Altalicia can't stop staring, so our hero stares back with a smug expression on his face. Soon enough, her silence takes the opposite turn as she begins to fret and announce that she is only an assistant. She wonders how she can get revenge, and spirals about having to live on the streets if she gets fired. While she continues down the rabbit hole of being homeless, Yusial interrupts her with a suggestion, telling her to just become a greater alchemist than the professor. She tries to figure out what he means, but our hero simply comes close to her, looks into her eyes, and tells her that if she follows his suggestion, no one can look down on her. Tears gather in her eyes upon hearing this, and she averts her gaze as she admits that such a thing would be so nice. Our MC can tell that she is already tired and that there's no way she's satisfied with only doing Miss Mason's dirty work in a dusty storage room. Due to his knowledge of the original story, he knows that Altalicia has a dream to become an alchemist that'll make a bunch of inventions. He also knows that she has the talent to make her dreams come true. This is because she is destined to one day become this generation's greatest genius alchemist and will use her genius brain and innovative thinking to create countless items. Once again, the assistant apologizes for not getting our hero any coffee, but he simply tells her that it's fine. He realizes that the lady before him has been discouraged by reality and had to put her dreams aside. For this reason, he resolves to help her make them come true as soon as possible. Some time passes and so does the first round of Stella exams, after which Yusial pays constant visits to Altalicia. Their most recent meeting is going on at the moment and the assistant is overjoyed as she listens to our hero's opinion of her latest idea. She then tells him that she was thinking of adding a function where the user could change the color of a pen just by pressing a button. In response, our MC chuckles and suggests that she adds an eraser while she is at it. Altalicia easily buys into the idea, seeing as she thinks a mechanical pencil would be perfect. She goes on to scribble in her notepad after this, leaving Yusial to admit to himself that her inventions are now moving along smoothly. The only problem lies in her formulaic solutions, which are unfortunately lacking. As Yusial makes his way down the hallway, he keeps telling himself that he needs to lead the Altalicia to the answer before Professor Mason reaches it. Sadly, it's not as easy as it sounds. Just then, someone calls him an old man and asks what he is spacing out for. He soon realizes that it's Flame, but it doesn't stop her from telling him that he'll bump into something if he continues to space out while walking. Our hero instantly folds his arms as he turns his attention to her. He then follows up by asking who she is calling old. In turn, the heroine also folds her arms and blatantly repeats that she was referring to him. This frustrates Yusial a bit, mostly because he has never told anyone about his age. The only good thing about their last honest conversation is that she has been speaking to him more frequently since then. He just scoffs, tells her that she caught him right on time, and mentions her friend, Jackie. Flame takes this the other way and scrounges her face as she tells our hero that going out with the girl would be a crime. In turn, he basically shrieks and yells that he hasn't even said anything yet. He regains his composure just as quickly, and advises the heroine to keep an eye on her friend. Flame shoots him questioning looks, but they don't stop him from revealing that Jackie might not be in a good condition at the moment. In truth, he is scared that the girl will be influenced by the dark demon erosion and that it will lead to her being in a very unstable state. The heroine finally speaks, admitting that she doesn't understand what our hero is saying and adding that she'll watch Jackie when they go hunting together over the weekend. Yusial thanks her, but keeps in mind that there's only one place that they'll go during this hunting season. It just so happens to be the same location where the 4th episode begins, and it's none other than the Martavis Cemetery. You see, all the main characters including Yusiam, Azel, and Flame are going to be involved in this hunt, seeing as it becomes a huge battle where a 5th-class necromancer appears. Of course, our hero isn't going to do any intervention in the story, but earning the hidden reward that comes with it will be pretty handy during the familiar contract ceremony. For this reason, Yusial approaches Professor Hanwal and hands him his leave pass. In turn, the professor takes a good look at it and discovers that our hero wants to leave under the grounds of training. He then quips that it's not like the boy can learn anything about swordsmanship or chivalry at Stella Academy. Our hero begs the professor's pardon, but he quickly clears his throat and acts like he didn't say anything. After this, Yusial notices something on Mr. Hanwal's desk, and upon closer inspection, realizes that it's Yusiang's leave request. He then decides to bring up the topic to see what the professor will say. Our MC starts by mentioning that there are many students requesting leaves to go hunt, and without looking up, Professor Hanwal reiterates that they are all heading to the Martavis Cemetery for club activities, or to try and win points. In response, the hero points out that he was right, adding that although Yusiang and Wenryong have high marks, they're still proving their diligence by going hunting for points. This gets the professor to look up from the documents he was checking out, and he tells our hero that Yusiang is actually heading home. As it turns out, Wenryong is only going because of Flame. Yusial's brows shoot up as worry begins to consume him. This is because he is certain that the others won't be able to defeat the necromancer's attacks without the help of Yusiang. To make things worse, our hero knows that the scholar wouldn't head home without a specific incident, and is now left wondering what has gotten into him this time. Once again, he recalls that the current members of the team will definitely not stand a chance against a 5th class necromancer. His fingers make their way to his chin as he asks himself what he can do at a time like this. It's bad enough that he can't request for support without concrete evidence, but he also can't tell anyone any proper information because of narrative power. At this point, he balls his fist and admits that he can't just let them die. He then centers himself as he comes to a conclusion that he has to solve the problem himself. A few days later, the students arrive at the Martivus cemetery as planned and the place is as gloomy as they come. In no time, one of the second-year students named Doc Chulkwing defeats a fish monster with his fire magic. He then stares down at his recent victim, with an arrogant smirk pasted on his lips as he quips that it only needed a blow to get defeated. Just then, another second-year student named Casif Derek begins to yell at him, calling him an idiot and asking how he could destroy everything. This makes Chulkwing steal a glance at him as he continues to furiously question him about not listening to his orders. In turn, the boy ruffles his own hair as he laughs nervously and apologizes. This does nothing to calm Derek down, seeing as he keeps screaming and asking why Chulkwing is laughing. At this moment, Bandion just tells him to leave the boy be, because talking too much will only tire him out. Hazel, who has been right behind her, stays quiet the whole time, only to get told that she doesn't need to worry about guys like Derek and his friend. As she quips that she understands, both boys give in to the urge to remind them that they can hear their conversation. Miss Dion doesn't seem to care about that, so Derek tells her to shut up and watch her mouth in front of a new student. The fake heroine just watches as the girl laughs and proclaims that she doesn't want to shut up, and as they begin what seems like a staring game, Hazel retires to her thoughts. The only reason she came with these people was because they claimed to have an empty seat in their club, not to mention the fact that they are allowed special leaves from the academy. It's just an added bonus that they also don't seem like bad people. At this point, Dion interrupts Hazel's train of thought as she tells her to come along, and she perks up as she gives an affirmative response. Just then, a loud noise fills the atmosphere and is accompanied by a bright light. The fake heroine then joins the others as they stare in the direction from which it came, wondering what such a sound could be. Chulkwing thinks it's someone fighting passionately nearby, so Dion points out that it won't be good if their hunting grounds overlap. For this reason, she asks Derek if it's fine to go say hi to the fighters and he gives the go-ahead. Together, all 4 students approach the noise, only for Hazel to freeze in place upon seeing the people responsible. It turns out to be none other than Bion and Flame. Flame and Bion are still on each other's throats when the others arrive and Hazel just watches as they go on about who caught the predate fish first. She acknowledges that the predate fish is pretty big and that it's of a difficulty level of 3. In fact, it has become obvious that they're in a battle to raise more points, but she says nothing on the matter because it'll only complicate things some more, not to mention the fact that it'll make her speak with the younger sister of the enemy who took her father's life. She plans to leave rather quickly, but Derek interrupts Flame and Bion, calling them his juniors and asking that they express their concerns to him, seeing as he's their senior. The princess is quick to tell him to shut up, adding that he should be on his way, and in response, Derek tries to challenge her for what she said. Unfortunately, she just piles on as she tells him to act like a senior if he's actually one. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble, putting their petty arguments in perspective. In no time, skeleton hands begin to find their way out of the soil until the students come face to face with a bunch of undead soldiers. Meanwhile, Beak Yusial is on a part of the cemetery that bears a warning never to be entered alone. The baffling part of all of this is that he's busy gaining more and more EXP in this restricted area. In such a short amount of time, he takes down so many predate fish that he's left hoping that he gets to use magic too. This is because he's kinda tired of using only blink. While he keeps looking for something special, his attention is drawn to the part of the cemetery where the others are facing off skeletons. He acknowledges that he has found them, keeping in mind that he doesn't have any opus skills or overwhelming power to sweep away the skeletons like Ma Yuxiang does. For this reason, our hero tells himself that he has to fight in a way that only players can. With this, the 4th arc of the game begins, the Necromancer's attack. Without wasting time, the skeleton general makes a run at Yusial with its murderous eyes and red essence escorting it. Its job is to lead hundreds of other skeletons, and our boy knows for certain that it's one of 3 semi-boss ranked skeleton generals in this arc. He's also certain that he would die immediately if he were to fight against it using his current ability, so he has no plan to face the beast normally. Just as the general makes his way out of the soil, Yusial knocks its head with the hilt of his blade multiple times, and continues doing so despite the golden rule to just watch when a monster is transforming or being summoned. This is because he believes that ignoring such a monster won't help with dealing with it. After attacking this skeleton general ferociously, it turns into a spine staff which our hero wields seamlessly. This spine staff automatically gives him the same authority that the skeleton general possessed. With this, he seeks to enter the midst of the other skeletons. At the same time, Chulkwing and the others are getting surrounded by more skeletons. Flame had almost forgotten that this was the Necromancer's arc, but is now well aware. Worse off, she feels like something feels strange about it because it was Ma Yuxiang that resolved the trouble in the original novel. This time, Azel is with the juniors instead of him, leaving Flame to wonder about Yuxiang's whereabouts and whether or not they have to fight off the 5th class Necromancer with the low-ranking members they have. She squeezes her staff ever so tightly, until she hears from Derek that he sent a rescue request to Stella Academy using his pocket watch. He then adds that they just have to fight off the skeletons until help comes. Cholkwing also believes that their professors will show up if they can continue fighting for long enough, and Dion brings up the possibility of escaping if they can't fight off their foes. The Fire Princess doesn't think this is the time to be talking about something like that, seeing as the longer they wait, the more the number of attacking skeletons will increase. True to her words, more skeletons make their way towards fresh prey, leaving Bion to advise that they hurry up and return to base camp. One of the skeletons launches itself at a very scared Jackie, and Azel rushes to her rescue by engulfing it in blue flames. She then asks after the well-being of the girl, leaving Cholkwing to call her a newbie and admit that she's pretty good. Azel doesn't even let the compliment land before announcing that their necromancer must be thoroughly prepared. She thinks that there's a possibility a pose vessel was created. This is a technique which involves a necromancer continuously injecting and storing one's mana. You see, even necromancers have a limit to the amount of mana they can use, and if they were to summon skeletons, they would tire out after summoning a dozen 3rd to 4th class skeletons. It becomes obvious to Azel that the necromancer who's controlling a domain this large must have plans to turn them into skeleton mages. Amidst the chaos, Cholkwing can't help but complain about the ever-increasing number of enemies, adding that this must have been planned a long time in advance. On the other hand, Derek feels the need to show some initiative as the leader, so he resolves to use strong magic to sweep away the skeletons in one go. Sadly, one of said skeletons shoots out from the ground beneath him and grabs him by the leg, thus catching him by surprise. Cholkwing fires a spell to get the skeleton off of his friend, but Derek, who did not finish his spell, begins to feel the effects of its rebound. His friend notices that he was mid-cast and warns everyone else to duck. Hazel and Dion just stare in shock while the princess is worried about them also being in danger if Derek's spell explodes. Unfortunately, this doesn't stop it from going off. As a result of the explosion, some students are down bad and the survivors, much like Flame, are at their limit. Our heroine takes a quick look around and realizes that most of her colleagues are curled up on the floor, leaving her with barely any mana and not enough time to recover. The worst part of it all is that more skeletons keep popping up. They launch themselves towards her almost immediately, and Flame panics as she wonders if this is how she dies. Her opponents are mere inches away from her now and she grips her staff like her life depends on it, only for them to stop just before they can attack her. This leaves the heroine more surprised than ever, and when she looks past the skeletons, she notices Beak Yusial in all his glory. The moment she asks herself how he pulled it off, she notices the skeleton general's spine staff in his hand. If Flame's memory serves her, the skeleton general is much stronger than a normal one and should have an elite skeleton guarding it. This makes it all the more impressive that Yusial defeated it by himself. Despite finding it difficult to believe, Flame is actually relieved that she might get to live now. Afterwards, everyone gets back on their feet and Cholkwing thanks our hero, telling him that they survived because of him. He brushes this aside as nothing, only for Azel to question him about how he got his hands on a skeleton general's head. As usual, he trivializes the issue, smiling and claiming that he got it from some bone soup. In truth, he doesn't want anyone to know that he was waiting at the very spot where the general was summoned, and this leaves Azel unimpressed. Of course, our boy forges forward anyway, clearing his throat and announcing that they should quickly set up some plans. He warns them of how annoying things will get when the necromancer begins to ignore the general to control the skeletons by himself. Cholkwing asks for his plan, so our hero explains that it's impossible to get past this siege. Apparently, he saw that the necromancer had taken control near the base camp and declares that the only way out of this situation is to get the boss. Everyone stares at him as if to find out whether he's serious or not, and after they discover that he is, they begin to complain and scream in revolt, asking if our boy is out of his mind. In turn, Yusial brings up what they learned in school, reminding the others that although necromancers wield the strongest form of necromancy, their body itself is nothing to write home about. Dion points out that the necromancer must have countless guards near them, only for our hero to tell her that they can't escape if they don't go for it. Luckily, he already has knowledge of the enemy forces, which consists of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 normal skeleton soldiers. Sadly, the more time passes, the more these numbers will grow, making now the only opportunity they have to fight like hell. Yusial is still wondering how to convince everyone else when someone from behind quips that they can defeat the boss. He turns to look at the person, only to find that it's Flame. She goes on to vouch for our hero, telling the others that although he may look stupid, he actually possesses experience in battle strategy. Dion backs her up, pointing out the necromancer won't expect them to attack anyway. Cholkwing shoots Dion a skeptical look and then tells our MC that they'll work with him only because the two of them can't escape by themselves. Much to his surprise, even Dion supports trying what they can before the necromancer catches on. Meanwhile, their major opponent is lurking around, happy that he gets to meet the chicklings of Stella Academy at his cemetery. He has to get the Dark Demonic Union to stop looking down on him, and it entails turning these chicklings into skeleton mages. The necromancer is from the Mage Tower of Darkness and is a 5th rank mage known as Sabihak. Apparently, Biyuk has been gathering mana for 7 years in his pose vessel and has about 700 skeletons sleeping around him at the moment. This brings a smile to his lips, seeing as he now feels like no one can scorn him. The smile gets wiped off almost immediately and is replaced by the panic that comes along with having all of his senses being blocked so suddenly. He wonders if a general got captured, only to get distracted by a mighty attack coming from behind him. The necromancer quickly summons a wall of bones to block this attack, but its pressure is so much that it puts cracks in the bone barrier. Seeing as it was 4th class magic, Bihyuk is both surprised and perplexed. He then declares that he won't let them go, only for a mighty inferno to completely consume his bone barrier courtesy of Princess Bayonne. Afterwards, the necromancer is left sweating profusely and blaming himself for letting down his guard. Just as predicted, he never expected them to attack him directly, so he keeps in mind that they are from Stella Academy even if they're chicklings. Bihyuk can feel them approaching through the fog, and despite his better judgment, he resolves to summon his elite soldiers. To pull this off, he bites his thumb to get some blood and beckons on his soldiers to come forth. Right on cue, they show up all around him, leaking such powerful essence that it'd be the stuff of nightmares. Unfortunately, this results in the necromancer coughing up some blood and breathing ever so heavily. He acknowledges that it's only right he takes some damage after overdoing himself like that, but concludes that the worst part is over. With this, he sends forth his elite soldiers and lets down his guard again as he realizes that they're fighting well. The moment he feels at ease, Yusial emanates right behind him, pushing the necromancer back into panic mode. He twirls in a frenzy and asks for our hero's identity. In response, he only cracks a devious smile. More questions escape Bihyuk's lips, but our MC doesn't grant him any answers. Apparently, the necromancer had been keeping an eye on all the Stella Academy students using the vision of his skeletons, so he's left wondering how Yusial managed to escape them all. It's at this moment that he notices that our boy is holding his skeleton general like a staff, and he wastes no time smashing it against the ground. As he crushes what's left of the general, the necromancer coughs up even more blood, scolding himself for thinking too lightly of his opponents. All he can do now is stare at our hero and wonder if this is the true strength of Stella Academy students. In truth, Yusial is equally freaking out, seeing as this isn't what he planned. He had thought that Chilkwang and Dion would quickly round up the generals and come to his aid, but because the necromancer summoned more elite soldiers, they seem to still be caught up. Our boy bows his head as he wonders if he's going to have to fight alone when he's the weakest among them. He's still considering running for his life when Bihyuk coughs up some blood once again, giving it away that the necromancer is also not in good shape. He also realizes that his opponent has internal injuries courtesy of summoning all those elite soldiers, and a smile comes to his lips as he tells himself that he can pull it off. Princess Bayonne is still in the heat of battle when she realizes that the situation is quite dire. She would love to round up her battle and go help out our hero, but it doesn't seem likely. Just then, Jackie calls out to her, pointing to her side and announcing that there's trouble. She goes on to inform the princess about Yusial's one-on-one battle against the necromancer, and this shocks Bayonne to her marrow. She's well aware that our boy is just a first-class mage compared to his opponent who's a 5th-class necromancer. In her eyes, there's no way it'll be a manageable battle. A bright flash of purple light brightens the place after this, and the princess promises to kill our hero if he dies. Meanwhile, Bihyuk tries to entrap our boy within some huge ribs, but he uses his blink skill to quickly escape its grasp. He then realizes that a follow-up attack is approaching him, so he uses the blink skill in succession and appears mere inches from his opponent. The necromancer is quite startled when this happens and screams that there's no way. Yusial just flashes his usual smile, peels open his jacket, and brings out the 2 cola potions. Apparently, he had prepared them ahead of time because they are excellent for dissolving bones. He pours the contents of the tubes onto Bihyuk's bone barrier and the dissolution begins, emanating smoke as the bones break down. The necromancer hurls multiple curses at our boy, even calling him a rat-like bastard, and after this, he uses his bone pierce technique to send skeleton phalanges after him. As usual, the blink skill comes into play and Yusial appears right behind his opponent, feeling like everything has fallen into place. Sadly, the moment he seeks to attack the necromancer, Bihyuk turns to smile at him, and this is signal enough that he has messed up. Almost immediately, skeleton claws pop up from underground and dig a hole through our hero's left leg. Blood and pain escapes him at this moment, and he grits his teeth as he admits that he has been had. With this, our boy quickly puts some distance between himself and his opponent. One look at our MC's condition and the necromancer's happiness returns, leaving Yusial to learn that he's not only a 5th class in name after all. Despite his initial naivete, our boy holds onto his staff and reanalyzes the situation. This reveals that his opponent may be strong but has shown the height of his strength. Our boy keeps his eyes peeled on him and discovers that Bihyuk is quite tired now, so he resolves to fight him once more. This time, he believes that he'll win. The only downside is the inability to use mind power because of the pain his injury is causing. At this rate, our hero may nor be able to use Blink's motion as a counter, so he begins to rack his brain for what to do. Suddenly, his eyes grow wide, seeing as he gains a last-minute epiphany. He stays kneeling down as the necromancer covers the distance between them, and the moment he comes close enough, Bihyuk tries to stab our boy with his staff, yelling for him to die. Yusial's eyes follow his every move, so he jumps out of harm's way right on time. The necromancer bursts out laughing because he finds it amusing every time our hero makes a run for it. Meanwhile, amidst his heavy breathing, our MC hopes that his opponent will chase him down just a little more. Bihyuk opens his hands wide as he approaches Yusial, yelling that it's pointless to struggle and telling him that he'll kill him at the cemetery. Our once agitated hero suddenly cracks a grin and declares that he has won. You see, Beak Yusial had calculated the distance between him and the enemy to be 13 meters, and in the darkness of the fog, he realizes that it's within the range that he won't need to use the motion cancel of Blink. He activates the Blink skill at the last minute and comes too close to Bihyuk for him to make any sudden movements of his own. The necromancer then remains frozen in shock until our hero pierces him in the chest using his staff. At the same time, all the skeletons he had summoned stop in their tracks and begin to disintegrate, leaving Cholquang to ask the question that's on everyone's mind. Did Yusial really defeat the necromancer? Jackie falls to the ground as she quips that she can't believe it and follows it up with screams about them being safe and alive. As for our boy, he's still lying on top of Bihyuk's body, involuntarily so. He then manages to pull himself off of the necromancer and points out how tired he is. All he wants to do at this point is to go home. Afterwards, they were all transferred to Stella's Magic Knights and then returned to school. Yusial gets face to face with Professor Hanwall, who stares down at him with so much malice as he reiterates what our boy told him before he left. Apparently, Yusial had told him that he was going to train somewhere with good mountains and good air, but the professor doesn't see how that describes the cemetery. He and his bandaged leg apologize to the professor, only to be told that he'll still receive penalty points according to the school's rules. He makes it clear that there are no exceptions, but also points out how amazing it is that he saved the life of his friend while breaking school rules. For this reason, he'll also receive appropriate rewards. All he has to do is await his fate, so Yusial thanks the professor and watches him leave. He heaves a sigh of relief almost immediately and resolves to be on his way. Seeing as he was told to give his thighs a few days to heal up, Yusial is all about resting for now. He catches a glimpse of Azel through the side of his eye and turns to face her. She instantly thanks him for his help earlier and he tells her to just buy him a meal later. The girl falls silent after this, but when our hero seeks to leave, she asks if she can pull off what he did. This stops him in his tracks, so she asks again if she'll be able to do it if she tries. Our boy begins to panic a little, mostly because the original Azel never asked questions like this, and he blames himself for her current state of mind. In his eyes, his interference has only given the girl trials and has never provided her with a chance to overcome. In turn, he tells her that she doesn't need to ask him such a question, adding that she has already achieved a miracle that others would call impossible. Azel is taken aback and asks how he found out about it, and the only thing Yusial says is that he has been watching her. She instantly goes red in the cheeks after hearing this, but our hero is busy bothering himself with whether or not his last statement made him seem like a stalker. In a bid to save what little dignity he has left, he adjusts his tie and briskly walks away. Azel, on the other hand, stays in place, staring at the ground as she realizes that Yusial is the only one paying attention to her despite her being the daughter of a traitor. She feels all warm inside as she recalls that he's watching her, and the thought of a miracle helps move this along. Later on, a bunch of students alongside some nobles, people from the magic faculty, and some others from the mage towers all gather for some commendations. As the whole place stays busy, our boy can't help but feel like they're doing too much. A swift glance at Princess Biyun reveals how outwardly excited she is, with her eyes glistening and her mouth curled into a smile. She notices that Yusial is looking at her, so her demeanor changes as she questions him about it. He quickly denies looking at her and is saved by Professor Hanwall soon enough. The professor yells at the crowd, telling them to quiet down, and after this, he announces that he will be handing out commendations to 12 brave students who fought against dark demonic humans. The icing on the cake is that the awards will be given by the headmaster himself. Upon hearing this, all the students including Yusial light up. His eyes follow the headmaster to the stage and he can only see him as the peak of humanity, the 9th class master mage known as Eltman Eltwim. Apparently, he's 300 years old and is known for always putting on a warm smile. This mage warrior is undoubtedly the strongest in the world and is also known to possess the destructive title of Decimator. Well, he doesn't seem like it as he taps Cholquang on the arm and tells him to work hard in the future. Up next, he comes face to face with our hero and Yusial can feel the immense pressure coming from the headmaster. It's so much that he can feel it just by locking eyes with him. This makes him understand what it's like to be in the presence of one of the 10 9th class mages in the entire world. Despite the pressure he's feeling, our hero resolves not to avert his gaze and the headmaster notices this. It pushes him to laughter and he just tells our boy that he's as hardworking as ever, just like he hoped. This only leaves Yusial with more questions and he continues to stay puzzled even after the commendation ceremony comes to an end. Beak Yusial gets his reward in the form of 5 million credits, so he just stares at the envelope, telling himself that he won't have to worry about money for a while. In addition, he received a pose vessel said to be the heart of a necromancer. It's some sort of purple orb with a thin line of exoskeleton wrapped around it. At this point, our hero can't help but think of Altalicia, seeing as she'll soon be able to create a subspace. To fulfill this, she'll have to solve the random sequence convergence technique. But after that, carrying items around will become easy. Our MC is just glad that the other students passed on the reward to him. As though that wasn't enough, Yusial also gets system rewards for completing the Necromancer's attack arc. He gets a boatload of EXP, followed by the Constellation project promising him a downgraded version of an item he used in the game, a downgraded version of a skill he obtained in the game, and finally, some more EXP. Our boy had seen this before, so seeing it again leaves him a bit torn. After taking a closer look at the situation, he announces that he would like to use the EXP to upgrade his Blink skill. This is when the memory of how weak he truly was in the last battle comes flooding in, with the hole in his leg proving that he had to improve in some way. For this reason, he concludes that it's pointless to work hard like the others when he can just use his knowledge to go as far ahead as possible. Just like that, Yuseol gets a notification about his Blink skill reaching its EXP limit and increasing by 1 rank. It becomes a class 2 skill with a maximum charge of 3 as compared to the former max of 2 charges. A glowing golden light surrounds our hero and he can literally feel his skill getting upgraded. He then balls his fist excitedly, keeping in mind that he can finally be at ease while using his skill more often. All that's left for him to handle is the Azel situation. At the same time, the fake heroine is on a meditation journey into the Abyss class. She and her classmates are on their knees and have their eyes closed as the professor guides them through the journey. Suddenly, Azel hears her name being whispered and the shock makes her eyes shoot open. She begins to wonder if she fell asleep, only for some sort of fairy to tell her that she can't use magic in the middle of meditation. The girl tries to argue but gets told to look above her head. Azel is quite surprised, and even more so when she notices some blue crystals floating up above. She can't help but wonder when she made them, seeing as she didn't use any techniques or make any calculations. Worse off, she begins to worry about whether or not the other students noticed, mostly because they should have felt the flow of mana before the first class spell was completed. The fake heroine makes peace with her newfound ability and credits it to be a result of her meditation. The only problem now is how Yuseol foresaw all of it. Later on, Azel visits the cafeteria and then finds a suitable place to sit outside. She peels out her red bean paste cream bread, happy that the reward she got made it possible for her to afford a 15 credit meal. She joyfully takes a bite of her meal, but hears someone call out to her almost immediately. She stops the meal after this and her gaze shifts to Crown Prince Jeremy, who has this quaint smile plastered on his face. The prince inquires if Azel has joined any clubs yet, and when she claims that she hasn't, he asks her to join his club. She quickly tugs on her loaf of bread as she asks Jeremy for his conditions, but the prince claims that he doesn't have any, adding that he just likes her and wants her to join. Of course, Azel can tell that he's lying, not to mention the fact that he only wants to use her as a trophy. The moment she looks away, Jeremy curses under his breath and points out that the girl doesn't believe him. He comes closer to her just so he can reiterate that he really doesn't have any conditions, and then squats to whisper in her ear. He tells her that she needs to join his club and stay with him so that he can do all sorts of things for her. It's at this moment that he reminds her of his station, and Azel thinks to herself that she knows about it more than anyone else. As it turns out, the Scalvan Empire and the Adalbert Kingdom have quite the hostile relationship. For this reason, Azel's difficult life would end should the Crown Prince be on her side. It dawns on her that she won't have to get happiness from mere bread, nor would she have to bear the humiliation of being a traitor's daughter. Despite it being a terrible idea, the girl seems to lean towards giving a positive response, but the moment the first letter of agreement escapes her lips, Flame shows up and gives her a resounding slap. This surprises both Azel and Jeremy, and they both stare at the heroine in a bid to know what's going on. Amidst heavy breaths, Flame yells at Azel, calling her a piece of trash and spewing rubbish about them agreeing to work things out. She practically plays the role of a jealous lover and blames our girl for abandoning her. The entire time, our girl just holds her face in shock but plays along when the heroine drags her by the hand and tells her that they need to talk. Jeremy just watches both ladies as they leave and a devious smile crawls onto his lips. At the same time, Flame successfully drags Azel out of the prince's range and heaves a sigh of relief. She tells the girl that she should be thankful, seeing as the prince would have chased after her until she died if she turned down his offer without a reason. She doesn't wait for Azel's reaction before apologizing for hitting her and then zooming off. The fake heroine remains dumbfounded until the last moment, leaving Flame to wonder if she made the right choice. Apparently, if Azel had joined Jeremy's club like in the original story, he would have thoroughly destroyed her. The heroine had no plans to disrupt the flow of the original story, but Yuseol had set quite the example for her. She stares back at Azel one last time, hoping to God that the prince doesn't realize that she lied. After returning to his chambers, Prince Jeremy has a cup of tea. Flame comes to mind at this point and he finds it cute the way she lied to help her friend. Worse off, he now finds her much more interesting than Azel, so he smiles ear to ear and declares that Flame is the one he wants. It's a new dawn at Stella Academy and all the students of the ANS class are gathered under the guidance of Professor Hanwall. He announces that they'll spend the day carrying out preparations for a monster mock battle and points towards the projection on the wall showing the possible terrains they might be battling in. For clarity, he explains that the students won't be fighting monsters of risk levels 1 or 2 like those they've been fighting until now. The goal is to fight against mid-level monsters with a risk level of 3. As for strategy, the professor makes his students understand that they'll have to form teams, analyze the monsters, and then defeat them using standard tactics. Yuseol stays undistracted as he hears that they'll be given some time to practice facing mid-level monsters should they choose to suppress one of them. Apparently, they can locate the geography they want in the Stella Dome and hunt mid-level monsters that suit their respective teams. INS class members will be carrying out the exercise together and they'll all be assessed after 4 days. With this, Professor Hanwall instructs everyone to make teams with a maximum of 6 members and to submit the list to him afterwards. Azel stands in the corner, anxious as hell because she hates group projects. She then catches a glimpse of 2 girls trying to convince Princess Bayonne to join their teams, and while they fight over her attention, the princess basks in all of it. The spotlight is obvious to an onlooking Azel, but it only reminds her of what her life was like before the Adalbits destroyed her family. You see, both families had the same starting points, the Grand Duchy of Malf with the ice attribute, and the royal household of Adalbit with the fire attribute. During a time when both families kept each other in check and controlled the magic world, Bion and Azel were born as children of genius talent. Back then, Azel thought she had been chosen, but now, she's full of doubt as to whether or not she can get revenge on Adalbit. She's still standing in the corner when our hero approaches her. He calls out to her, asking if she's alone and breaking her out of her trance while he's at it. Azel simply stares him down, from his eyes to the smile on his lips, before asking what he wants. In turn, Uasal announces that he would like them to team up. Of course, Princess Bion notices this and can't help but steal glances at our hero from time to time, wondering why he would choose to hang out with the trader's daughter. Meanwhile, Azel tries to confirm if he's certain about teaming up, but Usial goes on to remind her that the professor never set a minimum number of members per team. For this reason, he'd like the team to comprise the two of them only so they can receive bonus points for being a small team. The trader's kid instantly shuns our hero, asking him if he's crazy and wanting to know how he expects the two of them to defeat a mid-level monster. The fear is obvious in her eyes, but our boy remains calm as ever, shooting her a wide smile as he asks if she wants to team up or not. After a few seconds of mulling it over, Azel exhales loudly and agrees, pointing out that she has no one to team up with anyway. Happily, Usial excuses himself to go submit the team list. The moment he steps away, Princess Bion steps in, crossing her arms and staring at Azel like she's the scum of the earth. Our girl stands her ground and questions the princess's motives, only to be asked why she's spouting nonsense. Bion then tells her to behave herself now that she's a pig wearing a pearl necklace. Her harsh words sting the poor girl's heart and her eyes widen as she watches the princess turn her back on her. She soon realizes that Bion wasn't wary of her abilities, but of Usial. At the same time, the princess can't stop thinking about how annoying she finds Azel and tells herself that the girl thought she'd lose to a commoner. With this in mind, she begins to scan the area for a chance to team up with a knight who is called the best. This knight is none other than Ma Yuxiang. The princess calls out to him and he abruptly turns in her direction. He follows up by exchanging pleasantries, only for Bion to go straight to asking if he has formed a team yet. It turns out the knight planned to do the exam alone, but the princess presses him about teaming up with her. A sly smile graces Yuxiang's chin as he wonders why he should do that, so the princess informs him about Yuxial and Azel teaming up. This comes as a surprise to him and Bion milks it as she speculates that the opposing team won't go for a mid-level monster, but a mid-large special monster. With this new information coming to light, she repeats her proposal to Yuxiang and he finally cracks a smile as he admits that it'll be fun. Apparently, he always wanted to compete against our hero at least once in his life, so the princess declares that they should get on it. She steals more glances at their opposition, promising to defeat them properly this time. The 4 days allotted to preparations pass by in a flash and the monster mock battles finally begin. Professor Hanwal takes center stage as he announces the commencement of the INS class assessments. One group makes ample use of lightning magic while another uses fire to take out a tree monster named Mugrika. Flame is busy observing this beast and even concludes that she's capable of taking down a mid-level monster like that. She exhales loudly, keeping in mind that she has practiced enough. You see, our girl is well aware that she can't gain reverse bonus points using a special monster's attribute, or even fight a mid-large special monster, but a mid-level monster of risk level 3 sounds perfect for her to gain the highest score. Naturally, 5 first-class mages come together to defeat a monster with risk level of 1. But if you put compatibility, experience, and environmental factors into the mix, the same group can defeat monsters a few levels higher than that. As a light class mage, Flame is unfortunate enough to not be compatible with any other classes, but she hopes everything goes well for Azel. Sadly, she never formed a team in the original story because of Princess Bion, so she ended up receiving the worst score. The heroine had welcomed the possibility of teaming up with her, but Beak Yusial beat her to it, so she just watches as he and Azel exchange pleasantries and talk about how he was delayed because he had to use the washroom. Anyway, Flame's mind is at ease now that our hero is on the girl's side, mostly because her future will turn for the better. At this moment, Group 16 rounds up their assessment and Professor Hanwal calls for Group 17, which happens to be Flame. The heroine quickly responds to her professor and makes her way towards the assessment arena, walking past our boy and Azel while she's at it. For some reason, she had forgotten to lace her shoes, so she trips on them and begins to stumble. Just before she can fall flat on her face, Yusial comes to her rescue and catches her by the neck of her uniform and exhales as he keeps her stable. Flame abruptly turns to thank him for his help and he swipes this aside, telling her to simply tie her shoelaces. As memory serves, it was fine when Jackie tied the laces for her, but this doesn't stop our hero from offering to help her out. Of course, she turns down his help, keeping in mind that it would have been terrible if she went to fight like this. She quickly laces her shoes and steps into the arena, staff in hand. Onlookers begin to murmur when they realize that she's fighting alone and are even more surprised when they see that she'll be up against a giant boar with tusks big enough to be the girl's size. Anyway, Flame remains unshaken in the face of this beast and gets told that it doesn't possess any special attributes. For this reason, it's impossible to target it using the opposite attribute. With this, the professor declares the commencement of the battle and the boar wastes no time charging towards the heroine, eyes red as scarlet. While the onlookers continue to worry about Flame, she activates a technique named Flowers Whisper in the Wind and a burst of golden light escorts it. Right on cue, multiple vines shoot out of the ground and wrap themselves around the once charging beast, thus keeping it in place. As expected, the boar continues to struggle, so the heroine uses a technique named Matter Modification to transform the vines from plants into stone. This actually keeps the boar immobile, but Flame is certain that it's not over yet. While the beast continues to fight her last spell, the heroine prepares another one with a huge magic circle overhead. In no time, the vines begin to snap and they continue to do so until the boar is set free. It charges towards Flame once again with its jaws exposed in a bid to swallow her whole. Little does this monster know that it's all part of the heroine's plan. The moment it comes close enough, Flame releases a concentrated ray of light with so much output that it enters the mouth of the boar and escapes through its back, creating a hole big enough for everyone to see the heroine through it. Flame exhales after this amazing feat and watches as her enemy hits the ground like fallen timber. The same onlookers who once doubted her abilities are now left in awe of her, seeing as 5 of them can't even defeat a mid-level monster. They're still wondering who she is when Flame makes her way back to the stands. She's startled by who she sees on her way, and even stops to ask herself if she's mistaken. Unfortunately, she's not. Professor Hanwall goes on to announce that Group 31 will be assessed next, and this group consists of none other than Princess Hong Bion and Ma Yuxiang. The respected duo strike battle poses for everyone to see, basking in the attention of the less powerful. As expected, all the other students are transfixed by Princess Bion, so much so that they begin to wish her good luck while Flame glares in her direction. She's left wondering why the princess is collaborating with Ma Yuxiang instead of one of her clique members, mostly because they didn't interact at all in the original novel. The uncanny duo chose to fight a waterfish monster, and this surprises their classmates even more. The monster is a mid-level special monster, with skin green as leaves and bloom and scales to match. Along the middle of its back lies fins, and its red lips cover jagged teeth capable of kneading lives in one bite. Anyway, Flame is certain that this monster isn't a match for either Hong Bion or her scholar of a partner. You see, the duo possess attributes of fire, earth, and lightning, in contrast to the waterfish monster, which is a water class. The beast also possesses the ability to fly, making it one of the worst matches for the princess and her partner. It becomes clear to our heroine that they're doing it to obtain full marks, but said marks can only be attained if they succeed. Moving on, the waterfish takes to the skies almost immediately, screeching loud enough to blow some wind in the hair of its opponents. At this moment, Princess Bion declares the beginning of the duel, and Yuxiang quips that he understands. To the surprise of onlookers, the duo don't attack right away. Instead, Yuxiang stands behind the princess with a mischievous smirk plastered on his face. In no time, he also launches himself off the ground and maintains his trajectory using a magic circle. One of his colleagues proclaims that the power jump will not be enough to get him to the same height as the waterfish monster, not to mention the fact that no one can pull off another jump mid-air. As though to prove them wrong, Yuxiang uses earth magic to peel off a chunk of rock and steps on it almost immediately. The princess then uses her firepower to accelerate the rock, and it leaps higher into the sky, leaving the doubting students dumbfounded. With flames still leaking out of her staff, Hong Bion stares at her partner in the hopes that he will get the job done. In turn, Yuxiang, who had elevated above his enemy, activates a giant fist spell and uses his magic to forge a literal giant fist. He then punches the waterfish out of the sky and sends it crashing into the concrete of the arena. Without wasting time, the scholar uses his earth magic to create multiple jagged rock protrusions that trap the monster in place as it screeches. The screeching doesn't stop, neither does the struggling, and eventually, the waterfish manages to break free of Yuxiang's rock traps. This doesn't deter the scholar one bit. In fact, a smile revisits his lips because he knows it's still too late for the monster to survive this battle, seeing as Princess Bion has had the time she needed to complete her spell. The crimson of her flames begin to fill the atmosphere, and it's escorted by the princess giving them direction. The inferno obeys her will and consumes the waterfish in her stead, causing the beast to scream and the onlookers to baffle at her strength. You see, the waterfish is known to have a high tolerance for fire, so it comes as a surprise to everyone that the princess could create enough flames to beat said tolerance. Once again, Yuxiang cracks his devious smile and quips that it's over. To make sure, he follows up with a devastating lightning spell which falls down on the monster like a curse from God. The battle ends with the waterfish not being able to attack once, so it creates room for members of the crowd to murmur that the students in Bion's set are insane and that they could become like a certain person in the third year's class. Anyway, she and Yuxiang head back to their seats after the battle, and all the princess can think about is how she has put up a show beak Yuxiang can't top. She even steals a glance at him as she reassures herself that she has won this time. Meanwhile, our hero instructs them to summon the 5 monsters. Miss Bion's face twists into confusion upon hearing our boy's request, and murmurs emanate from the crowd to match said confusion. No one could understand why Yuxiang and Azel would choose to go up against 5 mid-level monsters when it's already so difficult for 5 people to defeat one. Rumors of his plan had leaked previously, but now onlookers have no choice but to conclude that he's crazy. The duo remain unshaken as the summoning process gets completed. They're now surrounded by 5 mid-level monsters towering over them like ominous skyscrapers in the big city. A monster scholar named Vichin watches them in awe, his arms folded as he names all the beasts our hero had chosen. There's a Heimeredon in the mix, and this is a frog-like monster with a white horn. There's also a sand maned black cow, a furious beast with a giant nose ring. Then there's a kaiden, which is some sort of stork monster capable of screaming ever so loudly, a nami slime, and a sensitive bat. This last one really leaves Vichin confused. In fact, the entire combination confuses him. The princess turns to her partner, asking if he understands what's going on. Sadly, he doesn't. He just flashes his usual smile and admits that he's curious to see what Yusial is thinking. While he can't hide his excitement, our hero and Azel await Professor Hanwell's permission to start the battle. Instead, the professor asks for the person who selected the monster combination. Yusial wastes no time admitting that he's the one. In turn, the professor points out the fact that our boy is a knight, making it clear that he can win points in such an extreme situation, but his partner, who's a bishop, can't. He's scared that Yusial's strategy is much too cruel on Azel, so our hero corrects him with a smile, pointing out that his strategy is created specifically for a bishop. After hearing this, Professor Hanwell swallows his words and declares the start of their battle. Azel and RMC press their backs against each other as the monsters close in, leaving Yusial to ask his partner for the umpteenth whether or not she has this in the bag. She quips that she does and our hero asks her to trust him, only for the fake heroine to announce that she's tired of hearing that. In response, our boy tells her that he trusts her, and this throws Azel into a bit of confusion, seeing as she can't tell what he's thinking. It was on the night of selection. Yusial and Azel had just agreed to become partners and were walking side by side. The trader's daughter stuttered, and this led to our hero turning to face her. She then asked why he chose to work with her when a knight of his caliber could have easily chosen someone else. Our MC scratched his head to buy himself time to come up with a good answer, but ultimately reminded her that she was right about many students possessing incredible talent. He even mentioned how no mage can touch Hong Byeon when it came to firepower, or flame when it came to control. He mentioned Ma Yuseong and how he was the strongest of all the first years, and Shin Hyorion and Adalin, who were strong in one-on-one situations, explaining that all these people also have good compatibility with him. This only pushed Azel to repeat her question about why he chose her, and his only reason was that he thought it'd be best to work with her. He then flashed her a smile so gentle it would wear a suit if it was a person. After ending the topic, he asked that they move on to fighting a kaiden, but Azel was much too flushed to get anything done. Back to the present, and she still doesn't fully grasp what Yusial meant by his answer, so she concludes that there must be a real reason why he chose her. This doesn't stop her from resolving to show him the extent of her strength, and soon enough, a bluish essence begins to surround her as she levitates. A student from the crowd calls this ephemeral resonance, and his colleague explains that it's a phenomenon that only appears when a mage 6th class and above completely enters the unconscious realm. The downside of this is that the moment they are distracted, a mana countercurrent phenomenon can occur, disabling the mage's mana in the process. The essence seems to only be growing bigger, leaving everyone that casts their sight on her surprised that a first year is pulling it off. Excited, our hero steals a glance at his partner, acknowledging that she deserves to be called the Lady of Winter. With this, he resolves to get started with their plan to take down 5 mid-level monsters and whips out his wand. Leaping into action, Yusial activates his blink skill and comes mere inches from the Heimeradon. He instantly slashes the throat of the beast and then takes a step back as he acknowledges that it has been dealt with. Up next is the sand-maned black cow, and the monster gets set off by the blood-red horn of the Heimeradon. It can only see this monster as a target, so it huffs and puffs as it gallops to attack it. It's just as Yusial predicted. He knew that the key to fighting 5 mid-level monsters was simply to create a situation where they would all be hostile towards each other. True to his thoughts, the dust raised by the mad cow annoyed the hell out of the nail slime, and the sensitive bat couldn't take any more of the kaiden's screaming. With both hands pressed on the railing, members of the crowd wonder what they're witnessing and are left in shock about the monsters fighting themselves. Yusial cracks his devious smile once again, seeing as everything is going according to plan. He had created this plan based on the borrowing knife strategy, a situation where one doesn't use their own power, but borrows someone else's knife to kill the enemy. Veterans of the Ether world searched and searched for efficient ways to kill many monsters with few people, and it only took forever for them to realize that they could pull this off by using the attributes and characteristics of the monsters. In Yusial's case, the first step is to attack the Heimeradon and put the monster, which has a white horn, in immense pain. This pain turns the horn red and immediately activates the black cow's urge to attack. Like a domino effect, the black cow raises excessive dust and sand, which in turn piss off the Nami slime. The slime has no choice but to create more water and moisture to keep its skin from drying up. Due to a barrier on the testing site, our hero acknowledges that the water from the slime isn't filling up the arena. This doesn't stop the kaiden from sensing the moisture and screaming several octaves higher than usual, all while our MC keeps a sly smile across his lips. As though the chaos isn't enough, the screaming irritates the sensitive bat's hearing, provoking it enough to attack the kaiden. The bat slams its feet into the kaiden's face, only to push it to hit the Nami slime amidst continuous screams. The annoyed slime growls in annoyance and takes it out on the kaiden, but its continuous screams also annoy the sensitive bat. It practically becomes the most vicious cycle, and it seems like the only end point is the death of these monsters. Anyway, Mr. Vichin points out the obvious, that all the monsters are provoking each other, and with a hand pressed against her chin, his colleague wonders if our hero had a good understanding of these monsters and their characteristics. As it turns out, she majored in monster academics but has never thought of something like this. Another colleague then interrupts their conversation to draw the focus onto Azel's marvelous feat. You see, amidst all of the chaos, she hasn't flinched once, nor has her mana been shaken. It becomes obvious that she believes Yusial will protect her no matter what, and in truth, the look on our hero's face doesn't give anyone a reason to think otherwise. Just then, he hears the sound of danger and turns in its direction immediately. The Kaiden seems to be aiming for Azel, and since our MC can't let that happen, he activates his blink skill. This helps him arrive in time to strike down the monster without distracting his partner. Bluish essence continues to leak out of her as she remains in the zone, only for our boy to notice the black cow bringing its rampage her way. While Azel's eyes are still closed, the blink skill comes into play once again and Yusial appears between her and the black cow. Meanwhile, an amused Ma Yusiang watches from the crowd and calls out to Princess Bayonne. In turn, she asks for what he wants to say, only to get a wide smile from the scholar as he reveals that it's about our MC. Apparently, Yusiang thinks he's the most ideal knight, and would like to know if his partner thinks the same. Hong Bayonne's eyes shoot open upon hearing this and remain so as her partner describes Yusial to be a knight protecting his princess. True to his words, our boy can be seen transferring himself from pillar to post, hovering around Azel like a literal knight in shining armor. No monster even gets a chance to graze the hair on her head. At the same time, the fake heroine is so deep in the zone that she's in a shroud of darkness lit up by the essence emanating from her magic circle. Like a drop of water rippling through a calm lake, Azel gently opens her eyes. Her crystal flower spell was finally complete, and the moment she calls it forth, a bunch of ice crystals begin to emanate from thin air, taking shape with each passing second. The more time passed, the more crystals came forth, filling the air with its cold embrace and entrancing onlookers with beauty like never before. To the end, the crystals form a link to each other, forging magnificent flowers that seem to freeze all the monsters in place. It's at this moment that Azel utters a single command that changes everything: shatter. Immediately this word escapes her lips. All of the ice crystals break into arrow-like pieces and unleash multiple injuries on the monsters. Murmurs start up once again, with some people from the crowd wondering if it's all over, and others trying to understand whether or not 2 first-year students just defeated 5 mid-level monsters. Sadly, they did not. Someone makes this clear by drawing the attention of the others to the fact the beasts are waking up. It turns out that the injuries were nowhere near fatal and the effects of Azel's crystals were beginning to wear off. It starts with the screeching of the Kaiden and then the intense glaring from the black cow. Up next, the low growl of the sensitive bat who, as bad luck will have it, is up to no good. All the monsters have woken up at this point, so Mr. Vichin and his colleague lament about how much of a shame it is that our hero and his partner couldn't conclude things. They gain solace in the fact that our people must have scored high with the feats they've already pulled off, only for their words to be cut off by one more feat Azel plans to add to their record. Her left hand rises into the air to buy the attention of everyone present, and she follows up by accumulating a boatload of energy on it. Its golden hue changes the atmosphere, and the determination on her face, even more so. With this, Azel gives a single command: strike. Like a bolt of lightning assisted by Zeus himself, the energy in Azel's hand bursts forth and begins to spread. It arrogantly hits every beast in sight, haphazardly tearing its way through the atmosphere like a drunk but skilled dancer. The perpetrator is left in awe, as is evident by the surprise on her face. You see, she never thought she could pull off such magic, so she just put out her hand as she admired her work. She then realizes that everything is going just as Yusial said. On that same selection night, our hero had told Azel about his plan to fight 5 monsters, and she didn't hide her disbelief, especially since he said to fight all 5 at once. She had to ask if he was crazy, but he simply glanced at her and quipped that he wasn't. The only thing he was certain of was that Azel could do it, and after telling this to her, he added that he believes in her. All he wanted was for her to equally believe in him, but her expression stayed blank through all this. Balling her fist, Azel acknowledges that she didn't have anything until now. She lacked faith in the path she was taking and didn't even have anyone to confirm that she was on the right one. The trader's daughter felt alone in her decision until the light that is Yusial came into her life. This light was tempting, nay, alluring, and each step our hero took seemed to be a blueprint to get her out of that dark place. For this reason, she decided to follow this light one step after another, refusing to stay lost. Professor Hanwell interrupts her little trance with an announcement about the conclusion of the assessment of Group 32, and a smile gentle enough to warm the heart of anyone comes across her lips. She averts her gaze towards Yusial, who's still using his staff to hang from a nearby pillar, afraid that he was almost caught up in Azel's last attack. The results of the mock battle was pasted on the notice board a while later, and their group came in first place with 199 points. Bayonne and Yusiang came in second place with 137 points, and both parties stare helplessly at the score. The way the princess sees it, they lost completely, so she proclaims that they have to acknowledge it, seeing as they still lost after fighting mid-level monsters of opposing attributes. The carefree Yusiang just laughs it off, admitting that Bayonne came to terms with their loss faster than he expected. She tells him to shut his mouth and put up an unbothered front while she's at it. In truth, the princess just stares at him, unable to stop thinking about how things would have been if she had Yusial for her knight instead. Grabbing herself, she can't help but think that she could have put up a show as good as that of Azel. Frustrated, she results in calling our hero a commoner bastard and wonders why he's so dedicated to the fake heroine. In her opinion, she's going to be the most perfect queen of the world, and it's only fitting for her to have the most perfect knight serving her. She pictures herself on quite the regal throne, with Yusial taking a knee before her, and the fact that the possibility is slipping away leaves her biting her lip. Anger becomes evident on her face and she admits to herself that she hasn't come to terms with the results or even how Yuseol is pulling all of this off. For this reason, the princess resolves to investigate our hero some more and follows up by turning to leave. She stopped in her tracks when she notices a familiar face staring at her with dead eyes accompanied by folded arms. These eyes belong to a girl named Saren Orkin, and despite Bion's confident exterior, she wonders if Saren came to see her because she lost to a commoner and a traitor. The princess simply walks past her though, keeping in mind that she's annoying as hell. Before she can get out of earshot, Saren quips that Bion still has a long way to go. On the other hand, Flame is sitting by herself, scribbling vigorously into a notepad. As her hand continues to move across the paper, her mind wanders to how quickly Azel learned the Crystal Flower spell. In the original novel, the Crystal Flower is a spell that the traitor's daughter demonstrates after regaining her confidence in the far future. It's practically her identity after facing multiple hardships and struggles. Flame's pencil comes to a halt as she recalls that Azel is supposed to be declining even more at this point in the story. It becomes clear that her prematurely pulling off a spell like Crystal Flower in front of everyone is Beak Yuseol's doing. Apparently, Ma Yuseong and the traitor's daughter share their feelings in the original romance fantasy, and after they do, the world comes to an end. She then welcomes the possibility that an extra story exists that she has no idea about, one where a nameless character like our hero loved Azel. She builds on this, imagining a situation where Yuseol regressed in place of Yuseong when the world ended. Her hand flies to her chin and her head swivels from side to side. The possibility becomes more glaring, seeing as our boy could easily have regressed just so he could create a world where the woman he loves could live, even if he stood the risk of being completely forgotten by her. Flame wonders if our MC could truly have no regrets about such a thing and whether or not he felt a love so strong that he turned back time at his expense. While she's busy trying to put herself in his shoes, Yuseol has his arms folded in his dorm room, observing the system as it notifies him about the monster mock battle being complete. As a reward, he receives a significant amount of experience points, and the Constellation Project promises him additional rewards for continuing the story in a fantastic direction. After this, our hero puts on his thinking cap, wondering what to get as a reward this time. The need to prepare for the incoming episode dawns on him, seeing as he has strengthened his skill to a certain level. With this in mind, he decides to take an item known as Ifanel's Grass Key, and the system buffers for what seems like a lifetime, leaving our boy to sweat in anticipation. After a few seconds, it announces that the search is complete and goes on to distribute the reward. Ifanel's Grass Key, with its silver demeanor, happens to not be an ancient relic. It's actually a super rare class item that only high-ranking players have access to. It's key that connects to a place where deities exist. Yuseol's hand meets his chin in contemplation as he thinks of a way to get out of campus. You see, to use the key, he'll need to leave, and the conditions to do that have become harsher since the whole necromancer debacle. Suddenly, our hero's eyes widen as he births the idea to use the club as an escape route. Beak Yuseol is all alone in one of the classrooms, hard at work on his assignment. After putting pencil to paper for quite some time, he finally rounds up the assignment and stretches his hands for good measure. The next thing on his list of activities is to find a suitable club, and a smile comes to his lips as he thinks about getting out of campus. Walking up to the notice board, Yuseol looks it over, hand to chin, as he wonders which of the clubs best suits his purpose. His eyes scan the Rune Composition Club, the Soul Chess Club, and even the Book Club, but of all these clubs, none of them seem to have permission to leave campus. He puts his thinking cap back on, only to notice that Azel has joined him. He turns to face her, asking if she's also looking to join a club. She gets on the defensive for some reason, asking him if it's such a bad thing to not have joined any clubs. In response, our hero just folds his arms and quips that there must be loads of clubs, asking the heroine to join them. Azel has to remind him about her reputation as a traitor's daughter, but Yuseol only brings up how popular she has become recently. You see, people's perception of her changed greatly after the mock battle, and the difference is clearer to Azel more than anybody else. She gets back to topic as she proclaims that she still needs to pick out a club carefully. Our MC teases her about going together, and she wonders why he wants to make life difficult for her. While they're talking, Ma Yuseong catches a glimpse of the pair and walks up to Yuseol, grabbing his shoulder and flashing a smile of familiarity. Our hero wonders about the sudden change in behavior and wastes no time swiping the scholar's hand off his shoulder. Yuseong follows up by admitting how much he enjoyed our MC's mock battle, not to mention how he led the charge against the necromancers. In essence, the scholar is very impressed by Yuseol, but our boy tries to play it off as nothing. Ma Yuseong continues to stare at him though, and he does this until he proclaims that our hero thinks differently from others. His words seem to hold more weight than our MC was ready for, so he's stunned into silence for a split second. Quickly, he regains his composure, claiming that he's only a commoner and that he's always thinking of ways to do things better because of it. Yuseong then makes a joke about our hero making good use of his time, but Yuseol is quick to pose him with a question about what he does with his weekends. The scholar cuts out all smiling as he replies that he studies. This becomes the second time our hero is stunned in just this conversation alone. He concludes that Yuseong gave him a formal answer because he asked the question formally, but the scholar doubles down on his initial proclamation, making it clear that he was being serious. He reiterates that he also trains, and Yuseol just has to point out how abnormal it is for Yuseong to do that. The scholar agrees with a smile, admitting that he only started it recently. This isn't what our hero expected, seeing as Yuseong didn't start training this early in the original story. He's left wondering why things seem to be hurrying up so much. As it turns out, the scholar partakes in practical dungeon training, and on one occasion, Azel had shown up just in time to save his behind. He refers to her as my lady, and she hates it for reasons best to her. Continuing his analysis, our hero recalls how Yuseong and Flame worked together to defeat Hwonryong in the story. This time, Flame was tied up due to our MC's interference, so Yuseong had to meet Wonryong alone. This gets him wondering if it's why Wonryong is also in a weird state, and his signature hand on chin pose comes to play as he realizes that both boys will train more if things continue down this line. Seeing as they are both main characters in the story, their growths will have a positive influence towards the game ending happily. Interrupting our hero's train of thought, Yuseong points out that he still hasn't joined a club even after being in the academy for so long. In his defense, Yuseong claims that he has been pretty busy. For this reason, the scholar cracks a smile and offers him a chance to join his own club. Yuseong doesn't take him seriously, so he proclaims that he'll think about it if Yuseong does things that suit him. For the sake of clarity, the scholar wonders what type of club our hero would like to join, and Yuseong takes the opportunity to list his needs, realistic or not. From wanting a quiet club, to wanting it to have the 4 insurances, down to having cheese tonkatsu for lunch and being able to go out of campus. His demands take the other two a while to come to terms with, especially Azel, who questions him about the 4 insurances he mentioned. In truth, Yuseong only gave his criteria as a joke, knowing full well that no club has everything he listed. Well, no club that already existed. It's at this moment that Yuseong flashes a wide smile and asks if our hero wants him to make such a club for him. Of course, Yuseong is stumped for words and has to confirm if the scholar can really make a special outings club. Yuseong gives a positive response without thinking twice, and it dawns on our MC that the scholar possesses the necessary connections to pull it off. Paranoia creeps in at the last moment, pushing Yuseong to ask how the scholar benefits from making him a club. Staring him in the eyes, Yuseong only claims that our hero is special. Still paranoid, he wonders if the scholar knows something. Only then does he recall that in the story, Yuseong was pathologically lonely. With this in mind, our boy grants the scholar permission to make him a club, and a certain light comes into Yuseong's life as he hears this. Our hero then gives him a single condition, that he let Azel join the club too. The fake heroine is shocked by this request, as evidenced by her echoing his statement as a question. The way Yuseong sees it, Azel and Yuseong were practically inseparable in the original story, so them being in the same club will give her a chance to care for the scholar mentally. Yuseong calls her Lady Azel once again, claiming that it'd be an honor to have her on the team, and of course, it annoys the living daylight out of her. Yuseong is still wondering if he made the right choice when Yuseong asks about the kind of club they're going to create. Our hero then comes up with an ingenious idea to create a delicious restaurants club. They take up the form and fill in the details, making our hero their leader and clarifying that their goal is to explore as many delicious restaurants as possible. Azel is concerned about whether or not it'll work, seeing as they'll need a guidance professor to give them the seal for special activities, not to mention 4 club members. Almost immediately, Yuseong assures her that he'll take care of the seal and club members, but the issue of a guidance professor will be hard to solve. Our hero doesn't understand why, mostly because he knows the scholar can easily obtain permission for special outings. As it turns out, Yuseong thinks all guidance professors are trash. They brush past the issue just as quickly, with the scholar grabbing their application and announcing that he'll get on the seal. In turn, our hero quips that he'll leave it to him. In his heart, Yuseong acknowledges that only one of those obnoxious bastards could give the stamp for special activities. That evening, as the dimming sun stains the clouds, Yuseong makes his way to the first main tower, and then to the vice principal's office. The man was adjusting a vase when he laid eyes on Yuseong, and immediately, he broke into a cold sweat. He refers to the scholar as young master, and Yuseong shoots him a sly smile as he refers to him as his grandfather. The air is tense as Ma Yuseong replaces the professor in his seat, twirling and confirming that it's much more comfortable than he thought. Still nervous, the man just laughs, wondering to himself why a psychotic bastard like Yuseong has paid him a visit. He grows half a mind to ask him, and gets a piece of paper slid in his direction. Yuseong then reveals that it's a club request form, intertwining his hands and smiling as he asks the man to stamp it for him. Taking a beat, the professor attempts to scan the form, wanting to check if it meets all the conditions. But this annoys the heck out of Yuseong. He slams his palm on the request form, cutting off the man from finishing his sentence. He then shoots him the most defiant look, asking him to just sign the form rather than looking through it. On his lips lay a smile, but in his eyes, the fire is unmistakable as he threatens the professor to stamp it. The old man gulps out of fear, reminding himself that he must not refuse Yuseong anything, not as long as he was the heir to such a powerful father. In a split second, the professor agrees to Yuseong's terms and they speak inaudibly for the next few moments. Afterwards, the scholar gets on his feet and excuses himself. In turn, the professor glares daggers at him on his way out, only facing his desk as he realizes how sinister Yuseong and his father both are. He hates everything about the scholar, but his arrogance takes the cake. Not for long though. You see, he has this terrible plan to chop off Yuseong's head one day, and he just sits in the dark thinking about it. On the other hand, one of the professors just finished teaching Baek Yuseol's class and is barely out the door. The students begin to complain, one about how the professor always scrutinizes anyone making a presentation, and another about how she zeroes in on commoners. In the corner, Flame quietly stews. She's revisiting the abject failure of her paper when in truth, she only could have done better. Unfortunately, it was all because of her nervousness. She pushes past her situation as she approaches Jackie, patronizing her by claiming that she did a good job in her presentation earlier. Flame even flashes the girl a smile, trying to encourage her, but Jackie doesn't want to hear it. She just dismisses Flame and gets up to leave. Now left alone, the heroine wonders what Jackie's problem could be, and she's still wondering when Yuseol suddenly pops up. Flame is nothing if not shocked, and she abruptly turns around, exclaiming as she asks our hero what he's looking for. With the calmest exterior, Yuseol reveals that he needs Flame's help with the professors, seeing as the plan to form a club is very much in play. She wonders why he's not approaching them himself, so our boy clarifies that the professors hate his guts. Flame doesn't argue this point. In fact, she goes on to list all the reasons why the professors hate him, starting with the fact that he keeps talking back. He also sleeps during classes, and it dawns on Flame that our hero is just lucky not to have an academic warning by now. Yuseol accuses her of exaggerating, but Flame dips her head, wondering why someone would be so annoying. She's still in thought when she realizes something. Her eyes shoot open in succession, and soon she asks about our boy being close to Assistant Professor Altalicia. Yuseol had no idea that assistants could also serve as guidance professors. This is because nothing like that was mentioned when he played the game. Anyway, he's on his way to see Altalicia when he notices a strange bespectacled lady coming out of the assistant's lab. A closer look reveals that it's Professor Mason Tyron, and the evil smirk across her lips gives Yuseol more reason to worry. He brushes this aside and slaps on a carefree expression as he walks into the lab. He says hello to Altalicia, only to notice that her face is flushed and her eyes are watering. The moment she becomes aware of his presence, she starts to wipe her eyes, leaving Yuseol to ask what the problem is. With her voice still shaky, the assistant narrates everything to him. A frown replaces the carefree expression our boy had walked in with, and he wonders what happened to the thesis Altalicia has been working on. She instantly averts her gaze to the ground, tugging on her shirt as she finds the words to explain herself. In a low voice, she admits that she handed over the research to the professor, claiming that it's because the research conference is happening soon. Mason had promised her that she'd use the research during the conference, and the assistant continues to lie to herself in the name of hope. Yuseol could care less. He interrupts Altalicia mid-sentence and makes it clear that she's had her research stolen. In fact, he explains that she won't get any credit for it, and the meek assistant claims that it'll count as a learning experience. Our boy doesn't get it. He just scratches his head as it dawns on him that this is the worst time to ask her to be the guidance professor for his new club. The way he sees it, Professor Mason will soon crack the code to Altalicia's formula, and all he wanted was for the assistant to complete it herself. With this in mind, he reminds Altalicia about something they solved the last time he stopped by, and the assistant adds that it was the random sequence convergence technique. In turn, she reveals that she's been working on it because of Yuseol's interesting ideas, but hasn't made headway yet. Our hero jokes about it being a 300-year-old problem for a reason, and the assistant opens up. She feels like she can make headway if she can solve just one thing, one stressful part of the problem. Altalicia stares at the board as she says this, and our hero instantly offers his help with the problem. She's shocked that he's capable of such, so he clarifies that he solved it by accident and doesn't understand a thing about what it means. The assistant simply stares as Yuseol unleashes his knowledge on the chalkboard. Seconds later, our hero shoots her a smile, signaling that he's done writing. In turn, Altalicia comes closer, eyes growing wide as she sees the vision. Almost immediately, she spouts facts about the solution, making use of Trini's coefficient, light and reflection, and even Panison's flow. While she stares at the solution in awe, a small smile creeps onto Yuseol's lips. He admires her concentration at this point, admitting that Altalicia is indeed a genius, one who can change the course of humanity. Seeing as his role has come to an end, our boy turns to leave the lab, planning to just put his trust in her talent and wait things out. Pushing open the exit to Stella Academy, Baek Yuseol yawns like he just woke up. He's relieved to have finally made it out, and it's all thanks to Altalicia. Because of her, he got to form his Delicious Restaurants Club and even got a leave pass as the club's founder. Rubbing his neck, the poor hero admits to feeling unwell, but is distracted just as quickly. Memories of all the suspicious looks he got floods his mind, especially the one where Professor Hanwall found it hard to believe. The professor didn't want to hand Yuseol the leave pass, but eventually did because he had no tangible reason not to. Anyway, our hero plans to use the pass without causing any accidents, all so that he can remain under the radar. He arrives at Elven territory soon enough, the Dutch tree orchard to be precise, and the sight of the third world tree does nothing but fascinate him. Its numerous branches spread across the sky and its roots seem to circle the tree's trunk almost like a hug between best friends. The environment is so beautiful that Yusial has to admit that the game graphics didn't do it any justice. A few steps deeper into the orchard and our hero gets acknowledged as a mage from Stella Academy. The elf sends her greetings with a smile, and another hopes that Yusial's heart reaches the mother of the land. He didn't expect to be this popular among the elves, but he recalls how Eltwin Eltman had saved the second world tree from burning to death. The elves really appreciate it, hence their friendliness towards mages from Stella Academy. He exchanges pleasantries with the elves, and can't help but notice that there are so many beautiful people around. Just like in the game, there's one of the elves who's exceptionally beautiful, an elf draped in white flowing clothes, with hair like milk and supple skin. He's the king of elves known mostly as Flower Sioran. With an appearance like that, a multitude of male players found themselves crushing on him. As Yusial recalls, Sioran had the most fan art in the Ether world. You see, elves are born without specific gender, but this can change when they meet someone they truly love. When this happens, elves can morph into the opposite gender of the one they love. Flower Sioran was born as a female but is still considered genderless because he hasn't found true love yet. In the story, he took on the form of a male only after falling in love with Flame, and in every route in the game, Sioran fell for her. This was tough on the males who were crushing on him as a girl, pushing them into despair. Even Yusial had a crush on Sioran back then. Moving on, our hero continues to wander the Dutch orchard, and soon he perks up at the sight of something. He'd found the secret dungeon belonging to Ifanel, a deity. The entrance is surrounded by so much shrubbery that it's barely visible, but this doesn't take the excitement out of it. Now that our boy has strengthened his skill, he plans to use the dungeon as an avenue to prepare for the upcoming episode. He remembers the time he requested Ifanel's grass key and then pulls it out of inventory. He's quite pleased that he gets to use the key earlier than planned, so his lips part in a small smile. Shortly after, he inserts the key to open up the dungeon, only to be warned that someone else in possession of Ifanel's grass key may find out about him entering the dungeon. The sentence structure in the notification seems all too familiar to Yusial. He can swear that he saw something like this in the game, but no special events came of it back then. Sure that nothing will happen now, he turns the key. Almost immediately, a bright golden light emanates from the entrance, spreading into the distance. Just like that, a notification pops up to make the mission official. Meanwhile, at the birthplace of the heavenly spirited tree in the Elf Kingdom, its surroundings are filled with trees just as tall and leaves hang from almost every surface. In one of the rooms in the castle, a sleeping Sioran suddenly sits up. He pulls aside his blankets, gets on his feet, and heads towards the window, pushing it open upon arrival. With white flowing hair dangling behind him, Sioran peers at the third world tree, admitting that things seem peaceful. His gaze switches to the birds chirping and flying around, and he immediately wishes for such freedom. The type of freedom that would let him travel the world. He's still staring at the birds with envy when he senses a strange energy coming from Ifanel's garden. Sioran starts to worry, grabbing his head as he wonders if anyone entered the secret garden to disturb Ifanel's slumber. Naturally, no one is supposed to go there, but instead of worrying, Sioran decides to do something about it. Without a second thought, he grabs his shawl, wraps it around his head, and heads for the door. Unfortunately, he can't bring himself to go outside. Having waited for dozens of years, Sioran tells himself that he can't move now. You see, he's afraid of activating a curse that can drive his subjects to lunacy, so he's left grabbing his sides as he deliberates on what to do next. Ultimately, he decides to wait for the World Tree's birthday to check things out, seeing as it's coming up soon. Now inside Ifanel's garden, Yusial can't stop sneezing. It's filled with so much pollen that our hero sneezes and curses to his heart's content. To make things worse, he gets attacked by a vine monster that seems to take its free will quite seriously. Our boy curses once again, running and escaping the roots the best he can. He slides to a halt soon enough, coming face to face with what will pass as the main body of this monster. He can't spend all his time struggling with roots, that much is obvious, so he pulls out a potion he made using alchemy. Just as quickly, he throws the potion at the monster's body and it bursts as the red potion spills out. The potion then turns into a consuming fire, forcing the vine monster to shriek in pain. With this window, Yusial summons his wand and activates his blink skill. Speedily, he cuts his way down to the core of the monster, and has a eureka moment when he catches a glimpse of its eyes amidst the flames. Yusial wastes no time jumping in that direction, switching his wand into a stabbing stance and sinking it straight into the monster's head. More shrieking follows after this, but it only takes a few seconds for the beast to wither away. Our boy gains some experience points thanks to the monster, but he considers the beast to be small fry. In the distance, his true goal awaits and he approaches it one step at a time. Soon, he crosses the threshold into the dungeon boss's lair. It's covered with blue flowers for as far as the eyes can see, with a stone statue of the dungeon boss kneeling in front of a pillar. Yusial's eyes grow wider than ever as he traipses through the field of blue. He sees Ifeanil the deity, hands clasped as though she was praying when she turned to stone, and our boy can't help but marvel at the sight of her. Deities are the most esoteric existence in the Ifa world. Known to have become new beings, these deities trained for hundreds of years to obtain proper enlightenment. Even in a world like Etha, they are few. Our hero is still standing in awe of Ifeanil, but it's obvious that she's not a complete deity. In truth, she had her heart stolen before she could become complete, leading to her being frozen in place forever. With sweat dripping from his face, Yusial exhales loudly, an attempt to push himself to move. It works. Unfortunately, 2 steps closer to Ifeanil and an unbelievable mana pressure forces him to his knees. It dawns on him that deities, even when dead, aren't to be messed with. He can't give up after coming this far, so he grits his teeth and then screams as he tries to move amidst the mana pressure. It's a battle for the ages, Beak Yusial versus an invisible force. With each step he takes, the pressure seems to get worse. It becomes so bad that our hero trembles and finds it difficult to breathe. He comes mere inches from Ifeanil, only to be brought to his knees once again. This time, amidst all the panting and struggling, Yusial gets an increase in his experience points. His mana revelation delay physique and even his stats go high enough to let him breathe without making a fuss. Color returns to his cheeks as he takes a moment to regain himself, and one look around reminds him that he's in a training location left behind by a deity. Basically, Yusial is sitting right on top of a mana ley line, an opportunity that the mages of our hero's past life were desperate to find. You see, training in this location can produce 100 times more results than training in the normal realm. In addition, anyone who trains with the deity will possess a greater nature affinity. The way our boy sees it, he went through all this trouble just to find a good gym. Just to do exercise he doesn't even do in real life. After catching his breath, Yusial notices a hidden artifact resting in the crook of Ifeanil's elbow. It's the resentment-filled branch, and our hero grabs it the moment he lays eyes on it. Fortunately, it's a high-class artifact capable of filling his opponents with resentment as a status of normality. Better still, said resentment will increase upon second contact, explode, and cause damage to the opponent. In this case, the resentment can build for up to 3 months and the opponent will continue to take damage every day for the duration. Lastly, it has a one-time use feature, capable of cutting in half any damage doled out by any opponent with a risk level of 6 or higher. Yusial stares at the branch with contentment, happy that he now has a tool that'll help him in the battle against Mazen in the upcoming episode. After obtaining the artifact, our hero moves to the next step of the plan, intense training. A few weeks of this and his agility, strength, and sensitivity show a marked increase, putting his stats at 2.5 stars. Exhaling loudly, Yusial wipes the sweat off his chin, reminding himself that he still has a long way to go. Apparently, the main characters all have stats with 4 stars and above, so our hero has no time to rest. In Ether World, he has no swordsmanship teacher, but owns a sword. This leaves him no choice but to practice only 2 sword techniques, the slash and the stab, and he has to train like a madman to improve his accuracy. Gritting his teeth, Yusial continues to swipe his blade, reminding himself that he has to be powerful enough to cut through skin and bone even if he ends up coughing up blood. Just then, after yet another exhilarating slash of his blade, our hero feels a tug on his heart. He freezes in place as a result, only to stagger as he coughs vehemently. He wipes the drool off his mouth afterwards, panting like an obese man in a marathon. Luckily, he obtains a special mana breathing method at this moment, and although it's partial, he gains the skill known as Deity's Breath. Almost immediately, the entire field seems to twirl. Yusial's vision blurs as black essence covers the area, and soon, his eyes start to close. He's jolted back to consciousness by a screaming voice of unknown origin. He's instantly freaked out when it begins to ask him questions, bugging him to respond quickly if he can hear. Yusial can't believe his eyes, ears, or any of his senses and ends up gripping his chest as he yells, wanting to know where the voice is coming from. It speaks again, confirming that Yusial heard right the first time. Twirling his head, he traces the voice until he realizes that it's coming from Ifeanil the deity. A dim yellow light glows above her head as our hero wraps his head around the situation, and soon, his hand meets his mouth as he asks how a corpse is speaking. In a split second, Ifeanil shuns him, clarifying that she's not dead. Furious, our hero goes on to ask how she's speaking, only to find out that the deity has been speaking since the moment he first came to the garden. Apparently, Yusial couldn't hear her and she insults him for being deaf. Anyway, he can hear her now because they've become somewhat alike, even breathing the same way. The moment Ifanel mentions this, our hero remembers the notification he got about it earlier. Staring at his stats, Yusial learns that he's gained another incredible skill, one that instantly increases his physical stats to a 4-star level. The only problem with this skill is that it lasts for 15 seconds. Our boy scans the remaining improvements only to discover that he'd have to undergo essence erosion as a penalty. This means he'll lose his human body. Apparently, essence has a form that it maintains through mana, but for someone like Yusial who possesses mana revelation delay physique, losing his body translates to dying. This realization basically shatters our hero's world. His shoulders slump, and his eyes can't stop staring at the ground in bleakness. It gets worse as he deduces that the more he uses this extraordinary skill, the shorter his lifespan will become. He tries to shake this thought away, telling himself that he has to think positive thoughts. Ultimately, he gains solace in the fact that this new skill will serve its purpose against dangerous opponents. Just then, Ifanel interrupts him, expressing how fascinated she is with him. You see, he's the second human to ever breathe a deity's breath, but like the first human, his existence is much too faint. The way Ifanel sees it, Yusial appears not to exist in either world, and this is judging from the fact that he has so little mana. Our boy dismisses the snide remarks only because he wants to know who the first human is. In turn, the deity reveals that he was a strong man capable of cutting down deities and magic of any kind. Yusial's jaw drops immediately, seeing as there was no mention of such a person in the game. Concluding that this swordsman must be powerful, our hero asks Ifanel for a chance to meet him. Unfortunately, the deity was referring to one of the disciples of the first mage. This leaves Yusial feeling stupid, especially since all of the disciples died a long time ago. Interrupting him once again, Ifanel wonders if our boy would like a lesson or two, explaining that she was close with the swordsman and even recorded all of his breathing techniques. Yusial tries to confirm Ifanel's claims, but the deity goes on to state a condition for any help she'll offer. She hates how she's been stuck as a statue for ages, unable to move or talk to anyone. With this in mind, Ifanel asks our hero to save her by getting her heart back. Yusial is a bit stumped, but he expected a request like this from the start. Calmly, he expresses his disappointment in his skills, claiming that they're not good enough for him to go searching for a deity's heart. Ifanel goes quiet. Minutes later, she speaks up again, clarifying that our boy mustn't retrieve a deity's heart. At this point, she'll settle for the pure heart of a divine beast. This surprises Yusial even more, given that replacing the deity's heart with that of a divine beast will only lead to her losing most of her powers. Still in the middle of a field of blue flowers, Ifanel tells our boy that it's okay. She'd rather be free of her eternal prison. Sighing, Yusial dismisses his wand and makes a verbal agreement to get her a divine beast's heart. To him, it's not something so difficult, but Ifanel seems surprised at how easy it was to convince him. Apparently, Yusial has been training in the garden ahead of the upcoming familiar contract ceremony, and is certain that he'll have met multiple divine beasts by the time the ceremony comes around. He flashes his usual arrogant smile and promises to bring her a heart. In turn, the deity thanks him, mentioning that she has a little something for him. His smile fades as it's replaced with curiosity, and right then, Ifanel directs him to look behind the pillar she's attached to. Yusial spots a flower necklace and retrieves it within the minute. Ifanel then explains that it's a sign of their friendship. Unfortunately, the necklace doesn't come with any perks whatsoever. After noticing this, our hero just shoves the necklace into his pocket, planning to use it as firewood should he ever be stranded. Suddenly, it dawns on him that Ifanel is a deity, and that any sign from a deity can prove useful in certain situations. He smiles once again, and this time, it's more dubious. On the other hand, Altalicia works on understanding Yusial's solution to the 300-year-old alchemy problem. She works late into the night, filling every corner of the board until she has to kneel to write. It gets to the point where she stops writing, and a quick look at the whole board tells her that she has finally gotten it. She returns to jotting down important facts about the case, smiling as she admits that a new generation is about to begin. In her eyes, what she's just achieved will make Yusial very happy. This year's prestigious alchemy conference will be held in the Dwarf Kingdom. Yusial accompanies Altalicia as they take the gold-mining Manchurian Railway to said kingdom. It's also known as the capital of the Black Iron Empire, and people of all races gather there for the conference. When they arrive, our boy can't help but smile like a kid who struck gold trick or treating. Altalicia, on the other hand, seems scared. You see, the location for the conference is different every year, and this time, it's happening at the Golden Light Crane Academy, the Dwarf Kingdom's greatest alchemy school. Its entrance is lined with a red carpet leading all the way up to the door, and its atmosphere is buzzing with energy. None of these actually catch Yusial's eye, but the fact that Talcum Corden, the greatest alchemist alive, will be attending, gets him psyched about the conference. That and the opportunity to present Altalicia's idea in the presence of greatness. He's still floating in the bliss of this thought when the assistant professor asks if what they're doing is really okay. He turns his attention to her as she goes on about how Professor Mason worked on the same research for half of her life. Our hero doesn't respond immediately. He first wonders if Altalicia is a good person or just an idiot, seeing as the professor in question stole her research. He finally speaks up, telling the assistant not to worry. She steals a glance at him through the side of her eyes, listening as he reassures her that she didn't steal Professor Mason's research. As the cherry on top, he tells her that she's more talented than Mason. This is just what Altalicia needed to calm down, so she thanks our hero and he wonders if she's ready to go in. Given that the red carpet is practically crowded, he suggests that they enter through the back door, leaving his companion to admit that it's a good idea. Inside, the MC, an elf fluent as a linguist, welcomes all doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Society to the 87th Golden Section Conference. The program begins with the introduction of new potions, and the elf calls up Professor Mason Tyrn to go first. Without wasting time, she and her wedge heels step on stage. She clasps her hand in front until her PowerPoint is displayed for everyone to see. Then, she announces that she'll be showing everyone the Alpha-type red potion. The presentation goes on for minutes, but it seems way longer to the audience. They're intrigued anyway, and she gets a resounding round of applause after her conclusion. Our hero simply intertwines his arms as he overhears people complimenting Mason for improving the red potion even further. His brows furrow at the thought of her passing off Altalicia's thesis as her own, and he kisses his teeth in disgust. Despite having countless ways to one-up the professor, Yusial decides to let Altalicia do it with her research. Just as predicted, the assistant professor is called up to the stage next and walks sluggishly until she gets to the center. Sweating, she says hello to the audience and introduces herself officially. While she goes on, researchers surrounding Yusial's seat pay little to no attention to her. This changes the moment she announces that she'll be talking about the complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique. Our hero can't help but smirk as he watches the other alchemists shoot bewildered looks at each other. They begin to whisper amongst themselves, and one of them yells at Altalicia, asking if she knows where she is at the moment. In response, the assistant professor confirms that she does and even admits that it's a privilege for someone like her. The researcher asks again if she's certain about what she's about to say, and although it takes a second, Altalicia balls her fists and asks the audience to accept her theory the way alchemists would. The ruckus refuses to die down amongst the alchemists in the crowd. They can't believe that a 300-year-old problem has been solved, that someone has figured out a way to mix magic engineering with alchemy. In the corner, Golden Alchemist Talcum Corden rubs his chin as he thinks things through. Within seconds, he screams for everyone present to keep quiet, and given his standing, they oblige. He then announces that an alchemist wouldn't conclude that something is impossible just because many people have failed at it. With his hands intertwined, he makes it clear that he can't wait to hear the truth from the lips of a young and curious alchemist. The fact that it's about a nearly impossible technique is just the icing on top. Anyway, Altalicia is really moved by his gesture as evidenced by the blushing of her cheeks. She regains her composure soon enough, and right when she begins her explanation, Professor Mason vehemently objects. Now on her feet, Mason announces that she'd like to share her doubts about the assistant's thesis. Curious, Corden asks what she means by that, only to be told that Altalicia is guilty of plagiarism. The smile on Mason's face can't be any wider as her assistant loses all her hard-earned courage. The other alchemists have a field day with this accusation, but Corden laughs, finding it interesting. In addition, he ensures that Mason knows what'll happen to her career should her allegations against Altalicia turn out to be false. Lifting her hand to her chest, she admits that she understands. Afterwards, she joins the assistant on stage and takes the spotlight as she goes on about the 5 puzzles of the random sequence convergence technique. You see, harmony between magic engineering and alchemy can only be achieved when all 5 puzzles are solved. But in the world of scholars, only 2 of these puzzles have been solved. Even those 2 are considered incomplete. Still folding his arms, Yusial watches his professor boldly hit her chest, claiming to have solved 4 out of the 5 puzzles. She then reveals that Altalicia is not only her teaching assistant but also her assistant professor in alchemy. Almost immediately, the audience of scholars begin to draw conclusions, leaving Altalicia to stare in petrified silence. Worse off, Mason makes it clear that the thesis is hers and smirks as she asks the audience if the thesis could really be Altalicia's when she solved only the last of the 5 puzzles. At this point, the assistant professor begins to visibly tremble, clasping her hands against her chest to stop from curling up like an armadillo. Mason can see this, and it brings her great joy. You see, she knows that Altalicia is a genius with outstanding abilities, but she can't let the poor lady leave the conference with her career. She'd rather Altalicia remain her assistant forever. With this in mind, Mason takes a few steps closer to the assistant professor, asking for her take on the allegations. Still shaking, Altalicia admits to herself that she's overwhelmed despite expecting a feat like this. Her head is nothing if not blank, but she recalls Yusial's offer. He had promised that he would help her if she couldn't pull it off on her own. And right now, it seems to be Altalicia's only way out. She summons enough courage to raise her hand and then yells that she'd like to call out someone to support her. When asked who that is, she claims that he's the co-author of her thesis and points at Yusial with the shakiest hand since Alzheimer's patients. The moment she calls his name, everyone's attention shifts to him, leaving our hero more surprised than ever. Yusial has no recollection of being the co-author of anything, but he can't disappoint Altalicia. As he makes his way to the front, most of the alchemists present find it hard to believe that such a young student played any role in solving such a big problem. The way they see it, his presence doesn't change the accusations against Altalicia, so they wait patiently for him. Corden is still as excited as ever and he announces it to the hearing of whoever cares to listen. With a stern expression on his face, our boy joins both ladies on stage, brushing shoulders with Mason while he's at it. What she doesn't know is that Yusial tapped her with the resentment-filled branch, activating the conditions of the skill. Almost immediately, she kisses her teeth and calls him rude. But our hero just smirks, seeing as her anger is proof that the skill worked. He proceeds to take center stage, and announces that he'd like to start by reviewing Mason's perspective. Everyone, including Corden, listens closely as our boy reiterates how it's better to see something once than to hear about it 1,000 times. Piggybacking off of this, he asks both parties to solve the random sequence convergence technique right then and there. His smile is so confident that no one wonders if he's kidding or not. They continue their whispers, mentioning how fun it'll be for a professor and her assistant to compete. Unfortunately, Altalicia doesn't feel the same. She begins to panic and calls out to Yusial, doubt heavy in her tone. Before she can finish her sentence, our hero cuts her off, asking if she trusts him. The assistant snaps out of it as she confirms her trust in him and he explains that he's been watching her from the sidelines. Yusial is certain that she can do it, so he flashes her a reassuring smile. Altalicia regains her self-confidence at this moment and adjusts her glasses as she tells herself that our boy is right. She props her hair for good measure and decides to believe in everything she has done until this moment. Mason scoffs, but it's not enough to demoralize Altalicia. Instead, the assistant announces that she's ready to begin, and asks the professor if she is too. 300 years ago, an alchemist claimed to have found an astounding technique that can explain the random sequence convergence technique. Sadly, the alchemist died accidentally in a washroom, which only increased his popularity. The formula became famous after that, and multiple alchemists have challenged it through the years. They all failed and failed until no alchemist dared to touch the formula with a 10-foot pole. It was deemed impossible to solve. Standing beside the audience is Keen, captain of the 13th Destructive Assassination Corps and member of the New Moon Great Tower. Just like Corden, he finds the whole situation intriguing, and just quietly burns his cigarette as he watches. His vice captain, Hazen Macaron, is quite the opposite. She's so bored that she's been yawning on and off. At the moment, both parties are invisible to the naked eye, so members of the audience have no idea where the smell of cigarettes is coming from. Anyway, Hazen asks her boss if he's sure Mason is a dark demonic human, but he doesn't respond. Just then, Mason and Altalicia are given one chalkboard each and asked to solve the first puzzle. Hazen still thinks the mission is a miss though. She just massages her head, tired of Keen believing their boss's words so easily. Before their eyes, Altalicia breaks down the first puzzle, switching Hazen's expression from one of underestimation to that of awe. Even Keen takes a break from smoking to really soak it in, and it's obvious that the atmosphere at the conference has changed. The MC announces soon enough that the first puzzle has been solved, and Corden, in his wisdom, observes a slight difference between Mason and Altalicia's working. Keen, on the other hand, can tell that the assistant professor solved hers in a clearer and simpler way in addition to her simplified final result. At this moment, the Master of Ceremonies announces the beginning of the second puzzle, so both ladies get back to it. As they show their workings, one of the female alchemists has her hand lodged beneath her chin. She had seen this second puzzle being solved on occasion, but had never seen someone do it like Altalicia. Usually, it takes about 200 lines to solve, but the assistant professor solved it in 12. From his corner of the stage, Yusial notices that everyone's reaction to Altalicia is good and he smiles as they progress into the third puzzle. Seeing as the first two have been solved since time immemorial, the third puzzle marks the beginning of the real competition. The MC has a field day commentating on the competition, with Mazen sweating profusely as she solves, and Altalicia just going about hers calmly. Corden can't help but exclaim as he watches both women, asking no one whether the puzzle has really been solved or not. They both round up in a few minutes, but everyone commends the assistant professor rather than her boss. This makes Mazen really angry, but all she can do is grit her teeth and wonder how she managed to solve it. Our hero smiles quaintly as he overhears the other alchemists dissecting Altalicia's work excitedly, happy that they get to witness this great moment. You see, alchemists have always considered the 5 puzzles to be individual problems, but Altalicia, by a stroke of genius, thought about things differently. She approached the puzzles as though all 5 of them were connected and solved them all as one big problem. By the 4th problem, Mazen begins to lose her wit. She bites her lip in frustration, trying to recall the end of the equation. Things become worse when she can't find any more space on the chalkboard to continue her solving. In a fit of rage, she yells into the audience, asking that a new chalkboard be brought to her immediately. Mere seconds after her outburst, Altalicia announces that she's done. Mazen freezes in place, only stealing a glance at her opponent via the side of her eyes. She then turns to face a very calm Altalicia, helplessly watching as she announces that she has displayed the complete understanding of the random sequence convergence technique. The audience goes quiet, but it doesn't last. Soon, they begin to scream from overstimulation, finding it unbelievable that someone actually solved all 5 puzzles needed to merge magic engineering and alchemy. They call it the moment of the century, and Altalicia quietly balls her fist in celebration. In her heart, she's grateful to our hero, who she can see applauding her in the distance. Her moment of joy gets cut short as she hears her name being pronounced with all the malice in the world. A simple twirl and she notices Professor Mazen draped in dark energy, chanting her name like she's an enemy meant to be destroyed. Bewildered, Altalicia tries to call out to her boss, but Yusial steps between the ladies. As the dark aura seems to consume Mazen, he blocks the assistant's path with his arm to stop her from approaching her boss. Glaring at the ground, Mazen asks Altalicia how long she plans on upsetting her, stewing in her rage as she accuses the assistant of stealing her thesis. She yells, wanting to know if Altalicia is happy now, but Yusial doesn't move an inch. His eyes stay peeled on the professor as he wonders if this is how her dark demonification is going to take place. Despite it happening much faster than he anticipated, our hero still thinks it's good. This is because it'll be impossible to hide if she becomes a dark demonic human in the presence of everyone. Mazen continues to chant Altalicia's name like a zombie with a singular purpose. Halfway through the 3rd chant, she's stopped in her tracks. A trembling Altalicia can no longer take it. She's so mad that her timidity leaves her be, creating room for a strange boldness. At this moment, the assistant screams that her work is better than Mazen's and challenges the professor to just accept the fact. Riding the wave, she calls her out for stealing her thesis for the red potion, and asks how many theses she'd have to steal to be satisfied. The moment it escapes her lips, the scholars present spread the accusation via word of mouth. Shaking with rage, Altalicia lets one last sentence rip. She screams that Mazen is much stupider than she is. Everyone from Yusial down to Hazen and Keen is visibly surprised, and the professor isn't left out. She's so shocked that all the dark aura surrounding her disappears, leaving her eyes wide and her mouth open. After a few seconds, Corden can no longer hold back his laughter. He guffaws ever so loudly, and admits that the conference was indeed fun. It's at this point that Mazen realizes herself. She stares at her hands like they're stained with blood and begins to wonder what she'd almost done. Now, she's just angry, and there's only one place to put all that anger. Altalicia. The professor approaches her assistant like the wolf did the 3 piglets, huffing and puffing until Yusial puts himself between both ladies once again. He then calls out to the professor, imploring her to stop and read the room. Reluctantly, she takes his advice, only to notice the glaring eyes of all the other scholars. She's shaken to her core and interprets their glares as unsaid accusations. To these, she yells no, reiterating that Altalicia stole her thesis. Of course, no one believes her now, especially not Corden. Quietly, he instructs 2 guards to drag her out of the conference and watches from his seat as they obey. In turn, Mazen continues to yell that she's not at fault, and then faces the guards, telling them to freaking let her go. Now on her knees, Altalicia heaves a loud sigh of relief, and our hero shows up seconds later, hand outstretched to help her back on her feet. With a small smile across his lips, he professes that she did a good job earlier, and this practically means the world to her. She can't stop herself from smiling in return, and her cheeks turn red as she agrees. Shortly after, Hazen and Keen turn to leave, with the former telling the latter that their mission was a dud in the end. In turn, Keen agrees with her. They came equipped with a sensor capable of reacting to dark demon erosion, and were Mason not innocent, it would have given off a sign after such an emotional outburst from her. At this point, Hazen reminds her boss that the new Moon Great Tower's psychometry isn't 100% accurate. She's distracted by the sight of Yusial being greeted by multiple alchemists at a time and expresses her surprise over the fact that he's a high schooler and a co-author. Just to taunt her boss, she asks if he thinks our hero is cute, but Keen just changes the subject. He wonders if Hazen investigated Yusial, and she gives him a positive response. Apparently, Metler sent her a report on our boy. During her investigation, she found out that Yusial's hometown was ruined by dark demonic humans and that he came to Stella Academy as a commoner. Imagine her surprise after finding out that he's in S-class despite having terribly low scores. Not to mention his inability to use magic in a magic academy. Hazen admits that she finds him unique, adding the fact that he opted to remain anonymous in the articles about the conference. Keen just nods to show that he's been following, and just when he wants to speak up, he gets quite the surprise. Although he's supposed to be invisible, Yusial seems to be looking him straight in the eyes. In a split second, our hero averts his gaze and goes back to smiling and fraternizing with the alchemists. The captain is forced to ask Hazen if what he saw really happened, and his vice thinks he must be mistaken. The way she sees it. Nobody can pierce Keen's recognition resistance magic, not to mention her shadow shield formation. At least not that easily. In turn, the captain stays quiet, taking a few more seconds to look Yusial over. All our hero seems to be doing is dishing smiles like the conference is a restaurant, and they're a signature meal. With no apparent proof, Keen gives up and instructs his vice to leave with him, seeing as their business there is done. Hands behind her back, Hazen admits that she was beginning to find the conference too boring anyway. On the other hand, Professor Mason joins Layden in a carriage a few ways from the Dwarven Academy. Frustrated, she can't bring herself to stop biting her nails. It gets worse as she begins to curse, certain that she wouldn't have faced such humiliation if Yusial hadn't gotten involved. She starts what seems like a chain of rants, forcing Layden to speak up. He tells her to calm down and continues scrolling the pages of his book as he does so. She tries to continue her rant once again, and this time, Layden looks up from his book, informing the professor that she has caused a mistake. After Layden's accusation, Mason denies it completely. Angry, Layden shut his book with utmost force, clarifying that the professor almost had an accident. She begins to tremble, fear evident in her eyes as she listens to the man sitting across from her. He goes on about how lucky she was that a suppression spell was cast in time, given that all their plans would have been ruined if she had lost control of her emotions. The once fiery Mason Tyron practically melts like butter, peering at the carriage floor as she apologizes for messing up. With a swipe of his hand, the book disappears and he lets the professor know that her actions can't be dismissed after a simple apology. Apparently, the leader of the order is very disappointed in her, and with a stern look in his eyes, Layden reveals that Mason has lost the right to be a professor at Stella Academy.
The story continues with Bake Usiel talking about the new technology that combines magic engineering and alchemy, and he's convinced that it will have tremendous influence not only in daily life, but in crafting equipment for mages. On this note, Usiel explains that they want more mages to be able to use this new technology with these new items. After the scholar explains this, Millian admits that he truly has high and broad dreams. Sure, having big aspirations is a good thing, but Millian also makes our boy understand that money is essential in order to turn a noble dream into reality. At this point, Usiel informs the elf that he just finished talking with many investors, revealing that one of them is the chairman himself. Hearing this, the elf immediately presumes that the scholar wants to contract with all of them, and with him at the same time. With this in mind, he concludes that Usiel would have to discard most of the terms he proposed, since that's the case. Our boy confirms this and admits that the golden-haired elf's terms are actually tempting. On this note, Usiel praises dramatically before revealing his idea. He makes a proposal for the luxury branding of the item. This way, the others can mass distribute the item as much as possible, but for the most difficult luxury items to produce, Usiel will sign an exclusive contract with Seongrium. And just as the name implies, it will finally be that special brand. The man is immediately pleased by this proposal and is totally open to sealing the deal, but he has one major concern, which is the fact that he's still not sure if those luxury items will actually sell. It would be careless of him to go ahead with the deal without being sure, especially since he never does business at a loss. Usiel is very well aware of this, which is why he reveals that he's not going to ask for a contract right away. As such, he reveals that there will be a trial period of 6 months for the product. Within that time, Usiel will hold an investor briefing for the chairman, and if he likes the products, then he'll be asked to sign the exclusive brand deal with them. Millian looks stunned by the idea for a second, but then commends Yusong for it, confirming that he's on board. Our boy is glad to hear this, and then Million gives them his messenger paper as well as his contact info. The messenger paper is a special item that flies directly into the recipient after a message is written on it. Uziel thanks the elf, and right after that, they part ways. Once Million leaves, our boy heaves a sigh of relief, because he was so nervous throughout the whole meeting. He thought he was going to die from the nerves, but the assistant professor is surprised to hear this because he looked so calm when Million was around. Altalicia gets flustered just thinking about how amazing he is. He didn't seem to get what she said, so he asks again, but she just claims that it was nothing. Of course, our boy doesn't dwell on it because he's just relieved that they've solved one problem now. It was a success, so he contemplates going to eat out with the club when he gets back to treat himself. The academic symposium ended without incident, and classes at Stella Academy resumed as usual afterward. In class, another professor informs the students that she'll be filling in for Professor Majin, who wasn't feeling well. Our boy isn't surprised because he knew that the professor would vanish without a trace after what happened. Normally in the right episode, the awakened Majin causes massive damage to the school, but due to recent events, things may turn out differently. All of this makes the scholar wonder if the episode has been moved up or something. If that's the case, he just hopes that he's at least ready to deal with it. It turns out that Majin isn't the only one missing from school today, because Altaricia also hasn't shown up either. Uziel doesn't want to think the worst yet and hopes that she's probably getting happily tormented at the alchemy castle. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he sees some other students gathered together talking about a rumor. Apparently, they're all just finding out that Altaricia cracked the interlocked chaos formula, and they also heard that there was a co-author too. Thankfully, these other students don't know who it is because as far as they know, the person kept their identity hidden, which just makes them very curious. They wonder why the co-author chose to stay anonymous, and one of them suggests that the person might be ugly or something. Of course, Uziel isn't bothered by anything they say because thanks to him hiding the co-author's identity, he could keep a low profile at school. He only borrowed a bit of the straight Bill Glass's knowledge and gave a hint so all the attention and recognition should go to Altaricia. Just then, he's suddenly drawn out of his thoughts again because he spots Ma Yusong in the distance. He's blown away immediately by the guy's long perfect legs and simply concludes that the guy must be cheating because he can't believe one can have top grades and looks at the same time. He looks closer and notices that Morphe is standing next to the guy. They're absolutely stunning, and it's so good that they look like dolls, but Uziel quickly snaps out of the trance and reminds himself that they're still the child of trash even though they're pretty. Seeing them around, our boy already knows that he has to go meet up with them, even though he was finally about to catch a break. So, he goes over and announces his presence, to which Ma Yusong simply welcomes him. Our boy hopes that he didn't keep them waiting, and they assure him that he didn't. Morphe immediately asks him what the menu is, reminding him that he said he'd choose. A coy smile creeps up on the boy's face as soon as she says this, and then he assures her that she'll see when they get there. The scene shifts and we're taken to the restaurant where we see that their meals have been served, which appears to be pizza. It actually looks delicious and all, but Morphe almost seems traumatized by it. She looks very reluctant to eat the food and suddenly remembers that Isel said something about drinking pickle juice first when ordering pizza. While she's busy overthinking it, Uziel casually passes her a small cup of what appear to be solved pickles. She's taken aback by it because she doesn't know what it is. As such, she also has no idea how they eat it. When our boy sees the look on her face, he's taken aback for a second, but then he realizes that this might actually be their first time at a pizza place. With this in mind, he tries to tell her what it is, hoping to make her less nervous, but before he can even get a word in, she gulps it all down. She gobbled it up because she wanted to show Uziel that she can eat it, but she suddenly realizes that it's actually pretty delicious. At this point, Yusong gives it a try as well, and the guy admits that it's not bad at all, but you can clearly tell that our boy is not a fan of the dark-haired boy. Either way, he proceeds to pick up a slice of pizza and offers it to Morph, telling her to give it a try as well. Now she's excited to taste it, so she picks up her fork and knife, but Uziel quickly tells her not to go sticking a knife in pizza like some barbarian. He takes a nice bite from his slice and demonstrates to her, explaining that she's gotta eat it like him to enjoy it. As you can imagine, the fact that he's eating with his hand catches them off guard, and Morph feels that Uziel's style is actually more barbaric. On the other hand, Yusong is amused, because he feels that it would be fun to eat like that. That being said, the dark-haired boy gives it a try and takes a bite, which makes Morph eager to try it too. So after contemplating briefly, she does so too. The boys watch her carefully to observe her reaction, and of course, she loves it. The taste leaves her in a state of awe, and it's like the bell peppers frolic on the cheese, while being watched by paprika and olives. It's simply an amazing harmony of flavors inside her mouth, and it truly is mind-blowing for her. Uziel notices her reaction and asks her if she thinks it's good. Of course, she confirms this, claiming that the pizza is really nice. On this note, Our boy suggests that they come here often from now on, and when Mayusung asks if he can tag along, Yuseal claims that him being a part of it is yet to be decided. The three of them continue to enjoy their pizza at the restaurant, but while they're laughing and joking inside, it's clear that something ominous is brewing outside as the sun sets. Outside, we catch up with Jackie and Flame. Jackie asks Flame if she heard about the latest rumor making rounds in Stella Academy. Apparently, Flame already knows about it, so that's about where the conversation ends. Once Jackie leaves, the brown-haired girl sighs, because she's sure that her friend came to tell her that Altarisha solved the interlocked chaos formula. That's what everyone at the academy has been talking about all day, but Flame knows the truth. She knows that Baek Yuseal is behind all of it, and it upsets her a little, especially since she still hasn't been able to understand how he even managed to solve that formula. As for the price of regression, Flame feels that he should have forgotten most of the future knowledge except the key events and plot lines. The fact that he solved the formula while recalling all the details makes her wonder if the boy retained the memory of if he's actually just that smart. Her thoughts are suddenly interrupted when another student comes over to say hi. She turns to the blonde boy who's smiling at her and asking if she'd like to team up with him for the upcoming Persona Gate training. Unfortunately for the guy, claiming that she doesn't have to go for it before bluntly telling him to go find some other girl to team up with him. She lashes out at him and storms off after telling him to quit hitting on people for no reason. As Flame walks away, the blondie just smiles mischievously and concludes that the girl really is unusual. We get to see the Persona Gate official notice pasted on the wall, informing the first-year students that they should select the Persona Gate they wish to train in. Flame joins the small crowd of students staring at the notice, and it becomes clear that it's a pretty serious activity for the freshmen. The Persona Gate is a different dimension born from the lower of Dark Mages. If a Persona Gate isn't conquered quickly after appearing, the area becomes a wasteland where no living being can survive. And unlike dungeons that are cleared by defeating a boss or destroying a core, Persona Gates must be cleared by analyzing and breaking their patterns and gimmicks. Things like density analysis, topological geometry, spatial deformation ratio, and soul isolation techniques require the user's comprehension and memorization of thousands of patterns and possibilities as well as combat ability. After all, the real reason these guys train magic warriors is to stop Persona Gates at the end of the day. As such, it's arguably the most important subject at the academy. According to the original story, a real one is mixed into this Persona Gate practice. And now that the opportunity is right in front of her, Flame decides that she can't keep leaving everything to Baek Yuseal. She realizes now that she has to stop it this time before it causes any real damage. Over at the 9th Star Tower, the princess and her friends are enjoying some delicious food on the Sangrium Cave terrace later that day. One of them asks if they've tried the new dessert yet, and the others immediately give their reviews, stating that it was amazing, but Hong Bayan doesn't agree with them. She doesn't think the dessert is that good, but she doesn't say anything. All of a sudden, her friends start talking about how chaotic it was at school because everyone found out that an assistant was the one who solved the interlocked chaos formula after 300 years. Rachel claims that her father told her about it and reveals that the co-author was actually a student at Stella. The other girls are intrigued by this news and conclude that it must be true since Rachel's father is the intelligence director. The fact that a student could solve a 300 years old problem is really mind-blowing, so the girls can't help but wonder who it could be. The other girls are clueless, but Hong Bayan already knows that Baek Yuseal is the co-author of the alchemic magic engineering, and she's not surprised that even the intelligence director hasn't been able to find out. But then again, she doesn't get why Yuseal would hide his involvement from everyone, wondering if he did so just to give all the credit to assistant Altarisha. That might be the case, but the princess's insecurities get the better of her, because she suddenly starts to think that Yuseal did it because he has feelings for the assistant. Just thinking about it upsets her so much that she storms out of there, leaving her friends confused, because this was supposed to be their tea time. Hong Bayan gets away from there as fast as she can, and just when she thinks she's finally about to have some alone time, a familiar voice calls out to her. It's actually Princess Hong Shiwa, so Bayan is taken aback for a second. Shiwa sees how stressed Bayan is and simply reminds her to address her as Big Sis instead of calling her name all the time. These two ladies have been bound by fate, being legitimate and illegitimate daughters. Because of this, they've been forced into rivalry with each other. Hong Shiwa Adalabit is Bayan's half-sister, but as fate would have it, she's been forced to hate this woman to death. Bayan doesn't hide how she feels and sternly asks Shiwa what she's doing here. The older sister just laughs in response as she walks over to Bayan, telling her not to glare at her like then. After closing the distance between them, she informs her half-sister that she came here because she also has business here. Shiwa heard that there's a very interesting commoner among the first years, so she came over to check it out. She heard that this commoner is one who lives by the chivalry that's now disappeared from the world. The moment she says this, Bayan begins to panic because she knows that her cunning half-sister is talking about Baek Yuseal. Shiwa sees the look on Bayan's face, and she can immediately tell that her little sister is interested in the young man as well. The older sister isn't surprised about this at all, because the young man is like a knight who dedicates everything to his bishop, and that's literally the dream of everything young princess. Now that she knows that Bayan is familiar with Yusil, she asks her little sister to introduce her to the young genius. Unfortunately for her, Bayan refuses to help her and tells her to go do whatever she wants. Hearing this, Shiwa simply teases her little sister for being so cold and claims that she wasn't like this before. She makes this statement and suggests that Bayan must have changed because their oldest sister died. Of course, this gets to Bayan, making her even more upset than she already was, but she refuses to hit back at her cunning half-sister. So, she quietly storms off, leaving Shiwa to wonder if she crossed the line this time around. After seeing Bayan's reaction, she realizes that it's probably still too early for her to hear about their oldest sister. While she's lost in thought, someone suddenly draws her back to reality. The princess turns to see that it's Sayera, so she asks the girl what the matter is. Apparently, the girl has returned with her information Shiwa requested concerning the young cadet Baek Yusil. Sayera reveals that it's a copy of an assignment our boy submitted in class, stating that it contains a brief history of his past. The princess is pretty taken aback by this because she didn't expect to find what no digging could reveal in something as little as his homework. In response, Sayera simply explains that she learned that there was an assignment asking for that kind of content, so she decided to check it out. Shiwa is glad about this discovery, so she can't wait to have a look and find out what the mysterious Baek Yusil is all about. The princess opens up the envelope, and on the first page, she sees the intro of a letter he's writing to his mother. He writes that he misses his mother, and Shiwa just bursts into laughter, thinking that he must really be a kid to start his letter this way, but about 1 minute into the letter, the princess is shaking from all the emotions she's feeling. She ends up getting so invested in the story of Yusil's past with his mother, and it makes Sayera a little worried when the princess starts tearing up. She asks Shiwa if she's okay, but the pink-haired girl is already all up in her feelings. She's so touched by the story, and when her friend asks her why she's crying, she just claims that it's nothing. Shiwa wipes the tears from her eyes and realizes that she's never truly thought deeply about poverty before now. So, the fact that Yusil has lived that life while firmly holding on to his belief in chivalry really touches her. The princess learns that Yusil's hometown must have been completely overrun by dark mages, and it makes her even more curious about the young genius. So, she just feels sorry for her sister Bayan because she's about to get close to the young genius named Baek Yusil. The day of the training finally comes, and all the students taking part make their way to the venue. The professor announces the start of the training and asks the cadets to proceed into the Persona Gate before them. Some of the students are pretty nervous to get started because the Persona Gate looks just like the one in their textbooks. As for our boy, he just stands there in silence, realizing that the dreaded training is finally about to start. As a reward for finishing the academic conference episode, the gate analysis function of the straight bill glasses has been activated too. As such, our boy's stats have increased by quite a lot. He's been going back and forth through Ifenel's garden, so he believes that these new stats should be enough. Well, probably. The professor stands in front of the gate to direct the students in, and starts by calling on those entering gate C7. Yusil is surprised to see so many familiar faces that will be going in with him. This Persona Gate training will be done in teams of 4 to 18, so the key is how well they cooperate to clear it. First-year students at Stella average around class 2, so Yusil feels that it won't be easy to clear a 3-risk Persona Gate on the first real mission. The C7 gate, where the event takes place, actually allows for 16 members, so even though there are some familiar faces on his team, Yusil feels that it's a shame Yusong and Hei Monryang aren't here. On the bright side, Flame and Hong Bayan are on his team, along with Aizel, so he feels that they have enough to clear the gate. From the look of things, he doesn't think that he'll even need to get involved with the final boss. All our boy needs is the hidden reward, the enchanting tree petal. With this in mind, Yusil steps him to the Persona Gate with the rest of his team, and they're all officially welcome to Iharon's ball. The students are all shocked when they suddenly appear in a massive, well-decorated ballroom, and while they're still trying to make sense of what's going on, a maid greets them, claiming that their dresses and shoes will be prepared shortly. Bayan is extremely confused because she doesn't even think a ballroom has ever appeared in a Persona Gate before. Rather than freaking out, she quickly calms herself down, knowing that she needs to check the guideline message. Just then, a strange formula appears on the banner hanging above them, and the princess gets even more confused. To her, this formula is way too complicated for first years, and her thoughts are interrupted again by the maid who tells her that they must hurry since the banquet is about to begin. Seeing Bayan's reaction, the maid asks if there's a problem, but the princess doesn't even get how she can ask that, wondering if it's a pretty set line. NPCs made by mages and gates can't act on their own, so the only explanation would be that this is a real Persona Gate. Bayan doesn't want to believe this because things would be really difficult for them if that's the case. So, she tries to convince herself that this is all just some advanced tech. Once again, the maid asks her if something is bothering, so she tells the NPC to just go get the dress. Bayan looks around with suspicion, feeling that there's definitely something off about this training, and she just knows that it won't end easily. A while later, the students are all dressed in fancy clothes, and judging by how good Uziel looks, it's clear that he cleans up nice. Bayan looks over at the boy and remembers what she learned about him a few days ago. She can't help but see Uziel differently now, and feels that it might be because of what she learned. To walk the path of chivalry at Stella despite such a background is not something that is heard of. Bayan is so lost in thought that she doesn't even realize she's staring at Uziel until the boy snaps at her, asking what she's looking at. With her cheeks turning bright red, she quickly hits back at him so he doesn't get any ideas. Their bickering is cut short when a red-haired lady calls out to them. She's glad to see that they're all here now and informs them that they will now attend the ball hosted by Duchess Aharon. The lady tells Hat that the 4 corridors at the side connect to the mansion's underground area. However, she also informs them that the basement is full of traps and mazes. So, getting lost down there means that the mansion's knight will move in. She tells them that they'll have to trust their own insight and instincts if they want to make it. After making all of this known to the students, she asks them if they think they can handle it. The others in the room are probably not sure that they can, but before anyone else says anything, Uziel quickly answers, claiming that they can handle the task ahead. Of course, the red-haired lady is glad to hear this. She commends him, claiming that his confident look is nice to see, and our boy simply thanks her for the compliment. Our boy is unfazed by this exchange, but the other cadets in the group are stunned because it seems like the NPC just interacted like a real person. It's really disturbing because the last time they checked, NPCs don't usually say stuff like that. While they're still freaking out, the red-haired lady simply wishes all of them luck. It's now clear to all of them that there's something up with this Persona Gate, but they're already in, so all they can really do is proceed with the assignment at hand. So far, nothing terrible has happened, so the guys figure that it's time to get started. They start walking over to the corridors, but before they can get there, Flame calls out to them, asking them to wait up. They turn around and she asks them if they truly haven't sensed something off about this training. Flame feels that it's hard to interpret, and on top of that, the NPCs seem way too real. Even worse, she still hasn't been able to analyze this Persona Gate at all. Judging by all of this, it's clear that there's something strange going on. As far as she's concerned, this level of difficulty for a first-year practice doesn't make any sense at all. At this point, the boys admit that they've been feeling the same way. They thought it was weird too, since they couldn't decipher much, and that NPC from earlier also felt way too real. Now that Flame has been able to get the boys to see the situation like her, she figures that it's now time to convince the others like this. Unfortunately, she doesn't get the chance to do this because just when she's about to say what she thinks, one of the other girls, Jiki, stops her. The girl feels Flame is about to say that this Persona Gate might actually be real, and she doesn't think that's right. From her own perspective, this is a setup by the professors, and she thinks that it should be obvious to everyone else. She reminds the others that they can't always fully analyze a Persona Gate in real combat, and so, she believes that this incomprehensible scenario is also something that the professors planned out from the start. And more than anything, she doesn't believe that the professors would really miss an actual Persona Gate appearing inside the school. As far as she's concerned, that's impossible because Stella Academy is home to the finest magic knights and the best training academy. After listening to the redhead, the guys start to think that she's actually right. Everything she said makes a lot of sense to them, so Flame's suggestion no longer seems to be the case. Flame watches as they all change their minds in a flash, and she concludes that this isn't good at all. She's afraid that his Persona Gate might be the real deal if the original story holds. Flame didn't expect anyone to believe her if she told them the truth, so she tried to make them sense that something was off about this assignment. Unfortunately, that card doesn't seem to be on the table anymore, because the annoying redhead next to her managed to make everyone discard her idea. Flame doesn't know what to do now that the others don't see anything wrong anymore, while Uziel is just disappointed that they're going down this route after all. It just happens to be episode 6, Jaki's Darkening Route. The original romance fantasy didn't have a character named Jiki, so he feels that Flame must be confused. However, this scene of Flame confronting Jiki is one of the many routes from the original game. Either way, one of the 3 students is destined to fall to darkness, and as sad as it seems, that's the harsh reality now. Uziel had hoped that no one would be corrupted, but now, it's starting to look like their fate is truly unchangeable. Our boy feels that the outcome won't change even if he helps Flame right now. With this in mind, he figures that stepping back might be the only answer. Flame calls Jiki aside to have a word with her, hoping to convince the redhead to rethink her idea, but the stubborn girl just walks away from her. Jiki insists that she's down no matter what she says. Flame tries to stop her, but the redhead just concludes that this must also be what the professors intended. That being said, Jiki feels that they need to remain calm and respond. She's made up her mind to go, telling the others that they can sit back and be idiots if they want. Of course, no one is able to stop her, so she's the first to go into the corridors. The other students see this and they're pretty nervous but eventually decide to follow Jiki. They claim that they're going in since they've always prepared for something like this, but Baek-Yusil just watches them in disappointment, feeling that nobody here is acting with any sort of strategy at all. Unfortunately, it's pretty clear now that he's got no choice but to head in too. So, he gets ready to join Jiki and the others on their risky mission to the underground area of the mansion. With this in mind, Yuziel makes his way toward the door, but then all of a sudden, he senses something strange. He turns around and is pretty taken aback when he sees the other boys following him. He asks them why they're doing that, but they tell him that they don't have a reason. Seeing how timid they all are, it's clear that they're all following him because they're scared. He just finds it amusing that the kids are always scheming, and since he doesn't really care that they're tailing him, he continues to walk down to the door. After all, in this place, nothing will matter anyway. Yuziel opens the door and sure enough, he's met by a dark spooky corridor with weird lights and an ominous fog. He looks around and notices all the strange stuff in there. It makes him wonder what the creepy hallway is all about, and shortly after he enters, he looks back to see that everyone else has arrived already. Apparently, they were all waiting for him to make the first move, but unfortunately, they realize that they've been separated. Princess Hong Bayan is with some other students, but after looking around the hallway, she realizes that the others aren't there, but at least Yuziel is there. Our boy also notices that some of his classmates are missing even though they all passed through the doors, and he's not too surprised because he already knew that they can't all love together. In this place, 16 students are split into 4 corridors, meaning that there'll be 4 of them in each path. With this in mind, Yuziel figures that Azel and Flame probably got grouped together. Our boy didn't expect to end up in the same group with Hong Bayan, however. All the students are already under a lot of pressure because of how ominous the whole place seems. So, Bayan suggests that they start moving right away. And that's when she notices Yuziel looking at her. Of course, she hits him with the same line he gave her earlier when she was staring at him. The princess asks him if he's got a problem or something because he's been looking at her, and he casually states that he doesn't. And then she just calls him boring. As the 4 of them make their way deeper into the corridor, Yuziel starts to think that it might actually be a good thing that Bayan and Aijil are separated. Just as this thought runs across his mind, he suddenly realizes something else. He senses something awfully suspicious right in front of them, so he stops and makes the others do the same. Yuziel informs his group that there's something here, and he takes a second to sense what it is properly, only to learn that it's dolls. It turns out that there's a door inside the room in front of them. One of the girls wonders if a lock-release spell will work to open the door, and the other doubts that that will work. So far, they still haven't been able to interpret this gate, so she's afraid that their level is too low to pull it off. Besides, it's way too dark and she's scared to go in there. Now that it's clear none of the girls will be able to handle it, the princess asks Yuziel if he has been able to figure out this gate yet. Our boy bluntly tells her that he hasn't been able to do that, and Bayan starts to think that this might be too much to expect from a commoner. She's certain that there's definitely something here, but she doesn't know how to get to it. While she's busy being all sad and disappointed, our boy reveals that he might know how to get out of here. Bayan's red eyes widen in shock when she hears this, and she almost doesn't believe it. She asks if he's serious about what he just said, and he simply tells her about those dolls over there. Apparently, the dolls are all dancing different steps, but it's all the same type of dance. The princess is aware of this as well, and when Yuziel asks if she knows what dance it is, she confirms that it's the Requiem of the dead Serena. It's the dance Serena performed right before her death, unable to beat her own tragedy. Seeing that they're on the same page, our boy asks her if she still remembers the moves as well. For some reason, the princess just snaps at Yuziel when he asks this. It looks like she doesn't want to do the dance, but right now, it's not like they have a choice. She takes a closer look, and that's when she notices that the poses of the statues are forming a sequence. And if that's the case, she realizes that the empty spot in the room must be for them. While she's thinking about this, Yuziel casually asks her if she's ready to do the dance. The 2 girls get in position to start the dance, looking all excited as they answer. Princess Hong Bayan does the same, taking the dancing pose, and then all of a sudden, the door opens. As soon as this happens, the 4 of them make a run for it. They dash toward the massive door, and once they're in, they're blown away by the sight before them. The massive room is literally golden and filled with armored knight statues standing all over the place. The students are taken aback by this and begin to wonder if there's another hint in the statues. With this in mind, the girls decide to take a closer look at the statues. Unfortunately, after looking closely at the dolls, it's starting to look like the answer isn't in the statues this time. Just then, the princess sees Yuziel studying the symbols glowing on the floor, so she asks him what he's looking at. In response, our boy suggests that the dolls are just a decoy this time around because the real clue is the carpet. Uziel thinks that the dance is shown on the carpet this time, telling the others to look closely and see that the human patterns are taking certain poses. So, he believes that they'll be able to solve the puzzle if they can match the symbols correctly. The other girls take a look and confirm that Uziel is right, because they can actually see Serena's silent tango in the poses this time around. After a long and difficult attempt to match all the patterns, Uziel finally cracks the code and the door opens immediately. As soon as this happens, the four of them dash toward the exit once again, knowing that they've only got a few seconds. While racing to the door, the princess realizes that this commoner is definitely different. She knows he thought differently ever since he was taught to shift perspectives, but she didn't imagine that the gap would be this big. He's literally clearing a gate that no one can even annul, and he's doing it so quickly. His strategy, ideas, observation, calculation, and deductions are all superior, and it makes her wonder if he's actually first-year level. It's like he's cleared persona gates hundreds of times. Once they make it through the door, our boy notices another statue in there, too, but the princess is still hung up on how impressive he's been. She remembers that the boy's hometown fell to black mages before he enrolled, and she finds it suspicious that he's from a backwater village no one's ever heard of. However, it's one that was always on the front lines of brutal battles against the black mages. Now, she understands why the commoner lacked basic academic knowledge while being so proficient in strategy and combat. The princess concludes that he must have fought on deadly battlefields against black mages all his life. So, whether that's the reason for his uniqueness or not, Bayon is certain that he's definitely different from the other students. Everyone is desperate trying to score well, and he just openly guesses on exams. He doesn't do his assignments, and his attitude in class is a mess. With a reputation like that, the fact that he's trying so hard right now leaves Bayon very confused. The princess feels that there must be a reason for this, and while the gears in her head are turning violently, Uziel notices that she's acting weird. He asks her why she's spacing out, and she takes the opportunity to ask him if this persona gate they're in right now is actually real. A tense silence follows after she asks this question, and our boy just stays quiet for a while, not sure how to answer. She glares at him, demanding a response, but he's just taken aback by how much sharper she's gotten. Normally, she wouldn't realize the truth until the very end and would keep interfering with Aizel. Seeing this, Uziel realizes that this just proves that Bayon is gradually shifting from the path of a villainess. With this in mind, our boy just cracks a smile which catches the princess off guard. She snaps at him, asking what the hell he's smiling for, and he just tells her that it's nothing. Eventually, he decides to tell her the truth, so he admits that the persona gate is real. Uziel explains that they could get hurt or even die if they don't clear it because a dimensional synchronization will occur outside. He reveals that this is the reason why he intends to get through as quickly as possible. The princess isn't surprised to hear this because she already had a strong feeling. More importantly, she was right to believe that Uziel only takes action when there's something at stake. Now that she knows this, she refuses to just sit back and let him do everything, and she's determined to make it out of here with her own strength. Meanwhile, in another passage, we catch up with Flame and her blue-haired friend who just made it out of one of the doors. They're reunited with another group who call out to them. Flame rushes over, asking if they're all safe, but suddenly realizes that someone is missing. It turns out that Jiki just vanished all of a sudden, and while Flame is trying to process this, the other students explain that they only made it this far because of the redhead. But she disappeared right after they passed the last door. They reveal that they've even been searching for a while now, and when Flame hears this, she realizes that the redhead cleared the gateway faster than Aizel and her. It's shocking that she managed to do it without getting hurt, but then, the other students inform her that this isn't their first time here. While the others are busy reuniting, Uziel just sits in a corner like he's brooding over something. Flame comes over and asks when he got there, so he reveals that he arrived a while ago. She then asks him if he saw Jeki, and he admits that he hasn't. Hearing this, Flame just walks away in disappointment. She's not the only one feeling this way because Uziel also hoped that they could prevent her disappearance by getting to the end before her. Unfortunately, that didn't work out, and now, he feels that the best he can do is help the heroines clear the stage. Meanwhile, outside at the Stella Dome, word gets out that a real persona gate got mixed into the training field. Lee Hanwell panics and rushes to the gate to see for himself. They don't understand how it happened because Stella's security system was supposed to be the best in the world. Right now, it appears that someone completely reverse-engineered Stella's spatial wave detection system, and so it couldn't detect the unique signal emitted when a persona gate forms. The blonde professor explains that the security department is working on reinforcing the system, but unfortunately, that's not the most important thing right now. Just then, Arene Blacksaw, the commander of the Stella Knights, arrives and informs everyone that what matters most right now are the people inside that persona gate. The captain asks for a status update, curious as to whether a backup unit can enter. Unfortunately, the professor claims that it's impossible for that because those inside are already engaged in a challenge. Captain Arian then asks what the gate's risk level is, and the professor estimates that it's resin from 4 to 5. The commander isn't pleased by this response because he needs an exact number, so the teacher explains that it increased the moment the students entered. Arian admits that it is very rare for a persona gate to emit false waves, but since they can't do much about that, he asks for the names of those who entered. The professor hands him the list of names, and as he reads through, he is pissed because first years at 2 or 3 class levels are not equipped to handle the persona gate at hand. From the look of things, the commander doesn't think the kids in there stand a chance, so he asks for 16 corpse recovery units to be prepared just in case. Lee Hanwol is disturbed when he hears this, but the captain explains that it's just an instruction for logistical efficiency. After all, he doesn't expect them to believe that a bunch of rookie freshmen can conquer a 5-risk persona gate, because that's as good as saying an ant kills a tiger. Lee Hanwol knows that the odds are absurd, but he still hopes the kids make it out safely. Back inside the persona gate, Jackie finally makes her way back to the rest. She had no idea that this is where they all were. They're all glad to see that she's safe, because she suddenly disappeared out of the blue, but Uciel isn't even slightly relieved because he knows that the only thing left is the boss fight now that everyone.
Jackie suddenly reappears to reunite with the rest of the group, and judging by the look on her face, she was pretty terrified when she was all alone. Thankfully, she managed to find them, and she's glad to see that they're all safe, especially Nanol. While the ladies are busy enjoying their wholesome reunion, Uziel just watches from the side. And he's not even slightly excited about this because he knows all that's left is the boss fight now that everyone is here. Our boy leads the group, and they make their way to the next chamber of the Persona Gate, and just when they thought things couldn't get spookier, they all learn that they've just reached the Dancing Clock Tower. Uziel receives instructions to follow the stairs down, which will lead them to find the ballroom. Apparently, the ball just started, so they're all encouraged to hurry up and get down as quickly as possible. At this point, our boy already knows that they're being led to where they'll face the boss of this dungeon. It's pretty clear that they need to head downstairs, but they're a little reluctant to do so. Flame quickly looks around to scan the area, knowing how dangerous the place is, considering that it's a real Persona Gate. At the top of this tower resides the Blade Spider Captain, a 4-risk monster with 8 legs made entirely of sharp blades. Just thinking about facing such a creature makes her really nervous because it's a very dangerous creature. The girl is very bothered about it, but she also feels that they can't keep relying on Baek Uziel forever. He's lost his memory, so she feels that he probably doesn't even know anything about the Blade Spider Captain now. Flame has studied that thing beforehand, so she's confident that she can try to take it on by herself somehow. As far as she's concerned, it's best if she goes face the arachnid killer monster alone while Azel and Uziel deal with the final boss. With this in mind, she quietly stays back and waits for the others to head down without noticing her. Flame silently separates herself from the group so that she can head to the top of the tower alone, feeling that this is their best shot of clearing the dungeon without major casualties. But then all of a sudden, it's like she changes her mind in a flash and suddenly decides to inform the others. She calls out to them to wait for her, but before she can even say anything, Uziel immediately figures out that there's something above them. So, he tells the rest of them to go on ahead while he goes up to check it out by himself, and Flame can already tell that her initial plan is no longer going to work. She's convinced that Uziel didn't even know that the Blade Spider Captain existed before, so the fact that he could sense it instantly just seems impossible to her. It's hard to believe because she didn't imagine that his senses were that sharp, but then again, this is the same guy who managed to deflect magic after all, so he really shouldn't be underestimated. The group make their way down the stairs to go face the final boss of the Persona Gate, and then all of a sudden, a loud, terrifying sound echoes all over the dungeon, sending chills down their spines. They pissed for a second to try and figure out what made the noise, and that's when Hong Bayan reveals that it's coming from above. They all look up to see what she's talking about, and that's when the massive Blade Spider Captain attacks them. The massive 4-risk monster leaps at the students, who are absolutely terrified by it. As the beast attacks them, they all start wondering where Baek Uziel is, knowing that he's probably the only one who can save them from such a monster. The princess and most of the students in the group start praying for Uziel to save them, and sure enough, our boy arrives at the scene just in time to save them. Uziel charges at the Blade Spider Captain with his sword and tells the others to just go down the stairs while he stays back to deal with it. As you can imagine, they're still pretty worried about him, wondering if he can fight it alone, even though they're glad that he came to their rescue. Azel wonders if she should go back up to help Uziel, but she's given no time at all to dwell on the thought because Hong Bayan suddenly advises her against it. The princess reminds her that their priority now is to get down to the ballroom as quickly as possible, and explains that it's the best way they can help Uziel at the moment. Hong Bayan makes this very clear to the rest of the group and then rushes down the stairs following her. The only one who stays back for a second is Flame, because she's just stunned by the princess's words and begins to wonder if the long-haired noble was always this kind of person. The girls eventually make it down to the ballroom, and they're surprised by the magnificent scene before them, especially Flame, who is practically blown away by the place. It's so glamorous that they can't help but remain in a state of awe for a while. They keep admiring the magnificent ballroom for a while until their thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the presence of a strange presence. The girls sense the entrance of a different character, and Hong Bayan confirms that there is indeed someone at the top of the stairs. The others agree, and Flame even suggests that it is probably the final boss, Duchess Aheron. So, she urges everyone to stay sharp and prepare for a fight. Just then, the Duchess makes a grand entrance and properly introduces herself to everyone in the ballroom, revealing that her name is Jackie Aheron. Yep, that's right. Jackie just happens to be the final boss. Of course, all the NPCs in the room start showering her with praise, talking about how beautiful she is, and of course, the crazy-looking Duchess basks in all the adoration. On the other hand, the girls are not slightly impressed by the Duchess, and Flame is particularly taken aback by what's going on because it shouldn't even be possible. This kind of twist didn't even exist in the original romance fantasy. In fact, the character Jackie didn't even exist in the first place. Hong Bayan is really puzzled by everything going on now, because a regular human becoming an NPC in a Persona Gate should be impossible. And it's not just any regular NPC but the final boss. Even Izel is shocked, so she feels that there's only one case where someone becomes an NPC in a Persona Gate. And if that's truly the case, then it means that Jackie is the Dark One. Right now, Flame is very shaken by the revelation, and it feels even worse because Yusil warned her about Jackie. But still, she knows that she can't just give up like this. She's determined to save her friend no matter what, so she starts trying to bring her back with words. She warns Jackie to calm down because she might turn into something horrific if she lets herself get drunk on the power. Unfortunately, it's already too late because this Duchess Aheron is soaking up all the praise from the adoring NPCs in the ballroom. It's so electrifying that it feels like her heart is melting. At this point, Hong Bayan fears that it's already too late because their friend's mind has already been corrupted by the dark magic. And so, the only way to clear the gate and save their friend Jackie is to use force. Flame takes the initiative, determined to save her from the dark powers. Unfortunately, Duchess Aheron is equally prepared for a fight, so she decides that they've had enough small talk and gets ready to take on the visitors. So just like that, the boss fight, known as the Ball of Temptation, officially begins. Meanwhile, back upstairs we see that our boy is still in the middle of a heated battle with the Blade Spider Captain. Bake Yusil slashes away at the 8-legged killing machine, determined to finish it off and get back to the rest of the group, but the creature is proving to be annoyingly strong. Apparently, clearly the leader knife, Blade Spider, is pretty meaningless when clearing the gate since it's a sort of external space. However, there are two reasons why our boy is still going through all of this trouble right now. The first is so that he can obtain the captivating trees petals on the knife, Blade Spider's forehead. Yusil locks in on the big red crystal on the monster's head and becomes even more motivated to take it down once and for all. The creature attempts to slice him in two with a very powerful slash, but he casually jumps out of the way and then unleashes multiple counter-attacks of his own. Our boy uses his spark potion, combining it with his oil potion and slippery potion, which allows him to finally do some real damage to the arachnid killing machine. A powerful blast follows as the flames consume the giant spider. This immobilizes the creature for a few seconds, giving Yusil enough time to deliver the killing blow, and that's when he reveals the second reason he is still fighting this beast. He slams his sword into the spider's head and reveals that the second reason is because this very fight is the hidden clearing method for the episode known as the Jeki Dark Demonization Route. Bake Yusil overpowers the knife, Blade Spider leader, increasing his chances to retrieve the captivating tree's petals. This little glowing leaf is so special because anyone who absorbs it will have their mind power increased by an incredible amount. On top of that, it's an item that is absolutely needed in order to effectively use one of the mana revelation delay physique skills known as cognitive acceleration as well bulbul glasses. According to the story, there's an interesting fact about them, which is that they are related to the final boss, Duchess Aheron. They set it up so that this leader knife, Blade Spider, is actually the Duchess's husband, Duke Aheron. Yusil wasn't really interested in all of these facts earlier, because he always skips the storyline. The giant spider takes another powerful swing at him, but he dodges the strike as well. Anyway, as a result of that little fact in the original story, every time he attacks the captivating tree's petals barrier, the Duchess takes damage as well. In other words, this means that the final boss downstairs will also be taking some hits every time he strikes her husband. As such, our boy is confident that this hack will allow the protagonists to clear this dungeon easily. However, he's not sure whether his attacks will be helpful at the right time. With this in mind, he figures that it's best to just keep hitting as much as possible, so he goes all out, unleashing a barrage of deadly attacks on the giant spider. The giant arachnid screeches in pain from all the hits, and our boy gets a lot more confident. From the look of things, he has the Blade Spider right where he wants it, so the next step is for him to tie it up to retrain it. Unfortunately, he might not even get the chance for that, because the spider starts to plummet down all of a sudden, At this point, Uziel fears that he might have used too much of the slippery potion, and what's worse, is that the spider is currently crashing down to the ball below. Rather than panicking, our boy quickly gets his thoughts together to avoid major casualties. First, he checks the orbit that the blade spider leader is falling in, and once he's gotten that, he quickly adjusts it to avoid squashing his buddies in the lower floor. While our boy is in a race against time to save his friends, the scene shifts and we're taken a few minutes into the past when the boss fight had just started in the ballroom. The ladies team up, ready to face the powerful Duchess, but the overpowered boss of the dungeon still looks pretty invincible. The Duchess simply stomps her foot on the ground and deadly red bolts of lightning shoot at the girls. The blast that follows is no joke and they're forced back immediately. Hong Bayan checks on her friends, hoping that nobody got hurt already. As far as she's concerned, there's no time to hesitate anymore. It's clear that Flame can't do it alone, so the princess prepares to join the fight. The opponent is a dark demonic human, so she feels that the blast from her staff should be able to do some damage, but the Duchess casually blocks the attack with a shield, calling her attempt useless. Thankfully, Hong Bayan isn't the only one throwing attacks right now since Aizel and the other boys unleash some serious shots. They throw everything they've got at the mage but quickly realize that their magic isn't even working at all. As if that's not enough, the overpowered Duchess unleashes yet another devastating blast, and even though they see it coming and try to warn Flame, it's as though there's nothing they can do. Just when it looks like the brown-haired girl might be done for, she starts dancing all of a sudden. As you can imagine, this leaves Aizel extremely baffled. It doesn't make sense for anyone to dance in a situation like this, but it quickly becomes clear that Flame has a plan. In the blink of an eye, she unleashes a powerful counter-attack to deal with the blast from the Duchess. Apparently, everything is working just like she read in the novel. So, she urges everyone else to dance just like her. It turns out that the stages they've passed through so far contained hints. And this current stage includes not just a magic battle, but also a dance battle. This then means that they need to use their magic according to the dance if they're going to have a shot at beating the Duchess. Hearing this, Hong Bayan realizes that they truly can't use normal magic to destroy the Duchess's dance. Because it's a dance that contrasts with Quiet Serena's tango, the dead Serena's requiem. Just like that, the girls start dancing and all of a sudden, the tables turn, leaving the Duchess absolutely terrified. They unleash a powerful blast on the boss, and when the Duchess doesn't counter it with ease, they start to think that their attack might just have worked. Aizel feels that they might have won but quickly learns that that's not the case because the music suddenly speeds up. The dust starts to clear as the music gets even faster, and the students watch in horror as the Duchess emerges from the clouds of smoke. The boss comes out and they're horrified to see that she now has 4 legs instead of 2. Apparently, this is her trump card to help her dance even better and regain the upper hand in the battle. A twisted smile appears on her face as she comes back for round 2 and suggests that it's time for them to properly get started with the battle. Even now, Flame is still determined to save her friend, so she yells at Jackie to stop giving in to the dark magic. If she erodes more into Duchess Aheron's role, they won't be able to undo it. Unfortunately, their friend has no intention of quitting. She's already way too deep in, so she just teases Flame, wondering what exactly the brown-haired girl is telling her to stop. She tells Flame to look around and listen to all the NPCs in the ballroom praising her beauty. They call her the best dancer and ask that she punish the foolish guests. At that moment, Jackie calls Flame a bad person. She calls her mean and selfish to have monopolized this sweet and killer feeling all by herself. After saying all this, Jackie vows to never let go of this feeling she has. All the harsh words leave Flame distracted for a while, and this gives the Duchess a chance to launch another attack. Hong Bayan sees it coming, so she warns the others to defend themselves. They put up their magic shields to protect themselves from the red bolts of death, but Aizel is too stunned to block the hit. Just when she's about to be blasted into oblivion, Hong Bayan gets in the way to save her. The princess yells at her to get her head in the game, reminding her it's more effective for her to defend against the fire attacks. So, she tells her to leave the flames for her while the others defend the lightning attacks. The princess then tells Flame to get behind and look for any gaps to attack the Duchess through. Sadly, the brown-haired girl is still pretty shaken by everything that Jackie said to hear earlier. Nothing is making sense to her anymore, and it makes her wonder what is going on. In the original story, Hong Bayan is jealous of Aizel's abilities and things go haywire, which leaves a lot of damage for everyone. But now, it's different. The princess is not ruining things and even accurately analyzing this situation. In fact, it's the princess and Aizel who are working together to fix things. Aizel tells the princess not to let her guard down, and when Flame hears this, she realizes that she too can't mess up because she's determined not to lose. The 3 of them work together to come up with a powerful attack, but the Duchess is unfazed. She blocks all their strikes and tells them that it's all pointless. Nevertheless, they keep shooting and throwing all they've got at the Duchess, determined to bring her down. The blast that follows is tremendous, and as dust and smoke fills the ballroom, then heroines wait anxiously to see if it's all over. Unfortunately, that's far from the case because the Duchess emerges from the smoke once again, but this time it is a different form. She comes out on top of the giant spider, and then calls out to Flame several times. She suggests that Flame must hate seeing her happy, and asks her why she refuses to leave her alone. Jackie keeps asking her why she won't leave her alone, but Flame tries to explain that it's not like that. She begs the Duchess to snap out of it, but Jackie just yells at her to shut up. Now, in this overpowered form, Jackie begins to conjure up a powerful magic circle, and when the girls see this, they start to panic, knowing that it's at least a risk level of 5. Right now, Flame fears that they no longer stand a chance. She has no idea what they can do to save themselves now, and then all of a sudden, they hear a sound coming from upstairs. Flame is not sure, but she has a strong feeling that Uciel's fight up there has an influence on Jackie. That's when we see that the Duchess is starting to lose it. She's in a great deal of pain and can't understand why, but Flame realizes that Uciel must have stayed back up because he wanted to take advantage of this gimmick. She feels that this is why he wanted to face the knife blade spider leader, and now that the Duchess is vulnerable, Hong Bayan decides that it's the best time to strike. The heroine sees the opportunity to deal some real damage to the boss now that she's distracted. Azel strikes with ice, Hong Bayan goes in with her firepower, and Flame joins in as well, determined to subdue the Duchess. They combine their attacks at the same time, and they manage to overwhelm the Duchess immediately. Jackie is still very furious at this point because she doesn't even get what the hell is going on. She can't believe that they managed to deal so much damage, and while she's still freaking out, another explosion follows. The girls aren't sure what just happened, but Flame feels that something fell from above. As the dust clears, she's finally able to see the knife blade spider lying on the floor. They begin to wonder if it's dead, but some of them find it difficult to believe that a level 4 risk monster was hunted down by a single first-year student. That's when they see the boy himself lying in the rubble, covered in dirt. After that little distraction, we catch up with the girls who are still going up against the Duchess. As you can imagine, Jackie is extremely furious now, and her hatred for Flame burns even more. She swears never to forgive Flame for what she's done. As far as she's concerned, Flame can't beat her with dance, and so she's resorted to dirty tricks like this. She calls her pathetic and mocks her for being incredibly jealous too. Jackie claims that she's relieved to see Flame is finally experiencing the same thing as her, but the brown-haired girl just looks down at her old friend with pity. At this point, the Duchess can tell that something is wrong, so she begins to panic, wondering why Flame is staring at her with those eyes. That's when the girl asks Azel to summon an ice mirror. Regardless, Jackie refuses to surrender. She claims that she'll always be more beautiful than Flame no matter what nonsense she pulls. But before she can even finish talking, the ice mirror appears in front of her, and she finally gets to see her own reflection for the first time in a while. She's horrified by what she sees and can't even believe that she's looking at herself. She insists that the mirror isn't true and that the girls are trying to trick her with it. At the same time, our boy finally starts to regain consciousness. He wakes up to hear Jackie crying out in frustration about how disgusting her reflection looks. The Duchess desperately screams out for the mirror to be taken away, and even the NPCs stop seeing her as beautiful. This leaves her even more frustrated, and even though she tries to convince her fans that this isn't her true nature, it's already too late. Jackie calls out to Flame, begging her to do anything she can to save her. Flame remains unfazed at first, and for good reason, because it turns out that this evil Duchess is far from changed. She reveals that she's not sorry and blames Flame for being like this. And so, with all the hate burning in her heart, she shoots up to strike the brown-haired girl, hoping to kill her. Unfortunately for her, it doesn't work, and before she can land the hit, she goes up in flames. The heroines are sad to lose a friend, but they didn't have any other choice, so all they can do is look away as the flames consume her. They admit that they're sorry, and as the fire burns, they're informed that this is where the story of the Duchess comes to an end. The Duchess, a heron who wanted to obtain the greatest beauty and popularity in the world, is finally defeated. Just like that, they complete the Ball of Temptation and receive a congratulatory message. Back outside, we see that Group A6 has finished their practical training and the students have returned. Group B3 has also completed their practical training. Lee Hanwell demands that they be evacuated immediately, and even though this is great news, he can't help but be worried about the last Group C7, who are yet to return. He tells the professor to get ready, because he can sense the wavelengths vibrating. He stands in front of the Persona Gate, anxiously waiting for what's to come. He braces himself for it, and then a smile appears on his face when he sees the students return. Baek Uziel leads the way, and Lee Hanwell declares that the ant has defeated the tiger. These students manage to raise a Persona Gate with a risk level of 5 by themselves, which is something even trained veterans would have a hard time with, so the adults are very impressed. They immediately assume that Uziel must be the leader of the team, and while they're all praising the kids, Captain Arian glares furiously. He's disappointed he didn't have his wish, so he decides to withdraw. Meanwhile, our boy makes his way forward to report that they've completed the Persona Gate mission. Out of 16, there was one casualty, and he makes this known as well. Of course, Lee Hanwell is sad to learn that there was a casualty. Either way, he commends them on a job well done and proceeds to call the medic mages immediately. He tells them to go rest, but before they can, a familiar voice calls out, asking what is going on. He feels that something interesting happened while he was away, and so he asks for a breakdown. That's when the others turn to see the gray-haired student with a creepy smile on his face. The story continues at the Stello Academy first main tower, and here, we see our boy following the guy from earlier who asked for a summary of everything that happened. On the way, Uziel can't help but feel nervous about the fact that he's about to have a private meeting with Eltman. It's putting him on edge, and this is exactly why he didn't want to be the leader of the team during the mission. You see, before leaving the Persona Gate, the heroines came together and decided to choose a leader for the report before leaving. It was Princess Bayon's idea, by the way, and you'd think she'd be ready to take up the task. At the time, Uziel was just waking up from fainting, so he quickly nominated Aizel for the position, but the princess wasn't in support. She reminded him that she was wide awake the whole time, and didn't like that he wanted to hand over the credit like that. Flame equally supported, and after Aizel politely declined the chance to be recognized as the leader, Uziel ended up being forced to take the role. At the time, he still wasn't sure what happened while he was unconscious, which made his job a lot harder since he was meant to give a report. Anyway, his thoughts are suddenly interrupted when Eltman suggests that this might be their third meeting. This silver-haired character claims that Uziel has grown a lot since the last time they saw each other because our boy was so young back then. The MC is taken aback when he hears this as he's not even sure what Eltman is talking about. Uziel wonders what this could mean, and that's when we get to see a flashback scene from years ago. A young Uziel is slowly walking in the middle of a snowy forest when he hears someone call out to him, telling him that he seems quite interesting. He turns to the person who suggests that he must have an amusing talent, and it turns out to be none other than Eltman. He promises to write Uziel a recommendation and invites him to come take the entrance exam for their school, convinced that he'll get extra points for it. This short memory flashes across his mind and quickly snaps back to reality when Eltman tells him the reason for the meeting. Apparently, he called Uziel here to thank him on behalf of everyone for preventing what could have been a big problem. Eltman admits that he doesn't plan to make the incident public. However, if the students had suffered serious harm, it would have been a different matter. Thankfully, that wasn't the case, so he expresses his gratitude to the hero. Besides this, there's another reason for this meeting. Eltman claims that there's some he wants to confirm and then asks our boy if there was a bug inside the Persona Gate by any chance. The silver-haired character says this with a creepy glint in his eyes, which makes Uziel really nervous. At this point, it's no longer a mystery as to why they call him the Black Sorcerer Slayer. In response to the second question, Uziel admits that the deceased student Jackie showed signs of black magic corruption. To this, Eltman states that it's truly a pity, even though our boy doesn't think his tone sounds pitiful at all. While Uziel is still trying to understand what's really going on in this meeting, Eltman suddenly realizes that he hasn't offered him a drink yet. He asks if Uziel would like coffee or tea, adding that kids these days prefer to drink soda. The whole time, a creepy smile is plastered on his face, which puts Uziel on edge. Our boy is visibly nervous but manages to keep his composure as he tells the host that tea would be just fine. He asks for lilt tea, but Eltman almost looks shocked by the request at first. But in that split second, the expression is replaced with a smile as he confirms that he does have lilt tea. He asks for a moment and Uziel is just relieved to hear this. Eltman returns shortly with the tea and sets it down on the table, claiming that only few people know about it, not to talk of liking it. Uziel thanks the host before taking a sip, and just as he expected, it doesn't taste good. Comparing this drink to earth food, Uziel believes that it's kind of like durian or fermented skate, and that's saying something. People either hate such foods or love them, and so those who dislike it can't stand the unique smell and won't even touch it. On the other hand, those who fall for it get hopelessly addicted, but this isn't the reason why our boy is drinking it right now despite its bad taste. There's another reason why he chose lilt tea, and we're about to find out. You see, a private meeting with Eltman is a kind of branch point, and an opportunity to get something. Flame, who chose coffee, was promised magical teachings, and Aizel, who chose soda, gained enlightenment about magic. Apparently, lilt tea is Eltman's favorite tea, and Uziel knew this, so by choosing it, he's hoping to find favor from him. However, there's just one problem with this approach. Just then, Eltman begins to tell him a story about the tea's origin and history. He reveals that the lilt tea was exclusively enjoyed by the lilt tribe that lived in the western continent decades ago. This silver-haired host is of the opinion that they should have just kept it to themselves. Sadly, they chose to share it with humans and faced misfortune as a consequence. Along with the lilt tribe, the recipe for the tea was said to have vanished afterwards, so Eltman explains that what they're drinking right now is probably one of the few remaining lilt teas remaining in the world. He feels bad that they can't all still enjoy the tea to this day and blames the foolish humans who decided to be greedy. Hearing this, our boy is a bit confused because he still drinks lilt tea, even now, and this leaves the host pretty shocked. He assumes that there might be more of the tea left, but Uziel quickly informs him that it's not the case. Eltman's excitement disappears as quickly as it came after learning that there really isn't any more lilt tea, but then all of a sudden, Uziel reveals that he knows the recipe for it. As you can imagine, the guy is even more bewildered as he wonders how that's even possible. Our boy admits that it's hard to explain how he knows it since he can't actually say he learned it from the game. So, he just tells Eltman that his late mother taught him the recipe while she was alive. Bringing up a mother is the ultimate move for situations like this. He pulls it off and Eltman decides not to ask any further questions so he doesn't seem insensitive. Nevertheless, he's still very curious about the recipe, so he asks Uziel to tell him what it is, even offering to pay him generously. This is actually the moment our boy has been waiting for, so he informs the headmaster that there's actually something he wants more than money. And once Eltman asks what it is, Uziel reveals that he's interested in his magic engineering enchantment, claiming that he would like his help with it just once. Eltman is hesitant concerning this, so he asks Uziel to reconsider his request. The Lilt tea recipe is discontinued now and could be worth a lot of money compared to his magic engineering practical, and Eltman explains this to the student. Well, our boy understands perfectly already. With Eltman's magic engineering enchantment and Altarisha's alchemy magic engineering, he can use a force vessel from a necromancer to create an inventory, basically a subspace. A subspace can only be used by a mage who has mastered 8-class spatial magic engineering, so in this world there are very few who can handle it. But with the help of a 9-class mage like Eltman, Uziel is confident that he can acquire a top-grade inventory. As far as he's concerned, receiving the essence of his headmaster's magic is worth more than a few coins. Uziel claims that it would be the greatest gift of his life, and then once again makes his request to the confused headmaster. After seeing how much it means to the student, Eltman finally agrees to make a deal with him. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the first main tower, Vice Principal Aki Hayden is having a meeting with Raiden. The vice principal heard that the Persona Gate they worked so hard to open failed, and Raiden admits how worried he is about how the master would take the news. Hearing this, Hayden just tells himself that he's too uptight and assures him that there will be other ways, even though it's unfortunate that the Persona Gate failed. From the vice principal's tone and what he just said, Raiden can already tell that the man is planning to make Maijin rampage, and when Hayden doesn't deny this, Raiden angrily takes his leave. You see, there was only one reason they opened the Persona Gate this time. It was to eliminate the students likely to attend the upcoming Aslan seminar. They opened a 5 to use level gate far beyond their capabilities, and yet Flame Isle, the princess, and even Uziel came back unharmed. Everything turned out contrary to their expectations, and now Raiden is getting really worked up over it. It quickly gets worse for him when Uziel suddenly approaches him outside. The man was always like a wild beast roaming around when they were younger, so our boy teases him for acting so human nowadays. The hero goes straight to the point, asking if it was all part of the lazy old man's plan for his friends to get hurt. At this point, Raiden warns Uziel to refrain from rude remarks towards the master even though he's a noble. He also suggests that Uziel might be getting too immersed in this school pretend play, but our boy simply calls him arrogant for spouting such nonsense. Raiden is so close to losing his temper again at this point, so Uziel advises him to be careful, because they're starting to annoy him. Our boy gives the man a piece of his mind and walks away, leaving him frustrated and forced to endure. Later on, the princess is reunited with her friends who seem to have been very worried about her. They surround her, telling her how glad they are that she's safe now, and blast the school for being so careless with the lives of their students. Apparently, the school told the other students that the Persona Gate malfunctioned, and Bayan can understand why they would want to protect their reputation. The princess is suddenly approached by Edmund Italak, a third-year student. She greets him, but he tells her not to be so formal with him. The green-eyed boy claims he's glad she's okay and that he was worried about her. Well, clearly she's fine now, so she assures the Sky Snake that there's no need to be worried anymore, knowing that he was only concerned about his own interests and not her well-being. The two major houses of the Adalabit Kingdom are the Duke Orkan's family, who support the princesses, and the Italic family, the only one strong enough to oppose them. Edmund is the sole heir to the Adalek family, so his goal is most likely to make Bayan the queen and then marry her. The boy asks if she'd like to play some soul chess to prepare for the upcoming tournament, and she doesn't mind, so he leans closer like a creep and tells her to watch and learn. Bayan's lips quiver as he touches her, and she can't help but feel pathetic, knowing that she can't become queen without help from a guy like this. She wishes she had the kind of power he did, or at least someone with the kind of influence the Italic family had standing on her side. Bayan is still dreaming about her savior when she suddenly spots Bake Uziel through the window. She's surprised to see him walking by and is about to go after him when Edmund tells her to hurry up and follow him. In that moment, she's forced to make a difficult choice and ultimately chooses to follow the senior, who currently has the power to determine her future. Outside, we catch up with our boy holding a pedal in his hand. He thinks that it should be good enough for what he needs, and just then, a notification pops up. He's currently absorbing the Charmed Tree's Mall Leaf, which increases mental power by 65%. It also gives the user resistance to certain types of magic permanently. So, just like that, Bakusel's stats increase massively. His strength goes up by 73%, perception by 57%. His agility is now up 42%, stamina has gone up by 19%, and his endurance increases by a whopping 99%. Sadly, there's no obvious increase in his magic power, but he doesn't mind at all since the other stats make up for it. Besides, he also gets a special reward from the Constant Ratio project. Clearing the episode earned him a bonus reward, but he's not yet sure what to use it for this time. He considers using the reward for growth, but quickly realizes that he can probably get American's pendant with it instead. Well, it is possible, so he chooses that instead, and American's pendant is immediately granted to him. This pendant is a high-rank item crafted by future alchemic mage American, with barriers refined to the extreme to protect his life. As such, it possesses a special function called American's Shield that blocks any attacks of 6 thalas or below. Sadly, this pendant is a single-use tool, but at least it's not a bad idea to have a life insurance item. After all, he'll need it in the 8th episode where he'll inevitably have to fight the awakened mage and Tyron. Just then, Uziel receives another notification stating that 78% resentment has been stored in the artifact known as Surin's Resentful Branch. He's pretty excited about this because it means that his preparations to fight Mijin are going really well. So now he feels it's time to ask Altarisha to handle the rest. The scene suddenly shifts to the International Alchemy Organization at the Alchemy Department. Uziel arrives at the Almanacs known as the Halserkorden faction, Branch 13, and after being greeted, he reveals that he's come to see Altarisha. The receptionist claims that the assistant is unavailable at the moment, but Uziel had a feeling this would happen, so he whips out an invitation from Altarisha herself. Upon seeing the sealed envelope, the lady takes Uziel straight to Altarisha without hesitation. When they get to the assistant's faction, the receptionist announces that she has a guest, but there's no answer, so she decides to go in. Just as she's about to open the door, Uziel senses something strange, but before he's able to put his fingers on this feeling, a huge explosion occurs. Thankfully, despite the big bang, our boy is able to get the lady to safety fast enough. He takes her behind a door and protects the receptionist. Once the smoke starts to clear, he goes back into the office to search for Altarisha, or at least figure out what the hell just happened. He calls out to the assistant, asking her if she's okay, and upon hearing his voice, she answers him, expressing how surprised she is. She excitedly calls him to join her, claiming that she was about to show him something even, but Uziel finds it baffling that she's not even bothered by the explosion that just happened. Apparently, she and her colleague were in the middle of an experiment, which explains the chemical bang. Anyway, the man suddenly shows Uziel the shield bracelet on his wrist. By pressing the button twice, it provides third-class level defense, and then pressing the button one more time creates a full shield around the wearer. Our boy is a little overwhelmed by their little gizmo, but the scientist is just excited about the breakthrough. He finds it really impressive because even those with little mana or no magic at all can use the shield spell once. The defense power is about 500, which is clearly not a lot, but at least he's confident that it will be very helpful in emergency situations. The scientist believes that the world will be turned upside down when they finally announce the new technology, and he claims that it's all thanks to Altarisha. The assistant tries to be all modest about it, pointing out that he's a co-author as well. The scientist asks Uziel to join the alchemy castle as an alchemist, so he explains that it won't work out since he doesn't have any mana. The man doesn't get what he means by this, so our boy reveals that he was born unable to absorb mana. It's called mana leak syndrome, and he reveals this to the two mad scientists who are still pretty dumbfounded. They're horrified by the news because they know that it means he has limited time to live. Well, it's true, but Uziel doesn't really like to put it that way. After all, it's not like he plans on dying, so he assures the adults that he'll handle it, telling them not to worry. More importantly, he's still pretty curious about that shield bracelet, so he asks if he can take a look. Of course, the scientist doesn't mind sharing his new tech with the genius. Uziel takes a close look and notices that it's still in the early stages. As such, the bracelet is still rough and has a lot of unnecessary parts. The MC intends to fix this a little, so he asks to borrow a mana line welding pen from them. Altarisha hands him one and he gets right to it, so the professor curiously asks him what he's doing. The scientist is pretty concerned right now, but his assistant tells him to be quiet and let Uziel do his thing. The scholar gets to work and realizes that he can quickly fix their problem for them by connecting one point with the mana line welding pen. He finishes up merely seconds after taking the pen, and the old man is amazed by the improvements. The bracelet's defense jumped to 800, which is almost 1.5 times the efficiency, so now the professor realizes that they weren't kidding about Uziel being the co-author. He's so impressed by our boy that he asks him to work under him at the lab, but quickly rephrases, stating that they'll be working as equals instead. He tells Uziel not to worry about his inability to use mana, promising to assign an alchemist to act as his mana supply. The scientist is ready to offer almost anything to get Uziel to work with him, but the scholar politely declines, admitting that he has his reasons to keep moving forward as a magic warrior instead. Of course, the professor is disappointed to hear this, but Uziel reveals that he still has a request. He then shows the man the purple orb and asks him if he can make an item like it. So, the scientist asks about the enchantment, and Uziel reveals that it's spatial magic. He also informs them that Principal Stella has agreed to help him too, which comes as a shock to them because they can't imagine the old fudgy Stella helping anyone. At this point, Altarisha offers to make the item for our boy, even though it might be difficult for her. She's never tried enchanting with elemental magic before, but Uziel already knows this, so he reminds her that he's not asking her to do it right away. He assures her that she's free to take her time on it and figure it out when she can. After all, he knows that it would probably take her a few months. Hearing this, she confidently tells him to leave the job to her. Besides, it's about time someone around here made a masterpiece. Later, in class, Uziel appears to be struggling with something, and once she's sure that it's not working out, she considers asking Uziel for help. Sadly, the princess beats her to it. Bion approaches Uziel out of the blue, asking if he has a moment because she has something important to ask him. As soon as Uziel hears this, she decides to back off, feeling that there's no reason to go to him anymore. And so, our boy follows the princess out of the class to hear what she has to say, while Uziel stays back feeling sorry for herself. She's convinced that whatever they're talking about has nothing to do with her, so she doesn't understand why she's feeling so bothered about it. Outside, Uziel finally asks Hongbayan what she wanted to talk about, and that's when she reveals that she heard the Alchemy Castle has developed a product of alchemy magic engineering. And she also heard that he's a co-author. Uziel can already see where this is going, and he's not even surprised that she found out considering the Adalabit royal family's intelligence network. Anyway, he bluntly asks her why she's talking to him about it. He asks if she's trying to get a direct connection to the item business through him, but even though she doesn't deny it, she reveals that it's not her priority. The princess tells him not to get the wrong idea, claiming that she values her connection with him as a person more even though items are important. Uziel is surprised to hear this because he didn't even think that she saw him in a good light. Now, he's certain that she's different from how she appeared in the original story, and if that's the case, then he feels this might be his best shot to stop her death too. All of a sudden, the princess starts getting all flustered and then asks if he'd like to get something to eat with her. Sadly, Edmund crashes into the scene just then, claiming that he's been expecting her. He didn't see her at lunch, so he assumes she was busy with something important, so he's disappointed to see her with a commoner. And with a smug grin on his face, he claims to be hurt by Case. However, now that he's seen her talking with our guy, he confirms that she refused his offer because of a mere commoner. Edmund makes it sound so bad and goes on to say how upsetting it is for him to find out like this. Now that he's interrupted then, he proceeds to confront Uziel. He stands right in front of the hero, with a smug look on his face, but Uziel just shoots daggers at him. Our boy clearly doesn't like this guy, and for good reason. Uziel has actually seen him in the game before. He's familiar with Edmund Atalic as one of the death factors that leads Hong Bayans to destruction. In other words, this smug-faced jerk is no good. Judging from his attitude, Uziel is convinced that Edmund doesn't know that he's the co-author of the random sequence convergence technique paper everyone at the academy has been talking about. After a brief but intense stare down, the princess finally responds to the troublemaker. She stands up for Uziel, insisting that he's not just some ordinary commoner. That being said, she goes on to reveal that she's planning on using Uziel to get into contact with the alchemist Altarisha, and so, she bluntly tells Edmund not to interrupt them again. As you'd expect, it's going to be a lot harder than that to get rid of a jerk like Edmund. The guy just scoffs in response to everything she said, and then with a condescending look on his face, he asks the princess if she really thinks that a mere commoner like Uziel could be of help to her. As far as he's concerned, he's way better than our boy in all areas. Uziel doesn't say anything to the guy, but now he's definitely sure that Edmund is an asshole. Our boy is pretty used to people looking down on him because he's a commoner, but this is just another level of condescending. Once again, the princess stands up for him though. She snaps at the guy, asking him what the hell he's trying to do, and when it looks like things might get too heated, Uziel chimes in, suggesting that they just pretend that this conversation on the item trade never happened. The princess is pretty taken aback by this, but Edmund simply commends Uziel for finally knowing his place. Once that's settled, the hero turns to take his leave, but first, concerning the item trade business, he reveals that he won't suppose the Adalabit kingdom due to the Italic duchy's clear rejection of their services. He makes this very clear to the troublemaker, and of course, Edmund takes offense. The Italic boy feels that Uziel is being arrogant and concludes that he doesn't know what happens to first years who talk shit to third-year students. Well, Uziel actually doesn't really care about the threat, so he lets Edmund know that he doesn't care about his status at the school. It's simply none of his business. On the other hand, Hong Bayan starts to get worried for Uziel, because commoners should actually be aware that hierarchy is very strict within Stella Academy. On top of that, Edmund is one of the most influential among the third-year students. She's still panicking at the back of her mind when Uziel suddenly walks away from them. As you can imagine, Edmund doesn't take their little exchange lightly, and decides that he'll have to show Uziel a thing or two, since he's proven to be a freshman who isn't scared of his seniors. The princess hears this and starts panicking even more, but she doesn't say a word. Meanwhile, our guy knows exactly what's going to follow after his chat with Edmund, but he just had to do what he did. As far as he is concerned, there won't be a happy ending for her if he doesn't bring the Adalec boy to ruin. Bayan's death is inevitable, regardless of whether she takes the throne or the Italic duchy falls. But Uziel is confident that he can at least ensure that she won't have to bow down to that arrogant man. Later that day, when most of the students are out and about, we see that the princess is still very stressed out. She wonders if she should just forget about all this princess stuff. The reason why Edmund keeps bothering her is very simple. He wants her to be unable to stand alone, and she is very aware of this. Now, she's starting to feel that she just lost a very good opportunity, feeling that maybe she really can't do anything on her own. While she's busy beating herself up about all of this, a thought flashes across her mind. She suddenly remembers what Uziel said to Edmund about not supplying the Adalabit kingdom. Thinking about it now, she doesn't get why he actually said that. Uziel doesn't usually do anything that makes him stand out, but now, he's somehow managed to provoke Edmund intentionally, and the princess finds it hard to understand why. Later that evening, the MC receives a package, and he's very excited to see that it arrived safely. So, what's in the box? Well, it's the prototype that Altarisha made, and it came quicker than he expected. Uziel opens excitedly, eager to see how it works. The first item is a barrier coating necklace of lower middle class, and it grants the user a barrier coating that protects the entire body when equipped. It also boosts damage absorption rate, so Uziel is really stoked about it. As for the unknown dagger ring, it's of middle class and it transforms into a hilt upon use, giving the user access to a mana dagger. The ring increases agility and sensitivity, which is very cool, but that's not all he has got in the box. There's also a shield bracelet of lower middle class that transforms into a protector for the user when activated. Uziel isn't surprised to see this because he expected Altarisha to start making intermediate level items after all. It's truly impressive and figures it would be a good idea to use these and send her a review. He's spoken to Professor Talcum Corden as well, and all preparations are complete, so our boy feels it's time to slowly go destroy the Italic Duchy. A few days later, the second exam began. The second exam is separated into two portions, a written and a practical part. The practical magic exam of the practical portion is marked differently based on magic attributes. For lightning magic, they're marked based on their greatest voltage and units of chain. For wind magic, depending on how explosive their strength is. On the aspect of ice magic, it's graded on how low the temperature they can reach. There are lots to see amongst the healing, light and matter attributes, but the most eye-catching one is the fire class for sure. On the first day of the exam, our boy looks around and can immediately tell that the protagonists are definitely on another level. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he's called upon. They ask if he's ready, which he confirms, so he gets right to business. The professors are truly impressed by his display. There are no delays after his blinks and he goes exactly in the direction he wants, which is great for them to see. Shortly after, he's informed that his exam has come to an end, and he immediately starts thinking of how to use the bulbul glasses to obtain written exam marks. But then, he is suddenly drawn out of his thoughts when a few seniors come looking for trouble. They heard that he talked shit to a third-year student, and now they've come to teach him a lesson apparently. Uziel already knows that these guys are Edmund's followers and they're just as annoying as the Italic boy. The troublemaker keeps trying to intimidate him, ordering him to lower his gaze, but of course, the MC doesn't even flinch. He expected this, but he didn't think it would be this difficult to hold back while they're treating him like this. It feels like shit to be treated this way by a bunch of blood clots. The ringleader of the gang keeps getting in Uziel's face, determined to get a reaction out of him. Our boy stares him dead in the eye regardless, so once again, he orders the MC to lower his gaze. Of course, Uziel isn't intimidated by the senior, and this pisses the bully off even more. He curses at our boy, finding him to be even more rude than they said. And so, he goes on to talk about how Uziel is a commoner with no parents, before threatening to kill him if he doesn't kneel. The atmosphere gets a lot more tense at this point, and that's when someone overhears them. Bandayan takes a closer look and realizes that Edmund's goons are the ones making all this noise. She also seems that they're picking on the same first year who she saw earlier at the cemetery, and so she intervenes. Ben asks the senior what is going on, and he rudely informs him that he's educating a junior before warning her not to get involved. He insists that it's their responsibility as seniors to educate juniors who misbehave, but even while he's babbling, Bandayan can't shake the feeling that they're bullying the freshmen. And this is even more baffling to her, because she knows what this first-year student is capable of. Our boy literally has the ability to defeat a 5th-class necromancer, but he's letting these guys treat him like this. With this in mind, Bandayan decides to stop them. She disagrees with the senior, claiming that this is no ordinary issue if the junior really talked back to a senior. Uziel's alleged offense could have been considered mutiny if they were members of the Magic Warrior Corps, and on this note, she suggests having a junior cultivation special education session to prevent such happening again. The moment she says this, both Uziel and the senior are taken aback. Bandayan goes on to state that they would need the student council president's agreement to go ahead with the education session. Since she'll be the one to receive the permission, she suggests that they make the formal request properly. Upon hearing this, a twisted smile appears on the guy's face because now he feels that things are going to get really interesting. Afterward, Bandayan apologizes for intervening but admits that Uziel wouldn't have let it slide if she had met it continue. Our boy is so confused when she says this because they're the ones who were hassling him. However, this lady believes that Uziel wanted to swallow the brief humiliation to go for a bigger revenge. Bandayan feels that there's only one reason why Uziel didn't bother needlessly talking back to Edmund's goons. In her mind, it's because he wanted to sacrifice himself to get rid of the senseless hierarchical nature that's been tradition to Stella for a long time. Of course, our boy is baffled as to how she came to this conclusion. Anyway, the dark-haired senior goes on to explain that there are people who have no choice but to follow Edmund. They are called the forced followers because of the houses they come from. Apparently, the situations that their households are in make it mandatory for them to keep following Edmund and doing his bidding whether they like it or not. That being said, Bandayan explains that they need to prevent guys like them from being punished, even though she knows that Uziel means well. The girl brings up the idea, hoping that she can convince the MC to get on the same page as her. Basically, she's trying to protect the minions who have found themselves having to follow the arrogant Adalek boy. That being said, she decides that she's going to set the stage for Bake Uziel, so that he can fight the bullies as much as he wishes. That's why she came up with the idea of an education session between the third-year student and the overpowered freshman. Obviously, Edmund's messenger didn't protest the idea, which means that he is on board with the arrangement. As for Bandayan, she's more than happy to convince the student council president to approve the request. Hearing this, our boy gets quite nervous that he even starts sweating a bit. Sure, he has plans to ruin Edmund since that's the only way he can save the princess from being destroyed by him. However, he didn't expect that this would be the path he would have to follow to achieve his goal. It's all starting to make sense now, and he finally understands what she was going on about from the start. The scene shifts from this point, and the next thing we see is that it's finally time for the Magic Protocol Analysis exam. All the students taking the test are seated, and as soon as they're given their papers, it's clear that it's going to be a really tough one. Baek Yuseol claims that he has no idea what's looking, while the girl right next to him keeps wondering if they'll even be able to solve the questions by the end of the day. While the others are being absolutely frustrated by the exam questions, one of them suddenly announces that he'd like to submit his paper. The professor is absolutely shocked when he hears this, so he assumes that the student is giving up already. It's only been 2 minutes, so he thinks it's absurd for the guy to give up so quickly, but it turns out that the student is already done. He solved everything in under 2 minutes, but the professor still doesn't believe him, so he takes the paper to check if it's really true. By the time he goes through the paper, his eyes almost pop out of his head. The man is shocked because he never imagined that anyone would actually finish the exam that quickly. Sometime later, the other students finish, including our boy Yuseol. He struts out of the hall while heaving a sigh of relief because that was one hell of a paper for him. He didn't study for the examination, but since he somehow managed to finish it, he can't help but feel refreshed right now. He's still thanking his stars when he hears someone calling his name. It sounds like they're talking about him, so he turns to hear what's going on. That's when he sees the whispers talking about how he talked back to Edmund Italic. As you'd expect in a school like Stella, it's a pretty big deal, and it turns out that our boy has somehow been marked. Apparently, they heard he's going to get properly educated soon. Our boy overhears the whispers and realizes that the rumors have already spread throughout the school. It's starting to look like Bandayan's intervention might have brought more attention to him, and he doesn't even know how to feel about it. Soon, it's time for the Junior Cultivation Special Education session. To put simply, this whole thing is done when the senior who wants to educate and the junior who needs to be educated have a duel. In Stella, it's forbidden for seniors to wear or be violent to their juniors, but in the special education session, seniors are legally allowed to punish their juniors in the way they see fit. Everyone at the academy calls it a duel, but it's actually a way for seniors to magically beat up their juniors. Since this is already some kind of open secret, the student council president needs to agree to prevent the abuse of the special education session. However, a student from the S class can always appeal their opinion to the student council. Yuseol is aware of all the ways that this could get complicated, and he's starting to wonder how the situation got out of hand. He was actually going to kneel once in order to let peace reign, but Bandayan just had to come around and escalate the matter. Our boy didn't actually have any major plans of revenge since he just wanted to get away from the bullies and take a nap. Well, he can't do that anymore, because the whole school now knows that he'll have to duel the notorious Edmund Italic very soon. The matter definitely stresses him out, but he knows that there's no helping it now. It's too late, so he has to face the music. That's when we see him opening a box with some kind of monkey toy in it. He takes out the toy with a smile on his face, feeling that he has no choice but to enjoy his fate since he can't avoid it. The scene changes once again, and we're taken to the Stella Academy Student Council room. Inside, there seems to be a meeting going on. The first person we see is Mai Royun, the council president from second year S class, and it appears that he's being visited by Bandayan. Royun asks what's up, so Dayan formally submits the request for a junior cultivation special education session. The target is first year S class student Baek Yuseol, and she makes the council president aware of this, but Royun is a little confused because the last time he checked, Dayan hates hierarchies, so he doesn't get what's even going on. Just as Royun said, Bandayan confirms that she truly doesn't like hierarchies, so when the student council president hears this confirmation, he is simply baffled by her resolve. He doesn't know what she's thinking, but no matter how outstanding this first-year student is, he doesn't believe that they will be able to defeat a second-year senior, let alone a third-year. In his opinion, it's impossible to bridge the gap of experience even with ability, and he makes this known to her before asking if she still wants to request an education session. While Bandayan's mind remains unchanged. In fact, she invites the student council president to come and see for himself, assuring him that it's going to be fun. Mai Royun is really taken aback by her request because he doesn't know what she's really up to, and while he's still trying to wrap his head around it, one of the professors draws him out of his thoughts. The man calls out to him, asking that he look into a student's thesis report. The man in question is none other than Professor Gerald, so when he sees this, He greets the teacher and asks if there were any thesis exams that are good enough to submit to the society. Hearing this, the man just laughs in excitement before telling the council president to just look at this one first. Mai Royun takes a look and immediately realizes that it's Frocus's superposition circuit plan. From the look on Royun's face, Professor Gerald can immediately tell that he's impressed. Apparently, Frocus shortened the reverse engineering consecutive loops equation by half, and with a very simple formula at that. You see, the superposition circuit has already been agreed upon by countless scholars to be as effective as possible, but to have improved it by another step is just incredibly impressive, and there's no other word to describe this than genius. After going through the thesis, the student council president is so blown away that he immediately asks to know which student wrote it. Without hesitation, Professor Gerald excitedly informs him that the guy's name is Baek Uziel. The teacher is so impressed with the work that he feels our boy will be able to partake in the Aslan seminar based on the level he's already at. Even though the professor is ready to go ahead with this right now, Mai Royun claims that they can't do that just yet. He feels that it isn't time yet and that he needs to relay the news to the vice principal. Meanwhile, after all that, he goes on to read through the thesis and just keeps getting impressed. He realizes that Baek Uziel is more fun than he expected. The story continues with a letter of recommendation being submitted to the vice principal. The man is taken aback when he receives the letter because Baek Uziel is the one being recommended for the Aslan seminar. And the person recommending him also happens to be Professor Gerald, who is very confident in this decision. He can see that the vice principal doesn't exactly like the idea, but he feels that the man will understand once he sees things for himself. Unfortunately, despite his best efforts to convince his boss, the man bluntly tells him that it won't be possible to have Baek Uziel at the Aslan seminar. As you can imagine, the professor is taken aback when he hears this, and he'd like to know why, so the man explains the situation to him. There are a lot of other candidates from Stella besides Baek Uziel. That's pretty obvious, but the main issue is the fact that the new students are truly outstanding. Vice Principal Arkahayden goes on to say that there are only 2 students who can attend Aslan from one school, excluding those who have fixed attendance rights due to being from a noble family. After listing out all the categories of people that are eligible, the vice principal asks the professor why exactly he wants to recommend Baek Uziel for the Aslan seminar. A magic warrior that doesn't use magic is an insult to mages, and as far as Archie Hayden is concerned, that's what our boy is in the academy. The vice principal insists that he can never allow Baek Uziel to partake in Aslan, and then tells Professor Gerald to leave if he understands. The teacher just lowers his head in disappointment when he hears this, because there's clearly nothing he can do about it. He simply accepts the boss's decision and quietly leaves the office. As soon as he leaves, the vice principal angrily squeezes the recommendation letter. He's furious just thinking about what just happened. He can't believe that the professor would dare try to squeeze an insect into Aslan. Apparently, he doesn't see our boy as anything more than that, and so, he makes a vow to himself to make sure that Uziel doesn't attend the Aslan seminar. Days later, the rankings were revealed after the second exam. Just like all the other students who took the exam, our boy makes his way to the scoreboard to check the results. After searching for a while, he finally finds his name at the 419th position of the S-class students. Upon seeing the rankings, our boy concludes that he's definitely something. To get that position despite getting perfect on the written exam, he's really proud of himself. But then again, he takes a look at the people at the top, wondering how good they had to be to get there. In first place, it's Ma Yuswang. Flame takes second place while Aizel takes third position. Haemonryang comes in fourth and Hong Bayon in fifth. Well, he's not surprised to see Ma Yusong in first, but the other rankings seem to have been shuffled. Last semester, Ha Wanryang was second, so Uziel is baffled. You see that the guy is fourth now. He wonders why that's the case and figures that it might be because Aizel and Flame finally were able to focus solely on studying, unlike in the original. Since Jackie has gone through the dark demonization route, Haewanryang and Arshwang's dark demonization routes should have disappeared. He's still pondering deeply about all this when someone calls out to him, asking him if he is controlling his rank. At this point, he turns to see that it's Hong Bayan, who then suggests that he should have already stood out too much for that. Uziel is taken aback when she hears this, wondering what she's suddenly saying. She thinks that he stood out pretty much, and seeing that he got into the top 600 students in the rankings, she wonders if he still wants to partake in the school competition. Apparently, our boy even forgot about that. The competition is an event where some school students are chosen to fight against students from other prestigious magic academies. The thought crosses his mind for a second, and then he looks back at the princess, only to see that she's in a mood. He wonders what's wrong with her, so he decides to check on her. Uziel goes closer and then asks her if there's something she wants to say. At first, she looks like she wants to open up, but then, she shuts him out right away. She turns away from him and clenches her fists, which our boy notices immediately. All of a sudden, her face turns red and it's clear that she's upset. She snaps at him in a flash, asking him why he did what he did, and he's just puzzled at first. Seeing the look of confusion on his face, she spells it out for him, asking why he did what he did to Edmund. Hong Bayan knows that the Otaku boy is extremely stubborn and that he is probably going to bully Yusil until he graduates, so she truly wants to know if the freshman thinks he can handle that life. Hearing this, our boy is just left speechless for a second. He takes a moment to think about it and then finally admits that he's not sure he can handle Edmund's trouble for that long. You see, in Yusil's mind, it's better to beat them up and get kicked out of the school than to have to deal with getting bothered by such young kids for so long. He doesn't say this out loud though. Hong Bayan stays quiet for a while, thinking about the whole thing, and then she asks him once again what he wants to obtain from her. Yusil isn't exactly sure how to answer these questions at this point, so he chooses his words very carefully. He stares at her for some time, trying to come up with the best response, and then finally starts talking once he's got it. In response to her question about Edmund's situation, Yusil reveals that he thinks his relationship with her is more important, and this catches her by surprise. He also reminds her that he's not helping her for free, so once this is over, she will have to make a contract for the special item with him. Hearing this, the princess wonders why he wants that when he could easily sign a contract with someone else and not a Dolabit. At this point, Yusil is not sure what to tell her. He can't come out straight and admit that he's doing all this to save her and lead her to a happy ending. So, he promises to tell her later, but this just leaves her pretty curious. Even though she can't get that answer right now, she still wants to know what Yusil plans to do about the junior cultivation session, but he just tells her that he's going to figure that out later. She can tell that he's trying to hide his intentions, so she assures that he doesn't need to hold back. Hong Bayan tells him that he can use his actual skills to teach them a lesson, claiming that she will try to deal with the aftermath. Yusil thanks her for the offer, feeling that she's trying to be considerate, but he doesn't get why she is so convinced that he'll win the duel. The quiet conversation goes on, but the two have no idea that Arshuang has been eavesdropping. Fast forward to the magic practical class, and we see Arshuang putting on a brilliant display. Her professor is very impressed with her control despite her lack of firepower. The lady is convinced that Arshuang's control can lead to impressive results when facing a sensitive enemy or trying to carry out a quiet mission. But while she's praising Arshuang for her control, she can't help but point out how poor she is in other aspects. She informs the brunette girl that her magic is truly lacking and scolds her for it. Meanwhile, Hong Bayan, who beat her in the exam, just stands there, feeling bad because Arshuang is about to get chewed up. The teacher has already told her many times that fire magic is not just about destruction, but after what she just watched, she doesn't think that Arshuang gets it yet. She's very disappointed, so much so that she goes on to say that it's absurd that she's first place in the fire class attribute again. After making all of this known to Arshuang, she walks out of the scene looking pretty irritated. As you can imagine, the brown-haired girl is crushed by the teacher's remark, and she's so pissed that she just explodes in a huge blast to show her frustration. She lost yet again, and she's obviously tired of it. She doesn't ever lose when it comes to effort, so she doesn't get why it's just so hard whenever it's time for her to prove herself. Arshuang really lets it all out, and by the time the flames go out, we get to see the large area that she just scorched. For someone who supposedly doesn't have impressive firepower, that's one hell of a scorch, so it's easy to see why she's so frustrated by her inability to win against Hong Bayan. That's it for this episode. Until next time. Arshuang is devastated after losing once again, and it's even more frustrating for her because she puts in so much effort. The young fire mage can't take it anymore, and in that moment of rage, she explodes with a massive wave of flames that scorches everything around her. The scene shifts, and the next thing we see is that it's finally time for the education session to take place. The day has finally come for the first and second years to partake in this legalized method of bullying from the seniors. Well, it's definitely tradition at Stella Academy, so everyone is aware. It's no longer news as most of the students have been anticipating it, but some are still not sure if they're going to go watch the display. While the whispers around the halls go on, Aizel overhears the students talking and realizes that this gist has something to do with Baek Yusil. She recalls the incident that went down between him, Hong Bayan, and Edmund Atalik. As concerned as she is right now, this blue-haired lady also knows that the situation doesn't involve her. It's unrelated to her, and she still has a lot of things to study at the moment, so she probably doesn't see the need to attend the education session. Still, she's really curious to find out what will happen, so she simply remains torn about the whole thing. Aizel ponders over and over until finally, she finds herself attending the education session. She couldn't help herself, and so now, she's standing among other curious students waiting to witness the thing for themselves. While she's busy fighting the feeling of uncertainty, someone comes along to talk to her. The person sounds a bit surprised to see that she also came around, so Aizel turns to see who's talking to her. That's when she sees Harolyn, a first-year B-class student who seems pretty invested in the saga. She also looks like she's one of those rumor peddlers at the school, because the first thing she literally tells Aizel is that there's a rumor Baek Yusil likes her. Out of the blue, She asks Isel if she and Usiel are secretly dating, and as you'd expect, the blue-haired girl's face turns red in a flash. Isel is extremely flustered by the question, and she can't even hide it, but she still tries to clear the air. She tells Harlan that they are not dating, but in the middle of her confession, she stops and starts to feel somewhat sad. Meanwhile, the rumor monger patiently waits for her to finish talking with an eager look on her face. Harlan seems to be getting a kick out of making Isel feel uncomfortable. Still, the B-class student is surprised to see Isel like this. She's always wondered what the blue-haired girl was like since she's the child of a trader, but right now, she's just amazed by how cute she can be. Harlan eventually realizes how awkward the conversation is, so she quickly introduces herself, hoping to make things less weird, but Isel had already gotten lost in thought. She's only drawn back to reality when she hears the B-class girl introducing herself, so she returns the pleasantries. The awkward chat is thankfully cut short when a loud noise is made, signaling the start of the education session. Harlan realizes that the event must be starting, so they pay attention, and that's when they see Baek Usiel standing in the middle of the arena. Our boy definitely feels overwhelmed by the whole thing, but he doesn't show it too much. He looks around and is blown away by the number of people who came to watch. He doesn't get why there's so many, and while he's still trying to compose himself, one of the seniors calls out to him. The guy calls him brave and then tells him to go easy on his opponents. That's definitely a very bold statement, and Usiel doesn't even understand why the guy would say that. He thought he was supposed to be the one getting beat up by his senior in this session. Well, the guy is standing right next to Bandayon, so she was probably the one who gave him that idea. While some people seem to be on Usiel's side, other seniors are definitely excited just thinking about how the kid will get his ass whooped. Some of them have been waiting for him to finally get the education he needs, especially after all the rumors that have been going round the school. The idea of a mere commoner acting all arrogant really got their blood boiling, so they're very happy about this. In their minds, this is going to be a very bad experience for our boy. After all, if he's been marked by the seniors, then it's pretty much over for him as far as they're concerned. The excitement these guys are feeling is halted immediately when Hong Bayan hears them. As you can imagine, the princess doesn't appreciate anyone speaking ill about Baek Usiel, so she shoots death glares at them, and of course, they get the message. They know not to mess with her, so they just quietly move away from her before she decides to wipe the floor with them. Sure, she just managed to shut those guys up, but she still can't shake the anxiety she's feeling, and she's even more concerned after hearing when they called him a mere commoner. She's rooting for him, but the words aren't exactly in his favor. Meanwhile, the duel is about to start, and Baek Usiel's opponent is already prepared for the clash. The guy asks him if he's ready to be educated, and that's when Usiel realizes who he's up against. You see, this guy with a smug look on his face is none other than Caliban Catalum, and he's a second year in C class. Based on this information, Usiel figures that the guy should be around the 300s in rank. On paper, this shouldn't be such a terrible matchup, but there's another problem. You see, our boy is in S class, which should obviously make him the tougher between them, but when it comes to our battle ability, Caliban is ranked higher than him. With this in mind, Usiel concludes that the only way to not get humiliated here is if he avoids a head-on battle at all costs. He needs to avoid getting physical with the guy or he'll lose. Our boy makes up his mind and finally answers his opponent, claiming that he feels ready enough. Of course, this response pisses off Caliban, who now feels that Usiel is just arrogant until the end. As such, this motivates him to teach the freshman a lesson, so he can't wait for the education session to begin. Now that both opponents are standing in the arena, the official in charge of the education session comes out to address everyone. Seeing that the students who came to watch are now seated, he proceeds to explain the rules. The maximum dueling period is 15 minutes, which will not be interrupted until one side is unconscious. But if it's decided that a life is at risk, then Stella Dome's space restriction spell will end the duel before the time elapses. In addition, after the 15 minutes pass, either one of the opponents can choose to withdraw and end the match immediately. In other words, our boy just needs to stay alive till the time is up. Once all the rules have been stated, the moderator officially starts the duel, and in the blink of an eye, Usiel and Caliban are transported to a forest, which will be the stage for this duel. As soon as they appear in the woods, a timer pops up signaling the start of the education session. Caliban instantly draws his wand when he sees this, looking extremely excited to show what he can do. On the other hand, Usiel just keeps staring at the guy with a blank expression on his face. Her already has a plan, and he just needs to stick to it. Meanwhile, back in the stands, Harlan anxiously asks Isel who she thinks will win the duel. Well, even though she's on Usiel's side, she simply explains that it makes sense for the senior to win. Hearing this, Harlan suddenly remembers that Caliban did receive the Earth attribute. You see, Earth class is especially strong at defense, and she doesn't even think that Usiel's firepower is strong enough to penetrate it. On top of that, the Earth class specializes in field control, where the more you control your territory, the more diverse attacks you can perform. And so, this makes Harlan wonder if Baek Usiel's magic sword will be able to pierce a third-class Earth class shield. Hearing this, Aizel realizes that the B-class girl is acting right, and it makes her feel that there's no way Baek Yuseol can win the fight. Well, that's what she thinks the case is, logically speaking. Back in the woods, our boy takes out his wand as well, ready to give Caliban a pretty tough time as well. The senior vows to give Yuseol a wake-up call today and starts by attempting to cast a stone-filed spell, but before he can even finish talking, the MC blinks out of there, dodging everything as the ground shatters beneath him. As you can imagine, the senior is bewildered when he sees this. He doesn't even understand what the hell just happened, but Yuseol just flashes a grin at him and then takes off in a flash. Caliban is so confused when he sees his opponent running away from the fight. Just like all the students in the stands, he can't believe his eyes. Harlan is taken aback when she sees this too, wondering how the guy can possibly start the duel by running away, not caring about his reputation at all. Of course, Aizel is equally baffled because she doesn't even get it either. But then again, she feels that this might just be the best call Yuseol could have made in this situation. After all, she doesn't expect him to defeat the senior. Meanwhile, back in the woods, Caliban gives chase, demanding that he come back immediately and fight. But of course, Yuseol has no intention of stopping. In fact, he wonders if anyone would actually stop and fight just because their opponent said so. Seeing that the freshman is just going to keep ignoring him, Caliban gets incredibly pissed, so he decides to stop Yuseol by any means necessary. After all, there's a time limit for this fight. The C-class student then casts another spell called Stone Pierce, which sends hundreds of shards of rock flying toward our boy. Sadly, Yuseol sees it pretty late, and before he can react, the pieces of rock get to him. Aizel, Bayon and Dion watch anxiously as the rocks explode right behind the genius blinker. A cloud of dust erupts right after, so nobody can see what happened, not even Caliban, but the guy is pretty confident that the spell must have hit the target. He goes into the bushes as the dust starts to clear, looking all excited, but then he's absolutely stunned by what he finds. Instead of finding his injured victim, he's shocked to see a monkey doll hanging in a tree. He's so confused as he doesn't get what something like this is doing there, and while he's still trying to wrap his head around it, a massive explosion rocks the entire place. The blast is definitely unexpected, and by the time the dust settles again, Caliban feels pretty lucky. He knows that it was a close call, and the only reason he didn't take some damage from that explosion is because he increased the weight of his defense using another one of his signature spells. The C-class student is still thanking his lucky stars when Yuseol sneaks up on him from behind. Lucky for him, he sees the attack coming, so he's able to block it with some kind of rock shield. Our boy is stunned when the barrier pops up right in front of him, and before he can do anything about it, Caliban follows up with a mean counterattack. The cocky senior casts his deadly stone break spell that causes the rock shield to explode in Yuseol's face. The entire thing blows up at that moment, and Caliban is almost completely sure that he finally landed the hit. However, once again, his eyes widen in horror when he realizes that his opponent has somehow vanished again. Once again, Yuseol gets away, and Caliban begins to get even more frustrated. So, he calls out to the young freshman, asking if he's going to keep running, and even mocks him, suggesting that all his talk about chivalry was probably fake too. While scanning the area in search of his opponent, Caliban suddenly steps on a glowing piece of rock, and before he realizes it, it explodes and sends him off the floor. He loses his balance and begins to wonder why his body is suddenly doing this. While he's trying to regain his balance, he looks into the bushes, and that's when he sees Yuseol smiling at him from there. Caliban is absolutely livid when he sees this. He can't believe that the kid would even dare to smile at him, so he's even more determined to teach him a lesson now. Enraged, the C-class student attempts to use his Earth Weight spell again, but before he can even cast it, Yuseol just disappears again. Once again, Caliban loses his shit, demanding that he comes out again and stop playing these tricks. He's yelling at the top of his lungs, and in the distance, we see some kind of ball speeding toward him from behind. Just when it looks like he's about to take the hit, he turns around and slashes the thing in two. But once again, it turns out to be yet another prank from Yuseol, because it explodes right in his face afterward. The explosion pushes him to tears as he coughs violently, trying to catch his breath. Apparently, it's tear gas, and he definitely didn't expect that. He's still trying to recover from the poisonous gas when he looks down to see a strange bell lying next to his feet. His eyes widen in horror when he sees it, suggesting that he knows what it is, but before he can do anything about it, the bell starts ringing loudly. It's so loud that even those in the stands have to close their ears for a while. Harlan isn't sure what the hell is going on, but Aizel does, so she explains that it's probably phosphine, which blocks vision and sound. Yuseol just unleashed an attack consisting of tear gas and phosphine, so his opponent is unable to get his shit together. The guy is completely disoriented, which means that Yuseol has a good chance to land a mean hit now. Meanwhile, Hong Bayon sees everything going on and figures that the fight is as good as over, because if Yuseol slowly approaches and succeeds at attacking, then he'll win. All of a sudden, Yuseol reappears with many more balls like the first one and immediately starts hurling them at his opponent, causing repeated explosions. At this point, the students in the stands are just stunned, because they didn't even know that the freshman had tear gas grenades on him. As for Dion, she even thinks that some normal smoke bombs have been mixed in as well. Despite unleashing this barrage of attacks, Caliban is still standing, so it looks as though Usiel's attacks aren't exactly fatal. However, there's no doubt that he's managed to dominate this fight. Apparently, time is almost up, but the C-class senior is already boiling in rage and desperate to hit back. The guy is absolutely livid right now, so much so that he casts another spell that causes the earth beneath him to rise all the way up, lifting him into the clouds. The guy doesn't even care about the education session anymore, because this is now a personal beef he has with our boy. Caliban casts another spell that creates a massive magic circle in the sky, which even leaves Usiel speechless. One of the seniors recognizes this powerful spell as the stone shower, so he suggests that it's too much for a first year like him to handle, but of course, Caliban doesn't really give a shit. The red-eyed senior just wants to win no matter what, so he snaps at his colleague, asking the guy if he's crazy or not. He doesn't really care what anyone else thinks, but he definitely didn't expect that from his own classmate. Either way, nothing is going to stop him from unleashing the stone shower now. Or so he thinks. With 5 seconds left on the timer, Caliban unleashes his wrath, and by the time the giant pointy rocks get close to Usiel, the 15 minutes is already over, so he just smiles, knowing that his plan worked. Just when it looks like he is about to be impaled by the stone shower, he simply raises his hand to announce that he's giving up. Well, the time limit is up, and he can't be hurt now that he's quit, so all the sharp stone spikes stop midair right in front of him. All the students watching the thing are completely taken aback by this whole. Caliban just stares at Usiel in shock and disbelief. The guy is covered in bruises with his eyes still throbbing from the tear gas. He can't believe what just happened, and is still having a hard time processing it. It's all looking like a nightmare to him, but this is all real, and it's confirmed when the moderator announces the conclusion of the duel. Caliban is still trying to figure out what the hell is going on, when they start disappearing to be transported back to the arena. The summary of the duel echoes through the stands, confirming that the S-class Baek Usiel forfeited the fight. Even at this point, Caliban still doesn't want to believe that it's all over. On the bright side, this all means that the C-class senior is actually the winner of the duel according to the rules. That should be good news, but even after this is announced, Caliban still looks like he's the one who lost. Meanwhile, our genius Blinker is on the other side, thanking his stars that he survived that face-off. It was definitely a close one, and it only worked because he stuck to his original plan. Finally, the special education session is brought to an end, so Caliban is forced to suspend his beef with Usiel. He's wasted his chance to lay hands on the freshman, so now all he can do is walk away, feeling furious and humiliated by the same kid. Just like that, the long-awaited education session is brought to a quick end, and despite winning, Caliban is absolutely livid. Afterward, the students who came to watch the duel slowly exit the arena, all still pretty taken aback by what they just witnessed. They all know that this education session was a real upset, and many of them feel pretty sorry for the second year who got humiliated. It was all over this face that he was pissed. Caliban definitely took a huge L there, and some of the students claim that they would have just punched Usiel in the face, not caring whether the duel was over already. Our boy was pretty annoying in that fight, but you can't blame him. He did what he had to do. Meanwhile, a lot of the students who came to watch still haven't gotten over the crafty techniques Usiel used during the fight. They're curious about those objects that the genius Blinker used, like that tear gas grenade. They've not seen anything like that before, so they assume that those items were probably the kind of weapons that are currently being developed at the moment. That's the best guess they can come up with, because no one has ever seen stuff like that. I mean, Usiel was pretty clever with his movements, but those tools he used were what really stole the show. Bandayan overhears them talking about this, and it just gets her thinking. She's not exactly sure that Usiel's display was that impressive just because the magic tools were good. Well, the thing is, most alchemists usually use their surrounding geography to fight, but Baek Usiel set up the location of the magic tools from the beginning to the end of the duel. Using his superior mobility, he set up the magic tools in his area and made the geography advantageous to him, which is something that Bandayan finds truly incredible. Her thoughts are suddenly interrupted when her classmate appears right next to her, claiming that he heard from Mai Royun that she was the one who asked for this cultivation session. The guy didn't know about any of this before, but now, he's curious to find out whether the result Bandayan wanted came out. Well, it seems as though that's the case. You see, now the second years won't be able to easily bother the freshmen any longer, because they've seen that there's a possibility for them to lose to the first-year students. Truly, the other seniors are pretty disappointed with the outcome of the education session. They're pissed that they didn't get to see the arrogant first year lose to Caliban, but they also know better than to mess with our boy anymore. Seeing all of this, Dion concludes that this is pretty much the result she wanted. After all, this is quite an interesting situation. Shortly after that conversation, the scene shifts and we're taken to the Red Hawk Club room. Here, we get to see Edmund Italic looking pretty frustrated. The guy slams his fist on the table upon hearing the news because it's not the outcome he was hoping for. He's furious at Caliban for not being able to beat the freshman, and he doesn't hide his rage. While he's losing his shit at the table, Hong Bayan, looking like she doesn't know he's there. The princess sits on the other side of the room with a newspaper in front of her face. Apparently, she's reading the article about the alchemist Altarisha, who developed new magic engineering technology of the future. While flipping through the pages, all she can think about is what went down during the education session. She realizes that the genius Blinker actually lost that match on purpose. He intentionally teased his senior for 15 minutes straight and didn't even fight properly for one moment. The fact that he could casually hold off all of Caliban's attacks for that long without getting hit makes the princess conclude that Uciel could have easily won that match if he actually wanted to. This is a little puzzling because the guy literally gave up as soon as the fight was over and after everything she witnessed at the arena. She's certain that the only reason Uciel forfeited the match is because a first year isn't supposed to beat a second year. It's probably a really big insult around here and our guy probably didn't want to do it. With this in mind, it becomes a lot clearer to the princess that using force or having power isn't the only way to put someone in their place. The whole thing is still really mind-blowing to her, but the one thing she knows for sure is that Uciel is truly one unpredictable commoner. While she's pondering on all this, the Italek boy is fuming across the room. He eventually calms down a bit and then requests an update on what the second years are doing now. He instructed his followers to make sure that they educate Bake Uciel, and Caliban clearly failed. On top of that, none of them has done anything about the genius Blinker since the duel. Nobody has beaten Bake Uciel since then, and so Edmund is absolutely livid when he hears this. Unfortunately, there's not much he can do because the narrative is starting to change. Unlike the rumors from before, word around the school now is that Bake Uciel actually greets seniors formally and treats them well. The guy giving the report reveals that he even went to scold the freshmen too, but admits that upon reaching there, Uciel spoke so well to him that he ended up buying the kid some snacks. Of course, it's very difficult for Edmund to hear all of this, and he's having a hard time processing it. While he's still trying to swallow this terrible report, another one of his subordinates appears with a message. He asks the lady what she wants, so she informs him that the Duke, his father, just sent notice, and she suggests that he head over to the phone to speak with his old man immediately. Without wasting any time, Edmund rushes to the phone to answer his father's call, and as you can imagine, he's pretty nervous about it. He has no idea what could bring his father to calm him first because it's definitely usual. Anyway, he answers the phone, and the first thing his old man tells him is that he was just contacted by the Alchemy Castle. Edmund isn't sure what this means exactly, so he just stands there with confusion laced all over his face. The Duke then proceeds to explain, stating that the Altarisha School's alchemists have suspended her delivering the items to their land, and this is all due to the Italic Duchy's alleged refusal to cooperate. The Duke himself doesn't remember agreeing to anything like this, so he sternly asks his son if he knows anything about this. Well, Edmund firmly denies having anything to do with this, suggesting that he has no reason to say such a thing to the Altarisha School. It turns out that Edmund is in fact responsible, but he just doesn't know it. You see, this is all due to the disagreement he has with Uciel, the co-author of the random sequence convergence. Edmund's father explains that the co-author that reported him, and this just leaves the guy stunned because he doesn't even know who that is. Either way, he's in big trouble now, and so he tries to explain that he doesn't know anything about this. He claims that he never met with someone like that to begin with, but then while he's still trying to save his ass, a wave of realization hits him. Edmund suddenly remembers what Bake Uciel said to him after their last encounter, and in a split moment, he conceives a really cunning idea. A wicked smile appears on his face when he realizes that Uciel was the one who ratted him out, and he immediately starts trying to turn his father against the co-author. Edmund suggests that the suppliers have no right to refuse the Adalabit Kingdom, reminding his father of how much influence they have on the Alchemy Castle. However, his father informs him that this is a technical revolution. What they're missing out on is technology that can create objects comparable to ancient relics of the past that were called artifacts. The Duke claims that even the Golden Alchemist is doing collaborative research with Altarisha, which leaves Edmund even more frustrated because the scale of this is way bigger than he imagined. It's a bad position for them because the Motherland will soon make a deal with the Alchemy Castle, but now, the Adalek name will be left out as a result of this disagreement. After explaining all of this to Edmund, the Duke decides to ask him once again if he is indeed related to this incident in any way. At this point, the arrogant kid is starting to panic because he's about to be the reason for his entire family's downfall. A while later, after that very intense conversation with his old man, Edmund decides to take the initiative. He confronts Hong Bayan, who seems shocked when he comes around. Apparently, the reason he approached her is because he wants her to set up a meeting between Bake Uciel and himself. He asks if she can do this, and at first, she's taken aback but quickly realizes why he probably wants to meet the freshman now. Luckily for him, she actually can set up a meeting for him, but she's not exactly thrilled to do it. The scene changes once again and the story continues in the Hawal Plains, south of the continent. Here, we see Zillial looking at the place and feeling that the land value is rising. She's quickly drawn out of her thoughts when one of her subordinates calls out to her. The blue-haired elf goes down on his knees begging for her to show mercy, but she just glares at him. Above his head, there's some kind of floating window with the number 3 on it. Apparently, this is his trait, which is the value of all creation. This trait shows all creations, including humans, animals, and objects, as a number. The least valuable being has the number 0, while the most valuable being 100. So, seeing this guy with a mere 3 above his head is not exactly impressive. As far as she's concerned, this is of similar value to a stone on the street. Anyway, she goes over to him and calmly asks him why he went bankrupt, reminding him how many times she warned him not to invest in useless business. In his mind, the business was definitely one to succeed, so he's pissed that she would even say such a thing. Unfortunately, she doesn't give a shit about him. She feels that he messed up everything and then orders that he be buried. The guy's eyes widen in horror, but before he knows what's happening, he's being dragged away. He begs for his life, but Zillial doesn't listen, and after he's taken away, she comments on his boring people are these days, feeling that they have no guts. Once again, she's interrupted when a familiar voice calls out to her. She turns around in excitement because she recognizes this voice. It's her father, and the elf is just as happy to see her.
Zaliel's thoughts are interrupted all of a sudden when she hears a familiar voice call out to her, so she quickly turns around to see who it is, and is stunned when what her guess is confirmed. Apparently, it's her father, and for some reason, there's some kind of question mark on top of his head. I guess this just suggests that the character's ranking and value are going to remain unknown for now. Anyway, this elf has a side smile on his face as he greets his lovely daughter, asking her if she's been doing okay. Of course, the red-haired girl is extremely excited to see her old man, so she rushes over to him and wraps her arms around his body in a flash. Clearly, she's missed him a lot, and she has no problem showing it. With her arms wrapped tightly around his torso, she asks him if his trip was good, and then proceeds to ask about the deal he went to make. She's so anxious to hear all about it, hoping that it went very well. At this point, her father answers, informing her that the deal is still in progress. Apparently it's not done yet, but he looks pretty positive about all of it. After revealing this, he goes on to tell her how the Altarisha school of the Alchemy Castle developed things they called items, adding that these items are formed by combining alchemy and magic engineering. It's a pretty big deal since no one else has ever thought to do something like it, which explains why this elf is keen on looking forward to getting involved. He tells Zeliel about the video of the co-developer of this alchemical magic engineering using the items in real combat. He sounds pretty excited about it and asks his daughter if she would like to see the clips. Zeliel wears a big smile on her face when he makes the offer, but it's not because she actually wants to see the video. In truth, she'd prefer to spend the time talking with her father, but since he looks so pumped about it, she pretends to be just as excited about it. I mean, she loves her dad to say no to him, and as soon as she shows interest, he happily invites her to his room so he can show it to her. She doesn't hesitate to follow him, and a few moments later, we see the father and daughter watching the footage together. As you can imagine, she's curious about this co-author, so her father tells her about the kid, revealing that he's a first-year student at Stella, adding the part where he was able to fight a senior by using the items. Of course, Zeliel is blown away to learn that this co-author of alchemical magic engineering is still just a student, but what's even more shocking is the fact that he's a first year for that matter. This makes her really curious, and the whole time they're watching the footage, all she can do is wonder what kind of kid back Uciel is. Just as she's busy racking her brain, she sees something that draws her out of her thoughts again. On the screen, she can see everything going on pretty clearly, but for some reason, she can't see Uziel's value. There's a question mark instead, which she finds very strange because he's just a student and she should be able to see his stats. However, that's not the case because right now, and so she's starting to panic a little. Apparently, this has never happened before, so she has a hard time processing it. She's usually able to see anyone's value. From the Emperor of the Scalvan Empire to even the King of Adalabit, she has never had a problem seeing their stats. It's a pretty mind-boggling situation for her right now, and she's starting to freak out a bit. But then again, she knows that there are two cases when her skill, the value of all things, can't measure value. The first case is a giveaway, since she simply glances at her old man sitting next to her. Obviously, she can't see his value, but it's not just because he's her father. Apparently, her skill doesn't work when the target is someone the user loves. That's the first case where she can't see one's value, and the second, and only other situation where that happens, is when the target possesses an immeasurable, unknown value. Of course, the fact that Uciel is still just a freshman makes it extremely difficult for her to believe that it's the case. But she also knows for a fact that she doesn't love him, so this is pretty much the only explanation for what she's seeing right now. After racking her brain for a while, she finally decides to ask her father what the mysterious student's name is. Her old man reveals that his name is Bake Uciel, and tells her to remember the name because she might get to meet him someday. The man sounds so certain about this, but Zeliel probably doesn't understand what he means by this, so she just laughs it off. Seeing how convinced he is about her meeting the young man one day, she assures him that she won't forget the name. But then again, that's not exactly what she wants to be talking about right now, so she suggests that they play a round of soul chess before the old man has to leave again. Thankfully, he's just in the mood for a game, so he tells her to bring it on. But even though she's excited to play her father right now, she can't shake the strange feeling she's been having since finding out she can't read his rank. The fact that he has a value she can't measure is really bothering her, and for this reason, she's sure that she will definitely remember the name, Baek Yusil. While Ziliel is getting all worked up on one end, we catch up with our boy elsewhere. It appears that the nonchalant freshman is in the middle of provoking Edmund Italic again. He's quietly sipping his coffee, but the senior is just flaring at him ceaselessly. Eventually, he empties his cup and prepares to get moving. He tells the guy that he's about to leave, feeling that they have nothing else to talk about, but then the senior tells him to wait. The green-eyed guy is obviously not happy to be in this position, but he doesn't look like he has a choice. He begrudgingly apologizes to Yusil for what happened between them, claiming that he deeply regrets looking down on our guy because he is a commoner. And so, after giving this obviously fake apology, he asks Yusil if he can take back what he said earlier. Hearing this, our guy starts pondering on the matter. In truth, he doesn't really care for the apology itself, but to suppress Hong Byon's death flag as much as possible, he needs to make sure that he strips the Otaku boy of his political power, and to do that, he'll have to do something even more annoying. And so after everything Edmund did to settle their differences, the MC decides to make things difficult for him. He casually tells Edmund that he's still not in the mood to forgive him, and as you can imagine, the senior is absolutely livid when he hears this. Clearly, Yusil is playing hard to get, at least for the meantime, because that's the only way to free the princess from the Adilac boy. Even though it's pretty obvious that the freshman is trying to piss him off, Edmund manages to keep his cool. Rather than lashing out, he calmly asks Yusil if there's anything he can do to earn his forgiveness. But once again, the first-year student keeps being difficult. He's playing hard to get, and it's working. Since Edmund is now desperate to settle the dispute, Yusil figures that it's the best time to take advantage, so he reaches into his pocket and takes out a piece of paper. He reveals that it's a magical oath written on a mana parchment and then proceeds to suggest that they make a bet. Of course, this is not the kind of response the Italic boy was expecting, so he is pretty taken aback. He expresses his confusion, wondering what kind of bet Yusil is talking about, and that's when our boy explains that they'll be betting on a game of soul chess. Yusil promises to withdraw what he said about Edmund if he loses the game right then and there, adding that he would only deliver items to the Adalibet kingdom through the Italic family. This is a pretty sweet offer for the green-eyed blondie, and he should probably be jumping at it, but he doesn't look like someone who is all that familiar with soul chess. On the other hand, Yusil proposes that Edmund transfer his permanent seat at the Aslan seminar to him if he beats him. Hearing this, the Adalac boy is stunned. His eyes grow wide as a wave of horror washes over him, because he knows how big of a gamble he'd be making if he accepts these terms. Once again, he expresses his shock, suggesting that he's definitely not comfortable with the stakes on the table. As far as he's concerned, it's not a reasonable bet, and he doesn't hesitate to say this. Well, it turns out that Yusil also knows how unfair the bet is, which is probably why he suggested it. He knows that it's not reasonable for Edmund to gamble his seat at the Aslan seminar, but he's ready to push the blondie over the edge, so he doesn't really care. So why exactly is it such a big deal? You see, the Aslan seminar is a public debate meeting where heirs of long, established magic houses gather for academic group discussions. Only very few from the great magic families can join, and there are 3 conditions that must be met to be able to attend. The first condition involves the guest having attended the seminar a year before, where they presented a great paper earning them a spot in the following year's seminar. And if that's not on the table, then the second way to earn a spot on the attendance list is by receiving a transferred seat while holding a paper that can be presented at Aslan. And finally, if you don't meet these first 2 requirements, then the only other way to be able to attend is by being one of the 12 rising stars of the year, since it's a place where the world's genius mages gather and compete. Participating and simply maintaining the qualifications proves one's power. In Edmund's case, the Italic ducal house has actually attended the Iceland seminar consistently for decades, and that reputation turned into a major pillar supporting the power they hold as a noble house. And it's this power that Edmund currently has over Hongbayan, making her like a puppet to him. And since our boy is determined to save his friend from being destroyed by the Adalec boy, he's made up his mind to go after that very power that made their family so feared. Anyway, this pretty much explains why Yusil came up with the idea of this insane bet, and it's pretty much a win-win for him, because Edmund will still be in trouble if he refuses to accept it. He casually states his terms, not caring whether the senior agrees or not. Edmund has already complained about it, so Yusil concludes that he's not on board with the plan, but then all of a sudden, the desperate senior stops Yusil before he can walk out of the room. The guy is already in hot water, so he begrudgingly agrees to make the bet. By doing so, he's pretty much putting his birthright on the line, along with his family's power, but for some reason, there's a mischievous grin on his face all of a sudden. It's almost like he's confident that he'll win. And just like that, he agrees to sign the contract, suggesting that they meet in this very place at the same time the following day. Hearing this, our boy is pretty shocked. I mean, the whole point of suggesting such an insane bet with unreasonable terms was to make Edmund chicken out and buy himself some more time. However, the blondie is looking really confident that he's going to win the game of soul chess, and if his skills actually match his confidence level, then that might be a problem for the MC. The next day, Baek Uziel makes his way to the same cafe at the agreed time, but for some reason, the place is packed with students this time around. Apparently, word got out that Senior Edmund will be playing a soul chess match against the notorious freshman in a bet they made, and so a lot of the students have come to watch. One of the students who didn't know what was going on is instantly shocked when he hears the news because he hasn't heard of anyone at Stella Academy who is better at soul chess than Edmund Italic. Apparently, the blondie has a reputation of being a master at the game, and for some reason, Uziel didn't do enough research before suggesting it. Well, now it's pretty obvious that his opponent is a legend at the game, so when the students start wondering who the fearless freshman is, Uziel starts to realize just how cooked he might be. He's not exactly bad at the game, and he's also not planning to mess around either, so he's got a shot regardless. They made a bet, and he'd have to take back what he said about the Italic family if he loses, so he's definitely not going to play the game for fun. Uziel wasn't really interested in soul chess in the first place, but now he'll have to for Hong Bayan's sake. Just as this thought crosses his mind, one of the students announces Edmund's arrival, and for some reason, the blondie decides to come with Princess Hong Bayan as his companion. He leads the way into the cafe as they walk in, and Uziel isn't even surprised to see that he came with her. The princess has a permanent scowl on her face the whole time, but all the NPCs around are pretty much blind to this. All they can talk about is how beautiful she looks and how much time she spends with the Italic boy. Hong Bayan definitely doesn't want to be here, and she's even more pissed at Uziel. She's so mad at him that she keeps glaring at him as she walks past him, but this just leaves him confused. He has no idea why she's shooting daggers at him, so he starts wondering if he did something wrong. Meanwhile, Edmund Italic goes ahead to set the soul chess board on the table for their match. Back to the princess, she's so pissed at him because he just challenged the best player in the entire academy to a game of soul chess. Apparently, Edmund learned the game when he was 5 years old, and even then, he was called a prodigy of soul chess. All over the academy and even the entire Adalebit kingdom, there are only a few people who can play the game better than the Italic boy. With this in mind, the princess can only wonder why on earth Uziel picked the one thing Edmund is the best at to challenge him. It's at times like these that she starts to see why people called him a dumb commoner. On the other hand, Edmund seems to be enjoying himself while waiting for the game to start. The guy is very confident that he's going to win, so he's taunting the princess with it. The Italic boy was actually very shocked when Uziel put an Aslan seed up as the stake, but now he's convinced that it's actually a good thing because he finally has the chance to totally humiliate the commoner in front of the princess. With this in mind, he takes out all the pawns for the game and happily suggests that they begin the game. Edmund fiddles with the chess pieces, thinking of all the ways he will use to finally embarrass the freshman in front of Princess Hong Bayan. He can't wait to show all the skills he has, and so he calls on the freshman to get ready to start. But first, he would like to go over the rules in terms of their bet. First of all, since they've signed on the mana paper, they will lose all their mana if they go against the oath. He explains this to Uziel, feeling so certain that he won't have to deal with any of that. Edmund asks our boy if he's aware of the consequences for breaching the contract, and the freshman confirms that he's well aware. But then again, since he doesn't have any mana, he doesn't feel that he has anything to worry about. As such, even if he goes against the contract, it wouldn't really matter much to him since he has nothing to lose. Of course, he doesn't allow the Italic boy to know of this loophole. He keeps it to himself and prepares to start the game. Edmund continues to set up the chess pieces on the board, and once he's done with that, he tells the freshman to make the first move. He generously allows our boy to start the game, and Uziel is a little surprised. Usually, in a high-stakes match like this, both players would be desperate to make the first move, but that's not the case here. It's such an important bet, and yet the blondie doesn't mind letting him play first, which confirms that the guy is completely looking down on him. Once he realizes that this is the situation, he decides to get serious. He wears his glasses, feeling that it's actually a good thing that Edmund underestimates him so much, because now he can unveil some of the tricks he's got under his sleeves. So, what exactly is soul chess all about, and how is it played? Well, for starters, let's get into the rules of the game. Soul chess uses an octagonal chessboard, with over 200 types of pieces, amongst which the players can choose to set up 20. In this game, one piece can be moved per turn, just like in normal chess, but where it differs from the norm is in the fact that each chess piece and square on the board has its own abilities and attributes. Besides that, the player also has to combine these attributes to kill the opponent's king, which is how they win. It's actually a pretty complicated game, so much so that even Uziel, who played Ather for 10 years, doesn't find it easy. He finds it boring too, which would explain why he's not extremely good at it. His mastery of the game is not yet on the level where it should be, and on top of that, His current opponent is a Soul Chess master amongst even the best in Stella Academy and the entire Aether at large. That makes things even worse for our boy, because now the odds are stacked against him. At the moment, Edmund already feels that it's a done deal. Sure, he was shocked when Usiel bet on his spot at the Aslan seminar, but to think that he would put it all on a game of Soul Chess was like the freshman shooting himself. Right now, all the Adalek boy can see before him is an arrogant commoner, so he's more than happy to stomp on him and make sure that he's never able to act so smart again. After much hesitation, our boy accepts Edmund's not-so-generous offer to make the first play. And so, in the blink of an eye, the players along with the whole table and board start to glow as they enter their own realm. Uziel officially starts the match once he's done setting his pieces, but then Edmund looks at the board and is instantly taken aback. He doesn't understand what is going on with Uziel's arrangement, finding it strange and suspicious as well. Apparently, the kid somehow managed to place his pieces only in places that would interrupt the Italic boy's strategy. It's pretty strange, but Edmund doesn't want it to mess with his game, so he simply assumes that it's a coincidence. After all, he doesn't think that a commoner like Uziel has played enough Soul Chess to be that good. Now that the game is in motion, our boy accepts Edmund's offer and moves the first chess piece on the board. Usually, in a game like this, you'd want to start in a conservative manner to avoid getting ambushed by your opponent, but that's not the case with this MC. The Adalek boy stares at the board in bemusement because not only is Uziel moving his queen already, but he's also coming so deeply into his opponent's camp. And for this reason, Edmund is convinced that his earlier guess was absolutely right. For Uziel to start this high-stakes game with such a risky move, he is now certain that the freshman must be a loser. This boosts Edmund's confidence a lot, and he gets so excited that he literally shatters Uziel's chess piece with his when he wants to take it out. With a crazy smile on his face, he removes the MC's queen, feeling that the boy must be an idiot to take her so deep into his camp. You see, this piece he just used to deliver the blow is known as the Speed Run Knight. It's one that has excellent mobility and can move all throughout the map. Despite just losing his queen in a pretty embarrassing manner, our boy remains completely calm. He looks so unfazed as a blank expression remains plastered on his face. Uziel makes his second play, without uttering a word, but once again, Edmund demolishes his chess piece with the Speedrun Knight. He does this over and over again, taking out several pieces on Uziel's side to the point that it starts to look really embarrassing. Still, our boy doesn't look bothered in the slightest. He keeps playing the game like someone who has an equal chance of winning, but Edmund just finds this hilarious. The senior can no longer hold back the laughter because it's just too much. He can't believe that someone would actually be this bad at Soul Chess, and it's so funny to him that he feels like he might soon go crazy. He hasn't even lost a single piece, and it's looking like a severely one-sided game now. The guy was already sure that he was going to win the match, but now, he can see what the game will probably be over before he even gets to use his next strategy. You see, the Adalek boy brought a flame pawn that he likes to use in one of his strategies for this game. The core of this strategy is the hard or operation of 3 speedrun knights. The first is to use the mobility of the speedrun knights to confuse the opponent. The second is to use the 5 blame pawns to safely conquer the field, turning it into something called the Burning Land. Burning Land is basically a string field that decreases the defensive power of the opponent who is weaker to flame types and increases his own attack power. If it goes that far, it would be an understatement to say that Baek Usil has no chance. Right now, Edmund has everything all planned out, and it's looking like he's finally going to humiliate our boy. I mean, that's what should have happened though, but it didn't. Just when it looks like the blondie is about to overwhelm our boy with a myriad of strategic attacks, Uziel pulls out a trump card. He moves a piece on the board and Edmund realizes that it's a stealth pawn, which is going to become a big problem for him shortly. Using this piece, our boy activates a skill move known as the Last Stand Trap. This move sets up a prison in a fixed space, and if trapped in that space, then the opponent will be unable to move forward 5 whole turns. And so, just like that, Edmund's 3 speedrun knights are immobilized by the trap skill. Even though he's clearly been caught in it, he can't understand how because stealth pawns lose their function after 3 turns once the game starts. He's determined to figure out exactly what happens, so he checks the guide, and that's when his eyes almost pop out of his head in shock. You see, the stealth pawn is basically an invisible pawn. Their invisibility effects are released after 3 turns once the game starts, but here's the twist. If the queen dies before the invisibility effect is released, then the effect remains for 7 more turns. Edmund gets to read this short but extremely crucial detail and realizes that he's just been played. He now understands why Uziel started with that crazy move and allowed his queen to die at the beginning. And unfortunately, Edmund was too excited to think and consider all the possibilities that could result from whatever move he made. Well, there's nothing he can do about that now, but at least now he knows that his opponent isn't as dumb as he thought. Thinking about it makes him smile like a creep because he actually relishes the challenge. Besides, he's only losing 5 returns and he's already wiped out many of Uziel's pawns. It won't make much of a difference as far as he's concerned, because besides already having the advantage, by the time Uziel is done using those 5 turns, his own Burning Land attribute would have been completed. In this skill, when the field becomes a Burning Land, a couple things happen. For starters, all pieces excluding those with fire attributes will lose 30% defensive power. And then, all the pieces that do have fire attributes will gain a whopping 200% offensive power. This time around, Edmund keeps his excitement to himself, waiting to see the freshman's next move first. In his mind, by the time Uciel completes his move, the burning field would give him back the advantage and completely finish the MC's chances of winning. Just then, when he thinks it's his time to shine, the commoner stretches his hand to reveal a second stealth pawn. Upon seeing this, Edmund's excitement completely disappears and all he feels is annoyance. He's convinced that Uziel is a sky bastard for using the same truck twice, but refuses to give up hope because his turn is eventually going to end when he uses the second one. The Adalek boy assumes that Uziel would just use the stealth pawn to take out one of his pieces, but that's not what he does. Another skill is activated all of a sudden. It's called the Flip Land Conquer attribute, and Edmund is simply dumbfounded when he sees this. Apparently, this skill allows the user to reverse the effects of the opponent's skill move, specifically when they have already activated the field. Basically, since Edmund already activated his Burning Land attribute, the effects are instantly reversed thanks to Uciel's Conquer move. And so, the Frozen Land skill is activated instead. The Flip Land skill, which was the first one, strengthens the attribute damage by 200%, and due to the hidden condition met, an additional attack turn is granted to Uciel. All of these new developments pop up right before Edmund's eyes, and it's happening so fast that it leaves him absolutely speechless. Bro can't believe how quickly the tables turns, and it's starting to look like a really bad dream for him. At this point, he realizes that Uciel already saw through his strategy from the start, but it's still too hard for him to believe that a commoner would humiliate him this badly. As it stands now, his chances of winning this game have dropped drastically, but he refuses to accept that the freshman is a better player than he is. The Adalak boy keeps telling himself that it must be a coincidence, but the killer look on the genius Blinker's face suggests that it's no mistake. Now, Edmund knows that he can't take Uciel for a novice anymore, but it's looking like it's too late. Anyway, this senior also has a reputation for being extremely good at this game, so he refuses to just give up and attempts to get his head back in the game. Edmund has met opponents on this level before and still managed to beat them, so he's confident that he can still turn things around in his favor. With this in mind, he decides to just endure this lost turn and wait for his chance to modify his strategy. This way, he will be able to win. At first, the Atalak boy keeps telling himself that he can snag the win despite the odds, but it doesn't take long for him to become more and more uncertain. He's afraid that he might not even get another turn because Uciel keeps bombarding him with wicked surprises, and so, the whole game becomes extremely overwhelming. Now, it's clear that Edmund has been thrown off his game, and that's when we get to see what's going on in Uciel's mind. Our boy admits that Edmund is really talented, but also concludes that his problem was always the fact that he was too strong. Edmund's soul chess difficulty was quite high in Otherworld, but when a game's age passes its 10-year point, crazy players like this freshman start to appear. Some old-time player played soul chess against Edmund thousands of times and made a perfect study guide, and it just so happens that that very study guide is perfectly visible within Uziel's bulbul glasses. In other words, our boy is basically playing soul chess while reading a study guide solely created to destroy Edmund. With this upper hand, Uciel knows to finish off Atalek boy with the Lightning Bishop, a skill that sends bolts of lightning that increase the opponent's damage by 200% when frozen. Using this power move, Uciel absolutely clears Edmund's side of the board, and just like that, he defeats the soul chess prodigy at his own game. The Atalek boy stares at the board in horror as it dawns on him that he just lost. He's been the best player of soul chess in Stello Academy for so long that he didn't think it was possible for him to get beaten at it, but here he is right now, struggling to wrap his head around what just happened. After being in this dazed state for a while, he suddenly lets out a really pained laugh, and then accepts the defeat, announcing that he just lost to Bark Uciel. And since our boy is more than happy about this result, he flashes a small smile at the Italic boy and thanks him for playing along. At this point, the two formidable soul chess players finally come down from whatever really they went into before, and all those who can to watch the match begin to talk. As you can imagine, most of them find it really hard to believe that the master of the game at their school just lost to a freshman. It's quite shocking to them, so the whispering and murmuring begin as they try to understand how something like that was even possible. Even though they didn't expect it after watching what happened, it's pretty obvious that the guy's strategy was insane. Everyone has something to say about the match and how the great Edmund Italic just got humiliated, but the blondie in question seems to have zoned everyone out already. Right now, he's in some kind of trance, so he's not even listening to what anyone is saying. Rather, he just quietly sulks by himself with his head down and the same hanging over his head, while he's beating himself up about it. We see Uziel going over to talk to the princess before leaving the hall with her. Of course, Edmund watches this happen, but he's way too stunned to even react. He just lost at a game of soul chess and not to someone he even imagined. On top of that, as per the bet that they made, he has also let his seat at the Aslan seminar, which is even more terrifying. To make matters worse, he wasn't able to fix things regarding his family being the main suppliers for the Adalebit kingdom, so it's pretty obvious that he just lost a lot more than just a simple game of sup chess. As the cloud of shame hovers above his head, he starts to feel really anxious too, because he's afraid of what his father would do to him when he finds out how badly he messed up. Edmund knows that he's really cooked, so he starts freaking out, wondering what on earth he's going to do now. The frustration keeps building up slowly, and it doesn't take long before the italic boy finally explodes. He curses out in anger as he makes a whole scene in the middle of the hall. By this time, Uziel has already left, so all eyes are on him as he proceeds to lose his shit before the crowd. Just then, while he's wallowing in frustration, a soft voice calls out to him. He recognizes this voice very much, so he slowly looks up at the person, and to his surprise, it's none other than the princess. She's clearly feeling sorry for him right now since she can imagine how much trouble he must be in, so she offers to help him out. Hong Bayan offers to go persuade our boy by herself, claiming that they'll also be able to secure the item trade rights, and finally promises to ask him to take back what he said about the italic family. As you can imagine, the moment she starts talking, the italic boy is absolutely dumbfounded. She sounds so confident that they can fix everything, so Edmund's face lights up instantly. He's shocked that she'd be willing to help him even after how badly he's been treating her, but he's grateful nevertheless, so he starts thanking her. Since he was pretty much cooked with no other way out, he expresses his gratitude to her without hesitation and then goes on to ask how he can repay this debt. But the princess is just taken aback when he says this. To her, there's really no debt to repay, and so she decides to explain things to the italic boy. The princess informs him that she is destined to become king someday, and on that note, she sees it as her responsibility to take care of those who will serve her. She makes this very clear to him, removing any idea that he might have had that he still had any control. As you can imagine, the italic boy is stunned when she says these words to him, because this is the same girl he's had wrapped around his finger for the longest time, who no longer has even an iota of fear for him. After giving him his second biggest shock of the day, she struts away from him to go meet Baek Uziel. Even after she leaves, the guy keeps struggling to wrap his head around what just happened. The princess just put him in his place and he can't believe it. On the other hand, Hong Bayan has a really proud smile on her face because just like that, she's not longer under the italic boy's control. The scene changes and the story continues, and we catch up with our boy who is in the middle of a very important phone call. Right now, he's asking for any deals with the Dolobits merchants or companies to be delayed for about a month. Uziel reveals that he and his team would now like to distribute only through the royal family for the meantime, and his request is granted right away. After getting the confirmation, he ends the call and heaves a sigh of relief, knowing that he's finally settled one issue. Uziel is pretty glad that things ended smoothly regarding the trading deal, but there's still an elephant in the room, and that's the seat he just got at the Aslan seminar. As you already know, he wasn't really crazy about getting the chance to attend the meeting, so he's not sure what to do with the seat now. Besides, he's confident that the main characters will make it into the 12 rising stars anyway. Uziel is still racking his brain on what to do when someone calls out to him. He turns to see who it is and realizes that it's the princess, who is surprised that he's still around. She thought he'd have left by now, but I guess it's a good thing that she met him now, because the MC actually has something to tell her. How that she's here. He takes the chance to show her the contract. He pulls the piece of paper out of his pocket and shows it to her, but she's taken aback by it at first. She stares at the page with a confused look on her face, so our boy explains exactly what is going on. Uziel reveals that the Altarisha school will distribute only through the Adalebit royal family for the next 1 month, which is pretty much what the princess has been wanting for a while now. He hands the contract over to her, telling her to use it however she sees fit, and then decides to take his leave. Baek Uziel makes his way out of the scene, but she keeps staring at the contract in her hands. It's almost like a dream for her because it seemed so impossible to fix things. With this in mind, she tells Uziel that she owes him this time around and then thanks him sincerely for helping her out. Hearing this, the MC is pretty amazed because he never thought that he'd see the day when he'd get thanked by Princess Hong Bayan. Anyway, he tells her that it's okay, but before he can leave, she stops him again. The princess remembers him saying that he'd only help her because he wanted something in return, so she's very curious to know what it is. He's helped her very much right now, so she'd like him to tell her what that price is, claiming that she would repay him right away. At this point, the MC starts to feel a little nervous. Apparently, what he wants in return isn't something that he can just say without sounding a certain way. He feels that what he wants is pretty obvious already, but Hong Bayan has no idea. Well, what he wants is for the princess not to fall into evil. Instead, he wants her to stand on the side of good and build the best happy ending with him. But this is all pretty forward, so he decides to keep the thought to himself. He can't exactly start bombarding her with talks like that, so he stays quiet, probably hoping that she'd just let it go. Unfortunately for him, the silence doesn't do the job because she just keeps pressing him to give her an answer. He's already feeling shy enough at this point, thinking about that fantasy, so saying it would just be more awkward for him. But the princess is determined to get an answer. She's keen on paying him back, and since it's clear that he can't get out of this one, he simply tells her that he wants food in return for his help. Of course, this comes as a shock to the princess because she imagined that his price would carry a lot more weight, and so she expresses her confusion, wondering if she just heard him right. but he insists that all he wants is for her to treat him to a meal. He says this with a really sheepishly smile on his face that almost looks suspicious, but I guess the princess doesn't read too much into it. Anyway, Baek Yuziel tells her that he wants to eat until he's full with a meal that she buys for him. It's still really baffling for Hong Baeon because it just doesn't make any sense to her. For a while, she just stares at him in confusion, but eventually starts smiling at the thought. She's probably amused that this is all he asked for even though he could have demanded something crazy, and so, she agrees to satisfy his request. She asks him to follow her and he does. A while later, we see our boy and the white-haired princess getting out of a car, and even after coming out, he can't take his eyes off the vehicle. All he can think about right now is how cash items are now everywhere after about 10 years in this game world. To him, it just doesn't make sense for cars to be an ether. But that's about when his thoughts are interrupted, because the princess calls out to him to follow her. She leads the way, and he walks right behind her with the same sheepish smile, still plastered on his face. He's clearly excited about the treat she wants to give him because she brought him all the way out to this fancy place. He figures that she must be planning something really big since she can actually afford it. With the princess's money, he believes that he should get at least the top 5 gourmet dishes in Aether. Yusial can't wait to see what she's got in store for him, and soon enough, the princess finally stops walking, informing him that they've arrived. For some reason, there's no fancy 5-star restaurant in sight, and all that we can see is the pretty basic one not too far ahead. There's nothing fancy about this restaurant at first glance since it looks like a very big noodle shop. Hong Baeon was expecting gourmet dishes and an all-you-can-eat buffet, but that's not the case. As soon as she informs him that this is where she'll be treating him to a meal, he struggles to hide the shock on his face. Anyway, they both make their way into the establishment, and after taking their seats, they begin to look at the menu. The princess was already daydreaming about a salmon belly steak and caviar canapes, or the black truffle cream risotto either, since all of these things are well within the royal family's financial capacity. Unfortunately, they're not on the menu. Even though the princess was the one who brought him here, she doesn't seem to be familiar with the dishes in the book. She keeps scanning the pages for a while, till she finally finds what she's been looking for. You see, when our boy asked her to give him a treat, she didn't just conclude that splurging on exotic dishes would be the way to go. She thought about what would make Yuziel happiest, and that's why she brought him to this place. Apparently, the princess recently learned of a story about Baek Yusiel's past that is tied to this very restaurant. Hong Baeon learned that expensive food means nothing to Yuziel, and from the past she happened to glimpse, she discovered that the food he treasures most is something that this restaurant is very good at making. With this in mind, as soon as she finds that very dish on the menu, she points to it and shows the waiter. The princess is about to ask for it when Yusiel suddenly orders 3 bowls of something called jampam and 1 medium sweet and sour pork. Apparently, that's not what she was going to order for him, so she is immediately baffled and expresses her shock. Yuziel notices that the princess just reacted weirdly, so he assumes that it's because he ordered 3 bowls, but she tells him that it's not even the issue. You see, she thought that Yuziel's favorite dish was the jjajangmyeon, so she thought he would order that instead, so she begins to doubt her entire plan. It's starting to look like she was wrong about that meal being a memory that Yuziel had with his mother. Right now, that's what Hong Baeon is thinking, because why else would a commoner write about his mother and jjajangmyeon in a school assignment? Well, the princess feels that it's probably because Yuziel didn't overcome his past. She thinks that the freshman still regrets that memory because he can't repay the kindness of his mother. He didn't understand when he was young. The princess is convinced that her theory is correct, but she doesn't say anything to Yuziel, who continues to all gloomy. Just then, the waiter returned with the food and our boy thanks the princess, but it's pretty obvious that he's not exactly in a good mood. By this time, Hong Baeon is fully convinced that the jjajangmyeon wasn't nostalgia for Yuziel, but actually a symbol of regret. She had no idea what the memory actually signified, so now that it's all making sense, she can't help but feel bad, knowing how she might have messed up. She apologizes to Yuziel for treating him to a meal in a place like this, but our guy quickly assures her that it's alright. Right now, he has no idea what really made her bring him to this place. He assumes that she probably couldn't afford somewhere better at the moment. He actually liked the meal he ordered as well, so he figures that she can make up for bringing him here by letting him have more food. With this in mind, he asks for extra fried dumplings and the waiter reveals that they are actually on the house, which is absolutely great as far as Yuziel is concerned. While our boy is doing his best to make the most out of this treat he's been given, the princess still can't get over how wrong she was. She's busy beating herself up for bringing him here, so she can't even see that he's actually enjoying his time there. Meanwhile, it doesn't take too long for the chess match between the italic boy and the freshman to become the talk of the school. The shocking result of the match spreads like wildfire throughout the school, and it's an especially famous topic among the students who actually witnessed it. After the whole thing, it's all the students can talk about. Some of them even learn that Edmund later apologized to Baek Yuziel. Apparently, someone close to the Adalek family disclosed the information, revealing that Edmund did it because Yuziel is the co-developer of alchemical magic engineering. And so, just like the rumor of Edmund Italic apologizing to a freshman, The revelation that Baek was a co-author of alchemical magic engineering shook Stella Academy to its core. The genius Blinker's name spread far and wide beyond Arcanium and even among the dark mages as a result. Shortly after all the school is overrun with the rumors, a meeting is held at the vice principal's office in the first main tower. Here, the man reveals just how irritating he finds Baek. He can't believe that a mere commoner is the one causing so much trouble for them, and it's even more annoying because they was the same freshman who interfered with Maizen Tyron's plan before. Hearing this, the mages under him offer to handle the first-year student quietly and make him go away, but the vice principal immediately kicks against that idea. He knows that it would cause an uproar if even one Stella Academy student mysteriously went missing. That's not something he would want to deal with, so he rejects that suggestion in a flash. The vice principal also doesn't like that the Aslan attendance ticket ended up in Yusil's hands, but he also feels that it would be easier to take it from her boy than from the Italic family. So he doesn't mind being a bit more patient. That being said, he tells the mages to keep an eye on Baek from now on. Once that's out of the way, the man asks his hooded friends about Maizen's condition, hoping to hear that the professor is doing better. At this point, the mages reveal that Maizen is suppressing her dark mana with the cult leader's restraint spell. However, they're afraid that it could burst at any moment. Hearing this, the vice principal assures them that it's not time for that yet. The familiar contract ceremony is coming soon, so it will only cause trouble if he loses control and provoles the Elf King. Knowing this, the vice principal orders Layden to keep watch over Maizen's condition because they'll need him to distract Eltman's eyes when the time comes. He makes the call, determined to protect their interests, and Layden immediately understands the assignment. Right after leaving Archihayden's office, Layden goes to check on the troubled professor. As soon as he enters the room, he hears low growls coming from Maizen Tyron. She's crawling on the floor like a leper and oozing with dark mana all over. Seeing this, Layden realizes that her condition is even more serious than he thought, so he's reluctant to even go near her. He just stares at the professor with a disappointed look in his eyes. Before he can even tell her what he's come for, Maizen can already tell that he's also here to suggest that she wait a while longer. However, she's getting sick and tired of being stuck in this condition. If she continues to endure and wait, then what are the chances that she'll ever return to her original place? This is all the troubled professor can think about right now, and so he expresses her displeasure. However, Layden just finds it laughable that she thinks the seat she built by stealing from others all her life would ever truly belong to her. With this in mind, Layden bluntly tells Maizen that she has outlived her usefulness. As far as he's concerned, once the plagiarism investigation begins, she'll lose every position and be kicked out of the academy. As you can imagine, the troubled woman cries out in frustration when he says this. She's not ready to face that kind of humiliation, and the fact that they plan to get rid of her like this makes her wonder why Lord Archihayden even brought her to this place. At this point, Layden informs her that her corruption by dark mana is already complete. However, she can still serve a purpose in another way, and that's why the vice principal brought her to this place. It's the same reason why he kept her alive, which explains why he wants everything to go perfectly as he's planned it. Layden explains all of this to Maizen, and she's immediately able to figure out the rest by herself. The professor concludes that Archihayden and the rest of the dark mages intend to make her go berserk, and just thinking about it makes her blood boil. She's already been consumed by the dark power, so they want to just turn her into a monster with it, which is pretty despicable to even think of. The angry woman curses at Layden and yells at him to get the hell out of her sight, but her crazy screams are cut short when she sees something shocking. Maizen looks up to see that Layden just tossed a dark orb over to her. She watches the ball bounce toward her in confusion, and that's when Layden tells her to go to the Fat West, to paradise. Maizen is taken aback when she hears this because this is the same guy who just told her their plans to turn her into a mindless monster with the dark mana. Apparently, Layden doesn't really want this kind of fate for her, so he's given her a free pass to escape. He tells her to go to the paradise where she'll find their kin, and then instructs her to shatter the crystal if she manages to survive until she meets them. He explains that by shattering the orb, she would release the spell that has been suppressing her dark mana corruption. Of course, this all sounds too good to be true to the professor because 1 minute ago, she thought that all hope was lost. Maizen asks him why he's letting her live all of a sudden, and so Layden admits that it's cause he just doesn't want to see one of his own do in such a pathetic way when he could do something about it. The dark mage makes his way out of the room, leaving Maizen to make a choice now that the ball is in her court. Well, she decides to grab the opportunity while she still has it, so she gets back on her feet and locks up the crystal ball. With the little energy she can muster, she walks over to the board on which the annual schedule is written. The professor stares at the board for a few moments before going crazy all of a sudden and ripping it to shreds with her claws. Maizen goes absolutely crazy as she destroys the charts, furious that they would even dare to use her like this. She can't believe that they really think she'll stay quiet after turning her into this monster. And so, in a fit of pure rage, she continues to tear apart the familiar contract ceremony schedule. The scene shifts after the crazy professor's rampage, and the story continues on the day that the first-year students of Stella Academy head out to the cradle of the celestial tree for their first field class. This exercise is to enable them form their familiar contracts, and the school takes it very seriously. All the students in the freshman class get on the massive floating ships provided by the academy and are transported to the location for the exercise. Once the main characters are all on board, they go out have breakfast together. While they're eating and chatting, Flame suddenly brings up Yuseel's name. She heard that the guy got chewed out by the upperclassmen for a while, but word going round the academy now is that he's absolutely untouchable. Flame fills her friends in on the latest concerning the genius Blinker, and it appears that they're also aware of what's been going on since her green-haired friend sitting right next to her chimes in about how she heard that Yuseel is actually a co-developer of alchemical magic engineering. Hearing this, Flame goes on to tell her girls how Edmund and some other seniors even went to apologize to Yuseel personally after that rumor spread. It's a pretty big deal for a freshman to be a co-developer of something that impressive, so it makes sense that all the seniors who picked on him before would now want to make peace with him. Flame is pretty amazed by the whole thing, but even though she had no idea what was going on with Yuseel, she seems to think that the blue-haired girl in their circle might have known about it. So, she asks Isel if she keeps, but she just gets nervous all of a sudden and tells them no. For some reason, Isel is shocked when she hears this, suggesting that she really didn't know about it. Her mind trails off as she starts to panic, feeling that she might actually be drifting farther away from Bake Yuseel. I mean, she probably expected that he'd let her know if he was doing something as important as developing alchemical magic engineering, but he didn't, so now she can't help but feel bad about it. Unfortunately, that's not the case because all these girls want to talk about right now is Bake Yuseel, so whatever emotion she is feeling right now is probably going to linger until they finish this conversation. Flame suddenly decides to tease her about the whole thing, claiming that she thought Yuseel and Isel were dating. I mean, it makes sense for others to get the idea because of how close they were, but the blue-haired girl is so shocked by the assumption that she spits out her drink as a result. She almost chokes when she hears what Flame just said, and the other girls are equally surprised. They offer her water to make her feel better, and she thanks them, feeling extreme flustered at this point. Isel would rather talk about anything else right now, but Flame is hellbent on teasing her by talking about our boy. She goes on to point out how much closer the genius Blinker is getting with the princess lately. To be fair, Yuseel has been seen with Hong Bayan a lot the last couple weeks, and so it's starting to get suspicious, but the other girls at the table don't think that it's likely that the princess will fall for a commoner. Still, Flame is convinced that there's definitely something going on between them. From what she heard, the way that the princess looks at Yuseel these days is quite unusual. Isel struggles to stay calm while listening to all of this, but it eventually gets too much for her, so she ends up choking again. This time around, she's coughing so hard that the others go to check on her. While they're trying to help her out, Flame starts to notice just how nervous the blue-haired girl looks, and so she finds it a little suspicious. However, she keeps this thought to herself and quietly makes her way out of the room. Once she's alone, Flame starts to analyze the situation. Isel seemed to be getting along well with her friends from what she observed. She feels that the girl would normally have been here alone and then met Hong Bayan, but since that didn't happen, she starts to wonder if there was a change in the plot somewhere she doesn't know about. And as this thought runs through her mind, Flame begins to wonder if these changes are all because of Bake Yuseel's influence. Just as she's pondering on all this, the guy in question pops up right in front of her, drawing her out of her thoughts in an instant. Yuseel claims that he's actually been looking all over for her, and then tells her that he has a favor to ask of her. As you can imagine, the girl is startled by the way he just appeared like a ghost, but she just laughs it off and asks him what he needs her help with. That's when he gives her a box of sand and tells her to pick a flower for him here. But not just any flower, he wants a Hanbaram flower. She's familiar with this flower since it's the one that only ever faces one direction, but what she doesn't know is why this is what he came to ask for. I mean, it's not like she's some kind of flower vending machine, so she doesn't get it. Anyway, she can actually help with it, so she just uses her magic to make the Hanbaram flower appear in his little sandbox. Seeing the cute little flower, Yuseel's face lights up with excitement, so he thanks her for the help, but this just makes Flame curious. She asks him what he's even going to use the flower for, and that's when she realizes that he might be planning to go down to the 4th layer. Her guess is spot on because that's exactly what Yuseel intends on doing. Hearing this, Flame warns him to take it easy because she knows what might happen if he pushes himself again. However, the boy in question doesn't seem to get why she's so bothered, so waits for her to say it, but she simply chooses not to. At this point, he starts to worry about her, feeling that she might be going through something. Flame hits back when he says this, so he explains that she's just seemed a bit down since the Persona Gate training. This is what finally makes her snap. She denies it and tells him to mind his business, claiming that she doesn't appreciate his concern at all. She tries her best to be rude, but Yuseel just smiles at her because he knows that she's actually thankful for him deep down. While these two are busy bickering, We see someone watching them from down the hall, and this guy seems to have his gaze locked in on the girl. That's it for this episode. Until next time.